Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. With me today so far, we've got DUI Guy and Legal Vices. This is the show. This is the final show for Johnny Depp, at least in a substantive court process. This is closing arguments, and already we start off with something going on. I wake up and here's DUI Guy who I thought was going to be in the courtroom. So hey,
as did
man,
everybody else. Yeah. Hey.
So what's the skinny? What's going on here?
So here's the skinny. I slept like always. I went to bed, woke up at 6, made my way to the courthouse, hoping that we have line standers there. Unfortunately, Jamie is our hashtag line mom. She had other responsibilities. She was not able to come. So I did not have a place in line. And I was sitting on the bench resting. A Karen that I have actually known, I've seen on previous occasions, started bashing me, attacking me for no reason as I'm sitting on the bench, saying, just give me a moment, let me catch my breath. And it was this constant, vibrant, negative energy in my direction. Like I could almost feel her negativity in my direction. It was very annoying. So I was like, you know what? I'm not dealing with this. I walked away. And I because she started riling up the line, like he's cutting. I'm like, I'm not cutting, I'm resting. So I walked away. To make a long story short, afterwards, I started raising up the ante, offering money for a spot in the line. I started at 500, then I went to 1,000, then I went to 2, then I went to 3, then I went to $4,000, and this wristband right here, which Sabrina, it has not this one. Sorry, I have so many of them now. This one right here, Sabrina is going to be getting this wristband. I've been texting with somebody who I think knows her. So she's still, I'm going to honor the code. Hashtag honor the code, man. She's going to get this wristband. She already received her $4,000. I paid her through Cash App. And she walked away and I took her place in line. I think maybe the mistake was that she rushed out of there too quickly. I don't know what it was, but I suspect because everybody was in agreement. I think even if she stayed, it would have been the same. Because as the line is reforming with me in it, the deputies walk over. And I go, sir, you need to get out of line. I go, excuse me? They go, you need to go to the back of the line. I go, why? They said, I just saw you walk in. And I was like, no. I exchanged with Sabrina. She just walked away. And everybody, and I have this on my stream, on my channel, everybody's like, yeah. The line would not just let me squeeze in magically.
That's not going to happen.
Ever. But a 1-for-1 exchange, who cares? They don't care because they're not losing their place in line. That's why it's mob rule. So, and the deputy, it's not just him. This is Lieutenant Taggart, who I like to call the bishop in this situation because I'm a chess player, as you know. And he's got 3 pawns with him. And 4 of them are like, you need to get out of line, sir. And I go, I am not going to do that. I would like to go in. And they're like, nope, not happening. And he walked away. And I was like, all right, okay. So I keep moving forward as the line moves forward. Everybody, like there was this dude, so gracious. I caught him on stream, I think twice. He was like, yep, I saw you, man. You paid money. She left. You took her spot. Everything was peachy. As I get to the front of the line, I'm in the front. The deputy points to the person behind me and goes, next. And I'm like, wait a minute, what about me? I'm in line. Can I get a wristband? And they're like, no, sir, we need you to move out of the way. I say, no, I would like to go in. I had a lawful legal transaction. Goods have been exchanged. Sir, you need to move out of the way. All right. Okay. I move out of the way. And I talk to Deputy Taggart. I go, Lieutenant Taggart. He's the one in charge of all the deputies that are currently present. Like I said, he's the bishop. They're all the pawns. Not a degrading comment. It's just an analogy so people understand the situation better.
Sure.
And the bishop is basically telling me, like, I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do. It's all on video. I don't remember, like, my visual. I remember everything visually, but the words, because my adrenaline was at about 12 on a scale of 10. The conversation is not as memorable to me. The words that were going back and forth are not as memorable to me. But I can tell you visually. So I talked to him. He said, you can talk to the pole if you'd like. It's basically all the same to me, because I understand. At that moment, I realized he's not the one responsible. He has been receiving direct orders from somebody higher up somewhere. I don't know who. I don't care at this point. It's done. I vented on my channel. It's out of my system. I'm not a vindictive guy. I want to move forward. I want to enjoy this trial. That's all I want. And as I was walking away, Taggart was standing there, and I walked up to him and I said, look, man, I know it's not your fault. I know it's been, you've been instructed by somebody above you, basically the Nuremberg defense. I didn't call it that, but that's what it is. Sure. And I shook his hand and I said, have a good day. And I walked away to the garage.
Wild. That's crazy. Did he didn't offer any like confirmation or anything like that, or say anything to you after you said that?
It was a mild head nod that he couldn't hide, that he was trying to hide very skillfully. But the truth will come out. We'll find out.
Crazy, man. Well, sorry to hear about your loss of cash.
I'm not. It is what it is, man. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
And I'll just say for what it's worth, like I don't know what happened. I wasn't there. What happened? All I know is DUI Guy was just on my stream before I came here, and that's the same story he told me.
Crazy.
The story hasn't changed. Yeah.
It's all on video too.
Here's oh, sorry. I thought I had this on screen because my brain is broken. Here's the arrival of Johnny Depp. Amber Heard just arrived a second ago. They're actually already in the courtroom. They're just replaying the arrivals right now.
There's been a multiplication of the
there's been a multiplication, did he say?
I don't know what that means.
Do we have
I think there's
before the jury
probably just a shitload more people. It's the last day.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, fantastic. Let me just take a minute to get my computer up.
Why was there laughter?
She asked if there were any preliminary matters, and they said no. And she said, that's what I like to hear.
Just also, I did, for the ones that are going to go back to the jury, I did take off the Depp and Heard on the title. So it just has the numbers on the jury instructions. Okay.
Nick, judgment today, or are we going into next week?
I think it's going to be next week.
Definitely next week.
I was thinking if she would have made them come in on Saturday, there would have been a decision today.
Ain't that the truth?
Whoa.
Joan Rivers critiquing what Amber Heard is wearing today.
What's Amber wearing today?
Oh. Okay.
Good morning.
I might switch over to the other one. I don't, the freaking branding. Sky News wasn't up a second ago. They're who I've been using the whole time.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you now have heard all the evidence in the case. Before the lawyers make their closing arguments, the court will instruct you on the instructions of law that you are to apply in deciding this case. Okay. Since it's been quite a while since I gave you the preliminary instructions, I want to remind you that in closing arguments, the lawyers will refer to the testimony and the other evidence that you will have heard. But what the lawyers say in their closing arguments is not itself evidence. Their statements are only their recollection of what the evidence in the case was. It is your collective recollection as 7 jurors of what the evidence in the case was, which shall govern your deliberations. In addition, your notes should be used only as an aid to your memory. You should not give your notes precedence over your independent recollection of the evidence. You should rely on your independent recollection of what the evidence in the case was, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. I also wanted to make you aware that due to the high high-profile nature of this case, the court has entered an order to seal the names of the jurors for a year, which is different than what I had instructed you in the beginning of the case. I wanted to bring that to your attention, okay? All right. As to the following jury instructions that I'm going to give you, you'll be able to take these written jury instructions into the deliberation room with you, so you don't need to write down exactly what I say right now, because you'll all have copies of them, but I would ask for your attention while I read them to you, okay? With respect to the instructions that I'm about to give you, you may note that some of them are numbered and some of them are lettered at the top, and that the numbers and letters do not necessarily follow in any sequence or any order. Do not concern yourself with that. Some might even be missing, but just consider only the body or text of the instruction, not the headings, okay? All right, now some of the instructions may appear to be in conflict. This is because the court cannot predict your findings of fact. Therefore, the court must instruct you, the jury, on the applicable law under both the plaintiff's and the defendant's theory of the case, okay? All right.
Here we go.
You have been chosen and sworn as jurors in this case to try the issues of facts presented. You must consider and decide this case fairly and impartially. You are to perform this duty without bias or prejudice as to any party. All persons stand equal before the law and are entitled to the same treatment under the law. Our system of law does not permit jurors to be governed by sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion. Both of the parties and the public expect that you will carefully and impartially consider all the evidence in the case, follow the law as stated by the court, and reach a just verdict regardless of the consequences. You are the judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight of the evidence. You may consider the appearance and manner of the witnesses on the stand, their intelligence, their opportunity for knowing the truth and for having observed the things about which they testified, their interest in the outcome of the case, their bias, and if any have been shown, their prior inconsistent statements, or whether they have knowingly testified untruthfully as to any material fact in the case. You may not arbitrarily disregard believable testimony of a witness. However, after you have considered all the evidence in the case, then you may accept or discard all or part of the testimony of a witness as you think proper. You are entitled to use your common sense in judging any testimony. From these things and all the other circumstances of the case, you may determine which witnesses are more believable and weigh their testimony accordingly. You must not base your verdict in any way upon sympathy, bias, guesswork, or speculation. Your verdict must be based solely upon the evidence and instructions of the court. Your verdict must be based on the facts as you find them and on the law contained in all of these instructions. With respect to plaintiff John C. Depp II's claims against defendant Amber Laura Heard, the issues in this case are summarized below. Number one, whether Ms. Heard made or published any of the following statements. A, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath that has to change. B, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. C, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Number two, do any of Ms. Heard's statements imply or insinuate anything about Mr. Depp? Number three, were Ms. Heard's statements seen by anyone other than Mr. Depp? Number four, did Ms. Heard's statements convey a defamatory implication to someone who saw them other than Mr. Depp? Number five, are the implications or insinuations about Mr. Depp in Ms. Heard's statements false?
It's a nasty
Number
instruction.
six, did Ms. Heard make the statements with actual malice? Number seven, if Mr. Depp is entitled to recover, what is the amount of Mr. Depp's damages? On these issues, Mr. Depp has the burden of proof. Your decisions on these issues must be governed by the instructions that follow. With respect to Ms. Heard's claims against Mr. Depp, the issues in this case are summarized below. Number one, did Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, make the following statements? A, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as a sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. B, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. And C, we have reached the beginning of the end.
Hair looks like a halo today.
Johnny
It's
Depp.
like it's a signal of innocence.
Are any of the statements about Ms. Heard? Number
Princess
three, were
Bride.
any of the statements seen by someone other than Ms. Heard? Number four, are any of the
Trying to make her
statements
look like
false?
an innocent goddess.
Number five, were any of the statements made with actual malice? Number six, if Ms. Heard is entitled to recover, what is the amount of Ms. Heard's damages? On these issues, Ms. Heard has the burden of proof. Your decisions on these issues must be governed by the instructions that follow. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim of defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number one, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. And number two, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number three, the statement is false. And number four, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number five, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number six, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number seven, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim for defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of evidence that, number one, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. And number two, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number three, the statement is false. Number four, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number five, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number six, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number seven, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim for defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number one, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. And number two, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number three, the statement is false. And number four, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number five, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number six, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number seven, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement.
The jury has one hand.
You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number one, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. And number two, the statement is about Ms. Heard. And number three, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. And number four, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number five, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number one, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set up Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their stories straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. And number two, the statement is about Ms. Heard. And number three, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. And four, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number five, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number one, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. We have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. And number two, the statement is about Ms. Heard. And number three, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. And number four, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. When used in these instructions, the phrase, the greater weight of the evidence, also sometimes called the preponderance of the evidence, means the evidence which you find more persuasive when evaluated against all the evidence that has been admitted in the case. The testimony of one witness whom you believe can be the greater weight of the evidence. When a party has the burden of proving any issue by clear and convincing evidence, he or she must produce evidence that creates in your minds a firm belief or conviction that he or she has proved the issue. A statement that is not directly defamatory may nonetheless suggest a defamatory meaning in an indirect way, that is, by implication. In determining whether any of the statements have a defamatory implication, you must consider the op-ed as a whole and the circumstances surrounding its publication. You should consider if these circumstances show that the words used are defamatory and relate to Mr. Depp. However, such circumstances cannot extend the meaning of the words used in the op-ed beyond their ordinary and common meaning. The proposed implication must be reasonably drawn from the words actually used. In determining whether any of the statements in the op-ed are false and defamatory as to Mr. Depp, you must read the statements in the context of the op-ed as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation. In determining whether any of Mr. Waldman's statements are false and defamatory, you must read those statements in context as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation. Both parties have the burden of proving actual malice by clear and convincing evidence. To meet this burden, each party must prove by clear and convincing evidence that each statement was made or published, number 1, with knowledge that the statement was false, or number 2, so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statement was probably false. Actual malice is a subjective analysis that looks to the state of the mind of the person who made the statement. If the person who made the statement is believed it was substantially accurate at the time of its publication, then it does not give rise to liability for defamation. The term actual malice should not be confused with the more common meanings of the word malice, such as ill will or hatred. Actual malice is not established merely because an author was motivated by ill will, prejudice, hostility, hatred, contempt, or even a desire to injure another. In order to find that Ms. Heard republished the original op-ed, including the headline, through a tweet on December 19, 2018, you must find that she retransmitted the defamatory material or redistributed the material with the goal of reaching a new audience. Stated differently, republication occurs when the speaker has affirmatively reiterated the statement. A hyperlink directing readers to a previous article on the same website does not direct the previous article to a new audience. Merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience. If you find any content added to the hyperlink was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication. Further, if you find a republication occurred on December 19, 2018, then in order to find for Mr. Depp against Ms. Heard, you must also find by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard made this republication with actual malice. A principal is a person or legal entity with power or right to control the means and methods of performance by which another person performs the principal's work. An agent is the person who is subject to the power or right of a principal to control the means and methods of performing the work. An attorney has the express authority to do everything which the client expressly authorized him to do, and the implied authority to do everything necessary or incidental to the purpose for which he was retained. Ms. Heard has the burden of proving by the greater weight of the evidence that Mr. Waldman was an agent of Mr. Depp, and that Mr. Waldman was acting within the scope of his agency when he made the statements. You must remember that there is no burden on either party to prove the truth of any of the statements. Both parties were free to offer proof of truth, but by doing so, they do not assume the burden of convincing you of the truth of the statements. The burden remains on each party to prove that the statements he or she complains of are false. The rules of evidence ordinarily do not permit witnesses to testify as to opinions or conclusions. An exception to this rule exists as to those whom we call expert witnesses. Witnesses who, by education and experience, have become expert in some art, science, profession, or calling may state their opinions as to relevant and material matters in which they profess to be expert, and may also state their reasons for the opinion. You should consider each expert opinion received in evidence in this case and give it such weight as you may think it deserves. If you should decide that the opinions of an expert witness is not based upon sufficient education and experience, or if you should conclude that the reasons given in support of the opinion are not sound, or if you feel that it is outweighed by other evidence, you may disregard the opinion entirely. In considering the weight to be given to the testimony of expert witnesses whose opinions differ, you may consider the ability and character of the witnesses, their actions upon the witness stand, the weight and process of the reasoning by which they support their opinion, their possible bias in favor of the side for which they testify, the relative opportunities for study or observation of the matters about which they testify, and any other matters which serve to illuminate their statements. In considering the weight to be given to the testimony of expert witnesses, you should consider the basis for his or her opinion and the manner by which he or she arrived at it, and the underlying fact and data upon which he or she relied. An expert witness was asked whether statements contained in published treatises, periodicals, or pamphlets are reliable authority of a type normally relied upon by others in his or her field of expertise. This evidence is permitted to test the knowledge, accuracy, and opinions of the expert witness. And if such evidence is established as a reliable authority by expert testimony, it may be considered by you along with the other evidence in the case. In considering the evidence, you are not limited to the bald statements of the witnesses. In other words, you are not limited solely to what you see and hear as the witnesses testify. On the contrary, you are permitted to draw from the facts which you find to have been proven such reasonable inferences as may seem justified in the light of your own experience. During the trial of this case, certain testimony has been presented to you by way of video depositions. You should give this testimony the same consideration as to its weight and credibility as you give to the testimony of witnesses who testified here in court. You must not discount any testimony merely because it was shown to you by video recording. When one of the parties testifies unequivocally to the facts within his or her own knowledge, those statements of fact and the necessary inferences from them are binding upon him or her. He or she cannot rely on other evidence in conflict with his or her own testimony to strengthen his or her case. However, you must consider his or her testimony as a whole, and you must consider a statement made in one part of his or her testimony in the light of any explanation or clarification made elsewhere in his or her testimony. Any fact that may be proved by direct evidence may be proved by circumstantial evidence. That is, you may draw all reasonable and legitimate inferences and deductions from the evidence. If you believe from the case that a witness, other than Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard, previously made a statement inconsistent with his or her testimony at this trial, the only purpose for which that statement may be considered by you is its bearing on the witness's credibility. It is not evidence that what the witness previously said was true. If you believe from the evidence that Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp previously made a statement inconsistent with her or his testimony at this trial, that previous statement may be considered by you as evidence that what Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp previously said was true. In reaching your verdict in this case, you are to consider the testimony and evidence. Sometimes attorneys stated objections during the course of this trial and instructed a witness not to answer a question. Objections and instructions to witnesses are not evidence, and you may not consider them in reaching your verdict, nor are you to draw any inference from the fact that an objection was made. You must not consider any matter that was rejected or stricken by the court. It is not evidence and should be discarded. Any amount of damages requested by a party is not evidence in this case. You should not consider it as evidence in arriving at your verdict. If you find your verdict for Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard, then he or she is entitled to recover compensatory damages without any proof of actual or pecuniary injury. As a result, injury to Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard's personal and business reputation, humiliation, and embarrassment is presumed. If you find either party liable for defamation, then in determining the amount of damages to which the opposing party is entitled, you may take into consideration all the circumstances surrounding the defamatory statements, the occasions on which they were made, and the extent of their publication, the nature and character of the insult, the probable effect on those who heard the statements, and their probable and natural effect upon the defamed party's personal feelings and upon his or her standing in the community and in business. Your verdict should be for the amount that will fully and fairly compensate him or her for, number one, any loss or injury to his or her business. Number two, any insult to him or her, including any pain, embarrassment, humiliation, or mental suffering. Number three, any injury to his or her reputation. And number four, any actual out-of-pocket losses that were caused by the statements. Mr. Depp cannot recover damages for any harm that occurred after November 2nd, 2020. Ms. Heard can recover damages for any harm that occurred after Mr. Waldman's statements were published. The burden is on the parties seeking damages to prove by the greater weight of the evidence each item of damages he or she claims and to prove that each item was caused by the defamatory statements at issue. Neither party is required to prove the exact amount of damages, but the party must show sufficient facts and circumstances to permit you to make a reasonable estimate of each item. If either party fails to do so, then he or she cannot recover for that item. If you have found by clear and convincing evidence that the statements in the op-ed were made with knowledge that they were false or so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statements were probably false, then you may award punitive damages to punish Ms. Heard for such actions and to serve as an example to prevent others from making such statements in the future. You must state separately in your verdict any amount you allow as compensatory damages, if any, and the amount you allow as punitive damages. If you have found by clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made the statements with knowledge that they were false or so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statements were probably false, then you may award punitive damages to punish Mr. Depp for his such actions and to serve as an example to prevent others from making such statements in the future. You must state separately in your verdict any amount you allow as compensatory damages, if any, and the amount you allow as punitive damages. All right, closing arguments.
Wow, she got through those pretty quick.
I'm sorry, could you please repeat that?
That was pretty quick. I mean, the big nail in this is the defamatory implication instruction. Does this imply anything about Johnny Depp that is negative? Is huge.
So much for leaving Depp's name out of the article, out of the op-ed.
Exactly. Nope, you had it for a second.
Oh, Camille's doing the close. Hopefully she's not. Is she reading? Oh my!
I could have sworn I thought Ben Chu was going to go first.
Thank you.
If she has the podium,
Try that again.
it's not that big of a deal.
Good morning.
Not as big of a deal.
On May 27th, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into a courthouse in Los Angeles, California, to get a no-notice ex-parte restraining order against Mr. Depp, and in doing so, ruined his life by falsely telling the world that she was a survivor of domestic abuse at the hands of Mr. Depp. Today, on May 27th, 2022, exactly 6 years later, we ask you to give Mr. Depp his life back by telling the world that Mr. Depp is not the abuser Ms. Heard said he is, and hold Ms. Heard accountable for her lies. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as you probably know by now, my name is Camille Vasquez. On behalf of Mr. Depp and all my colleagues at Brown Rednick, I want to thank you deeply for your time and your service over these last 7 weeks. We understand that it probably has not been convenient for you to be here every day, and we are so grateful for your time and careful consideration of the evidence as you deliberate. After weeks of sitting in this courtroom, listening to testimony and looking at evidence, now it's time for you, the jury, to come to a decision. You have been entrusted with a serious task. What is at stake in this trial is a man's good name. Even more than that, what is at stake at this trial is a man's life. The life that he lost when he was accused of a heinous crime, and the life he could live when he is finally vindicated. Exactly 6 years ago today, on May 27th, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into court and filed a false report of domestic abuse against her husband of 15 months, Johnny Depp. The scene was a setup. She tipped off the paparazzi so they would be waiting. They knew exactly where she would pause, which side of her face to photograph. And the photos captured what she wanted them to see, the image of a battered woman. What the paparazzi did not know is that the dark mark on her face mysteriously appeared 6 days after last seeing Mr. Depp. It was a lie. She knew it, Mr. Depp knew it, and the multiple witnesses you heard from who saw her that week of May 21st, 2016 also knew it. But the world only saw what she wanted them to see. Two years later, when promoting the biggest role of her career until this trial, Ms. Heard
Oh,
a public figure representing domestic abuse. The headline of the op-ed featured the term sexual violence, even though she had never before accused her ex-husband of such a heinous crime. Ms. Heard and her lawyers love to remind you of how the op-ed did not mention Mr. Depp by name. But Ms. Heard made sure that there would be no mistake about who she was referring to. She inserted 2 years ago, so the world would remember the photo of a battered woman, the mark on her face standing outside the courthouse, and they would once again see Mr. Depp as the villain, this time in full swing of the Me Too movement. But what was happening behind closed doors was quite different from what Ms. Heard presented to the world. The exact opposite, in fact. There is an abuser in this courtroom, but it is not Mr. Depp. And there is a victim of domestic abuse in this courtroom, but it is not Ms. Heard.
Correct.
The evidence presented in this trial has shown that Ms. Heard is in fact the abuser and Mr. Depp the abused. As you heard from Mr. Depp and multiple other witnesses that testified under oath,
Punch back twice as hard.
Mr. Depp experienced persistent verbal, physical, and emotional abuse by Ms. Heard during their relationship. And when their relationship was over, Ms. Heard inflicted the greatest and cruelest injury of all. She publicly and falsely named Mr. Depp as the abuser. Ms. Heard never thought she would be held accountable, never thought that she would have to face her abuser. She never thought she would have her supposed mountain of evidence vetted. She never thought that Mr. Depp would tell you, the jury, and the world that he was the real victim of domestic abuse. She said it in her own words.
You can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and yes. It's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
At the start of this case, Mr. Chu and I stood before you to give you our opening statements on behalf of Mr. Depp. During that statement, we made promises to you about what the evidence would ultimately show at the end of this trial. We've kept those promises. One of those promises we made was that you would come to
Always good when you can do this.
That she is a deeply troubled person, violently afraid of abandonment, desperate for attention and approval. And in her relationship with Mr. Depp, she was violent, she was abusive, and she was cruel. You heard from Dr. Shannon Curry, who explained that Ms. Heard suffers from borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder. These are disorders that are characterized by anger, sometimes uncontrollable and explosive anger, and a powerful, sometimes desperate need for attention, acceptance, and approval. Fear of abandonment is the deepest fear. A person with these disorders will suffer from dramatically fluctuating moods.
It's the usual.
That's a bad look, Amber.
And aggressive.
Yep.
They can also be charming and likable, but they can be incredibly manipulative and wild.
She's talking to a palace servant.
Roller coaster with wild swings, from idolizing their partner to devaluing him. In fact, you saw that when she completed testing with her own forensic psychology expert, Dr. Dawn Hughes. Ms. Heard self-reported that she felt like she had 3 or 4 different personalities, and that sometimes her temper would explode and she'd completely lose control. You heard from multiple witnesses that Ms. Heard can be very pleasant, even charming. But you also heard from multiple witnesses and in audio recordings of Ms. Heard that she can be incredibly aggressive, violent, and cruel. You heard that even from her former assistant, Kate James, Ms. James testified that Ms. Heard would scream, yell, and send her barrages of text messages. In fact, Ms. Heard testified that Ms. James testified that Ms. Heard literally spat in her face. You heard from Ms. Heard's former best friend, Rocky Pennington, that Ms. Heard once hit her when Ms. Pennington did not do her best to meet Ms. Heard's needs. You also heard from Beverly Leonard that she once witnessed Ms. Heard assault her then partner in Seattle Airport in 2009. And you heard from Mr. Depp that Ms. Heard used her sister Whitney as a punching bag, literally and figuratively. You also heard overwhelming evidence from Mr. Depp and the people that were around him and Ms. Heard during their relationship, that Mr. Depp suffered persistent verbal and physical abuse at the hands of Ms. Heard. You've heard evidence from Dr. Curry and the fact witnesses at this trial that Ms. Heard's deepest fear is one of abandonment, being left by Mr. Depp. Mr. Depp's greatest crime in her mind, the fault she confronts him with time and time again, is that he splits. He leaves the fight, especially when Ms. Heard gets physical, and she couldn't stand it when he did. You heard from Ms. Heard yourselves in audio recordings how upsetting it was to her when Mr. Depp would split.
Anytime anything goes wrong with split, I feel like it's your first thing. And it's unnecessary. It's not always you're splitting because there's blows or because there's yelling or anything.
Not always because of blows.
Most times when I'm still speaking in this volume and nothing has been thrown or hit or anything.
You saw the barrage of text messages she would send when he would leave, calling him a monster for doing so. You heard from witnesses like Travis McGivern, Tara Roberts, and Debbie Lloyd that Ms. Heard would claw at Mr. Depp, block the elevator, throw a punch. Mr. Depp tried to separate himself from the fight. And you heard from Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's couple therapist, Dr. Anderson, that Ms. Heard reported that when Mr. Depp would leave to de-escalate a fight, she would strike him to keep him there because she would rather be in a fight than have him leave. You heard from Mr. Depp about how often Ms. Heard would berate him, insult him, and physically attack him, including one of the most serious occasions when Ms. Heard threw a vodka bottle at Mr. Depp, severely injuring his finger, and then put a cigarette out on his face. You heard from Mr. Depp that this whole incident in Australia started because Ms. Heard was enraged that Mr. Depp wanted a post-nuptial agreement, and she wasn't in his will, just a month after getting married. When her husband was seriously injured and bleeding from a partially amputated finger, what did Ms. Heard do? She pursued him. She kept coming after him because that's what she does. She wouldn't stop.
I'm getting PTSD.
To get out of that situation that's happening, or it gets worse. In Australia, when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger, at least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went
to avoid talking to me, to
to
avoid
escape
working it
the,
out. That's
to
the
escape
problem.
the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
You heard Mr. Depp testify. He went through something like a nervous breakdown that day, and he wrote a lot of things on mirrors and other places. Again, what did Ms. Heard do as her husband was bleeding from serious injury? She wrote snarky messages right back to him. She denied it under oath to you, but the evidence you saw speaks for itself. You heard from Mr. Depp's security, Sean Bett, who was aware of constant arguing and bickering. He witnessed Ms. Heard calling Mr. Depp names. Fat ass. Fuck you, Johnny. Mr. Bett testified that he saw and documented injuries on Mr. Depp. A swollen eyelid in March of 2015, cuts on his nose, scratch marks on his chin in December of 2015. And you heard from Travis McGivern, who testified that Ms. Heard called Mr. Depp names like washed up, fucking cunt, and worst of all, a fucking deadbeat dad. Ms. Heard would take the low blows and hit him where it hurts, his children. Mr. McGivern told you that on March 23rd, 2015, Ms. Heard threw things at Mr. Depp, spat at him, and ultimately punched him in the face, leaving him with a shiner. You heard testimony from Malcolm Connolly, another security member, who testified he saw Ms. Heard throw things at Mr. Depp, a cigarette lighter on a plane, a soda can from upstairs at the Eastern Columbia building. He never saw marks on Miss Heard, but he saw marks on Mr. Depp. Scratches, bruises on his left eye, scratches on his left ear. And he took pictures documenting injuries like this one. You also heard from Tara Roberts, a manager at Mr. Depp's Island, who witnessed Miss Heard telling Mr. Depp that he was washed up and would die fat and lonely. You also heard from Miss Roberts that she witnessed Miss Heard clawing and grabbing at Mr. Depp, grabbing his hair, trying to pull him back to her. And Mr. Depp had a visible injury to his nose on that occasion. Most importantly, you heard from Miss Heard yourselves on multiple audio recordings, admitting to being physically violent with Mr. Depp. You heard Miss Heard admit to hitting Mr. Depp.
And then you fucking clap.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing. And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor.
You didn't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember. I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean.
The door? No, God, no, I didn't.
But punching me in the jaw.
I didn't. Okay, I'm sorry I hit you. I did mean to hit you, but it was in response. I just reacted in response to my foot. I just reacted.
You heard her admit it again and claim Mr. Depp was a baby for complaining about the abuse.
And I watched you lie, and then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been in a lot of fights. You've been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a close
You
face.
didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do? Do this?
Paints a picture, doesn't
I'm
it?
not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the
It's like
difference.
a canvas, and Camille is just.
Baby.
Let's reverse the genders and imagine how this would be going down.
Yep.
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did, so I had
Because-
to fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable.
Take a minute to really think about what you just heard there. Quote, I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. I was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched. Imagine that was Mr. Depp saying that to Miss Heard. Let's play one more.
I would drive that home over and over again.
Yep.
And this video or audio.
So disgusting.
I'm sure she's great.
No,
No, you're right. I don't. It's all about
I don't regret.
Oh, what else? What else are you? Oh, come on. Steve. Come on. Lay it on me. What else? What else other things?
This is just unhinged.
Must you put glasses on?
Oh, no, I want
She wants to look more like Dr. Curry.
Get out, you
Run away. Go get it.
Her pen matches her blazer.
Please,
It's pretty sweet.
Please be running. You're 15 and you have room to go run. Come on, go be a real married man. You deal with your shit the way that a man does. Go run to the next house. Every man does.
Yeah.
God, that sounds like my ex-wife.
She's making another list.
This is
Shovel,
revealed as
duct
her.
tape.
Not the one you saw in this courtroom. What you didn't hear on a single recording you heard in this case, and there were many played by both parties, is Mr. Depp ever admitting to hitting, punching, or kicking Miss Heard. You didn't hear it. It doesn't exist. It didn't happen.
Good. Good.
And despite the fact that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard are heard discussing many of the alleged incidents you've heard about at this trial, like Australia and the Bahamas, you never heard Ms. Heard accuse Mr. Depp of sexual assault. Unlike Mr. Depp, who you heard admit to and own up to his past mistakes and his struggles, particularly with drugs and alcohol, Ms. Heard will not admit that she has ever done anything wrong.
Mm-hmm.
She cannot deny what you heard on those recordings.
Everybody's a liar but her.
And her lawyers have
Yep.
tried to make a case about Mr. Depp's language. It is Ms. Heard that repeatedly admits to violence. By April and May of 2016, Mr. Depp had reached his limit. His mother was dying. His finances were a mess. And when he showed up late to Ms. Heard's 30th birthday party, because a meeting with his new business manager, Edward White, had gone late, Ms. Heard, of course, was not understanding. She was furious. You heard from Mr. Depp, both in this courtroom and on audio recordings, that Ms. Heard punched him that evening. He left with Travis McGivern, and the next morning he learned that someone had left feces on his bed.
I'm so
Ms.
glad
Heard
they brought
denied
that up again.
responsibility, but she admitted to the prank to Starling Jenkins. You heard him testify to that effect. For almost a month after that, they didn't see each other. And you heard from Mr. Depp that when his mother died on May 20th, 2016, he resolved to leave Ms. Heard. He was done. And when Ms. Heard learned that Mr. Depp was done, that she was really losing him, she went on the attack. She filed for divorce before Mr. Depp could. Then, as you heard from Mr. Depp's divorce lawyer, Laura Wasser, Ms. Heard sent a letter demanding financial support. And when her demands weren't met, Ms. Heard struck a blow against Mr. Depp that was more damaging than any physical blow she had ever landed. When she walked into court 6 years ago today, on May 27th, 2016, to get a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, she did so in front of paparazzi with a mark on her face. The evidence presented at this trial demonstrates that Ms. Heard didn't just want a divorce. She wanted to ruin him. Ms. Heard denied alerting TMZ to the TRO filing in this courtroom. But you heard testimony from Morgan Tremaine that TMZ knew to go to the courthouse, knew what side of her face the alleged bruise was on, and that Ms. Heard would pause. She would pause for paparazzi, who got the photos that ended up splashed across newspapers and magazines. Ms. Heard testified that she did not personally give photographs of her apparent injuries to People magazine, but somehow these pictures that she took and maintained on her devices ended up on the cover of People magazine 1 month later.
This is good. Make it about the implication of all of the statements.
In the
all
end,
of the
she
things
walked
that are
away
done
with $7
are wrapped
million
up in that op-ed.
without any tax liabilities, which she said she was donating to 2 charities, the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. The ACLU, they got less than $1 million from her. And the Children's Hospital, they got $250,000. But that didn't stop Ms. Heard from telling the world that she donated everything. Nothing. And she had donated everything. The word donated. And that didn't stop her from testifying under the penalty of perjury that she had donated it. Ms. Heard tried to tell you that pledge and donate mean the same thing. Claims she hasn't given the money because she was sued. But you've heard uncontested evidence that she had the money for 13 months prior to this lawsuit being commenced by Mr. Depp. She had all the money and had month after month after month to fulfill her pledge and actually donate the money. But she didn't. She also told you that she never fulfilled the pledge because Mr. Depp sued her for defamation. That's a blatant lie. It was Ms. Heard who fired the first shot after the divorce was finalized, when she sought to initiate an arbitration against Mr. Depp for defamation 3 months before the op-ed was even published, and 6 months before Mr. Depp filed this lawsuit.
Ooh, that's good.
Not only does this contradict Ms. Heard's excuse for not making donations, it contradicts her narrative that she just wants to move on with her life, that she just wants Mr. Depp to leave her alone. Lies. That is Ms. Heard's narrative. Lies upon lies.
The Danish video.
There allegedly were all kinds of accusations flying your way when you said all this, and then there was a divorce settlement. You got $7 million. People were saying this is all about the money.
Amber is lying, liar, lying.
Twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to. I split
Someone
it
twisted the argument.
ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los
The
Angeles.
German
Rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization in the United States. It's called the American Civil Liberties Union, and they work on behalf of marginalized communities on the ground and in legislative reform.
Right.
And
Well, more power to you, because that's something that I've never
I
heard
wanted
of.
nothing.
I wanted nothing. I know
When you
nothing.
catch Ms. Heard in a lie, she tries to cover it up with more lies. So
Good.
let's talk about the giant lie at the heart of this case. Ms. Heard's claim that Mr. Depp is an abusive monster and that she is a public figure representing domestic abuse. At the start of this case, Mr. Chu and I told you that you were going to hear some disturbing and graphic tales of abuse from Ms. Heard, and they were designed to shock you and overwhelm you, which you have. We told you that this would be a performance, the role of her lifetime, as a heroic survivor of brutal abuse. When Mr. Depp brought this case for defamation, Ms. Heard went all in. She spun a story of shocking, overwhelming, brutal abuse. She came into this courtroom prepared to give the performance of her life, and she gave it. Ms. Heard's acting coach, Christina Sexton, testified that Ms.
Yes.
Heard has difficulty crying when she is acting. You saw it.
You saw it.
Saw
Obviously
it.
without tears. While
She couldn't
spinning
cry while she was
elaborate,
acting.
exaggerated, fantastical
court.
accounts of abuse and everything going on in her mind almost a decade prior while enduring that abuse. It was a performance. She told you that what she thinks about, she told you what she thinks you need to hear to convict this man as a domestic abuser and a rapist. She wants you to believe that she was abused countless times over the entire course of their relationship. But as Mr. Chu and I promised you, the evidence just does not bear that out. Ms. Heard has told you that she has mountains of evidence of abuse, but there are no medical records reflecting she sustained any injuries from the abuse she claims. Ms. Heard had medical professionals at her disposal: Dr. Kipper, Debbie Lloyd, her own nurse, Erin Filati, and yet there is nothing. Ms. Heard took pictures all the time. Pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping. Pictures of cocaine. Pictures of property damage. Pictures of herself. And as an actress, she was photographed all the time. Where are the pictures of the horrific injuries Ms. Heard describes?
Good.
There it
This is a huge, huge problem.
Ms. Heard also took audio recordings and videos frequently. Where are the videos of Mr. Depp attacking her? Where are the audio recordings of Mr. Depp admitting to or apologizing for physical abuse?
Where's the dog that didn't bark in the night?
Look
What
at
Ms.
Johnny
Heard
nodding.
has, and what you've seen multiple times, is a video of Mr. Depp banging some cabinets around in a kitchen. A video that, based on the testimony you heard from Morgan Tremaine, the former TMZ employee, Ms. Heard seems to have sold to TMZ right before she was deposed in connection with her divorce from Mr. Depp.
Boom.
And her dog murdered a bee.
Sure, Ms. Heard can point to text messages where Mr. Depp is apologizing to her, but never for violence. Ms. Heard's counsel showed you Defendant's Exhibit 325, where Mr. Depp says sorry for, quote, my behavior. I'm a fucking savage. But this is not an apology for physical violence. It's an apology for the, quote, these heinous, slinging insults. Mr. Depp is apologizing for the words he used. Unlike Ms. Heard, who you heard apologizing for physical violence in multiple audio recordings, you have never heard that from Mr. Depp because he never used physical violence against Ms. Heard. Ms. Heard told you that Mr. Depp started abusing her right from the very beginning of her relationship, starting at the beginning of 2012. But she has repeatedly testified under oath differently to having spent a year of bliss with Mr. Depp before he ever laid a hand on her. And now, in this courtroom, she has suddenly erased an entire year of magic. She wants you to believe that instead of hitting her after a year of magic, Mr. Depp was hitting her immediately. The good times she has testified to about repeatedly in the past apparently never happened. And with the good times erased, Ms. Heard wants you to believe that she gave Mr. Depp a big knife that said, hasta la muerte, until death, to the man who supposedly would get drunk and high and beat her. Ms. Heard admitted to you during this trial that Mr. Depp always wears big, chunky rings on every finger. According to her, he was wearing these rings when he'd slap her, hit her, punch her in the face. But you have not seen a single photograph that reflects the serious injuries Ms. Heard would have sustained if this was true. Not one. Ms. Heard testified to an incident in March 2013 when Mr. Depp supposedly hit her multiple times in the face while wearing rings. And this is what her face looked like afterwards. Ms. Heard testified to an incident in Russia where she claims Mr. Depp whacked her in the face and gave her a bloody nose. She didn't take pictures of her bloody nose, but her photograph was taken on that trip, and this is what she looked like.
Pull up the photo.
That guy's fired. Perfect. Amica cream for the win.
The cure-all.
Ms. Heard told you that there was an incident the night of the Met Gala in May 2014 when Mr. Depp supposedly whacked Ms. Heard in the face, leaving her with a red, discolored, and swollen nose that she felt was broken. Ms. Heard didn't show you any photographs of these alleged injuries, but photographs were taken of her the following night, and there were no visible injuries to Ms. Heard's face.
Perfect.
This is Amica country.
Amica, the never sweller.
Ms. Heard testified that in January 2015, while she and Mr. Depp were in Tokyo, Mr. Depp knelt on her back so aggressively that she was concerned that bruises would be visible in her backless dress.
That's nice.
Here's Ms. Heard in that backless dress.
That's a great dress. Just going to say.
Ms. Heard testified that after an incident in December 2015, she had 2 black eyes, a broken nose, and chunks of hair missing. The assault was allegedly so violent that there was blood left all over the pillows, and Mr. Depp had broken the bed frame. pictures were taken of that bed frame. And in that picture, there appears to be a pocket knife on the bed. And that picture fails to capture the bloody pillows. And here is what Ms. Heard looked like on the James Corden show the next day.
That's what she looked like applying
Indeed,
for
you
her
heard from
position
Ms.
in
Heard's
Aquaman
own
2 as
nurse,
well.
Erin Filati, that she saw her a day or two afterwards and could not visualize the injuries Ms. Heard described. Ms. Heard did take pictures of herself after this alleged incident. But are the injuries reflected in these photographs consistent? That's the question. Are they consistent with the brutal assault and serious injuries Ms. Heard has testified to? Or are these injuries more consistent with Mr. Depp's testimony that he and Ms. Heard bumped heads while he was trying to restrain Ms. Heard to keep her from attacking him? Out of Australia, where Mr. Depp sustained the most serious injury from his relationship with Ms. Heard spun a story of horror. A 3-day ordeal with a drug-fueled Mr. Depp violently assaulting her, cutting his own finger off, dragging her through glass, and then bending her back over a counter and raping her with a whiskey bottle. She claimed that she had bruises on her face, cuts all over her arms and feet, and was bleeding from her vagina from the sexual assault. And what did Ms. Heard say she did? She went upstairs, took some sleeping pills, and went to sleep. The next morning, she took pictures of the mirrors her husband had written on in paint using his amputated finger. She took no pictures of herself, her alleged injuries, or the property damage she testified to in this courtroom. When Malcolm Connolly, Jerry Judge, Dr. Kipper, and Nurse Debbie Lloyd arrived to extract Mr. Depp and get him medical treatment for his finger injury, you heard from Mr. Connolly, Dr. Kipper, and Ms. Lloyd. All of them testified they did not observe any injuries to Ms. Heard, and no one, including Ms. Heard, testified that she sought medical treatment. You also heard from Ben King. He also saw Ms. Heard right after this alleged incident. He flew home with her to Los Angeles. He testified that Ms. Heard didn't want to leave, that she said, I can't leave. It will be the end if I leave. He also testified that once they did leave for Los Angeles, Ms. Heard asked him if he ever got so mad he just lost it. When Ms. Heard arrived in Los Angeles, she saw Travis McGivern, who also testified he observed no injuries, and her personal nurse, Erin Filati, who documented no requests for medical treatment and no injuries in her nursing notes for Ms. Heard. You heard from Mr. Depp's sister, Christy, that she also saw Ms. Heard when she arrived back to Los Angeles and observed no injuries on Ms. Heard. Christy testified that when she told Ms. Heard her fighting with Mr. Depp was unsustainable, Ms. Heard responded that Christy should get off her cross, that Mr. Depp liked her feisty. Ms. Heard's testimony about what occurred in Australia just doesn't add up. That's because there was a monster in that house in Australia, but it wasn't Mr. Depp. It was Ms. Heard. Other than Ms. Heard's testimony, all the evidence you've seen in this trial shows that it was
nodding
Heard
right now. I wish I could
who
see
attacked and grievously wounded Mr. Depp when she threw a vodka bottle at him, severing his finger. Mr. Depp told Dr. Kipper that when Dr. Kipper arrived to treat Mr. Depp's finger. You've seen the pictures of the bar area in Australia with the broken vodka bottles on the ground and trails of blood drops on the floor and a bloody tissue on the floor. We've heard from Ben King that the tip of Mr. Depp's finger was found in the same bar area. And you heard from Dr. Gilbert that the injury to Mr. Depp's finger could have been caused exactly as he described. And interestingly, you heard from Christina Sexton that Ms. Heard told her that Mr. Depp injured his finger while swinging a bottle around. Not smashing a phone, as Ms. Heard surmised in this courtroom, but swinging a bottle around.
I love that word.
You also heard from Ms. Sexton that Ms. Heard first told her about the bottle rape in Australia while Ms. Sexton was at Ms. Heard's home, meeting with her lawyers the day before Ms. Sexton was scheduled to be deposed in this case. The evidence presented at this trial shows that this is not the only time that Ms. Heard disclosed a sexual assault at a convenient time for purposes of litigation she's involved in. The first time Ms. Heard claimed that Mr. Depp sexually assaulted her in the Bahamas in December 2015 was after Tara Roberts, the manager of Mr. Depp's island, submitted a sworn statement in the UK action describing the incident she testified to in this courtroom, where Ms. Heard chased Mr. Depp out of the house, was yelling and then pleading with Mr. Depp to stay while clawing at his hair and clothes, and left Mr. Depp with an injury to his face. That's the first time she disclosed it, after there was contrary evidence. Ms. Heard testified about another incident just 2 weeks after the events in Australia, where Mr. Depp supposedly attacked Ms. Heard and almost pushed her sister Whitney down the stairs. Whitney is the only witness that you heard from that backs up Ms. Heard's version of events. She's it. And the only witness, other than Ms. Heard, who claims to have seen Mr. Depp physically attack Ms. Heard. But just like Ms. Heard's version of the events in Australia, her testimony about the staircase incident and that of her sister Whitney's just doesn't square up with the other evidence in this trial. Their testimony is contradicted by the testimony of Travis McGivern and Debbie Lloyd, who were there that night. Ms. Heard and Whitney testified that Mr. Depp threw a Red Bull can that hit or almost hit Ms. Lloyd. Ms. Lloyd testified that never happened. Mr. McGivern testified that it was Ms. Heard who threw a can at Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard testified that Whitney was between her and Mr. Depp when she punched him. Mr. McGivern testified that he was the one between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp when Ms. Heard punched Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp was able to get his hands in her hair, yank her, and then hit her in the face with the cast he had on. But you heard from Ms. Lloyd and Dr. Colbert, Mr. Depp's medical doctor, who treated Mr. Depp's finger injury, that Mr. Depp's finger was in a delicate state. He had a pin in his finger, a skin graft, and a soft cast that immobilized Mr. Depp's two middle fingers.
Complicates things.
And tellingly, the only picture of an injury from this incident is of Mr. Depp with a shiner. And then we have May 21st, 2016. Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp threw a phone at her face, causing a visible injury. Ms. Heard has shown you pictures she claims to show this injury, but these photographs are not to be trusted. You heard from Mr. Neumeister that, like many of the photographs Ms. Heard has presented in this case, these photos were stored in a photo editing application. And these photos show signs of manipulation.
Good. Nice.
These two photographs were taken at the exact same time and have the exact same file name, but they are visually different. One shows significantly more redness on Ms. Heard's face than the other, which doesn't show any injury at all. Ms. Heard testified that the difference is explained by turning on a light. But there is no way Ms. Heard could have taken a picture, turned on a light, and then taken another picture with every hair in the exact same place within the same second. It's impossible. Moreover, you heard from multiple witnesses, including Officer Melissa Sines, Officer Tyler Haddon, and Officer William Gatlin, Isaac Baruch, Alejandro Romero, who saw Ms. Heard on or after May 21st and saw no injuries to her face before she showed up to that courthouse with a mark on May 27th. And the very next day, after Ms. Heard walked into court, with what appeared to be a bruise on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard was photographed laughing with her best friend, fresh-faced, with no bruise on her face.
Ouch.
The mountain of evidence that Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard is simply not fair. What we have is a mountain of unproven allegations that are wild, over the top, and implausible. And you can't pick and choose which of these wild allegations to believe and which ones to disregard. You either believe all of it or none of it.
Yeah.
Either
That's
Mr.
all
Depp
blaming.
Yeah,
sexually
it's still true.
assaulted a bottle in Australia, or Ms. Heard got up on that stand in front of all of you and made up that horrific tale of abuse. Either she's a victim of truly horrific abuse, or she is a woman who is willing to say absolutely anything.
All the chips in, baby.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All in or
You're gonna
bust.
Go,
Disturbing
yeah,
to
go,
think
go hard,
Ms.
man.
Heard would make up the horrific tales of abuse
have to.
she testified to in this courtroom. But this case doesn't come down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp. This case comes down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp, Christy Dombrowski,
Nice.
Sean Bett, Malcolm Connolly, Travis McGivern, Starling Jenkins, Keenan Wyatt,
The kill
Dr.
shot.
Tipper, nurses Debbie Lloyd and Aaron Filati, Tara Roberts, Ben King, Kate James, Kate Moss, Dr. Colber, Morgan Knight, Morgan Tremaine, Officers Melissa Sines, Officers Tyler Haddon, Officer William Gatlin, and Beverly Leonard.
Oh, that was a moment.
What Ms.
right
Heard
there.
testified to in this courtroom is the story of far too many women. But the overwhelming evidence, weight of that evidence, shows that it's not her story. It's not Ms. Heard's story. It was an act of profound cruelty, not just to Mr. Depp, but to true survivors of domestic abuse.
Yes.
There
For Ms.
you
Heard
go.
to hold herself out as a public figure representing domestic abuse.
There you go.
It was false, it was defamatory, and it caused irreparable harm. And to talk more about that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague and my friend.
Oh,
Whew.
do a warm handoff in the middle of the
Yeah.
close. Okay.
This is interesting.
I thought it was going to be, one segment,
Yeah.
then the next on
He's gonna have to
rebuttal.
pull that mic through that shirt.
Calm down.
I will
Well, gentlemen, while there's a brief lull,
She is.
this is going really well.
And
I
she's
think.
getting the
I
booby
agree.
warmed microphone. There he goes.
Oh.
Good
Very
day for Ben Chu.
cogent, logical. The timeline is there.
Well,
She's
she did
talking
exactly
about-
what she needed to do.
Yeah, good
Yeah.
job. It would have been nice if she could have done it without reading so
Reading,
much. But
yeah.
I thought about that, but I'm like, she has to cover so many points.
yeah, I get it.
She needs to do
I
it.
mean, either you can or you can't. If you can't, you have to use the notes. I mean, that's just the way it is.
Precisely. It's not going to detract from the
Statistics are
case.
not our strong suit.
But you can deliver it without actually
And
seeming
thanks
like
to
you're
all of
reading.
you, truly,
Right.
for taking so much time over these last several weeks to listen to Mr. Depp, to his friends, to his family, and to so many others who have come forward physically in this courtroom, some from a very
Physically,
long distance,
physically,
Yes.
not video
tell
deposition.
you the truth. And to finally, after so many years, to correct the record. As Ms. Vasquez said, you have now come to know the real Amber Heard. Scary. We also told you at the start of this trial that you were going to come to know the real Johnny
Scary.
Depp, not the many characters you've seen him play so wonderfully in the movies, but the man himself. We kept that promise. You've met the real Johnny Depp. You have heard that Mr. Depp came from humble, very difficult beginnings. You have heard from Mr. Depp's big sister, who's here in the courtroom today, Christy Dombrowski, who told you how Mr. Depp grew up in a deeply troubled household with a mother, Betty Sue, who was physically abusive and mentally cruel. As Ms. Dombrowski testified, one of the names that Betty Sue called Mr. Depp when he was a little boy was One Eye, because he had to wear an eye patch for some time. His mother used to hit his father and the kids, including young Mr. Depp. And when his mother got violent, Mr. Depp would retreat and find a place to hide. Sometimes he and his sister Christy would find a place to hide together. Mr. Depp never hit back. And like his father, he either stood up and took the violence or he retreated from it. Those are habits he returned to later when he found himself in a relationship with another person who returned his love with abuse, with physical abuse. And despite this long, unhappy history with his mother, Johnny never turned his back on her. In her elder years, Mr. Depp moved his mother to California, and he moved her to Los Angeles right across the street from his house, so his two children could get to know her. He hired nurses for his mother. He made sure to take care of her and to make her comfortable. She never went to hospice. She had the nurses make her comfortable to the day she died. And from those humble and difficult beginnings, Mr. Depp grew into one of the greatest actors and movie stars of his generation. Now, he came to Los Angeles with his first love as a young man, planning to be a musician. Music had been a part of his life ever since he found peace himself in his room as a young boy when he was escaping, and he learned to play the guitar and would use it as solace. But it was an actor as his star began its rise, as he appeared in films too many to mention, including, of course, his iconic role as Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. Fame came with challenges to Mr. Depp and his family. It was a strange experience for a shy young man from Kentucky to be thrust into the limelight, pursued by paparazzi, and to have even his very name become a brand. But he did his best to live a private, quiet life, and despite it all, and over the years built a reputation as a respected artist and as a decent, very well-liked man, which you've heard from many people. Mr. Depp dated major figures like Winona Ryder, Kate Moss, and Vanessa Paradis, with whom he spent 14 years together and with whom they had their children. Before Amber Heard, ladies and gentlemen, no woman ever before Amber Heard ever claimed that Mr. Depp raised a hand to her in his 58 years.
He's a spontaneous abuser.
And no other woman since Ms. Heard made that false claim back on May 27th, 2016, and repeated it in her December 2018 op-ed. Has any woman come forward since? This is Me Too without any Me Too. To the contrary,
such a huge point.
You heard Kate Moss 2 days ago testify. This is a woman who has never testified in any proceeding, ever. A very private person. Testified that Mr. Depp never abused her, and that Ms. Heard lied to you. And she lied to you twice when she told you.
Objection, Your Honor. That Ms. Sure.
Okay, what
Ron,
happened?
we need a code blue here.
Yeah,
Code blue for our
He
client.
can't say she lied. Yes, he can.
Objecting during closing is very
Bad.
rare.
Yep, bad.
Yeah, you look desperate. DUI guy, you're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said this is the liar objection. Objection, this really hurts my case. Please
Ladies and
stop.
gentlemen, as I was saying, Ms. Heard lied to you twice when she suggested.
Now they get to hear it twice.
He gets to re-say it,
Moss down the stairs.
and they're like, "Oh,
You told her.
Whoops.
You heard her say
But she doesn't
didn't want
smirk
us to
in
hear that.
court.
2 days ago that Mr. Depp never did that, and he never hit her, and he never kicked her. That was one of...
Objection, Your Honor. That's not what she testified to.
Exactly
We
what
just
she
discussed that.
Overruled.
Thank you.
That's exactly what she
There you
testified.
go.
So like I was
even
saying,
worse.
Ms. Heard and her lawyers have spent much of this trial talking about drugs and alcohol. Mr. Depp is no saint, and he has never claimed to be one. He has made mistakes in his life, as we all have. Yes, he has struggled with drugs and alcohol, but
Please
you never
say she
heard
has
him
never
deny it.
admitted.
he didn't look like he was
told you
struggling.
in the
Like he was pretty good at it.
He owns his flaws. He admits to them. He told you all about them. But he is not a violent abuser. He's not an abuser, as Ms. Heard claims. And he did not and does not deserve to have his life, his legacy, destroyed by a vicious lie. And this is, as Ms. Vasquez said, this is the 6th anniversary of that. There is a world of difference between having substance abuse problems and being a physical abuser. Ms. Heard falsely accused Mr. Depp of beating her. That was her first allegation, and you know why, and you know that wasn't true. Then, years after the fact, for the first time, she accused him of raping her. The lies have grown and metastasized over time, and they need to be stopped. And those false accusations have caused more harm to Mr. Depp than her fists ever did. And make no mistake, Ms. Heard has admitted, unlike Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard has admitted on the audio tapes you've heard at this trial, and Ms. Vasquez just played you a few of them, she has admitted repeatedly to physically abusing Mr. Depp. And I would just like to take a minute to talk about the harm to Mr. Depp and his family. You have heard from several of the people in Mr. Depp's life about the damage Ms. Heard's lies have done to him. You heard from his sister, Christy, who told you how hard it has been on his family and on her little brother personally. You heard from Mr. Depp's friend of 4 decades, and that speaks volumes about Mr. Depp. He has lifetime friends.
Unlike some other people in this courtroom.
Told you how Mr. Depp and his
saying it without
family
saying
have
it.
been, quote, completely wrecked, unquote, by Ms. Heard's lies. You heard Mr. Depp testify that he has lost nothing less than everything because of Ms. Heard's lies. Nothing less than everything. You heard about Mr. Depp's children, Jack and Lily Rose. His children have had to hear these allegations since 2016. And then when that started to die down, they had to hear them again. This time in December 2018, this time in the Washington Post, which is a national and international publication. And Mr. Depp has had to live with the knowledge that his children will keep hearing those false rumors and statements against him. Mr. Depp has millions of fans, people who grew up watching him on 21 Jump Street, which is something you heard Ms. Heard mock on one of the tapes that was played to you. Or they grew up watching him play the swashbuckling pirate Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, or Willy Wonka. Mr. Depp means something to those people, and those people mean a lot to Mr. Depp. He's a fond memory from childhood or adolescence or adulthood. And to tarnish him as an abuser is to destroy him in the eyes of many of these people who will never look at him the same way again. And because of what Ms. Heard did, and because of what she said, Mr. Depp will go to his grave knowing no matter what he does, no matter the outcome of this trial, there are people who used to look up to him who now believe that he beat a woman, which is the worst thing you can say about a man. Beyond the personal and emotional effects of Ms. Heard's lies, their impact on Mr. Depp and his family, the damage she inflicted on his reputation and career is undeniable. There's an old saying that a good reputation takes a lifetime to build, but only a second to destroy. Mr. Depp spent, in fact, a lifetime building his reputation as one of the greatest actors and movie stars of his generation, an iconic figure respected and liked throughout Hollywood and recognized and admired throughout the world. You heard evidence from Jack Wiggum, who was here today, Mr. Depp's agent, who explained that Mr. Depp, quote, was very well regarded and respected by peers in the artistic community, unquote. And you heard further testimony from Mr. Wiggum that Mr. Depp had a deal with Disney to play Captain Jack Sparrow in the 6th movie sequel of the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise.
They might have cast someone else.
$22.5 million. But as Mr. Wiggum explained, all of that changed when Ms. Heard published her op-ed in December of 2018 in the Washington Post. Quoting from the testimony you heard by Mr. Wiggum, quote, after the op-ed, it was impossible to get him a studio film, which is what we normally would have focused on in that time period, unquote. Another quote, it was on the damage, the impact of this op-ed, as opposed to the other stories that you saw, the other publications. Mr. Wiggum explained why this one was so damaging. Quote, it was a first-person account. I mean, from the victim. It's extremely impactful. You know, with respect to Johnny, it was catastrophic because it was coming from a first-person account. It was not from a journalist. It was coming from someone observing. It was from someone saying, this happened to me, unquote. You also heard from Richard Marks, an expert in the inner workings of Hollywood and the entertainment industry, who explained that the impact of Ms. Heard's allocations on Mr. Depp was devastating. Quote, it's devastating. It's the type of claim, the Me Too claim of sexual violence, domestic abuse that has canceled a list of actors, unquote. And for many, and Mr. Depp would agree with this, rightfully so, Me Too is an important movement.
Oh, God.
A movement that
me.
Mr. Depp supports and believes in.
He's got to say this for the youngsters on the jury.
Yep.
Of abuse, not Ms. Heard. True victims need protection, and true perpetrators need to face the repercussions. But as you've heard in this case, Amber Heard is not a true victim, and Mr. Depp certainly is not an abuser. Again, nobody has come out of the woodwork to say, Me Too. This is the unique and singular Me Too case where there's not a single Me Too. In fact, to the contrary, Kate Moss, who was in a romantic relationship with Mr. Depp for 3 years, which he broke off, came forward to say, no, he never pushed her down any stairs. And you heard Doug Banya, an expert in internet and social media analytics, testify to the impact that Ms. Heard's allegations had on Mr. Depp's popularity. Ms. Heard's lawyers tried to tell you that all of the damage done to Mr. Depp's career was because of his own behavior, because he was sometimes unprofessional or sometimes late to set. But that doesn't hold up. Mr. Depp has been a major figure in Hollywood for decades. Yes, Mr. Depp was late to set sometimes. But as Richard Marks testified, quote, when you hire Johnny Depp, you get all of Johnny Depp, which includes being late, unquote. Keenan Wyatt, who has worked for decades as a sound engineer on some of Mr. Depp's films, said much the same thing. And by the way, Mr. Wyatt is not and never has been an employee of Mr. Depp. He's just worked with him on movies. Mr. Depp wasn't canceled by Hollywood because he was sometimes late to set. He was canceled because Ms. Heard falsely accused him of domestic violence and sexual violence in the pages of the Washington Post on December 18, 2018, repeating the prior lies of May 17, 2016. And as you saw at trial, Ms. Heard published the op-ed on December 18, 2018, 2 years after her public allegations of domestic abuse. Ms. Heard's publication of the op-ed coincided with the release of her major movie Aquaman that December. And it coincided as well with her announcement on Twitter that she was becoming an ACLU ambassador for women's rights. And in that op-ed, Ms. Heard repeated her false allegations against Mr. Depp. Now, she didn't mention his name. She didn't have to.
Nice.
Everyone knew exactly who and what Ms. Heard was talking about. Ms. Heard got on the stand and tried to tell you that the op-ed was not about Mr. Depp. She then said, well, it wasn't just about Mr. Depp.
Oh, there
But
it is.
she couldn't deny, and this was yesterday, that this was at least partly about Mr. Depp. The op-ed obviously is about Mr. Depp, and the testimony at trial proves that. You will recall testimony from the ACLU's representative, an attorney, stating that Mr. Depp's name was included in drafts of the op-ed and that they and others understood that the op-ed was about Mr. Depp. Specifically, the ACLU representative testified, among other things, quote, based on my review of prior drafts of the op-ed, I knew that she was referring to Johnny Depp and the marriage, unquote. Ms. Heard's claim that the op-ed is not about Mr. Depp is just another one of her many, many lies. In fact, what you have seen time and time again through the course of this trial is that Ms. Heard lies. She lies all the time about things that are important and the things that aren't important. She just can't seem to stop. And as Ms. Vasquez said, what she routinely does is she doesn't take ownership or responsibility for anything. And she has an excuse for everything.
Yep.
But in this courtroom, confronted with the evidence, she can't run away from her own words. As my colleague said, words matter, and Ms. Heard is condemned by her own words. So Tom, let's please take a look at the words she used in her op-ed, which is Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, and which Ms. Heard published in December 2018, 2 years after she first publicly accused Mr. Depp of being an abuser on May 27, 2016. The title of the op-ed reads, as you can see, quote, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change, unquote. Below that, Ms. Heard states, quote, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, unquote. And below that, Ms. Heard states, quote, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, unquote. Each of those statements clearly refers to Ms. Heard's allegations against Mr. Depp. And taken collectively, their message and their implication about Mr. Depp is clear.
Using the word from the instruction.
That Ms. Heard is a survivor of domestic abuse and that Mr. Depp is a perpetrator. The context in the rest of the op-ed makes that clear as well. Consider, for instance, this line, quote, imagine a powerful man as a ship, like the Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes, not because they believe in or even care about the ship, but because their own fates depend upon the enterprise, unquote. Everyone in Hollywood knew, and everyone in this courtroom now knows exactly what Ms. Heard intended those words to mean. The ship, the Titanic, is Mr. Depp, and Ms. Heard was the iceberg that sank him. That's precisely what Ms. Heard was saying in the op-ed. And in just the same way, everyone in Hollywood knew, and Hollywood and elsewhere knew exactly what Ms. Heard meant by the words, quote, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, unquote. That was a clear reference to the day 2 years earlier, on May 27th, 2016, Ms. Vasquez said that was 6 years to the day. That's when his life ended. That was 6 years ago to this day, when Ms. Heard,
That's powerful.
27th,
That's so powerful.
With her publicist, Jody Gottlieb, having tipped off
hint,
TMZ,
6 years, 6 million.
an alleged mark on her face to accuse Mr. Depp of abuse. As always, Ms. Heard was quite mindful of her image. She was careful to portray herself as the innocent representative of abuse survivors, and by implication, Mr. Depp as the perpetrator of domestic abuse. She was the woman who, in the words of her title, supposedly, quote, spoke up against sexual violence, unquote. Now, Ms. Heard has done a lot to try to walk away from the title in particular. That's true to form. She has testified that she didn't write it, and she will argue later that she shouldn't be held liable because she didn't write it. But as the court's instructions, which you heard this morning, make clear, Ms. Heard didn't have to personally write any part of the op-ed for her to defame Mr. Depp through implication in the Washington Post.
I like how they set this up.
Please, Tom,
Camille on the narrative, Ben Shu on the technical.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 3.
We'll walk through the jury instructions with you.
Ms. Heard, as you all can see on the screen, retweeted the article, including the title on her Twitter page. Ms. Heard put her name on it. And she proudly declared, quote, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post," ellipsis.
This is important.
Unquote. Her tweet includes the title with the words, quote, "I spoke up against sexual violence," unquote, prominently featured.
Don't ellipsis
Nowhere
that. Read the rest of it,
tweet
in my opinion.
or anywhere else does Ms. Heard
Would they then have to show people click through? I mean,
Well, we got the numbers down there.
And at the same time,
well, wouldn't it just be republishing it regardless of what? I guess at least one person would have to see it.
Right beneath it. Quote, "I'm honored to announce my role as an ACLU ambassador on women's rights," unquote, aggrandizing herself at the expense of Mr. Depp. So make no mistake, this was about Mr. Depp. In the wake of the Me Too movement, with her ACLU ambassadorship and a major movie coming out, Ms. Heard was trading on her accusations of abuse against Mr. Depp. She was reminding everyone of those allegations. She was once again taking on the role of her lifetime, the heroic survivor of vicious abuse, or to use her phrase, quote, "a public figure representing abuse." And she was once again casting Mr. Depp as the villain in her drama, the supposed perpetrator of that abuse. When you meet to deliberate this case, you're going to be tasked with several questions. Those questions appear on a form that you will use to reach your verdict in this case. So I'd just like to ask you, please, to spend a few minutes with me going through that. Tom, would you please put up the special verdict form so the jury can see it?
Good.
This is great. Yep. We've talked about this in other cases.
Yep.
Go
Gotta
through the
be
form.
specific.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Tom, Mike, please blow it up.
If only you could hold the jurors' hands with the pen in it. You got to step them exactly through what you need them to do.
Here to the first page of the verdict form relating to Mr. Depp's claim for defamation against Ms. Heard. There are 3 pages relating to Mr. Depp's claim, one for each of the 3 defamatory statements in the op-ed that form the basis of Mr. Depp's claim against Ms. Heard. You've heard those 3 statements many times, but they bear repeating. I promise, just once more here. 1, quote, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change," unquote. 2, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, unquote. 3, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, unquote. Now, there are 7 questions that you will need to please answer with respect to each of those statements. So that's 21 questions, I think, but 7 as to each statement. 1, was the statement made or published by Ms. Heard? 2, was the statement about Mr. Depp? 3, was the statement false? 4, did the statement have a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp? 5, was the defamatory implication designed and intended by Ms. Heard? 6, was the defamatory implication conveyed to someone other than Mr. Depp? 7, did Ms. Heard make the statement with actual malice, which is, Her Honor explained, meaning did Ms. Heard make the statement knowing it was false or with reckless disregard as to the truth? Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence clearly shows that the answers to those 7 questions are all yes. And if you answer yes to all of those questions, which you should, we respectfully submit, you will be asked to state the amount of damages to which Mr. Depp is entitled. In the wake of the Me Too movement, movie producers know better than to cast a movie star who has been accused of domestic and sexual violence. And it is entirely within your discretion as jurors to quantify the amount of money that constitutes fair compensation for Mr. Depp's pain and humiliation inflicted by Ms. Heard's defamation. But while Mr. Depp certainly is entitled to monetary compensation, this case, at least for Mr. Depp, has never been about money. This case for Mr. Depp has never been about money, nor is it about punishing Ms. Heard. It is about Mr. Depp's reputation and freeing him from the prison in which he has lived for the last 6 years.
Just give him $1.
The most important question,
I'll take care of the rest.
the ones truly at the heart of this case, are questions 2, 3, and 4 on the verdict form.
It's how you ask for $1 without asking for $1.
Amber's going to be asking for dollar bills.
Oh.
And while Tom's pulling that up, let's take question 2. Thank you. Were the statements about Mr. Depp? Yes. 2 points here. 1,
Nice. Perfect.
when the ACLU pitched the op-ed to the Washington Post, I think you'll remember this, they pitched it as, quote, a piece by Amber Heard, who, as you know, was beaten up during her brief marriage to Johnny Depp, unquote. That's how they pitched it. 2, after the op-ed was published, news outlets, including USA Today, and you've seen that was an exhibit, characterized the op-ed as referring to Ms. Heard's allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp. So the USA Today interpreted it that way, and so did many other publications. They got exactly the implication that Ms. Heard and the ACLU intended them to have. Tom, if you would please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409 and 411, if you could put them side by side. And this was expected. This is what they wanted. There had been a lot of press 2 years prior to the publication of the op-ed about Ms. Heard's claims of abuse against Mr. Depp when she walked into court with her publicist to obtain the domestic violence, the no notice, ex parte, meaning Mr. Depp's lawyer was not informed and he was already in New York, which he testified Ms. Heard was well aware of. You don't need a domestic violence restraining order when your husband is halfway across the continent and is heading for a European tour. On May 27, 2016, with a purported mark on her face, everyone knew exactly who and what Ms. Heard was referring to in the op-ed. She was referring to Mr. Depp. Let's take questions 2 and 3 next, if we can.
I see questions about time. They're at
Were
about an
each of
hour
the
and 15
statements
minutes.
false? And did the statements have a defamatory implication on Mr. Depp? Again,
Yes.
your answer is yes. The statements, understood in the context of the op-ed itself and in the broader context of the press coverage of Ms. Heard walking into the court with a mark on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp in May 2016, clearly imply that Mr. Depp physically and sexually abused Ms. Heard. The overwhelming evidence that you all have heard, and it's come forward in this case, shows that those allegations are false and despicably false. Mr. Depp did not physically abuse Ms. Heard. He did not sexually abuse Ms. Heard. You've heard audio after audio where Ms. Heard admits that she was physically abusing him. While Mr. Depp's name will be forever tarnished by these horrendous and false allegations, this case is about telling you his story and the truth about what really happened, which you've now heard. It is about restoring his lost reputation. It's about showing Mr. Depp's children, Lily Rose and Jack, that the truth is worth fighting for. It is. And it's about restoring Mr. Depp's name and standing in the community to the fullest extent that you can. And you can do something. And only you, ladies and gentlemen, can do that for him. You heard from Mr. Depp yesterday that he has been carrying these outlandish, outrageous stories on his back pretty stoically and living with them for 6 years and waiting to be able to bring his truth out. And he has told you the truth, the unvarnished truth, even truth that pretty embarrassing. He knew that was going to happen when he brought this case. You've seen the evidence in this case over 6 long weeks, which we again thank you for. That evidence shows overwhelmingly that Ms. Heard's attempt to paint herself as a heroic survivor, an innocent survivor, and Mr. Depp as a terrifying abuser are utterly false. We ask you to please return your verdict for Mr. Depp. We ask you, we implore you to give him his name, his reputation, and his career back. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
That's
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and
magnificent. Not a single dollar. Don't give a shit.
Solid.
Just give us a verdict, give us a buck, call it a day.
Arguments may come back, so
And they're going to do more than that.
Don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
I mean, that's what you want, man.
Yeah.
They hit the narrative. There wasn't theatrics. It wasn't absurd. They didn't ask the jury to go too far. And then switching over to Ben Chu to calmly and precisely walk through the jury instructions. Here's how you apply the facts you've seen to the yeses that you need to write down.
5. Oh, okay. Okay, sure.
I
thought that was, yeah, that was excellent. Excellently done.
Elaine's like, hey, Your Honor, can we just erase all that from the jurors' memories? Hold up the pen, you know.
We're gonna put up a poll opening. Johnny Depp's opening. I'm gonna give 3 options. I'm gonna give not good, adequate, and fire. Those are the 3 options that you got. It leaves a little bit, you know, if you didn't think it was good, put not good. If you think it was only okay, put adequate. If you thought it was excellent, put down fire.
Now what happens with Heard? I mean, whatever they do, it seems it could only possibly get traction with people who bought all that nonsense, right? Who are believing all this garbage that Heard's been trying to sell.
Oh, by the way, a total aside for just a second, but yesterday on my Twitter, I was coming up with nicknames for all of our lawyers, and we have some of them I didn't create, I just repeated. So Camille has been called Camille Cross Boss Vasquez.
She's
Wayne,
just the crazy cat lady here.
Wayne has been named Wayne Gigachad Dennison. And this one I did create with the help of my followers on Twitter, Ben Candyman Chu. Because of the power move that he did.
Yeah.
Nice. Man, that was, I'm just sitting here looking for things that I really had any problem with in that cross, and I'm not finding any.
I saw nothing.
And usually in these trials that we watched, I've had some sort of problem with somebody's cross somewhere. And
I mean,
this one
Camille did make one reference to Depp as an abuser.
Yeah.
You know, clearly misspeaking.
But she covered nicely for it.
Yeah, it was fine. I mean, it's not a big deal.
The
I
jury
mean,
doesn't
in the
think
context.
that the jury does not think that
She's
Johnny Depp's
arguing that.
lawyer is arguing that. So, so yeah, it's no, I thought it was very well done. Okay, we've got a little bit of a break here. I'm going to try and hit some of these super chats to, you know, let people know. I will be partaking in a little bit of whiskey. I figured this bottle was appropriate. I don't know. Is this the right one? Legal Vices, you're my whiskey consultant.
That's the private select. Wow. Nice. Yeah. I thought I'd go for the smoky. I just opened up an Ardbeg Corroborating for the evening.
I figured I'd, you know, on a day like today, you got to have Maker's Mark for unrelated reasons that no reasons related to the case.
No implication there.
I did my JD for JD yesterday, so
certainly not a metaphor. Okay, let's see. We've got Marta Joy says, what percentage do you have the outcome at, and any predictions on their careers? I mean, I went into today with the idea that Johnny had about a 75% chance, which jury percentages are impossible, but significantly better than 50-50 chance is my thought. So I put it at 75. There's no like rationale behind the number beyond that. So don't take it too far. What are their chances on their careers? Well, I think Amber Heard's career is over either way.
Regardless. Yep.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't think that it had much to do with this trial. I think her career was over the moment she was not with Johnny Depp.
She can act. She's 35 years old. And, you know, her career was based on being young and super attractive. So,
well, if there was a chance of having a career, she destroyed that yesterday when she says that she's triggered by everything. She has special rules on how to talk to her. She melts down on set. She has panic attacks.
Yeah.
She has all these problems.
Sounds like a lot of work.
That was the world's worst job interview I've ever seen in my life.
Yep. That was a terrible play. I think Johnny Depp, I think winning is critical. I think he has to give the producers, the directors, and the studios a shield to say, no, this is all lies about him. And you know what? We heard the accusations and we acted on them. You know, we protected our other actors. We protected our staff. We protected ourselves, but we protected everybody who might be in danger of this abuser. But turns out it was all false. He went to court. He proved it was false in the hardest thing you can do, which is win a defamation case as a celebrity. So, you know, we're happy to work with Johnny Depp again. And man, the amount of celebrities who have come out in support of Johnny Depp, like on Twitter and stuff. Legal Vice has retweeted something from the Pogues.
More shield.
Yeah.
And just like the fact that there are any is telling. The fact that people like Chris Rock and Robert Downey Jr. have been willing to speak up on behalf of Johnny Depp even weeks ago is very telling in a case like this. This is a risk-averse industry.
Well, two things. One, as soon as I finish my Isla, I'll join you with my bottle of the Makers. I'll open that and join you when I finish this thing of Isla. But it was last Sunday, the Independent came out with a list of, the headline was all celebrities that support Amber Heard. 5.
Oh, was it 5?
There was a Howard Stern, Ellen Barkin, two people I'd really never heard of, and I can't remember who the other one was. There was 5.
Stern's still a celebrity?
Yeah, I guess. and the headline was all celebrities that support Amber Heard.
I think what Stern is he's like a 5-year remainder contract that Sirius regrets. The guy's star is gone. Royce Amatique says, "Hey Ricada, I love the coverage. I've been following you since OJ. Is it true? Is it true Philip Seymour Hoffman is going to be playing uncivil law in the upcoming LawTube dramatization of Depp versus Heard?
Isn't he dead? I don't think he can play the part."
Well, that's like that episode of Tales from the Crypt with John Lovitz when he shows up to be in a production of Hamlet, and he looks in his costume and it says Yorick.
We're all educated here.
That was.
I knew him well.
Wow, this seems to be a problem. That was such a good episode. Siobhan says, "Hi Nick, amazing content and channel. Watching from London, found you via the Friday Night Tights and Geeks and Gamers Fellowship. The unbreaded stuff is hilarious. Amber Heard is a scumbag and disgrace to all real survivors. Love to my man Dino Wheels. Cheers, Nick." Hey, cheers back to you, Siobhan. Thank you. David Tate, "Is Amber Heard likely to be found guilty of perjury? No. And what, if any, consequences could she face?" I mean, she's just not.
She's facing the consequences.
Yeah, the Amber Heard's lies will do her in. If there is a really outside possibility she could be found guilty of perjury, it's so unlikely at this point.
Because you got to remember the difference between the shit that she does outside the courtroom is one thing, but everything that she does inside, she does under oath. So every single word of every single sentence of every single paragraph of every single second that she testified to will be analyzed in the coming weeks, and all the meat, they're going to take away the potatoes, they're going to take the meat, and whatever she has said that is going to be directly contradicting things that she has claimed in the past that she has done, see the donation and pledge, whatever, for example, those are all things that are going to start coming back to haunt her. This just shows to me the caliber of individual who does not understand, has never had to face consequences for any actions, and truly does not understand how the legal system works and what it means to be under oath and how powerful it can be used against you later on.
Yeah, but I don't think we're actually going to see perjury charges in the U.S. on Amber Heard.
No, I don't think so either. It's going too far. She's already dead by public media, essentially. Yep. That's enough, but internationally she may.
Yeah, well, she's facing perjury charges unrelated to this trial in Australia, and she may be charged with perjury in the UK for her lies about the donations. But I mean, hanging on that pledge versus donation argument, it's an argument, but I wouldn't want to be making it.
Well, I mean, here in the US, I mean, you have to be congressional, general, presidential level stuff before it's worth prosecuting for I mean, the
or
return
anybody
on
lying
investment
to
is
the
nothing.
or anybody lying to the FBI, then they'll fuck you. But other than that, what if any consequences could she face? I mean, the public and everybody hears under oath. They listen to her story. They line up the consistencies or inconsistencies, and they hold her to have lied. And that is what will do her in. No one would want to work with this person. And this person's a walking liability for relationship too. That's the thing. Also,
I mean, she may be as well be like a guest trying to get into your house who's literally on fire. It's like, sorry, you can't come in.
Yeah, please back away from the curtilage, ma'am. DUI guy, can you check your Instagram messages when you get a second?
Sorry.
No. You're cool. No worries. The Big Sleepy says justice for DUI guy. Jay Lama says my closing donation. Gonna miss the daytime entertainment. Well, you don't have to leave. I mean, there's more daytime entertainment coming. Thanks for keeping me entertained all day while I'm working for the past 6 weeks. Love you, Nick, and whoever else is on by the time you get to this. Scott Randall. Hey, Nick, hope your day goes well. Can't wait to hear the closing arguments. Wish me luck, though. I might be stuck at Love's for 3 days from scheduling errors, waiting to unload, hoping dispatch gets back to me soon. That sucks, buddy. I hope they clear that up.
You get to know that Love's pretty well.
Yeah. Cretosis says, hey, Nick, I don't normally do this, but a false DMCA abuser, Acerthorn, is suing me, Sid Alpha, and several small creators. Sid Alpha has videos going in depth on the situation with links to crowdfunding for the legal defense. Yes, it's something I meant to get into prior to this case and didn't get around to it. But hopefully, when this case winds down, that'll be something that I can speak to and speak to Sid Alpha about, and maybe we'll see. Evie Warner, to this talking smack about DUI guy, please stick one of Amber Heard's bottles where the sun don't shine. Oh, to those. He put himself through law school and works his butt off. Talking snark online are only 15 minutes of fame, and Nick does it way better. Oh, damn. Ooh, high praise to me. Lisa Wong says, thank you for letting DUI guy on your channel. Well, of course. G-Man, hey, Nick, I'm a dumb Nigerian guy from Minneapolis, and I absolutely love your content. But for the love of God, your last stream was only a couple hours ago. You psycho. Praying for you, man. Stay unbreaded.
I concur.
Well, all the way from Minneapolis, Nigeria. That's pretty awesome.
Look. Thank you, G-Man. Thank you to my Minneapolis brother. Jesse Kime. Hey, Nick. Been following since Vic. I've just started getting into 40K. I'm trying to get into the lore of it all. I have the first 3 Horus Heresy books. Do you have any book recommendations? Keep up the good work, man. Just keep going through the Horus Heresy. It's good. Otherwise, get the Eisenhorn series. Max Tribe, during DUI guy's story, why didn't he give us details on the grass, bricks, and etc.? Sounds like he's lying. Yeah, DUI guy.
I know. So foul, man.
Joe the Great says, okay, Mr. DUI guy, if it really happened, why don't you remember how dirty the floor was?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for grifting for me yesterday, Nick. Yeah, actually, when they removed you from the line, did you go back to your car and sit and see the fog of your breath?
Did you know what color the lights were?
Oh
that was
okay. I thought you were asking me a legitimate question. Moving on, Nick.
I got here late. I actually don't know this. Did they pull you out of line this morning? Is that why you're not in court?
Yeah,
that's correct.
Wow.
He paid $4,000 for a spot.
And
$4,000.
This wristband.
Yeah.
That she still needs to collect. I'm trying to find her on Twitter because I was rushing. The deputies were showing up. Everybody was lining up, and I didn't have time to get her contact info. And you can't. I have her Cash App, but I can't reach out through Cash App. So I'm trying to find her so I can give this to her because she didn't even have the decency to like help me. Like, hey guys, this is my spot. Let Larry in. But everybody already knew what was going on, so it didn't really matter. But she could have at least stayed back, given me her phone number. Like she just bolted the fuck out of there as quickly as I could, and I didn't know why. But
she was going to the bank, man. She had to withdrawal to make.
Could you?
She went to go see Johnny in the back. That's what she was rushing to do.
Does Cash App let you?
That's what people are telling me.
Do they let you send a message with money like PayPal does?
No, I can't. Can't. I tried. I'm like, I want to say,
could you send like $1 with a message says, "Hey, please reach out to me."
Dude, I'm such a fucking dumbass.
That's why I'm your lawyer in this situation. Here I am, a professional.
Nick. You are fucking brilliant. How did I not think of that?
I don't know. Maybe you haven't harassed enough strippers through Cash App.
Maybe that's the dollar that Johnny needs.
Yeah,
the dollar that Johnny needs.
Mike the Dad Crosby says, Amber Heard told me the DUI guy punched her. Look for the bruise on her face. Hope everyone has a great day. Art Mills says, how come I subscribe to you, watch you every day, but your live feed never is recommended to me, but Legal Bites is, and I don't watch or subscribe? Free Nick. Look, YouTube guys, I read a highly offensive holy text every single night. It's like YouTube is going to shadow ban me the majority of my days.
That's my dream is one day to be able to partake.
Oh, don't worry.
That's my dream.
Art Mills, read that one. Tracker Basson, does anyone wish we could fast forward past the jury instructions? The judge did. The judge had the little option, right? Like she clicked on the cog and it said playback speed, and she had 1, 1.25, 1.5, 1.75, 2.0, and then she went straight to Ben Shapiro.
Yeah.
I mean, we got through those jury instructions in like 29 minutes. It was amazing.
I was expecting at least an hour on them.
Me too. That was credit to her. That was nice.
I got nothing out of the jury instructions, but I was expecting an hour.
And I mentioned this to Nick offline, but how lucky is Depp that this trial was delayed until 2022 and didn't take place in the hysteria of Me Too in 2018?
Jesus.
Yeah. And I responded back, "You bigot woman hater."
Yeah,
that's what I responded back. No, there's if it was 2018, this trial would have already been over, and we'd be pouring water on Johnny Depp's ashes after the public burning. I mean, that's how bad Me Too was, and that's why it was done in this way.
Well, and I think it's important to mention at this point that none of us and none of the other legal YouTubers that are team Johnny Depp or team Amber Heard. It's team law, team justice, team honesty. I mean, if the roles were reversed, I personally would be all over Johnny Depp shit like nobody's business. But it's where the evidence is. It's where the logic is, where the reasonableness is. It's not a him or her. It's what is the truth? How do we get to the truth, and who has it?
And importantly, I think, for speaking for myself only, like Johnny Depp's political positions, even on things like Me Too, he and I would not see eye to eye on much of this stuff. Now, I know Ben Chu had to say, well, he believes in Me Too. It's very important because you got to kind of say that at trial. Yeah. But I don't think it's that false. I think he probably is a guy who, at least until recently, fully supported the idea of Me Too, just as sort of a matter of course. Well, yes, of course we want to hear victims, and this is a movement about victims, not knowing the sinister implications of what's behind it. But so yeah, it's not like Johnny Depp and I would be. I mean, I could probably get along with him just fine, but we would not be eye to eye ideologically.
Well, I mean, isn't that what being a human is about, though? I mean, I could sit down, like I probably don't side with him, but I could still sit down and have a good discussion with him and still respect him as a human being. You don't have to hate someone just because of their political ideology.
Yeah.
You don't have to be team this person or team that person because of something they said.
Snuggle Struggle says, Rackets, please rate Legal Mindset's rear side toot from earlier this morning. The pitch of D minor, if I'm not mistaken. You did with Ethan. Now rate his, please. Let's show Ethan how to handle these matters with grace. I've got I need a clip, and we're not going to do it, at this point, but later in the show, that's certainly possible. By the way, for those who don't know, I will be here for all of the arguments, and then I will be sitting in this chair, unless I have to go to the bathroom, until the jury goes home. So I'm here until the jury goes home tonight. If the jury goes home at 7, I'm here till 7. If the jury goes home at 11, I'm here till 11.
A complete stranger, by the way, just texted me. The stenographer has been scanning the gallery several times today. I think she is looking for you. I'm sorry you didn't get in. Wish I was closer, as I would have sat for you in line. If that speaks volumes. Thank you.
Yeah, and
she's
still
super
trying.
cool. Her name's Judy, and she's independent, by the way. I don't know if you know this, Nick, or if anybody. I know you've been streaming this trial for a very long time, so I don't know how much intel you personally have. She is an independent contractor. She doesn't work for the court.
Sure. Oh, the stenographer?
Yeah, Judy.
Oh.
She is going to Las Vegas after this. She's got some gigs over there.
Oh,
and then she might be going to Gitmo. She's been offered a contract and to get a clearance and do 2 weeks to 4 weeks. It's in sessions. You come in and you do 2 to 4 weeks, and then you leave because it's draining and exhausting, and you're surrounded by, you can only imagine what. So she's considering it, but she doesn't know if she's going to do it yet.
So they don't work for the courts. That's interesting.
Not this one, no.
Wow.
And yeah, they have a contract. So I asked her when she leaves, who comes in, and she said the court has a contract with independent stenographers in the area who come in and do the stuff. Yeah. But it's not, they're not stenographers. I'm sorry. They do, they record it and then they later transcribe it, I believe, is what she said, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's how a lot of courts do it. They record it and I think sometimes they take notes during portions of the trial, but they transcribe it. But they're there to kind of, well, I mean, there is I think what happens is there's a voice to text software that transcribes it, and they make notes and corrections to clean it up, because she went back the other day and read back the question. I mean, so there is some transcription that's happening. So that is live. Rain Elphaba says, fire, boys, fires for Mr. Depp, not for your Curry or Camille. Hey, look, ladies can have fire for Camille too. No problem with that. Rain Elphaba says, my last rant is about to expire, but hashtag 4,000 for DUI guy. Give him the monkey's share of this and see my last post that is expiring in Mira minutes. Next, Catherine Ferris. Hey, Nick, I think DUI is being stalked, and the chat last night with Chris was a factor today. Could be. Like, one of the things that did happen, Eve Barlow tweeted out a picture of DUI guy today. So there could be some shenanigans from Eve Barlow or Amber Heard's team.
Who's Eve? Can you fill me in? Like, I know she's a reporter.
Amber's girlfriend.
She's on.
No, seriously.
I'm not joking.
Wait,
yeah,
what?
Seriously.
Yeah, Amber Heard's a lesbian when there's not a rich man around.
No, I know that. That's okay. I had no idea. I didn't know her name. Now I know her name. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So she's been tweeting a bunch of stuff in protected mode, limits the responses, all of that stuff.
She disables comments on a lot of her tweets.
She'll get lit up.
I mean, how nutty is she? She was saying that Dr. Spiegel's testimony was phenomenal, and he was a phenomenal, relentless, and unshakable witness. That's how nutty she is.
Yeah.
And when she says she's a Zionist, I wonder what she means by that. So wait, hold on. I'm sorry.
I think she was accused of being otherwise, and now she's gone full the other way.
Wake up, America, and smell the anti-Semitism. Okay, so she's
Jewish, and she's like pro-Israeli, pro-Zionist Israeli Jewish. So that's
gotcha. State of Israel.
Like a part of her brand. But yeah,
there we are. Yeah, she says in fair trial, these Depp fans should not be allowed in the courtroom. They're in full view of the jury.
And there's
your picture.
The arrow to your memed face.
Well, that's my arrow. I actually put that.
Okay. So she.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And it only received. The reception is not very good of it.
But see, it doesn't matter for her tweet of those things isn't for the public. It's for the team, right? Because she was excluded from the courtroom early in the case. If you
the phone incident, she was asked to leave, and then she pulled her phone out again. I'm sorry, this is how I understand it. She pulled it out. They said no phones. She said, I'm sorry, put it away. Came back, phone again. They said, all right, you're out, and they booted her out for the rest of the trial. Sorry, Nick.
Yeah, and she's also she was responsible for the removal of Miss Duders by falsely sending to Amber Heard's team that she had reacted to some sort of trial information on social media, when in fact the evidence that was presented was her post on Instagram from months prior without the date or with the date cropped out. So she's a nasty piece, but just so everybody knows, like the situation around DUI guy is an evolving thing with some nebulous facts, and we're trying to hammer out what those facts are. I think we mentioned that at the beginning of the stream. Is we don't fully know what happened. We just know that there's something that happened where you seem to have been targeted for removal. There's some indications there. Tara Olson, do you think Depp's team week open was on purpose? No. And to disarm the plaintiff to think this is an easy win. Seems like a movie reaching a crescendo. They get stronger every day, like a good guy overcoming evil. No. If your question is ever, do you think a lawyer intentionally did something worse than they could have done? The answer almost unequivocally is no. Because it's too risky, and if it were ever discovered that you were half-assing some part of it,
all right. Closing arguments,
you'd be risking too much.
Okay, thank you.
So
the likely
thing is, they They were in an unfamiliar courtroom, maybe a little shaky to get started. Over 6 weeks, they've gotten to know the judge. They've gotten to know the jury. Their confidence is boosted up because they're getting positive feedback from the jury, from the public, from everybody. And they're just rolling high. That's my synopsis.
I'm surprised Rottenborn's going first. I thought Elaine would go first and he would follow to sort of wash the taste of her out of everybody's
Trying to
mouth.
convince you that Mr. Depp has carried his burden of proof in proving that he was never abusive to Amber on even one occasion. Think about the message that Mr. Depp and his attorneys are sending to Amber, and by extension to every victim of domestic abuse everywhere. If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen.
Yes.
If you did take pictures, they're fake.
Yes.
If you didn't tell your friends, you're lying. And if you did tell your
If
friends,
there's no evidence, there's no evidence.
part of the hoax. If you didn't seek medical treatment, you weren't injured. If you did seek medical treatment,
Kind of hard to prove any of these
you're
things
crazy.
without the evidence.
If you do everything that you can,
If you take
help
pictures of the
person
blanket, but not the blood-soaked
witness
pillows.
of the crushing drug and alcohol abuse that spins him into an abusive, rage-filled monster,
Except quitting
you're an
yourself.
and if you finally decide that enough is enough, you've had enough of the fear, enough of the pain, and you have to leave to save yourself, you're a gold digger. That is the message
That's
that
not
Mr.
how that
Depp
works.
is asking you to send. But he doesn't stop there, because in Mr. Depp's world, you don't leave Mr. Depp. And if you do, he will start a campaign.
In
of
Russia,
global
Russia
humiliation,
doesn't leave you.
a smear campaign that lasts to this very day. He will do everything he can to destroy your life, to destroy your career. That is what they're saying, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what they're trying to get you, the jury, to be an accomplice to. But it's not surprising, because Mr. Depp cannot and will not take responsibility for his own actions. It's always someone else's fault. Just as Ms. Vasquez did,
Projection.
I would like to extend my thanks to you on behalf of Amber and our whole legal team for the care and the diligence with which you have served as jurors in this matter. You've paid attention to
Maybe Rottenborn looks older than I thought he
every
was.
piece of evidence, and I can't even imagine the sacrifice that you've made in terms of time away from your friends, your family, your job, to be here on this jury. It's a very important role that you're serving, and we thank you very much. Let's pick up where we started 6 weeks ago in opening statement. You may remember that I asked you to keep a simple question in mind, which is, why are you here? And much of what you've heard during the course of this trial, you don't need to make a decision on in order to return a verdict for Ms. Heard on Mr. Depp's claim of defamation. Now, we'll talk about—
Is he asking them to ignore the
Heard's
evidence?
Defamation against
Think
Ms.
so.
And Elaine will
Literally.
to that in a few minutes.
Pay no attention to the bullshit. That's my
Your key
case.
question to answer is, does the First Amendment give Ms. Heard the right to write the words that she wrote in this article on December—
He's going to ask the jury to do a First Amendment analysis?
That's the question.
Without a jury instruction,
And you
that's
cannot
not going to help
simultaneously
you.
protect and uphold the First Amendment and find in favor of Johnny Depp on this claim.
You don't have the right to lie under the First Amendment, as far
Right,
as
right.
I know.
They're going to get this on rebuttal with exactly
Write an
that
article like that in the United States of America.
accurate description.
Successfully.
I'm
doesn't
American.
Hold on. Let's see.
So let's talk about that. And to do that, we get to explain a bit more about the law that you have to follow.
I'll just sit here quietly and drink.
This is the op-ed piece. I'm not going to read it to you again. You heard me read it to you in opening statements. And
Isn't
I
that a
would
different
urge you,
headline?
when you're in the deliberation room, read it.
The print
Read
one
it
is
again.
different.
And I know we focus on it, here and there over the course of the trial, but the vast majority of the trial has not focused on these words, on this piece. This is obviously the paper edition. There's the online edition as well. Now we get a chance to discuss with you exactly what you have to find about this article. Let's try this again. This is one of the jury instructions that you'll get. And I've been so, looking forward to being able to actually explain to you, as the judge read all the instructions to you this morning, and I know it's a lot, but we've been looking forward to being able to explain to you what you're here to decide. Because I imagine for some of the case, it's been kind of unclear. What are you being asked to decide? These are the things that you have to find, and you have to answer yes. As Mr. Chu said, you have to answer yes to all of them in order to find in favor of Mr. Depp. So you have to find that the statement was about Mr. Depp, and you can decide that in the context of the article. And I'll get to the arguments that Mr. Depp raises on that in a minute. You also have to find that the statement is false. And we're going to look at the statements here. We're going to look at each of the three statements. And in order to win his claim, Mr. Depp has to prove every single element. And there's a concept in the jury instructions that you really didn't hear from Mr. Depp's side this morning, but you've all heard it, I'm sure, outside the courtroom, which is burden of proof. It is Mr. Depp's burden to prove each and every one of these elements. If he cannot, Ms. Heard wins. If he cannot prove each and every one of these elements under the burden of proof that's applicable, Ms. Heard wins. And there's two different burdens of proof that we'll get to. For all of them except number 7, the burden of proof is greater weight of the evidence. So you weigh the evidence and you decide, has Mr. Depp proven to you the first 6 elements? The 7th one, for actual malice, the clear and convincing evidence standard, we'll get to in a few minutes. But this is what he has to prove. And he cannot do that. These are the 3 statements. And I know you may be thinking to yourself, wait a second, don't we have to decide if Mr. Depp committed abuse? And the answer is no, you don't have to. Because these 3 statements, you can decide as a matter of law, or as a matter of fact, as you weigh the evidence and the fact that they're true. So the first 2 statements I'm going to address together. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Number 2, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. When you go back to the jury room to deliberate, you should feel free, like I said, to read the article and think of the article's purpose. The jury instructions also tell you to take these statements in the context of the article. Think about the purpose. The purpose of the article was to promote legislative measures designed to protect victims of domestic abuse, designed to protect people who did exactly what Ms. Heard did, to speak out. That's apparent on the face of the article. And to do that, Ms. Heard talked about her own life experiences as someone who had obtained a TRO against Mr. Depp, someone who had accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence. Make no mistake, and Mr. Depp's side keeps trying to say that we're somehow suggesting that 2 years before she wrote this, that Ms. Heard hadn't had anything to do with Mr. Depp. We're not saying that. You heard Ms. Heard herself say, of course, 2 years before I wrote this article, I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women.
It seems a complete departure from their argument the last 6 weeks.
A temporary restraining order against Mr. Depp after she became a public figure representing domestic abuse. But the words that she wrote here, and then chronicling her own experience after that, those words are true. Those words are true. Similarly, the rare vantage point of seeing, based on her own experiences post May 27th, 2016, how institutions protect men accused of abuse, those words are true, and the First Amendment protects Ms. Heard's right to say them. Now, the third statement is absolutely true as well, but we're going to take that separately because she didn't write it. Under the First Amendment, the statements have to be false in order for Mr. Depp to win. Now, plaintiff addresses, like I said, an argument that we're not making. And as I said, we're not running from the fact that when she discussed becoming a public figure representing domestic abuse, Amber was speaking of her experiences reporting domestic abuse against Johnny Depp. She admitted to that, but that doesn't make the article or the statements about Johnny Depp. Think about it. Think about every piece of evidence that you've heard over the last 6 weeks about his abuse, about their relationship. None of that is in the article. None of it. We all know that it would be a very different article if she had written about what she suffered.
It always would have been different.
6 weeks. Because he knows the words are true, Mr. Depp says that the words now have a defamatory implication. He says the statements are the same as saying, Johnny Depp abused me. But just because he wants to make the article about himself doesn't mean it is. He has to show you that any defamatory implication was designed and intended. Look at number 4, designed and intended by Ms. Heard to convey the defamatory meaning that he suggests. Just because people might read the article and remember, oh yeah, Amber Heard used to be married to Johnny Depp and she accused him of abuse, that doesn't mean that she designed and intended defamatory implications in writing about herself. And think about it. If Mr. Depp is right, then virtually any statement that anyone could ever make about their own life that implies anything, implies any involvement with any other person, could be defamatory. And
if it's
clearly not what
false and intended to harm them.
She didn't design and intend the words to be the equivalent of writing Johnny Depp abused me. And you don't have to take her words for it. You can take the words of Terrence Doherty of the ACLU. He said that the op-ed wasn't even Ms. Heard's idea. The ACLU wrote the first draft, and great care was taken in drafting the article so as not to make it about Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard's relationship with him.
You put that name on the
That's
byline.
the only evidence presented about Ms. Heard's motive, except her statements that was exactly what she wanted to do. She wanted to talk about her experiences after Johnny Depp. She wanted to own her story after Johnny Depp and fit those into what other women experience, what other people experience having accused someone of domestic abuse and the backlash that they suffer, and then talk about legislative measures that could help protect people in those positions. That's what she meant, and that's what the article is about. There's no hidden meaning here, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp.
Really?
This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp. And you can end here. You can end there by saying the statements that she wrote were not false, and the First Amendment protects them. Let's talk about the headline for a minute. The headline that was published in the online version only of the article on December 18th, 2018, said, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath." A few points here. Number one, and this evidence is undisputed. There's no dispute about this. So as you weigh the evidence, you don't have to check your common sense at the door, and you can weigh circumstantial evidence, you can weigh facts, but you can't see evidence where no evidence exists. And the undisputed evidence here is that Ms. Heard didn't write the headline. She didn't approve the headline. She had nothing to do with it. She was not given notice of the headline. She testified. You saw her testify.
Where are the witnesses to testify to that?
She experienced at the hands of Mr. Depp. You saw her testify about that they're calling her a liar. You saw her on the stand testify with your own mouth, with her own mouth, exactly what she went through for the first time in court, because people who have suffered that, they don't want to broadcast that to the world. They want to penalize Ms. Heard for not speaking about that earlier. That's ridiculous, and it's insulting, and it's just victim blaming at its most disgusting.
But what about the retweet?
The only reference to sexual assault in the article, and you can read the op-ed, is sexual assault that she said she had experienced by the time she was of college age before Mr. Depp. So there is a reference to sexual violence in that article, but it's not by Mr. Depp. And Mr. Depp can't hold her liable for a headline she didn't write that contains something that had nothing, that was not about him. And they want you to think that she republished the headline by tweeting out the link to the online version. So let's look at this. This is the tweet that she sent on December 19th. The hyperlink says, "Opinion Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence." That's the online version of the article. As Ms. Heard said, you can't attach, you can't tweet a piece of paper. So when she wanted to share that she'd written this article, what choice does she have? She has to attach that link. And the jury instructions that you have make clear that a hyperlink is not republication. Forwarding a link on does not mean that you broadcast the statement again, but that's what they want to make you think. The only way, and the jury instructions that you have, and we don't need to read through them in detail now, but the republication instruction says that merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication.
She added a comment to it.
Added content was intended to reach a new audience. And if you find any content added to the hyperlink was intended to reach a new audience, It constitutes a republication. There was no content added to the article.
This is what you're hanging your hat?
Above the article, simply saying, today I published this. That's what she said. She didn't add any content to it. She could have
Except
added
for the
some
today
content
I added
to the
this.
courtroom to
What
it.
the fuck?
She could have said, not only did 2 years ago I become a public figure representing domestic abuse, but let me tell you about the domestic abuse that I suffered. That would be adding new content. This is not adding new content. But I guess it's no surprise, because this whole case is about blaming Amber Heard for things she didn't do. But that's what Mr. Depp does. It's what he's always done. Blame other people, refuse to take accountability. But the problem for him here is that he's running headlong into the United States Constitution, which says that you cannot hold Amber Heard liable for words she didn't write or publish. But here we are. Here we are. And you can decide this case without ever wading into any.
Importantly, they could have objected there, but they didn't.
The Constitution does not say
evidence
that,
that you
actually.
heard about the heinous abuse that Ms. Heard suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. You can decide that by determining that those statements are true and they're protected by the First Amendment. But Mr. Depp brought this case, and he's suggesting that he was never abusive to Ms. Heard.
This sounds like a Saul Goodman
So
defense.
that's where you want to make your decision. That's where the road ends for Mr. Depp.
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me be very clear. If Amber was abused by Mr. Depp even one time, then she wins.
Nope.
One time.
That'll be subject
And
to
we're not just
rebuttal.
talking about physical
Maybe.
abuse. We're talking about emotional abuse, psychological abuse,
Oh yeah, I'd hit this on rebuttal
financial
hard.
abuse.
But it's actually a very good
Sexual.
strategy to argue that it's not
That's
just
what we're
physical,
talking about.
verbal is included. That's where I think their
Look at the
weakness
evidence.
is.
You heard Mr. Depp define abuse from his own mouth. He admitted all of that when you talked about his childhood. As they reference, his mother called him one eye because he had a lazy eye. And he said that that was worse than the beatings that he took. Worse than the beatings that he took. Being called one eye by his mother was worse than the beatings that he took. And after the evidence that you've seen, some of which you're going to see, I want you to think to yourself,
But it's not a compelling argument.
worse than what.
Because either you believe the physical claims of abuse or you don't believe anything.
You'll remember his expert.
You're not
Shannon
going to
Curry
just believe
agreed
those, but
that
believe the
abuse
other
can take
stuff.
many forms. And you'll remember that Don Hughes, Ms. Heard's expert, talked about the reports of intimate partner violence by Ms. Heard, characterized by physical violence, psychological aggression, sexual violence, coercive control, and surveillance behaviors. She tested Ms. Heard. She said that the tests show that there's a high degree of serious violence perpetrated by Mr. Depp toward Ms. Heard. She got that opinion and that impression by reviewing the medical records of Ms. Heard. She talked about the role of coercive control that Mr. Depp exercised over Ms. Heard. The effect of coercive control, she said, was drastic, and it was composed of things such as possessive jealousy, the imbalance of power, not only in physical stature and physical size, but in where they were in their life and their career, by intimidation. She said writing obscene messages to your partner can absolutely be intimidating behavior. She said that Mr. Depp, after reviewing the evidence, banging and throwing and hitting things in the household, that's psychological aggression. Punching a wall, throwing something, screaming, that is abuse. That's abuse, ladies and gentlemen. She said alcohol can just throw lighter fluid off a flame in a situation of domestic violence. All of these things constitute the domestic violence that Ms. Heard suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. And he's trying to get you, to fool you, to believing that he's carried his burden of proof that never a single time in their relationship was he in any way, physically or non-physically, abusive to Ms. Heard. And that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. So let's look at some of that evidence. And like I said, you can apply your own common sense. You don't need to check that at the door when you go into the deliberation room. I'm going to walk you through the evidence, some of the evidence that's been presented, including evidence from Mr. Depp's own mouth. His own words are the words of his witnesses. Keep in mind the burden of proof. And as we go through this evidence, I'd ask you to keep this in mind as well. It's not about who's the better spouse. It's not about whether you think Ms. Heard may have been abusive to Mr. Depp. It's not. Because remember, if you think that they were both abusive to each other, and that's what their witness Laurel Anderson testified to, then Amber wins. They're trying to trick you into thinking that Amber has to be perfect in order to win, even while they're ignoring Mr. Depp's many flaws. But don't fall for that trick. Amber's not perfect. None of us are. She's never pretended to be, and that's not what you're being asked to decide.
Excuse
One
me.
time, ladies and gentlemen, one time.
She actually has
If you abuse her
pretended to be
one
perfect.
time, Amber wins. Actually, if he fails to prove that he never abused her one time, Amber wins. So let's take a look at some of the evidence. This was one of the first messages shown to Mr. Depp in his cross-examination. This is a message to Paul Bettany, his drug buddy, early on in their relationship, when he says, "Let's burn Amber. Let's drown her before we burn her. I will fuck her burnt corpse afterwards to make sure she is dead." Some of the most vile, disgusting language that you could ever imagine.
Oh, don't look at my
That was what
text.
he said to her at the beginning of the relationship.
He didn't say that to her. He
So
said
let's
that to
look
Paul
at
Bettany.
How the relationship was bookended.
Yeah.
You remembered Mr. Depp the other day in response to some text that we'll see later saying, "I don't write like that."
Oh, hit him on the incoming thing.
This is a bookend of the relationship. This is after it was over.
I hope they actually noticed.
I asked Mr. Depp to read that top text. You'll remember that was the only thing I asked him to read. And he immediately said, "I didn't write that text," even though, of course, he did. Even though he wrote the text under it that said, "Hopefully that cunt's rotting corpse is decomposing in the fucking trunk of a Honda Civic." That's how he bookended their relationship.
Holy mackerel.
Ladies and
That's
gentlemen, these words are a window into the heart and mind of America's favorite pirate. This is the real Johnny Depp. This is the real Johnny Depp after Miss Heard decided that she couldn't take it anymore, decided that she needed to leave him. And I'm not going to reread this whole text to you. But this is where he says she's begging for global humiliation. And she's going to get it. He says, "I'll stop at nothing, and I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her." It's one of the only promises to Miss Heard that Mr. Depp has ever kept. That's how he ended the relationship. But you saw how he started it. Now, Miss Heard did testify on the stand that Mr. Depp abused her countless times. First, it started, they were very happy. They started dating in 2011, and things were good. And she testified that even during periods of abuse, even during their relationship, when there was abuse occurring, that there were periods where they were very happy. It's the cycle of violence. It's the cycle of sobriety. There were periods when everything was good, when the monster was gone, and then the monster would return. You heard about how the first incidents of violence took place in 2012, when Miss Heard asked Johnny about his tattoo that used to say Winona forever and had been changed to say Wino forever. And she laughed. And she said, "And he slapped me across the face." She thought it was a joke, and then he did it 2 more times. And then he said, "I thought I put the monster away, and I've done it before." That's what he said to her during that first incident.
According to her.
But you don't just have to take what Mr. Depp said in his text. We can hear through his own voice what he called Miss Heard.
Because you're a fucking cunt!
Sorry.
Look at that back there. It's like, yeah.
And
no lies detected.
It's a bottle
That was
fits.
Miss Heard's term. She made it up. That was what she used to refer to him when she was nagging him. She didn't want him to have a good time. She didn't want him to have a beer once in a while. That's what he's implying. But no, this was a term created by Mr. Depp that she heard for the first time in 2012 after he slapped her 3 times across the face and said, "I thought I put the monster away." And after he sat up here on the stand under oath and told you that she made that term up, we look back at his texts, the writing at the time. The first text is after Australia in 2015, during a period of sobriety, a short-lived period of recovery for Mr. Depp, when he told Jerry Judge, his bodyguard, all I had to do was send the monster away and lock him up. Remember, he texted Elton John, or sent an email to Elton John in 2012, referring to himself as the monster. He tells Dr. Kipper, the doctor to whom he's paid millions and millions and millions of dollars, "Thank you, my darling Kipper." He says, "I've locked my monster child away in a cage deep within." He tells Stephen Duders, you know Mr. Duders, he liked to text Mr. Duders. He tells him, "She thinks my Peruvian period," which is a reference to cocaine. He admitted to that means him using cocaine, "has made me a monster and that I am ruining the relationship." Imagine that. Someone actually thinking that maybe the impact of alcohol and cocaine is ruining a relationship. How dare she? He says, "Need to discuss the news helicopter. It's a monster. I want to shoot a motherfucker, but don't worry, the monster is not involved." Mr. Depp knows that he can turn into a monster. He knows that.
Does he have a history of
He
shooting a
knows
motherfucker?
that. He got up here on the stand and tried to deny that to you. Talk about lack of accountability. Let's see the monster. Let's see the monster in the flesh.
I am smashing some cabinets. This is the monster. I mean,
look at the monster destroying his own property and not touching her.
Motherfucker! Motherfucker! What happened?
Listen to her egg him on too.
I mean, anybody who's had a bad day looks at this and goes, "Wait, this is the extent of the monster? Like, you've never slammed a cabinet or a cupboard or a door?"
Mother
In
effer,
frustration. I don't know. Maybe some people find this like horrendous. Do they know anyone who's Irish?
Nothing happened this morning, you know that?
Were you in here?
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning.
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We're not
She is
even
so
fighting.
clearly trying
All
to
I did was
elicit a
say sorry.
response from
Did
him.
something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy. Who's crazy? Oh, you're crazy. Oh, you're crazy.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Cheers, Johnson.
You got this going?
I just started it.
Oh, really? Really? See that shit on me, motherfucker?
I didn't. You were smashing shit.
You see Miss Heard laughing in that? She's not laughing in that. Mr. Depp in this courtroom right now is laughing, making
Johnny's
snide
face.
remarks as that video is being played. But it's not a laughing matter. Who does that?
Never said laugh. They said
Who does
smack.
that? Imagine being in Amber's shoes on February 10th, 2016, videotaping him because when he's sober and sweet, you've never loved anything more. But when he mixes the drugs and he mixes drinks, he turns into this man. You've seen it before. You're praying it won't happen again, but deep down, you know it will. You know that man will come out. You know that monster will come out, and you want him to change. Imagine watching your husband, the person you love, behaving violently that way, like a wild animal. That is abuse. That's abuse. And you don't have to look at that incident in isolation to find that it's abuse. You can look at it in the context of their whole relationship. This isn't about breaking down a series of individual days that you've heard evidence about. This is about the cumulative effect of Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's relationship and whether that constitutes abuse. That is abuse, ladies and gentlemen. That's domestic abuse. And their response is, she sold it to TMZ, which she didn't. There's no evidence of, and she was on a plane. The only evidence suggests she was on an international flight when Mr. Tremaine testified that they received it and it was validated within something like 15 minutes, which could only have happened by the person who sent it. Miss Heard was in the air. She didn't send it to TMZ. She never leaked anything to TMZ, as you heard from her own mouth. Who would want that to become public? Again, in order to find for Mr. Depp, you would have to find that for his defamation claim, every single thing that ever happened between them that could constitute abuse, Amber was the abuser. Every single time. You'd have to believe the unbelievable. You all are smarter than that. But Mr. Depp thought he could hide it. He thought he could hide the monster. That's why he lied in insurance forms that you have to fill out in order to be able to act. That's why he said he hadn't taken illegal substances, whether prescribed by a physician or not. That obviously wasn't true in the past 12 months. They keep talking about Mr. Depp's
Speaking to all the jurors who've never lied on an insurance form before.
Role as a father. This is what he sent, a text that he sent DX207. Now Lily Rose, his daughter, hates me because she thinks I'm drinking, and she's right, but I can't admit, or I fucking die in her eyes. Thanks for that one, Vanessa.
Is this abuse
Mr.
too?
Depp passed out in a Tokyo hotel room during the press tour for The Lone Ranger in 2013.
Abusive.
Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp screamed at me, and all I could think were the kids are in an adjoining room. And Mr. Depp passed out with his head like this. I don't think he was sleeping on the floor because he had a bad back. They keep referring to these pictures as she took pictures of Mr. Depp while he was asleep. He's not asleep in that picture. He's passed out, drunk and high, and she's taking pictures because she wants him to realize what he's done and get help and seek help. I don't think that looks like the spice cabinet of anyone in this courtroom. That's Mr. Depp. This is Mr. Depp.
That sack of weed.
What a violent monster.
And all you hear from Mr. Depp,
because marijuana is known to cause people to freak out and beat the hell out of each other.
Victim blaming Miss Heard for taking this picture of him, for trying to help. So let's talk about some of these instances of abuse. Oh, forgot one. In March 2013, talked about the Wino Forever tattoo. In March 2013, there were a couple instances. There was one where on March 8th, and we'll get to that in a second, where he was drinking brown liquor and doing a lot of cocaine.
Cheers to brown
That might have
liquor.
been that was March 22nd.
The
On March
brownest of
8th,
brown liquor.
this is when Mr. Depp backhanded her. She felt like her lip went into her teeth and got a little blood on the wall. He grabbed her by the arm and held her on the floor, screaming at her. We'll come back to this in a minute. This is March 22nd. This is what Mr. Depp said isn't every hour happy hour. Again, totally abandoning any responsibility for behavior like this. But what happened on March 22nd is he wanted Miss Heard to remove a painting by her ex-partner. And he wanted to admit to an affair that she wasn't having. She didn't admit to it because it wasn't true. So he decided to have some lines of cocaine and some whiskey for breakfast.
That doesn't actually show that he
And
had
then,
lines of cocaine.
on the way to filming the Keith Richards documentary,
This is actually one of the pictures that made me sway
Grab
completely into Johnny's camp.
their dog, their teacup Yorkie, and holds the dog, Boo, out of the window of a moving car. And he's howling like an animal, Miss Heard said, while holding the dog out of the car. That is abuse, ladies and gentlemen.
What?
That's abuse. Let's go back to this, because Ms. Vasquez read a parade of witnesses that she believes support Johnny's defense in this case. But as you've seen over the course of this proceeding, these witnesses, as I previewed in the opening, almost all of them are witnesses on his payroll. They're all scared to say anything bad about him, and they've seen what happens to people who do. And none were there for the instances of domestic violence. What they're saying is,
Nobody
if
was.
he didn't abuse Miss Heard in front of his 4 bodyguards, then it must have never happened. That's essentially what they're asking you to believe.
No, in front of anybody ever.
Works. Take his sister, Christy. I know it seems like a year ago, but she was the first witness in this case. You'll remember her on the stand when I presented her with these texts that say, stop drinking, stop coke, and stop pills. You'll remember her squirming and saying, I don't think I was asking him to stop drinking, stop coke, stop pills. She couldn't even answer that basic question because she wanted to lie for Mr. Depp and say that Ms. Heard was delusional. She couldn't even admit this to you. She's nothing but an enabler. The same with Sean Bett, his head of security, who's been sitting in this courtroom for the past 6 weeks. He's right there. Mr. Bett was the one who testified to you that when Mr. Depp has a few drinks of alcohol, he said, I wrote this down, he said it's like the rest of us drinking sparkling water. I don't think
that's violence.
It's like you or I when we drink sparkling water. This is the same Sean Bett who said that on the evening of May 21st,
he's never met
2016, which Elaine will talk about in a little bit, he said Mr. Depp may have bumped something off a table. You've seen the pictures. You'll see them again. Just like Travis McGivern said that Mr. Depp rearranged.
Everybody's lying except for Amber.
The pictures. You'll see him again. Just like Tara Roberts in the Bahamas, who tried to blame everything on Ms. Heard and only under cross-examination admitted that Mr. Depp passed out face down in the sand underneath a hammock and his son Jack found him there. She took a video of their cabin in the Bahamas to try to suggest to you that this assault that Ms. Heard alleges couldn't have taken place. But conveniently, she didn't take the camera into the closet where Mr. Depp
More projection.
held Ms. Heard, hit her. We'll get to that incident. She didn't take the video camera into the bathroom where he sexually assaulted Ms. Heard. She didn't do that.
This is the Heard
She
defense.
wanted to generate evidence only favorable to Mr. Depp. Think about Sean Bett and Starling Jenkins' conflicting stories about the birthday party on April 21st. Remember, Mr. Depp experienced horrific financial news the evening of that night, April 21st, 2016. He learned that he was essentially out of money and he needed to start selling things. But we all know what Mr. Depp does when he receives bad news like that. He left the meeting at 9:30 and didn't arrive at Ms. Heard's birthday party until 11:15. Okay, fine, he was late. But we all know what he does when he has that hour and 45 minutes of free time and he's stressed out about something. Mr. Bett testified, remember he said, I took him to his home on Sweetser Avenue, his other home, to pick up a birthday present for Ms. Heard. That's what he said. That's what he said. Mr. Jenkins, you may remember him, he testified by the video link on the stand, and I said, you don't know what he did in that intervening time period. And he said, oh, yes, I do. I do. He said, Mr. Depp was visiting his sick mother. And I said, who told you that? And he said, Mr. Bett. The witnesses that Mr. Depp has paraded up here, who are here in person, they're here in person because they're on his payroll, almost all of them. And they're telling you whatever they think they need to tell you to get you to take Mr. Depp's side, just as we previewed they would do in the opening.
I just want to let you guys know, as
Mr.
Rodney
Depp would
Moore
go
is
through
doing
periods
his
where he would
closing,
apologize, where he would be grateful.
it started pouring
I
down
doubt
rain in
there were times when
Fairfax.
Mr. Depp wanted to get better. These are texts, PX 120A and 120B. I won't read them all to you. These are texts that Mr. Depp sent to Paige Heard
Finally, Amber's tears.
after detox on the island in 2014.
What did I miss? What did I miss?
He says,
No,
there
no.
were more than a few times when I thought it
It
would
just
be
started
worse
raining in
to
Fairfax.
take that route. Meaning go for a swim and swallow a big drink of ocean. He said it was Amber and Amber alone that got me through this. There is no luckier man on this earth to have the strength that Amber gives me and the full support of each of you. So as you're weighing the evidence and you're weighing Mr. Depp's credibility, think to yourself, what do I believe? What he has a motive to say on the stand, or what he wrote contemporaneously with the events? Take his own words to Amber after the detox. Just to let you know that I'm fine, my angel. I miss you, of course, but this was the right thing to do to speed up the process. I love you more than life. But then there were these days. Then there were times like this.
Like in any
This is
relationship,
on
you
March
mean?
9th. We had a slightly grim morning, is the way Mr. Depp describes it. You'll remember the text from a few days later, referred to as the disco bloodbath text, where Ms. Heard says, is that about last Friday night by any chance? And Mr. Depp responds, how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? He testified on the stand, I don't remember what happened that Friday night, but Ms. Heard sure did. And this is one of the things that she had to show for it. Now, Ms. Vasquez showed this to you in opening statements and made it seem like, again, remember what I said at the beginning, If you take pictures, they're fake. If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. Here's one where she did take a picture, but Ms. Vasquez says, but she doesn't have injuries on her face. Look at the date that this picture was taken, ladies and gentlemen. March 23rd, 2013, 15 days after this incident. So even when there are pictures, they're trying to deceive you.
That's not a 15-day-old bruise by any stretch of the imagination.
And she texted, look who she texted that to. She texted to her mom. They say she never told anyone. Text to mom, March 23rd, 2013. Let's go to Hicksville. You remember Hicksville? Obviously, there's been a little bit of discussion about that in this case. This is where Mr. Depp got jealous that a woman named Kelly Sue was sitting close to Miss Heard and maybe had her arm around her at a campfire. And everyone was having a good time. There were some mushrooms involved. There was some drinking. And Mr. Depp got jealous of that. Now, he claims that Miss Heard is the abuser, that she's so much stronger than he is. But then he testified that the evidence shows that in Hicksville, he was the one who said he was just trying to protect Amber. Well, who says, why would she need protection if she's the abuser? And he went and he took Kelly Sue's hand, forcibly removed it from Miss Heard, embarrassing Miss Heard, ruining the mood the whole night. So they went and they got into an argument in the trailer in which not only did he trash the trailer, but he took her into the bathroom. He slammed her up against the side wall of the bedroom by her neck, holds her there. And no, sorry, that was the next one. In Hicksville, he took her into the bathroom of the trailer,
right?
Did what he called a cavity search, where he
It's hard to keep it straight
what
when you're
she
lying.
called a cavity
sexually
search.
assaulted her, then trashed the trailer. And you heard this Morgan Knight person who testified a few days ago who said,
You mean the owner of the place?
You also heard evidence that the way he got involved in this trial was by reaching out to one of the main Johnny Depp fan influencers on social media. And you saw that text. That's how he injected himself into this trial.
Not a text. It was a tweet.
There was way more than
response.
$62 of damage. You heard testimony from Rocky Pennington, Whitney Heard, Whitney Enriquez, and Amber about him trashing the trailer. And is that really a surprise? The man's admitted that he smashes things when he gets angry. The man's admitted that he smashed hotel rooms. You saw the quote he admitted to the other day.
The owner of the trailer said $60 worth of
He
damage.
doesn't care about the repercussions.
Don't believe the invoice.
Didn't use the security
So,
deposit.
This is
Was it the piggy fee or what?
This is a text, another text to drug buddy Bettany, where he says, I, of course, pounded and displayed ugly colors to Amber on recent journey. I am an insane person
He said
and
drug
not
buddy
so
Bettany?
bareheaded after too much of the drink. Weed, pills, fine. Booze, my capacity is too large and I won't stop.
Is that in
Ugly
the courtroom?
and sad. Oh,
Yeah,
how
there's
I
a storm brewing.
There appears to be an Amber Alert, but I think we're okay.
Oh, shit.
We're getting it, I guess, on their phones that haven't silenced that.
Okay, Your Honor.
Okay.
Amber's case just got kidnapped.
Turn off your fucking phone. What are you doing, you dumbass?
That's after Hicksville. This is what
Nice
I was
one,
getting to
Andrew.
next.
That was classic.
Remember
That was classic.
the testimony about Mr. Depp being drunk on his yacht on the island in the Bahamas
Remove
in
him.
2013.
Kick him the fuck out
When
of the
Mr.
courtroom.
Depp looked a little scary by the way his body fell into the water, and Lily Rose, his daughter, started to cry. Miss Heard comforted Lily Rose, and then Depp accused Amber of making them aware.
Look at how many people are turning off their phones.
Making his kids aware of this. And he slammed her up against the side wall of the bedroom, held her up by her neck, held her there for a second, and said, I can fucking kill you, and you're an embarrassment. That's what he said. And then, do you remember what happened? Lily Rose and Amber helicoptered away from the island. And while Amber was in the helicopter with Lily Rose, Mr. Depp sends her this piece of poetry, calling her a lesbian camp counselor because she cared about his drinking, and just ridiculing her for trying to protect his daughter. Sickening.
DUI guy, did you set up that Amber Alert? Tell the
This
truth.
text. Let's fast forward a little bit to Actually, before we talk about this is the Boston flight. Let's talk about the Moscow flight. The Moscow flight, when Mr. Depp and Amber, she said that was the one time she took ecstasy or MDMA with Mr. Depp, and she learned her lesson. When he hit her on the plane, when he threatened to break the flight attendant's wrist, and Miss Vasquez, again, just tried to tell you, oh, he always wore rings. Now, Miss Heard said almost all the time he did, maybe sometimes when he didn't. And in the picture that she just showed you, PX 1248, you can take a look at that when you review the evidence. That's a picture taken in Moscow with no rings other than a wedding ring on his finger or some kind of ring. He's wearing one ring on his finger. And so in Mr. Depp's world, they're going to try to come at you either way. They say, well, he was wearing rings, but it didn't leave a mark on your face. And then they show you a picture where he wasn't wearing rings during that trip. So that's what happened in Moscow. On September 2013, in London, Mr. Depp was filming with Paul Bettany. He missed a few days of work, going on a multi-day drug binge. And that's when he told Miss Heard that if she accepted an invitation and went to a concert with a friend that she was starring in a movie with, that the engagement would be off. Talk about coercive control that Don Hughes testified is abuse. That is abuse. And there's been a lot mentioned in this case by Mr. Depp about Miss Heard not wanting him to leave. Miss Heard not wanting him to leave. Well, this is why she didn't want him to leave, because he goes off with his friends and he twists off, as he calls it, and goes on a multi-day bender. That's why she didn't want him to leave when he got spun up like that and she could see the monster coming. So let's fast forward to the Boston plane incident. Mr. Depp was jealous that she was filming a movie with James Franco. And Miss Heard testified that when she met him in Boston, she was on the plane, his car pulled up. She could guess by the way he was moving. She knew what was going to board that plane. And it wasn't Mr. Depp, the man. It was Mr. Depp, the monster. She said, I already know he's drunk. I already know he's using. And then when he got on the plane, he straight up started taunting her. He called her a go-getter and a slut. He started throwing things at her, ice cubes and utensils, and he slapped her face against the window when she was seated. And when she got up to move, how dare she, he kicked her in the back. She said, I feel this boot in my back. And he continued to drink and eventually started howling like an animal, passed out in the bathroom. Let's play 221, please.
Listen to that abuse.
What animal is that?
That's what the sheep back home sound like to me.
It's what it sounds like when Johnny Depp's having his soul sucked out of him like one of those monsters in the Harry Potter movies.
But he expects you to believe him that he didn't have anything to drink on that plane except for maybe one thing of champagne. That's what he expects you to believe. He's talked about blackouts. These blackouts where he doesn't remember what happened. He blamed them only on opiates, but we know they happened throughout, where he doesn't remember what's happened. As you're weighing the evidence, as you're assessing whether Mr. Depp has borne his burden of proof, think to yourself, do you believe Amber's account of what happened on the plane, or do you believe that person's account that you just heard? But actually, you can look at his account from a few days later, May 30th, in which he told, again, Paul Bettany, he said, drank all night before I picked Amber up to fly to LA. No food for days, powders, half a bottle of whiskey, 1,000 Red Bulls and vodkas, pills, 2 bottles of champagne. And what do you get? An angry aggro engine in a fucking blackout, screaming obscenities and insulting any fuck who got near. I'm done. I'm admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love. For little reason as well, I'm too old to be that guy, but pills are fine. And he expects you to believe that he's carried his burden of proof in showing that no abuse happened on that plane. You don't have to look at just that. You can look at this text to Patty Smith when he says, when I was in NYC, they were brief visits and I fucked and charged by horrific fights with Amber. I fucked up and drank and got shitty, was so disappointed in myself. You can look at his text to Miss Heard the next day where he says, once again, I find myself in a place of shame and regret. Of course, I am sorry. I really don't know why or what happened. Well, no wonder. You heard the voice on the plane. Of course he doesn't know what happened. But I will never do it again. My illness somehow crept up and grabbed me. I must get better. I love you and feel so bad for letting you down. And what his response has been throughout this trial and things like that is blaming Amber, saying he's just placating her. Is that carrying his burden of proof and showing that abuse hasn't happened even a single time? This is in the lead up to Australia. But before we get there, we can talk about January 25th in Tokyo at the premiere of Mordecai, where he did slam her up against the hallway wall, wailed on her, and he did get on her back in the closet. And what do they say? Look at her backless dress. She doesn't have any bruises. She testified herself that she was checking out pictures because she was concerned that there were. So now their theory is if there's no marks, it didn't happen. Case. February 2015, this is when they got married. The day they got married, you heard the testimony from Io Tillett Wright, that where Mr. Depp told him, I can now punch her anytime I want and no one can do anything about it.
I think every man ever in the history of mankind has made that joke.
Made on his wedding day.
Or something
then we
similar
fast
there.
forward to Australia, where Miss Heard is flying from London, where she's filming The Danish Girl, to see her new husband for the first time since their wedding. And these are excerpts from DX 353. All but the bottom right one are in the days leading up to this, where he's on a drug-fueled bender. He's hanging out with Marilyn Manson. He's getting drugs from his assistants who are enablers. Again, there's a reason you didn't hear them testify in this trial. They're getting him drugs for days and days. And then the one on the bottom right, you'll remember you've seen a couple times. This is after he chopped his finger off, when he says, need more cocaine and ecstasy. So, and no one, Miss Heard was in touch with his assistants, but no one told her the hornet's nest that she was walking into. And we all know what happened in Australia.
He said whore.
We all know that Mr. Depp, she gets there, he pulls out a bag of MDMA, and he took a handful. She didn't say he took 10 at a time. She did say he took 8 to 10 over the course of that period. The second day, Mr. Depp, who claims that Miss Heard refused to do a post-nup, calls Amber's domestic relations attorney, Michelle Mulrooney. You heard from her when he was drunk, and he fired her. And he told Amber for about the 25th time, she said, the only way out of this is death. I don't want a post-nup. And then she said,
there's no man on the jury that believes that has any validity whatsoever.
Testimony from Australia. You remember her saying that he had her by the neck, squeezing her neck. You remember her saying that he threw her on the games table like a ping pong table. You remember seeing the pictures of that broken table. You remember her saying that at some point he had a broken bottle up against her face, and he told her that he'd carve up her face, that he was throwing bottles at her. He's throwing bottles one after another, and I could feel glass breaking behind me, and you've seen the evidence of that. And he was just over and over again smashing the phone into the wall, screaming at me as she watched it break into pieces. Now, she doesn't know how he lost his finger. She said that she saw him smash a phone to pieces. And you heard him get impeached the other day with his testimony from the UK, which was different from what he testified here, where he said he did smash a phone. And then they tried to put that picture in front of you with the desk phone and suggest that that was it.
Smash my phone into pieces.
Vocoder.
Then you heard Miss Heard testify that the next morning she found meat that he had left all over the house. But not before what happened before she went to bed that night, where Miss Heard testified, and I remember trying to get up, and I was slipping on the glass. I was wanting to move. I felt this pressure in my pubic bone. I remember just not wanting to move because I didn't know if it was broken. I didn't know if the bottle that he had inside me was broken.
No, but no doctor appointment.
Yeah.
This is the next morning.
I think you'd know.
This is what he wrote with the bloody
I'm pretty sure.
And there's been testimony about what happened to cut the finger off, but frankly, it's irrelevant to your deliberations here. Amber could have chopped it off with an axe, and it has nothing to do with whether or not Mr. Depp abused her. But we all know she didn't. We all know that his fingers weren't curled, and someone was standing with a half-gallon vodka bottle from about where that canopy is. And
it wouldn't matter if she chopped his finger off with an axe,
managed to
by the way.
damage just the bottom of the finger and leave the nail fully intact. We all know that didn't happen. Mr. Depp knows it didn't happen. We'll see some evidence of that. But here, he writes about her ambitions, starring Billy Bob and Easy Amber, who talked about controlling, jealousy, talked about him not wanting her to act. Dawn Hughes testified how that is a form of intimate partner abuse. Here he's writing on the mirror again, and they try to blame her and say that she wrote "Call Carly Simon." She didn't write that.
That looks like her handwriting to me.
Who was the lunatic in the house? Who was writing?
Her.
Kind of begging the question there.
And she's still in the house.
Until she was told.
We traced the phone call.
This is some of the evidence. Mr. Depp told you a couple different stories the other day about the evidence on the right. He claimed that was the handle of vodka between those two beer cans there. But then under cross-examination, he admitted it's not, that there's not enough glass on the floor, that there's no handle of vodka on the floor. But what there is in the picture on the right is evidence of when he was throwing bottles past Amber's head and breaking that plate glass window. More writing, more abuse on the right. Imagining having a painting area where you're drawing two canvases and you and your husband get in a fight, and while you are asleep that night, he takes the bloody stump of his finger and dips it in paint and destroys your paintings. Ladies and gentlemen, that's abuse. Good luck and be careful at the top. And this is a good chance to talk about Mr. Depp's controlling and jealous rage and his desire to control Amber's career.
What career?
He didn't want her to act. As early as 2013, he tells his sister, "I don't need actress bullshit and her fucking ambition." He tells her in this recording,
if you look at the bigger picture,
I
what is
became
the
irrational when you're doing movies. I become jealous and fucking crazy and weird. You know, we fight a lot more.
I become jealous when you're doing movies. I become irrational and fucking crazy and weird. Out of his own mouth.
Sounded like a calm conversation.
This is some of the notes of Dr. Blaustein.
Yep.
His therapist called him self-destructive. Something about wait up to fight the devil. Jealous. And I know this is hard to read, but you can see jealous. You see paranoia, fear, envy. He wanted to control her. He wanted to own her. He didn't want her to have any career. And then he says things like, "I have other uses for your throat, which do not include injury." No one who hasn't previously grabbed someone by the throat would write.
That's not what he was talking about.
But we all know how Mr. Depp thinks along these lines, because you saw these two texts the other day that he sat on the stand.
She's working so hard on that chair. She can hear the rain outside. She's like, I just need one drop.
Vile writing you can imagine.
All my
So
tears
that's
are
not
falling
his style.
outside the
I wouldn't
courthouse.
write like that. Of course he would, and he did. These are texts that he produced, that he gave to Amber and our team in this litigation, from him to his personal assistant, Stephen Duders. This is the way he thinks about women. This, not what you heard on the stand, that. It's disgusting.
All those women in other relationships with him, no problem.
This is evidence of him admitting to it to people other than Amber.
Look,
I cut the top of my middle finger
I mean,
off.
sometimes
Says that to Dr.
couples
Kipper.
talk dirty
Says it
to
again
each
Dr.
other.
Kipper. The bottom one he says,
I know Rottenborn
says
doesn't
to Nurse
know this,
Bellotti,
but
I just chopped my finger off. But he does say it to Amber too. Remember, we played this one.
That's what the lawyer just behind Amber was thinking.
Saying,
The guy with
day that I
the
chopped my
scratcher.
finger off. Let's hear it one more time.
He was like looking sideways, like, "Oh man, don't look at my phone."
No, I'm not Australia. Okay.
Look at him. He's right there. He's like, "Oh man."
So let's fast forward to March 23rd.
Erase internet history.
After just a few weeks in Australia, Mr. Depp has a finger injury, no doubt about that. He comes home. He gets what they call a soft cast on it, which you heard his treating physician and our experts
Come
say.
on, Amber,
It's not
squeeze out a
soft
tear or
on it,
two.
but it's a hard.
It's
plaster
raining outside, for
cast
God's
over
sake.
the top of his finger that can be wielded like a club. And they got in an argument when Miss Heard discovered that he was having an affair with a woman named Rochelle that had been going on before the wedding, after the
Trying
wedding.
that hard to cry. She
And
may
she
end up
confronted
killing
her about
herself.
that. No surprise there. They got in a huge argument. At some point in the argument, he bolted up the stairs. Now, Travis McGivern claims that she threw a Red
Now,
Bull.
which version of the story is this, Rottenborn?
She and Whitney Henriquez say that absolutely didn't happen. But even if you believe Mr. McGivern, at some point, Mr. Depp went up the stairs. He went to the fight. This is the man that claims he always wants to run, and this time he had his bodyguard with him. So he could have just walked out the door, but he runs up the stairs, and Miss Enriquez is standing on the precipice of the stairs. And Amber admitted that when she thought he was about to push her down the stairs, as he's grabbing at her and Amber with his free hand and trying to club them with the casted hand, that she said, I punched him square in the face. I punched him square in the face. And they showed you a picture of the shiner that she had, that Mr. Depp had. Ms. Heard doesn't deny that. They're trying to say
she doesn't deny the actual evidence of abuse.
Yeah,
upon Johnny
herself and her sister from this animal who's
seems to
running
have
at
left
them.
the reference
This
to Kate
person,
Moss
they
out of
claim,
this too.
Couldn't possibly.
Johnny's like, this script sucks.
A hurt finger. Yet he could have done this. This is what Mr. Gibbons said was rearranging her closet.
Amber, I'm gonna rearrange.
I don't know what you all do when you rearrange your closets, but I hope it doesn't look like this.
In a way that doesn't cause injury.
Upstairs. This is knocking this over. This is what he did to rearrange her closet with his hurt finger that he couldn't possibly have hit Miss Heard.
It'd be an improvement to my closet, to be honest.
That in and of itself, that destruction of property, even if he hadn't hit her that night, that's abuse. Imagine being married to someone and walking on eggshells so thick that you don't know if you set them off, if that's what's going to happen.
Eggshells so thick.
That's abuse.
Thick eggshells.
I think he meant thin.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, sounds delicious.
But sometimes he would apologize. He'd say, I can't express how sorry I am for having stooped so low as to have spewed such vicious untruths for the sole purpose of hurting you. Grievous error, shameful. So he went
Grievous error.
He went in these cycles.
General Kenobi.
Change for good. And when it was good, it was really good. But then sometimes things like December 15th came around, where she remembers him chasing her in the kitchen. She remembers him shoving her 2 or 3 times and sending her toppling over a Chase lounge and saying, do you really want to go again, tough guy? And she looked at him and he balled up his fist, leaned back, and headbutted her square in the nose and pounded her head with the back of his fist so she couldn't breathe on that bed that we're going to see in a second, where she was suffocating in this pillow top. And she said, this is when I thought I was going to die. He's going to kill me, and he doesn't even know what he's doing because he's out of his mind. And these are the pictures that they claim. I don't know what they're claiming. I don't know if they're claiming she painted on the bruise. Oh, you weren't hurt badly enough, so therefore you're making it up. Look under her eye. And again, their theory is that all of this is a lie. All of this was some grand hoax. If this were a hoax, ladies and gentlemen, she'd have
It would have been done better.
worse injuries than that. She'd really do it up. She took pictures as
Unless
they
you
existed
didn't
when she could
plan
at the time
a
of abuse.
hoax.
And yet Miss Vasquez has the nerve.
Never thought you'd be challenged.
Retrofitted the
an incident
hoax.
of abuse. What, as she's being hit, she's supposed to somehow grab a video camera with one hand while she's defending herself with another hand? You heard her in one
Women
of the
do it all
audio
the time.
tapes talking about when she hit him, as he was trying to barge at her and she got her feet caught under a door as he's coming after her. And of course, as Don Hughes testified to, victims.
How much time has he used? It seems like it's been about 18 hours.
He's their abusive partner and apologize for things that aren't their fault.
That's because it's so
you're
boring.
coming at me, Johnny, and you push a door into me, and I have to hit you to get away to protect myself. Yeah, she did apologize for that because that's the cycle of violence. That's what victims do. Yet they continue to blame the victim. There's no evidence she painted on that bloody lip. And again, if we're talking about a hoax, the next day she went on James Corden and they say, well, you can't see any injury there, so it must not have happened. She would have to be the dumbest person in the world to say, I'm going to commit an abuse hoax, but let's do it the day before I go on national television. Let's do it the day before. But you heard Melanie Iglesias, her makeup artist, testify in great detail. And I didn't even understand half the terms about makeup that she was using, but she testified in great detail about exactly what she did to cover up those bruises. The red lipstick that she put to cover up the busted lip. You heard the testimony of that from a neutral party who said exactly what she did. She talked about how she looked at the color wheel to neutralize the bruising. They claim it was just an accidental headbutt. Well, no accidental headbutt rips out hair. They claim, oh, Miss Heard somehow used a pocket knife to cut this portion of the bed out to stage this. Well, I don't know if that's a pocket knife or not, but the only testimony in this trial about a pocket knife is Whitney Enriquez saying that Mr. Depp carried a pocket knife in his pocket every day.
Me
all know
too.
where that, if it is a pocket.
That's just an American thing. Every especially like west of the Mississippi carries a pocket
is the
knife.
text he sent to David Heard, Amber's dad, 2 weeks later, where he says, "I meant to send this to you a week or so ago. I'm sending it to you now."
I think
And he
mine's
says,
on the kitchen table.
I forget if it's a text or an email, but you can look at DX580. He says, "Yes, I fucked up and went too far in our fight." Because as a result of that fight and the bruises that all of her family saw, the family refused to go to the Bahamas with them for Christmas. The family refused to go to the Bahamas for Christmas. And on that trip to the island, Mr. Depp kept passing out. And every time he passed out, he would dump a glass of wine on Amber's lap. And she didn't like that. And she yelled at him. And because it was in front of his kids, he got up. This is the one where Tara Roberts took the video, but she didn't show you the closet. She didn't show you the bathroom. And Amber says, while holding my neck, this is in the closet, he said, "I'll fucking kill you if you ever speak to me like that in front of my kids again, because you embarrass me." And then he took her into the bathroom, and she said, "But this time he grabbed my vagina, shoved his fingers inside me, but through my bathing suit, and held me there and asked me if I was so fucking tough." And then she ran out.
The only woman in almost 60 years of life who's ever had this kind of relationship.
That's when he claims, and she admits she threw something at him. She didn't know what it was. It's been testimony, it was a can of mineral spirits, that she claimed that hit Mr. Depp. And Mr. Depp is somehow the victim in that encounter? Yeah. Come on. We talk about the train ride to Asia. You saw the pictures taken before they got on the train ride, where Mr. Depp has the same shadowing under his eye that he does in the allegedly abusive picture. But in that picture, he held in that train ride, talk about a honeymoon, he held her up against the wall while she was trying to get his arms off her neck, and he was squeezing her neck against the railway car. And at some point, I pulled the lapel of his shirt, he rips the shirt off, and she woke up with the shirt around her neck and a giant knot in the back of her head.
No evidence of
Let's
that.
fast forward to her birthday party just very quickly.
Apparently, he's used slightly more than 1 hour and 5 minutes.
They got into a fight. There's been conflicting evidence about that. But Amber said, "I hit the side of the desk. He chest bumped me. He fell to the floor. I fell to the floor. And when I got back up, he held me down by the shoulders. And that's when he grabbed her by the pubic bone and pushed her down." And you'll remember Ms. Vasquez showing her interrogatory answers where she details a lot of this and saying, "Nowhere in there does it say that." And Ms. Heard says it actually does on page 64. And pointed out to Ms. Vasquez exactly where it says that. That's abuse. It's sexual abuse. But we all know what Mr. Depp does when he experiences terrible financial news or terrible news. He experienced terrible news that night on the way to the birthday party, where both of his bodyguards have testified that he was either visiting his sick mom or getting a birthday present for Amber. And then we know what happens the day after his mother passed away on May 21st, 2016. And we're going to skip through a little bit of this now. And Elaine will talk about this in the context of the counterclaim.
Oh, good.
These are the pictures afterwards. These are
great.
pictures that now they're claiming that, they must have been faked. There's been no testimony in this case that these pictures were faked. There's been no testimony that the marks.
Yes, there was.
Including this mark with a straight line from below her eye to the top of her temple that it lines up directly with a phone. There's been no testimony that those are faked.
There's been no testimony.
Mr.
lined
Depp
up
went
with
through the
phone
house. He
either.
destroyed pictures of her friends. That's abuse. Property destruction like that, in and of itself, is abuse. He destroyed her office. He destroyed her friend Rocky Pennington's preparation for the bead show that she was having. He spilled wine in the hallway that you'll notice the police denied. Oh, there was no spilled wine in the hallway. Well, even Isaac Baruch testified that he saw this in the hallway.
Spilled wine, more abuse.
He never said anything to her.
I don't believe the police said there was no spilled wine.
These are the texts
They
that
said there
she
was no
sent
signs of it.
to her nurse, Erin Filati, the night that it happened. These are pictures of her in the courtroom.
Sad,
I'm not
Amber.
gonna play this right now, but you can listen to this. This is that terribly disturbing text of him in July of 2016 threatening to cut himself and telling, "You cut me or I will." You all remember playing that. It was awful. It was awful. I'm not going to play it again, but it was horrible. That in and of itself is abusive.
So him threatening to
This is the document
harm himself is abusing her.
divorce agreement, where he says, signed in agreement with his signature, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. He said that then. He could have fought this then, but he didn't, because he knew that her allegations were true. But then he continued his campaign of humiliation. He says, I want her replaced on that WB film.
To his
Ladies and
sister.
gentlemen, the facts are absolutely overwhelming of abuse. One time, that's all you have to remember. Mr. Depp simply cannot prove to you that he never once abused Amber. And if you don't know, you have to return a verdict for Ms. Heard. A ruling against Amber here sends a message that no matter what you do as an abuse victim, you always have to do more. No matter what you document, you always have to document more. No matter whom you tell,
Well, if you document some actual abuse, that would be helpful.
how honest you are about your own imperfections and your own shortcomings in a relationship, you need to be perfect in order for people to believe you. Don't send that message. That's what he wants you to send. So I'm going to quickly get to another point that you have to find in order to prove or in order to rule for Mr. Depp. You would have to find that Ms. Heard made the statements with actual malice. Now, what Mr. Chu didn't tell you is that you have to find this by clear and convincing evidence. So this is much higher than the greater weight of the evidence standard that applies to the other claims, the other elements of the claim. Clear and
How much
convincing
higher is it?
is evidence that creates in your minds a firm belief or conviction that Mr. Depp has proved this issue. So if you believe that Ms. Heard did not act maliciously in writing her op-ed, then you must return a verdict for Ms. Heard, even if you think that he never abused her. But I'll quickly go over the evidence of this. The op-ed, you look at the words, it clearly wasn't a hit piece. She visited her attorney, Eric George, who testified by video that his objective was to make sure that there could be no meritorious claim that could be brought about this article relating to defamation. He gave Ms. Heard advice. She affirmatively followed all of it. So you cannot find that Ms. Heard met the clear and convincing evidence standard, given the testimony of Eric George, given the testimony of Terrence Doherty from the ACLU, when Amber went out of her way.
Attorneys never give bad advice.
They will say it doesn't matter if she's lying. But even if that
should let Waldman know.
They will say that that doesn't matter if she's lying, but even that isn't true. Because again, keep in mind that if Ms. Heard wanted to be malicious toward Mr. Depp, the article would be very different. And I think it's interesting here.
Again, it's the liar's lying lie defense.
Amber utilized her.
Well, she would have been much worse if she meant it.
To make sure that she was following the law. Mr. Depp used his attorney, Adam Waldman, as an attack dog to defame Amber and to fulfill Depp's promise to her of global humiliation. The last thing I'll touch on before Elaine talks is Mr. Depp's damages. The man's at least consistent in one respect. He blames other people for his problems. Everyone but himself. You heard much us reading the stack of articles dating years before he broke up with Amber, before their marriage broke apart, talking about his problems, talking about the fact that his movies were flops, talking about the fact that he was late to the set, he's unreliable as an actor. A word of reminder here, ladies and gentlemen, is that the only thing Amber ever did that Mr. Depp is allowed to sue her for is the op-ed. He's trying to say, I want to sue her for what she said in 2016. I want to sue her for harm that was caused then. You cannot do that. The only thing you're being asked to decide are the words of the op-ed defamatory, nothing else. Any damage to Mr. Depp's career is self-caused. Then think about the testimony that you've heard from his former business manager, Joel Mandel, said that Depp had issues with drugs and alcohol that damaged his career. Depp sued him. His former agent, Tracy Jacobs, said he was late to the set and that he used an earpiece. Depp fired her. She said Disney never committed to Pirates 6. Disney's corporate representative,
the agent was
Tina Newman,
working with the business partner
no
that he sued.
Record
by
in
the way.
Disney's records of this op-ed. This op-ed had nothing to do with it. In fact, Catherine Arnold, our damages expert, testified that the paper version of the article that allegedly they say came out 4 days after the op-ed was published the same day as the op-ed that said that Johnny might not be in Pirate 6. The same day, the paper article came out the same day. So the op-ed didn't cause that. There's no evidence of any contract by Disney for Pirate 6. His agent, Jack Wiggum, couldn't identify a contract. His former agent, Christian Carino, said that there's no contract.
Jack Wiggum did identify an oral contract.
Anything he's lost is the result of his own choices. You also heard him lie to you. You heard him tell you that this was his first chance to tell his story. But let's break it down because that's not true. He could have fought the TRO that Amber filed. He could have said, I didn't abuse her, but he chose not to do that. He could have fought her in the divorce case, but But he chose not to do that. Instead, he signed the statement saying that no one had falsified any statements. He only filed this suit after he met Adam Waldman, the same Adam Waldman who convinced him to file suit against his former business manager, to file suit against his law firm and fire them and blame them for things.
Wait, Adam Waldman was in charge of Johnny Depp? I thought Adam Waldman was Johnny Depp's agent.
Had another opportunity to tell his story. He filed a case in the UK against the Sun for calling him a wife beater. And in that case, he had many of the same witnesses. He was on the stand for parts of 5 days, and he got to tell the fact finder in the UK whatever he wanted. Now, it's not the same testimony he told here, because you heard me impeach him about 13 times with his testimony from the UK, but he's had his chances. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to tell Mr. Depp that this was his last chance. Tell him to move on with his life. Tell him to let Amber move on with hers. Stand up for the freedom of speech. Stand up for the First Amendment. This trial is about so much more than Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. It's about the freedom of speech. Stand up for it, protect it, and reject Mr. Depp's claims against Amber. And now you'll hear from Ms. Beretta Hoff about the counterclaim.
Well, you're going to keep going? How much time are you going to burn on this?
Not right now. I think he means metaphorically, not like immediately, right?
He said now. She's up.
There she comes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you'll hear from Ms. Brenhoff. He just used an hour and 20 minutes.
Getting the microphone out of his butt.
I thought they were going to squeeze the counterclaim at the end.
I mean, they're limited to
Oh, look,
rebuttal on
Camille's
the counterclaim
Camille's got a big
only.
smile on her face.
Oh, they're ready to shred what just happened. I mean,
I get to say good afternoon.
Meow, 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 meow.
Oh, Ben's
Lady Elaine Fairchild.
very strong thank you to all of you.
Boomerang, toomerang, schmoomerang.
We really appreciate it. I'm going to go really fast and try to go as quick as I can so that you can get a break from us and go make your decision. I know you're probably itching to do it at this point, but this is very important to us, and we appreciate your listening and we appreciate your being here. I'm going to stay on this slide for a moment, and there's something that's very important on this slide that hasn't been brought to your attention by Mr. Depp's team. When you see the actual damages, go down to the last paragraph, if you will. It says, Mr. Depp cannot recover damages for any harm that occurred after November 2, 2020. Do you all see that? So what Mr. Depp's team got up here and told you through Mr. Chu this morning has nothing to do with this case. He had his chance in the UK. The lawsuit was filed June 2018, 6 months before the op-ed. The trial was July 2020. The process ended, according to Mr. Marks, their expert, on November 2, 2020. And his damages stopped then. He can't get reputational damages. He can't get his legacy back for his children. He can't get anything after that day from you. You can't restore his reputation. You can't give him anything. They didn't tell you that, but the court told you that. And that's a very, very important thing here. He told his story. He had his opportunities. He had his full opportunities to do all of that. And he came in here and lied to you and said he's here to get his reputation back. It's just one of many lies in this case, but it's a really big one, because here we are, 6 weeks of your time, precious time, 6 weeks of this court's time, for what? For nothing, only to go after Amber. That's psychological abuse. He's going
Wait, the trial itself?
for nothing, because he wants to put her through this again, the third time. So we're fighting back, and that's the counterclaim. She finally has said enough, enough. And we're asking you to finally hold this man responsible. He has never accepted responsibility for anything in his life. You've heard it this whole time. He hasn't admitted to anything. He's blamed everybody in the world, his agent, his manager, his lawyer, Amber, his friends, everybody. But he's never accepted responsibility for a thing he's done in his life.
What
But we're
in any
asking
the fuck are you talking about?
To accept, to make him accept responsibility, to hold him legally responsible for his actions, and to fully and fairly compensate Amber for what he has done by creating this concept of a hoax for the defamation that he has committed, that you have heard so much about, that just took wildfire and went off into negative media and has made Amber's life pure hell up to this day. We're asking you to do that, to compensate her, to be fair and hold him responsible so he stops. We don't want another lawsuit. We don't want anything else.
Sure
We want
don't.
to leave Amber alone and let her get on with her life. and
Leave Amber alone.
So let's talk about the counterclaim for a moment. These are Adam Waldman's statements. You've heard Mr. Depp say, well, why aren't you suing Mr. Waldman? Isn't that typical of Mr. Depp? He doesn't take responsibility for anything. So now he's going to blame his lawyer. But the evidence is very clear on all three statements, and we'll show them to you in a minute, that he says Adam Waldman, Mr. Depp's attorney, says these things. Now, Mr. Depp says, oh, I didn't even know about those until the counterclaim. Well, we know that's not true because Mr. Waldman's testimony
This will be shredded
2
on
months
rebuttal too.
before those statements were made. In February of 2020, Mr. Depp accompanied Mr. Waldman to the Daily Mail, the same place that all three of these statements were published. And he gave him 2 spliced audio tapes to try to make
Audio.
like
Audio.
Amber was
Spliced?
the person who was
When was the last time
committing
someone
the abuse.
spliced something?
He went with him. He knew that Mr. Waldman was doing this. He knew that Mr. Waldman was launching a campaign against Amber to try to discredit her. And the timing of this, we're talking, the statements now are April and June of 2020. The trial is July of 2020. So they're launching an attack. to
It's
try
like one
to
giant run-on sentence.
before the trial in the UK. That's what happened here. And that is Mr. Waldman, but it's Mr. Depp. The judge gave you 3 different instructions and you'll all have them. He's acting as his attorney. He has the authority. So Mr. Depp is standing in the shoes of Mr. Waldman. Mr. Waldman is standing in the shoes of Mr. Depp. Michelle, can you please bring up the first statement?
They're going to do lunch between rebuttals, right?
It says, Amber and her friends in the media.
They're overtime now. It's like, what, 12:34 there?
Allegations
I
is
have
both
no
a
idea.
sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Now, what this statement is meant to imply is that Amber is lying about the sexual assaults and using them with the media to try to discredit Mr. Depp. That's the clear implications of this. Now, the first part of this is this contradicts Mr. Depp's claims today that the first time you ever heard about the sexual assaults that happened was in this case. It was in the UK case. This is the case that Mr. Depp brought in the UK. And instead of Amber Heard trying to put this out in the media, she did exactly the opposite. Now, this article's not in your
He's
evidence
treading the
book,
thinnest
at least
line
some
she
of you
can
will
on
remember
saying he lost
it
the
being
UK
shown
case
at
without
one
saying
point
it.
with the title that said that Amber was successful in being able to treat her allegations of the sexual violence confidential in that proceeding. And it was treated confidential. She did
Is
it
Camille looking at the judge?
the opposite. She didn't want to tell people this. And you know that. You watched her on the stand. It was heart-rendering for her to have to do this with the cameras, no less.
Oh, she hates cameras.
But what else is false?
Cameras hate her.
Her reflection doesn't show up in mirrors either.
False statements of sexual violence. Ben went through all 4 of them, and I will not repeat them all. You heard the testimony. And interestingly enough, you didn't hear any stories that differed from that with Mr. Depp. He didn't get on the stand and say, you know, no, this didn't happen to at least a couple of them. And he can't remember anything likely. But if you just look at the pictures of the destruction in that house, I mean, imagine painting those canvases and how long that took and how much hatred and rage you have for somebody to do something.
To paint a canvas.
Walls, tearing up her nightgown,
Solid color even.
wrapping pieces of raw steak and putting it.
My heart feels empty as she's speaking.
Remember that she also
Yeah.
testified that he took her clothes,
Zero effect.
Well, the same with Rottenborn. It's like you just like there's no connection.
You know these things happen. With respect to the malice on this one, you know he knows.
You know.
You know that he knows he was out of it for 3 days. And that's all that we need to prove for malice. But there's a couple of more
What?
here. But you can find
To prove malice, you have to prove that he knows that you know that he knows he was out of it. What does that even mean?
And both of those are the same for purposes of evaluating the verdict form. They stand in each other's shoes. When you have
Where's that Charlie Brown teacher sound effect?
Say you can go with there was an article about the sexual violence that he had put from the April one that went into the trial. Amber's testimony, she was sitting near him in the trial. Adam Waldman threw that newspaper down in front of her defiantly. That's actual malice.
Defiantly.
And
That's
she
not
was
actual malice
upset,
at
and
all.
You heard her testimony on the stand about that. He was just inflicting it on her. Remember Bruce Whitkin's testimony? This was Johnny Depp's best friend.
Bruce
for 40
Willis, what?
years, until he testified truthfully 4 years ago about the drugs and alcohol, and he stopped talking to him. There was a couple of really important things that Bruce Whitkin said.
He also allegedly stole $4.5 million.
Adam Waldman said, "Do you have any dirt on the Mandels?" And he said no, and that was it. And he didn't care. He is an attack dog.
I don't like Elaine mansplaining things to me.
And put dirt on people. The second thing that Whitkin said that I think was pretty instructive was that Johnny Depp has deep-seated anger issues that have nothing to do with Amber. He remembered even back when Johnny was married to his sister-in-law, he had extreme jealousy even back then. And I think that's pretty significant. Remember, Mr. Whitkin also was called in a few times to intercede in some of these fights between Johnny and Amber when Johnny would become so angry. The last thing I thought he said that was actually pretty important was that Kipper and his whole group are a scam. He said, how is it that they can be sober doctors, for these years, and he's never sober? He's even taking pot all the time. How can you be sober? I thought that was quite instructive. But in any event, going back to, that's the first statement. The second statement, Michelle, if you can bring that one up. Oh, before I go there, I want to talk about a few more things for Mr. Waldman that you have in your pocket to be able to find additional malice with him. Remember, he's the one that after the UK trial went to the LAPD with a notebook full of things and tried to get perjury charges against Amber. The LAPD said, we don't investigate those things. But he then went to a German newspaper and said, Amber is being investigated by the NYPD or the LAPD for perjury. Do you remember that? That's malice. That's showing his intent to do harm to Amber. He also admitted that he speaks to that umbrella guy, and you'll see that one text in there.
Oh, no.
That umbrella guy is the big lead of Johnny Depp's, positive social media that is putting negative out on
So much credit.
And he also
rave mode here
out of Twitter because he was abusing Amber. So now we'll go to the second counterclaim statement. And that is quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempts didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine, roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, then placed a second call to 911. Now this is May 21. Now, the clear implication here is that they're saying that Amber got together with her friends. They decided they were going to.
You don't have an implication jury instruction, Elaine.
And so they called the police and they tried to make up this whole story, get him arrested, but the police said there's no evidence here, and went away. And they said, "Darn!" And so they spilled wine and they, busted the place, and they called 911. They got advice from a lawyer and a publicist.
Sounds credible.
And tried again to get Johnny charged. That's what this says. Now, we all know that's false, and it's heinously false.
We all know that.
Because, after these events happened, and Ben talked about a little bit of it, but I'll talk about the rest of it, and I'm going to try to do it really quickly. But we all know
you have to.
everything in her power not to tell them who Johnny was, not to press charges, not to have him arrested. The exact opposite of this. But what were the facts of May 21st? He comes over, he's already been drinking, he's already high, and he is on a tear about feces in the bed from a month ago. And remember how Amber talked about when he gets into these drug-induced things, he gets into these paranoias, and he gets some idea in his head, and he just won't let it go. And that was his this time. There's somebody put that.
Imagine being seated next to Elaine on a flight.
That was his spin. So she gets to kill it on the phone. He's in New York at the time. He's going.
Amber certainly let it go on the bed sheet.
And by the way, Boo has this huge problem. Of course, it was Boo. You know, he's always doing this, but Johnny just won't get there. So then they laugh. That makes him mad. Then he throws the phone at Amber. Amber screams out and says, "Ow, you just threw the cell phone at me. It hurts." Io says, "Amber, get out of there."
Why are you hitting yourself, Johnny?
Pulls her hair, grabs her, and starts hitting her. So Io gets hold of Rocky Pennington. She comes over as quickly as she can. She goes and gets in between the two of them. She puts her hands up on his chest. He pushes them down. And then she continues to stand in between them. And he's screaming loudly 10 times.
Oh my God, where is her C-3PO off button?
Get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Loudly, loudly. Then his bodyguards here, they break it up. That's how that happens. But the next part of this, remember Josh Drew, and I think Elizabeth Mars was amazing in this one. Remember their testimony. You know, after that, he goes and he has to, you know, he always leaves them, you know.
This is really, is it me or am I just so tired, or is this really disjointed?
It's just like a glob of talking. There's no structure, there's no order, there's no narrative. It's awful.
Splashing the wine.
Good, because I mean, this seems like so disjointed. I hate the term word salad, but this is it.
This is it, yeah.
Comes in, storming in, and he says, "Get your bitch out of here." And he's got the big magnum, and he's mad. And Elizabeth is
this
just
like Donald Trump in a dress.
She's met him 4 times, and she goes ripping out of there as fast as she can. And Josh gets out.
Well, not demonetized yet.
Then what does he do? He rearranges the furniture, or he might have knocked something.
Is it true Elaine has a twin sister?
One of the countertops or something, I think.
Lady Elaine Fairchild, I'm telling you, from Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood.
Trash that place again as he left.
Let's try and hear her.
The next part of this
talking about people using cocaine. Elaine,
calls the police.
Get help.
He's in New York. He calls the New York Police 911. He's afraid they're not going to get there fast enough. He still remembers December 15 because he came in afterwards and saw all of the injuries on Amber and all the evidence. And he's terrified that Amber's still in there, the police haven't come, and that Johnny's going to kill him. So he calls a friend in LA and says, "Please call 911. We got to get somebody there fast." So she calls 911. So we have 2 calls, and you'll see the call summary. And the call summary shows those 2 calls.
This is like a closing designed to ensure that you can't remember what she was talking about 3 minutes ago.
Oh, we didn't get the first police officer, so we'll rough up.
It's like the mainstream media closing.
They're like 8 minutes apart up there. But it took 2 hours to dispatch the 2 different ones. And Amber never even had any idea that the second one was coming. The first one's come. And, you know, we've talked about it. We've shown you the pictures. The police officers admitted that those pictures could very much have been what was there that night. Remember, Officer Haddon, it was his first week on the job. Officer Science was three years on the job at that point. They say, you know, they tell Josh that if she will press charges, if she'll give a name, we can file a report.
You think Elaine thought she'd have more time, and now she's got like 2 hours of stuff to get through in 40 minutes?
There you go. Mischaracterizing a whole lot of testimony, I think. I mean, this is absurd. You guys nailed it. It's a word salad. It's just like her opening. It's this fucking plate of spaghetti that people are supposed to navigate. And it literally sounds insane. If it sounds like you've gone to Thanksgiving and your aunt got drunk and wanted to tell you about her last year of a multi-level marketing campaign, I mean, this is what you get, right? Well, I went to the show in Las Vegas, and when I was there, I learned about this new product.
You
and
recall Josh Drew saying that the police officer told
this is the neighbor you don't like's Christmas letter about their children.
But in any event, she would not cooperate. She didn't want to, but Detective Sandanaga, their domestic relations or domestic violence person, said they should have done an incident report no matter what, even if they decided there wasn't a crime. Because domestic violence, it has the cycles. They come back, and it's good to have the record for the next time that it might happen. So she said they should have under the circumstances, even if they didn't. And she also said that when they put verbal dispute only in those calls, it is a code that they use, and you'll see that it's twice on that call report. So they, to say that's why we didn't write a report. But in any event, whether the police officers, forgot about it 2 months later when they were first asked about it, whether they just decided she's never going to press charges, and you'll see on the call report they're insisting that to the second set, it doesn't make any difference. The point is, this is still false. This statement is still false because Amber did everything but try to press charges against Johnny Depp. So they go away. And the testimony is that Josh and Amber and Rocky cleaned up because they have dogs. So they cleaned up a lot of the glass and the wine and those types. They had no idea the second police officers were coming by, and they certainly didn't call them, and they certainly didn't talk. They never talked to a publicist. She did talk to a lawyer who gave her advice, and that's why she wouldn't tell them, anything. She said, I'm not going to cooperate at all. So the second one's coming. You saw that. You've got the video cameras in there. You see, there's no effort by them to try to get now these officers to press charges against Johnny Depp. Just the opposite. Josh Drew doesn't want to even let him in the place. They come through quickly. Everything's fine. The wave, everything's fine. Are they trying to press charges against Johnny? No, they're not trying to do anything. They're trying to get him out of there, which makes this statement.
They probably really don't want him to investigate a false report.
Was it made with malice? Absolutely. There's nobody.
If this shit actually happened, why are they not pressing charges?
But
Why
the
would you
other thing
not
that's very
press
helpful,
charges?
and what you should look at is Defendants Exhibits 772 and 773, because once again, the next day, Johnny apologizes to Amber. He says in 2 different text messages, that 772 and 773, he says, my profound apologies in one of them, and my apologies are eternal in the other one. What is he apologizing for the next day on May 22nd if he didn't know that he did all of those things? And by the way, remember I said
He was automatically apologizing for all the things.
in the hallway. The police, none of the police officers.
Sorry for original sin.
And that's because they're busy and they got a zillion other things going.
Apologizing for everything, up to and including the fall of the Holy Roman Empire.
Sorry you gave me that apple.
So that's the next one. So clearly that's 100% false. Clearly they knew it. Clearly there's malice in making that statement. They're trying to suggest that she's manufacturing evidence with her friends to try to frame Mr. Depp.
That doesn't make it malice.
Further from the truth on that one. And there's not, she did
She's
not.
misrepresented the law at least 3 times.
Now let's go to the third one. Oh, and let's talk about the makeup just for a moment while we're going to the third one. This makeup, fresh-faced, natural. These were Adam Waldman planting these when he talked to the ECB people. Remember the testimony here. We kept asking, so did you talk to Mr. Waldman? Did you talk to Mr. Waldman?
Who are the ECB people?
Plant in all of these people's
Objection,
minds.
Your Honor.
Somehow,
Eastern Columbia building.
She wasn't.
Did you approach?
To Elaine's credit, Rottenborn sucked up probably an extra 25 minutes of time than he was supposed to.
Yeah, I suspect that's what's happening here. And she can't adjust her own what she wants to communicate. So she's trying to pack, 10 pounds of bullshit into a 3-pound bag.
Yeah. But she has misrepresented the law on several occasions. She has misstated the testimony and completely misrepresented the testimony of the domestic violence expert, who did not at any point testify that they should have issued a police report.
Say that any of the witnesses admitted that Adam Waldman planted that. I'm saying he planted it. That's me arguing he planted. And that's because it's all the same thing. She wasn't wearing
They all heard
any
what you
makeup.
said, Elaine.
She was natural. She wasn't wearing a stitch of makeup. Every one of them says it.
A stitch of makeup.
Why would you say that? She's an actor. She's not going to go outside her house, without putting makeup on. And if she has bruises, why on earth?
She did to the restraining order.
4 years. Why on earth would she not put makeup on? so that she.
Oh, Elaine just looked at her watch.
Why on earth would she not want to cover up those bruises? It makes no sense. But you know what? You guys saw her here. You guys saw. You saw Amber on the stand. There were days where she didn't wear.
Well, she knows she's running out of time.
A lot.
How much does she have left, Nick, according to your estimate?
She's not wearing makeup.
Minutes?
When she doesn't have mascara
15 minutes, maybe?
and eyeliner on. She has.
By my estimate, it was about an hour and 10 minutes for Rottenborn. So however long she's been going.
And people misunderstand, especially people that
Chat to the rescue.
A lot of men, frankly, go, oh, that's. Then she
Don't
probably-
trust the chat.
20 minutes left,
And
but they
that's
still
where
have
that
rebuttal.
mistake happens. But you heard her testimony, and you heard her makeup artist testimony saying she doesn't go out of her room without concealer and foundation. She knows how to put these things in. And you saw Defendant's Exhibit 155, and you'll have the actual thing in there. That's the type of palette she used, and she was very adept at
You're
telling
saying
you
somewhere
what
between
colors
145 and
for the different things.
140, 145.
This is a woman who for 4 years did everything she could to cover up anybody knowing anything about this abuse. Do you honestly think she's just going to walk around for the week with her bruises exposed? Of course she's not. Now,
Why not?
let's go to the
I mean, she
third one.
did the one day when it mattered. And then
And
why
this
would she not
is-
after that?
The abuse hoax. He says, we've reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Now, obviously the defamatory meaning of that is that Amber's creating an abuse hoax, but there is
But
no
she is.
abuse hoax. I don't need to tell you all of the evidence because Ben did a beautiful job of just taking you through all of those different things, but I
You
will
may
point
want to
out
think
a
about it,
couple things
Elaine.
for you. And
Yeah,
that
did she just give
remember
credit to?
Bonnie Jacobs, the therapist. Dr. Hughes and Dr. Spiegel testified about Bonnie Jacobs' notes. And remember that I was holding that you don't get to see them, but they testified that they went through them. Dr. Hughes testified that she also spoke with Bonnie Jacobs. She kept contemporaneous notes from 2011 when she first started seeing Amber. And the abuse is documented in those notes, is what Dr. Hughes testified to. They start in 2012, both physical and sexual.
Objection, Your Honor.
That Dr. Hughes
Admit-
testified to that.
So normally you don't want to object during closing arguments because it's a
Yeah.
real dick move.
But you can't
if
let
there's-
opposing counsel lie.
Right. If there's a blatant misrepresentation of fact or law, you have to object. Notice they did not object during David Rottenborn's or Ben Rottenborn, whatever. They did not object during Rottenborn's closing argument at all. They have no desire, no seeming desire to just be a dick and interrupt. But Elaine is misrepresenting facts and law, and she's lost every objection so far. We'll see what happens here. But I mean, she clearly lost the last one. She had to go correct her representation to the
Right.
jury.
I wasn't just saying what I was just saying to you, but
I am saying it, just not in that way, but in a different way that makes it okay for me to say it. I would never
Johnny
say
should just get up and bitch slap Elaine. That would be funny.
I would never want to be the person who in closing argument says, I don't need to show you all of the evidence. Like, what do you mean you don't need to show me the evidence? Like, that's all I heard was, I don't need to show you evidence. Because when you say all of the evidence, I'm thinking you're not showing me any of the evidence. I want you to tell me what evidence I'm supposed to do to link this claim to the jury instruction.
And the stuff I'm going to talk about now, well, that stuff's not in evidence.
So this is this objection and sidebar. This looks bad, especially if Elaine comes back with some sort of change or worse, a correction after this long one. That's going to be a mess.
Or the judge has it correct.
But here's the problem. The way she's delivering this, does anybody know what she was talking about?
I can't remember what you were saying 2 minutes ago.
No, not at all.
Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' notes is reflecting both contemporaneous physical abuse and sexual abuse throughout that time period. Dr. Spiegel confirmed that later and said the same. When I asked Dr. Curry if she had reviewed it,
Dr. Schmiegel.
she said, yeah.
Hi, precious.
Your Honor, objection.
That was in there.
Jesus, Elaine can't get 2 minutes. 1 minute.
If you're misrepresenting testimony of a witness that's in the record, and you can assume that Ben Chu and his team have the transcript sitting there. They're clearly prepared for this area of testimony. They know exactly where her
confirmed that he had reviewed Bonnie Jacobs' notes as well. And when I asked Dr. Curry, she said she had reviewed them, but she had no comment, but she also didn't deny that those were in there. Amber Heard testified that she went back, and because of Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she realized for the first time that the abuse started much earlier than she even realized before. She always had thought that it had started in 2013.
She learned later that she was abused
when she went
earlier.
back and saw Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she realized that it had started much earlier, and she was very embarrassed by that. Now, significantly, you remember that she testified about how she was first called upon to actually detail all of her events of abuse in February of this year. And she went through and took the notes, took photos, she took everything she had, calendars, everything, put it all together, and you heard about at least 64 pages of detailed accountability of that. And Mr. Depp's team has been able to not refute any of that. Remember, they tried to.
They've been able to not refute.
Yes, I did on page 64. Remember that? It was a very, very difficult process for her because there was an awful lot of it, and she put it in great detail. Now, let's talk for a moment about the motive. They have said
Nervous watch
that
glance.
she has created this whole hoax, and I think Ben's done a nice
It's like
job.
COVID abuse. You don't know you have it until someone tells you.
But what would Amber Heard's motive be for creating a hoax or creating any
Publicity.
Money?
any of this up? That's a big question here. They call her a gold digger, right? But she obviously couldn't have done it for the money because, first of all, remember the testimony of Laura Wasser, the divorce attorney. She said that California is a no-fault state and community property. So Amber doesn't have to have an abuse. She could have divorced him for irreconcilable differences, for
Yeah, but it
abandonment,
fucking helps.
for adultery, for anything.
Especially on
she doesn't
settlement.
need an excuse.
Lying liars.
Percent of whatever he earns during the time of the marriage, unless they had a prenup or a postnup. The testimony from Michelle
And why
Mulrooney
didn't
was
they?
that Amber completely cooperated with the prenup and the postnup, but it was Johnny Depp who, and you already heard from Ben, he called her up and fired her. He didn't want a postnup or a prenup. So she's entitled to 50% of everything he earns during that time. Now we have Plaintiff's Exhibit 936 in evidence. And look at page 69. It says how much he made in 2015. It was
So she didn't have to do it, but
Remember
she
that
did it.
Mr. Spindler,
Why did she do it?
Expert, who said that he made $22 million in 2016. So you got $65 million. Amber was entitled to 31.5 at least. That doesn't include all the back ends from, for
She
example.
actually got that because you asked for
She was entitled
after
to
tax
that
money, you dildo.
So she didn't need to say anything. She could have just said, I don't like you anymore. I don't like the color of your hair. I'm going to divorce you.
literally
She
Your
would have
Honor,
been
we're
entitled
going
to
to
that.
object again.
Look at how frustrated and flustered she looks when he objected.
Getting 14 million, because remember, she got the 7 million in cash, but she also was absolved of $7 million of debt liabilities that Johnny Depp took on. And it's all demanded to be post-tax dollars because otherwise she would have to pay taxes on the tax liability that Johnny Depp took from her. That's how that works. She would have been taxed on approximately $7.5 million of income for Johnny taking on that debt. So since it was all post-tax dollars being delivered to her at a rate of approximately $14.5 million, she actually got around that $30 million figure when you come down to it in just pure income amounts. It's in the when their expert was testifying to that, they objected furiously because it was true. This is the reality of what was going on. They really don't want these facts out there as to how much money she actually got, how much debt relief she actually got from this, because she never wanted anything. What? Hold on.
It sounds like Elaine. Is Elaine there?
No, wait, this is like the most intelligent thing we've heard all day.
I know. That sounds like Elaine's closing. On a different day that's not this day, could we?
Yeah. Yeah, that was my 4-year-old. She was telling me that that she got her hair braided.
She's already exceeded expectations.
Yeah, she's a sweetie. Now this, and again, all these objections do not look good for Elaine, especially with the rate that she's losing them and coming back looking flustered to the jury.
I wish they were showing this bench. I mean, Elaine must be gesticulating like crazy, frantically.
So if you do the math, Amber's entitled to at least
Moving on.
8.5. What does she take? $7 million. What does she do with the $7 million? She gives it to charity.
But she doesn't.
She intends to give it to charity. Now, they make money
Or
to
she
do about
intends
pledge
to give it to
versus
charity.
donation. But both the corporate designees for ACLU and for Children's Hospital said donation and pledge are interchangeable. You know, these are pledges. The ACLU corporate designee said you typically do pledges because of the tax benefits. And that's what she said. She pledged it over a period of time because of the tax implications to it. And
They should not be talking about this at all.
now
What's
she
the
started
advantage of
to make
talking about
those
this?
donations, and you'll see that the first one was on behalf of Mr. Depp's business manager.
The
Mr.
excuse sounds inane. It's just reminding the jury of what she didn't do.
That was the initial ones. He was trying to take credit for those. And in fact, both the ACLU and Children's Hospital got confused and gave the credit to Mr. Depp, not to Amber for those. Then she made payments to both. And Elon Musk also made payments to both for $500,000.
Why are we talking about Musk?
Donating money? Why would you
But they
say
helped
this?
those organizations. At the end of the day, she's
Because you're
made
Elaine and you're kind of an
$1
idiot.
in payments to them. But then she got sued here and hasn't been able to because she spent $6 million in attorney's fees. That is
Oh, I hope so.
She still intends to pay those pledges, honor those pledges. And she said that throughout. And I elicited from both
Could it
the
be
ACLU
contingent? Is that why Elaine's so frantic?
They haven't expired. She can pay them whenever she wants.
I need my 33%.
But she has to get out from under this first.
Oh,
Now, who would blame a woman for giving $1 million in charitable donations?
She
How much? How much was it?
Psychological abuse to me. Now, Mr. Mandel testified that Johnny
Howie?
Depp is not a charitable person, and he hasn't written any big checks for him. Mr. Depp got on the stand and says he does it anonymously, but Mr. Mandel would have been the one writing the checks, and he says that didn't happen. Now let's go to damages, because I promised you I was going to go pretty fast here.
No kidding.
There's a few different types of damages, but one of the things that the court has talked to you about, she told you that because we have defamation, it's invidious, and therefore it's very difficult to prove these. And so these damages to business reputation, inconvenience, embarrassment are presumed. You don't have to prove those damages. And one great example of that is the testimony from Mr. Hamada at Warner Brothers. He didn't want to have to get in the middle of all of this with Aquaman 2. They haven't even released it. So he didn't read anything in preparation for his deposition. He didn't talk to anybody before his deposition. He said that he tried to do technicals and say, no, we never terminated her contract. But, oh, yeah, we did tell her we were probably not going to renew her option. And then we didn't change the script, but Amber got the script, and yes, they did change it. Then he said, no, we never negotiate salaries, but oh yeah, we did renegotiate Jason.
Why would he say we never negotiate?
So he
She must
just
mean
doesn't
renegotiate.
admit to any of these things. But
And he didn't say that.
He said it's not our
Modest
custom
deposition,
to
I hope you listened
renegotiate.
carefully to this, was the email
With
to
hostages.
James Wan, the director, and Jason Momoa, her co-star, who said they guarantee if they are in the film, she is going to be Mara in the film. Why
That's
would
not
they
an
do
evidence.
that unless they thought Warner Brothers was being unfair to her? And why did she get almost knocked out of it? Because of the defamatory statement. When they came out, they took on a life of
Not
None
her
of this is
acting
evidence.
skills.
that
Gosh,
Doogie
no.
Sheldon, I call him the Doogie Howser, our expert on
The
IT.
Doogie
Took you
Howser
through
for
and tracked
her.
how they tracked the defamatory statements, the language from the defamatory statements, how that went through the social media and the negative social media. And it kept going and kept going. And he tracked all the way until a few months ago, over 2.36 million negative tweets, negative Instagrams, negative social media's comments about Amber that relate specifically to the information that was in those 3 defamatory statements.
I think there's more than that in the
It
past
took on a
hour,
life of
Elaine.
its own. They started to get Amber fired from Aquaman 2. They have continued to this day. They have followed her everywhere. Everybody has stopped wanting her. L'Oreal won't use her, even though they've kept her on from that time.
Even though they
She
kept her
lost
contract.
3 different opportunities that were being discussed with her. The most significant part of that, though, is that Aquaman was the biggest blockbuster ever for DC Films. It was the biggest. It was over $1 billion. This was her opportunity for her star. Even the experts from Mr. Depp admitted this was her blockbuster. This was her mega. But what happened instead?
No, they did not.
No one said it was her blockbuster.
And in that 16 months, they were going, well, nothing happened. Yeah, lots happened. She had 3 different films she was discussing. She got the L'Oreal contract.
If the devil's in our way, we will run right over him.
Because of Aquaman. And then everything shut down. She wasn't allowed to do publicity.
So she got all
for the
those
stands.
things
She
after
wasn't
the defamation?
She hasn't been allowed to do anything for L'Oreal.
Dude, don't try to figure out what she's talking about.
Organizations. She ended up not getting the Amazon movie. And then they gave her a hard time about Aquaman 2. And instead of the career trajectory of the other comparators who all went way up, and by the way, all the experts admit that career trajectory went well for all the rest of them, and she's the only one that didn't have it. And the reason is because of the defamatory statements. So you have some very good information to help you on ascertaining those damages. Now, Jessica Kovacevic, and I don't know if you remember her, but she was her agent. She said, everybody.
I remember what you said 5 minutes ago.
Producers don't
Look at Camille trying to figure out what the hell she's talking about.
Traction, and we should have been able to get the traction, and they say it's because of those statements. So, Catherine Arnold.
I guess Elaine's going to burn through every minute of her time. So the last people the jury will hear from will be Depp's team.
And she didn't use Jason Momoa's or Gal Gadot's or the others.
Horrible time
used
management.
Amber's, but used those comparators to show that they got big movies, that they got commercial opportunities, that they got these TV opportunities. But she used the base that Amber had. So she used the $4 million from the Aquaman, that would be 3. She used the stands, how much they got paid per movie.
Waiting
and what
for
she
the judge
estimated
say,
on those, and she
"You're out
went
of
through
time."
those details, is that if you took that
waiting
for
for
the
that,
last 2 years and projected into the next 3 to 4, that it's between $47 and $50 million that she could have had instead of her star being completely extinguished.
Which
And
no
that's what's
one
happened to her.
believes.
The emotional distress damages are even more extreme here. And that is, Don Hughes testified extensively about the PTSD and what she goes through. And every time she's called a liar, every time these hoax things come up, everything.
That's going to be a lot.
It's her to relive all of it. She talks about the panic attacks, the nervousness, the intrusive thoughts, the nightmares, all of the sweat.
It's only going to get worse after the verdict.
Anxiety that goes through all of this. It's significant, but probably the most.
I'm starting to
important
think they might
testimony
come back with a verdict
was
today.
from Amber yesterday, and when she took the stand before. It has destroyed her life. This has consumed her. She's getting.
Why do you say that?
Her daughter.
Too
they're
easy?
Threatening to put her
Yeah,
daughter
I
in
mean,
the microwave, for God's sakes. She
Rotten
can't
Born
get
and
away from
Elaine
it.
have
It's
just not done
everywhere.
any
This
favors.
media, the social media.
Might be like when you're rushed at a restaurant, you give your order and you say, "And we'll take the check right away, Miss. We're ready."
Now, Johnny
We're ready
Depp
for the check
sued
now.
for $100 million.
I agree,
for
actually.
$50 million. And we sent a message back saying, fine, then we're going to sue for $100 million.
What
Look
the
what
fuck?
you've done to her. We're not asking you to give $100 million. We're asking
What?
you
What?
the damages in this case.
That's literally exactly what you're asking.
That sounds like malice. That sounds like abuse.
Malicious
We
prosecution.
do ask that you fully.
We had no rational basis to ask for $100 million.
Amber for everything
It was spite.
she's been through, both in terms of
We
reputation.
just randomly picked a number as high as we could go.
The very last point that
She needs to be
damages.
savaged
And you surely
for
have
this
those in
unread.
this case.
On
We've
the,
asked for $350,000 for the punitive damages, and we would ask that you award that.
That's the legal fees.
Thank you.
I mean,
God.
that is a stunning admission that your damages
Ladies
number
and
was
gentlemen,
frivolous.
we still have rebuttal closing arguments, but I can guarantee you that the rebuttal closing arguments will be done combined within 45 minutes. But what I want to do is go ahead and let you have
Lunch
your
break.
lunch. And then after lunch, we'll come back in the courtroom, have the rebuttal closing arguments, and then we'll send the case to you, okay?
Oh, that's so
All right,
good
so
for
go
Depp's
ahead
team.
and have your lunch. Do not discuss the case with each other, and do not
I'm not
do
going to
any outside
remember
research.
any of this after lunch. And then
That
they get
is so
45
messed
minutes
up.
response. That's fantastic for Depp.
Yeah. I mean, that is so messed up to say we're claiming $100,000, but we really don't want $100,000.
We were sending a message. We were sending a message. Like Amber sent messages to Johnny.
She just took a whiteboard eraser to Rottenborn's entire closing, by the way, which wasn't the worst closing.
So let's come back at 2:10.
But who remembers it after that?
And just
Jarbled
for the
fucking
record,
mess.
plaintiffs have 39 minutes left for rebuttal. Defendants have 6 minutes.
Oh, they have some time. Okay.
6 minutes.
I didn't take any time off from the sidebars. 0 off from the sidebars.
Yep.
It's all
You fucking
from-
morons.
Okay. All right.
They were
thank-
shocked. They were just shocked. They only had 6 minutes left.
Oh my Lord. That was bad. Like really bad.
I mean, you can't.
Depp team, you got to give them more than 6 minutes of stuff to respond to.
You cannot let Elaine Bredehoft into your legal team. Like you can't do it. She's insane. If you do, she can't touch opening or closing arguments because she can't make them. And this rambling, rolling nonsense. What the hell was that?
And that was high speed rambling, rolling nonsense.
I joked on Twitter. Well, it wasn't a joke. It's true, but I was being snide on Twitter. I said I wouldn't hire Elaine Bredehoft to buy me coffee.
Seriously, it would be cold before you fucking got it.
Exactly.
Sorry,
It'd
I
come
said
back
the F
cold.
word, sorry.
Oh no,
That's funny.
What the fuck's your problem?
I have a little bit of adult beverage in me at this point.
Oh, no worries on that.
I'm exasperated.
What the hell? What the hell was that? It was a complete waste of time. I mean, here's a reality. Now they didn't have to preserve a ton of time for their rebuttal because it's limited in scope to their counterclaim. So they don't have to do their rebuttal time as part of their counterclaim. So their main closing argument was going to be the bulk because it was addressing both issues. So that's fine. But 6 minutes, and you heard what Rottenborn's response was. That time against the sidebars couldn't be counted against us. I didn't count any time on the sidebars.
Yeah.
And the judge guaranteed it. She's not going to be loosey-goosey. I mean, she just told the jury, I can guarantee you it'll be done in 45 minutes. Well, that's 39 for Depp, 6 for Heard. That's 45 minutes.
You're done in 45 minutes, period. And she's not, I think she will literally cut them off mid-word, is how it sounds.
It's been abysmal time management since the get-go.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's actually a wonder that they got their case done when they did with the amount of time that they had left. I mean, because they had probably something like 30 to 45 minutes left in their case time.
Well, I think it was DUI Guy that said you said they would probably give her 3 to 5 minutes per person.
Only on cross-exam.
Yeah, just to avoid.
To avoid the an appeal. Yeah.
I gotta hit the bathroom. I'll be right back, gentlemen. Speak away.
It's our stream. Hey, everybody, like and subscribe to me because I'm fucking awesome.
Subscribe to this guy.
Yeah, and that guy too. And this guy over here. I'm not used to this like reverse image yet. No, Law and Crime, he's the man. He's leaving us in here, so hey, good for him. Like and subscribe to him if you haven't. This guy and this guy over here, and then me last. Just kind of said Andrew's not here because I'm sure he has something he could plug. This has been an example of how to not do a cross-examination, how not to do a lawsuit, how not to present a case in chief, how not to present closing arguments. Amber's team has just sort of shown how not to do every aspect of a trial.
Yeah. Yeah. Remember how I used to talk about, I don't know if you were here or if you're privy to this, but when Camille, I got a chance to shake Camille's hand after she creamed Amber the first time last week and congratulate her. And I said, that she did a good job and blah, blah, blah. And I paid her a compliment. She paid me a compliment back. And I told her the compliment was, if you need a textbook example of how it is to do a proper cross, you need to look at the cross-examination of Camille Vasquez. Well, here we have the textbook example of how not to do a closing by the combined efforts of Elaine and Rottenborn.
Yeah.
This is a textbook example of a disjointed, all over the place, incoherent, incogent. I mean, how many more adjectives can I throw in there?
The most memorable high points of her closing were the objections and her conceding that they don't really expect the whole $100 million counterclaim was nonsense.
Yeah.
They should have put that in the middle if they're going to say it. Like, because that was the punctuation mark on the whole thing was, well, we don't really expect $100 million. We just said it as a message. Please give us 350,000 or some fucking stupid amount. No, but there was, notice the stark difference. Camille Vasquez and Ben Chu's closing statements, which I thought it was weird doing a warm handoff in the middle.
Yeah.
Like they did, but they worked with each other. Those two closing arguments meshed. One logically followed the other. Camille Vasquez lays out the narrative. This is all of the stuff. Here's all the evidence. Here's what you heard in this case. Here's what's important in this case. And then hands it off to Ben Chu, who then takes what she said and starts applying these things to jury instructions. Now, you just heard the story. Let me tell you how the story fits into these boxes that you need to fill. Rottenborn and Elaine have no cohesion between the two arguments. They could have been delivered entirely in vacuums and made as much sense as they made on the stand. Whereas Vasquez and Chu were complementary. These were isolated products delivered next to each other. And if you're going to do that, have Rottenborn give his and have Elaine give hers on rebuttal. And that's fine. They could have done that. Because Elaine was really pretty much arguing about this other portion. There was no reason to have her follow Rottenborn.
Yeah.
It was terrible. Just terrible.
And literally the
Holy
only complaint I can give about Johnny Depp's side was, I wish he hadn't read it. But even this reading this time around was much better than the opening statement reading that she did.
Yeah, you can, and in my opinion, you can read an argument. I don't have a problem with it. If you're doing it from a podium, it will always look better. Yeah. And they had a podium. Yeah. I thought that worked out much better. Because
the opening statement, she was just wandering around with the paper in her hand, and that looked really bad.
We got a huge, I got a huge super chat. Oh shit. I'm trying to,
oh Jesus, dude.
Here we go. And it's so big that it gets rid of half the panel. So if you ever want to know how to eliminate half of the panel by chat, you're like, I don't like these fuckers on the bottom. Here's how. Scarlog with a huge chat. Thank you so much. Says, what Elaine said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in her rambling, incoherent closing argument was even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone on the internet is now dumber for having listened to it. I award her no points, and may God have mercy on her soul. Wow. Thank you.
You just made bank, man.
Well, thank you, Scarlock. I very much appreciate that.
Respect to the giver and the receiver on that one, man. That's the single largest.
Well, you usually have to say
I've ever seen.
That comment you just made is usually only said in poly relationships.
I'm from Utah, you know.
Wow. Okay. So I guess I'll put up a close or a poll. How effective was Amber's close?
See, that's the thing. I mean, the Amber's team, Johnny Depp's team handled it pretty much exactly the way I suggested, and I would have with it's not her versus him, it's her versus every other person on planet Earth. She's isolated and the only one that has her side of the story. Everyone else, even her former best friends, can't agree with her with what happened. But the only thing I would have done differently is I would have done go ahead, Johnny. Tell him, Johnny. See if they believe you, Johnny, as the mic drop moment and walked off rather than at the beginning like they did.
Yeah. But I don't know what they could have, maybe if Rottenborn had stopped Elaine in the middle of her rambling. Here's what I think this is how they could have salvaged it. If he would have stopped Elaine in the middle of her rambling, had someone dim the lights in the courtroom and flicker them a little bit, and started spraying holy water on her and said, "We'll fix this. No, we knew this would happen. We knew this would happen." And then dragged her out of the courtroom with some priests rushing behind them with Bibles up, right? Like maybe that could have done it. We're sorry. This is not us. This is not her. Oh God. Rottenborn was begging for that Amber Alert to come back during Elaine's close.
We have an Elaine alert, Your Honor.
Yeah. Well, it'd be a silver alert, right? Those are the silver alerts, aren't they? When it's like a senior citizen goes missing, it's the silver alert. Yeah.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Meow, 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 meow.
Or like he comes up behind her and just hits her in the back, and she starts making a cohesive argument. Yeah.
Your mother sucks cocks in hell.
Oh God. God, I'm just marveling at the catastrophe. Again, before anybody thinks that this is overhyped or anything like that, a bad closing argument does not mean that you lose a case or win a case. A good closing argument certainly can win a case, and a bad closing argument certainly can lose a case. But if jurors have already made up their mind against Johnny Depp, which is entirely possible, the closing arguments can be completely irrelevant to them. You never know what's in a juror's head, which is why when people ask, is so-and-so deliberately doing this portion of a trial poorly? The answer is always no, because you never know what portion of the trial is the effective portion for the juror. So you always want to be doing whatever portion of it as well as you can muster, because it might be the one thing the juror pays attention to the whole time. So,
but if their minds are already made up in a way, the closing arguments, it very rarely, extremely rarely, and this is not one of those cases, can actually have a sway on a jury, because sometimes the evidence is so overwhelming, there's not a closing argument in the universe that can suddenly make them change their mind based on everything they saw and heard. There are rare occasions where you can put enough, like in criminal cases, I want to bring up, because this is a civil case, so it's a little bit different, but there's just enough garbage that you can raise reasonable doubt in the case, and the jury may, in the middle of your closing, go, you know what, I'm not sure anymore. I thought I was sure, but now thanks to this lawyer, I don't know anymore. Like that can happen. But in the civil case of this magnitude,
that makes that different.
Yeah,
because
what?
It's a different standard of proof in criminal cases. That makes that true. I mean, in a civil case, both sides are trying to get to 51%, right? So it's hard to fundamentally if someone's set against you, it's hard to change their mind to the degree of 51%. In a criminal case, you know, if you've gotten the jury to believe that all you have to do is raise a reasonable doubt, well, your closing may be good enough to raise a reasonable doubt. It's not nearly as high a threshold of evidence.
Precisely.
Yeah. But in civil cases, you have to affirmatively get to a 51% position. Whereas in a criminal case, you just have to prove that they haven't gotten to their 99% position or 95 or whatever, however you want to phrase it. But yeah, so it's,
I see what you mean. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
But I do think, you know, still, I think a good close with enough in it can get someone there. I mean, it can sway a jury, certainly either direction. This one was terrible. And I don't know that it will sway a jury either direction, because
I would think at this point, rather than convincing someone to your side through an amazing closing argument, it would be more the case that you would turn someone off from a really awful closing argument. That's just my feeling.
What was that again?
Rather than saying, okay, Amber's side is going to compel someone through their amazing arguments to come over to their side, they would deliver such an awful closing argument that they would push someone to Johnny Depp's side. Yeah,
that would be my concern in this case, is that what Elaine just did with those objections, with 100, why on earth would you back off of your position of asking for $100 million when you brought in an expert to testify? I mean, I know you only got to 50, but you're combining in this mental, that was just economic damages. You're combining in these mental damages. And why isn't your position to say, we showed you how Amber Heard would have 47 to 50 million in economic damages, and we're very serious about that number. But what's crazier is she suffered such emotional trauma at the hands of this violent monster that she suffered at least that much damage. It'll take at least that much to compensate her for what she suffered at this extremely wealthy, domineering, controlling abuser's hands for years of her life in a nightmarish hell that she could not get away from until she had to go to the court to get a restraining order to get him away. She had to wait for him to leave for Europe so she could get away from him. And when she finally did, she was finally free. But all of that abuse, it's hard to put a dollar amount on it. And we think it's worth at least as much as the money she could make. That's why we're asking you for $100 million. I know it sounds like a lot of money, but this is a man who owns his own island.
I see it as a complete tell that they themselves don't believe their case.
Yeah.
Because if you believed it, you wouldn't minimize the damages.
Right. You go for the whole kit and caboodle at that point.
It would be as if Johnny Depp was saying, listen, we're not saying he never hit her. But of course, that's exactly what he's saying, because that has to be his coherent position. Listen, this just never happened.
Yeah. But the crazy thing is, again, it's the disparity of position that allows you to make the Johnny Depp argument where they didn't say, just give us $1, but they implied, this is the damage. We showed you the damage that he suffered, but we don't care what you gave us, because what matters is his reputation and clearing his name. That's all he's wanted to do the whole time. But we did show you that he lost this much money, and it's obvious that he did. But we're here to clear his name and reputation. That's why he brought this suit. So it's not about the money for us. But Amber's position should logically be the opposite because of the income disparity, the wealth disparity between the two. Johnny Depp,
the alleged trauma, right? She went through in such detail.
It's like, so they should have gone full bore. I think undercutting their own damages thing was, like you said, a very big tell on how they feel about their claims. There seem to be a lot of those tells to me too, that they just do not seem confident in their claims. They don't seem confident in their client. And
well, you don't need to be misrepresenting the evidence in the law if you feel they support your case, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's oh God, what a mess. What a mess for them. Okay, here we go. Tara Olson, do you think Depp's team? No, read that one. Robert says, love the channel. Question for all of you all. How would you all structure your closing arguments based on the instructions we just heard? The teams had all night to prepare, so how would you all prepare? How important is closing and trial? Well, I mean, that came in obviously before the closing arguments started, but long story short, I wouldn't structure mine the same way that Ben Chu and Camille did personally, but that's not a criticism of what they did. It's just, that's not the style I would go with. But I would structure closing arguments for Johnny Depp around the fact that, I mean, I guess that this is a hoax. I'm not sure how to clearly distinguish what I mean in the differences between the two, but one of the most important things he did, that Ben Chu did, that I do agree with, is walking through the jury instruction. I think that is critical in how you do this. And so you go through, you present the arguments and or the evidence that links to each jury instruction, very specifically on defamation. And then you hit her on the lies as much as possible. And
I mean, I always like more of a narrative structure than they used here. I mean, if not the entire closing necessarily, but to kind of frame the jurors' minds. I would have said, listen, Johnny came to this relationship looking for love. He thought he was in love. He didn't know what it would turn into, but we've heard what it turned into. And it was the opposite of the love that Johnny was so desperately looking for. And frame it in that sense. So, Johnny's, I mean, that's really his position, right? I mean, he's a good guy, never hurt anybody, has his failings like anybody else, but came into this with the best of intentions. And this bitch turned this into a fucking nightmare for him. And that's why we're here today. That's why you all spent 6 weeks here. Of course, not in those particular words, but
the other point you might hit is that you've heard a lot of testimony about substance abuse. Johnny Depp has had substance abuse issues since he was 13. He told you. He's told you every single time. He's never shied away from substance abuse. Now, there were times when it was misrepresented because it would kill you if you took as much as they had claimed, but Johnny Depp has never claimed that he did not do drugs, that he did not consume significant amounts of alcohol. You've heard testimony after testimony after testimony that he's consumed so much drugs and alcohol in his life that you might not even be able to tell when you're around him because he kind of acts the same. So we're not trying to get away from that, but they're going to convince you or try to convince you that drug and alcohol abuse equals spousal abuse. But it doesn't. It doesn't. You've heard testimony from experts that it does not cause spousal abuse. And you can't just assume that without any other evidence, because this is where they're going to focus on his substance abuse, that he's suddenly an abuser to this one person when he's been on drugs his entire life. So hitting out
what changed here? What changed in this equation? It wasn't his drug use. It wasn't his alcohol use. One thing changed. Amber Heard entered stage left.
Yeah, and the other thing is I think I would play on the him being a victim of not physical, like he mitigates the physical abuse in his recordings. So I almost think play into that. Like, we're not alleging that Amber Heard caused significant physical damage to Johnny Depp. And he hasn't done that here, and he hasn't done that in private either. Her physical abuse of him was part of her pattern of mental abuse. It was part of her means to control and dominate his life, to keep him from being Johnny Depp, and to draw all the attention in the room to her because that's who she's been. That's who she is. And that toxicity overflowed when he left, and she had to try and rope him back in. And the way she could put him back under her control was a public accusation that was false, built on a house of lies. So there, some sprinklings of those things, I think.
Yeah, so I would have liked maybe just 5 or 10 minutes of that kind of narrative structure to frame things, and then dive into the concrete details, which they did cover very competently, especially the jury instruction part, critically important, as you said.
Yeah, and
you want to show the jury an absolutely clear path of what they need to do in order to arrive at your client's favored verdict.
Right, and I really liked a big praise when he talked about the implication. I've been saying from the start of the trial that my kind of theory of their case is that they know that the 3 statements standing alone are weak. They're weak. But those 3 statements are meant to invoke 2 prior years of accusations that failed. And it's not, so there's problems with, you can't sue on the old stuff because it's outside of the statute of limitation. And in a lot of states, I don't know if Virginia has it, but there's a first publication rule. So if it's just a mere republication of a statement that was published outside of the statute of limitations, you don't get to do it because the first, Yeah, the first publication is when the statute tolls. So you don't get to do that. So what they have to do is incorporate by inference all of the statements that she's made, all of the accusations, and yes, the domestic violence restraining order, and show how she tried it through the courts because it would shield her. I mean, they've made this argument that it would shield her from defamation, tried it in the press, tried it through TMZ. None of those things worked. So then she does the op-ed, and you heard from our expert that it was targeted to the industry. It's from the Washington Post, and it's from someone purporting to be a victim. That's all the power. And they did that. But I think crystallizing that that implication argument and bringing in everything into these three statements is critically important. Suzanne Davis says, thanks for the coverage. You're welcome. Mark Leon, I plan to make a super chat at Legal Bites today, but after watching DUI Guy blow $4,000 and not get a seat, potentially due to that unnecessary drama, I'm leaving it here. We benefit from hearing a multitude of views.
I'd also suggest there's some subtleties around the effectiveness or efficacy of closing arguments or weaknesses of closing arguments, and that, you know, sometimes if you have a split jury, it can come down to which of the jurors feel stronger about their position, right? Which are going to be harder to move off whatever position they've adopted. And if you give a sound closing statement, it can really bolster those jurors in your favor, and they're much less likely to be dragged over to the other side. Whereas the one or two people maybe in the minority, not on your side, if they see the other jurors are fixed in their position, well, they don't want to stay there for a week either doing these deliberations. They want to go home too. And they're like, man, those people are not moving. I guess I'm going to have to do the moving.
Well, that's exactly what I said before all of this started when I was doing my own stream. If they were going into Saturday, they would finish today. But they're not going into Saturday, so they can go into next week. So I think they'll bleed over into next week. And if it's a huge amount of people to one or two other jurors, the pressure is going to be there just to comply and get out. That's exactly right, I believe.
Yeah. And a lot of times jury rooms come down to the strongest personalities outweighing the people who aren't as invested. And we've talked a little bit on this channel about the possibility that people are less invested than normal, because at the end of the day, it's very possible these people see two rich assholes suing over islands and yachts and multiple houses in France and LA. And it's not the real life that people see.
I can't express how angry I would be if I was on that jury and they took 6 weeks of my life away from me to deal with this bullshit.
Yeah.
At $30 a day.
$30 a day.
It's a solid 30. You probably get a ham sandwich at lunch, though. Did you consider the ham sandwich? Okay, I'm trying to get some of these really big chats that have come in today.
Wow, that's a big one right there.
A new one?
Something in red. I assume they're color coded.
They are, and I'm going to get to that one. There was another red one I read earlier. I'm just trying to.
Sorry to interrupt, but Sabrina just stopped by, and she's officially paid in full. I gave her the wristband, so transaction complete.
Very cool. Very
That's
cool.
nice.
I'm glad she got what she dealt for, or what she dealt for. It's unfortunate that you were prevented from getting what you paid for, but that's not her fault.
Not her fault. She was not privy to all this. But I just wanted to say about the trial. So I actually was firmly convinced that there would be a 0% chance of a verdict today. But after talking with you guys and kind of thinking about it some more and listening to these closing arguments, I don't know. I'm actually changing my opinion. There is a possibility that the jury goes back.
I know.
And
I was
they're
with you because I actually scheduled stuff to do this afternoon because I just assumed there wouldn't be a verdict. And I'm like, oh, crap, I'm going to be out in my car when the verdict comes in.
But like, imagine, since they have to be unanimous, there's going to be 7 of them. And it will be interesting to see who gets picked as the 2 alternates. That's probably not going to be a game changer a whole lot, but it will be interesting because I have some bets in my head as to who is going to be the 4 person potentially. But when they go back, I mean, imagine, the first question they're going to ask is like, who do you think is right? Who do you think here is the winning, reigning, throughout this whole trial individual? And if they're all, let's say, immediately can say like, we're all on the same page, they can immediately start maybe talking about damages. And their whole conversation, they're going to skip quote unquote liability portion of it. They're not even going to discuss whether or not the elements of defamation have been met. They're like, look, there's justice that needs to be done, because jurors can do that. They don't have to follow the law. We all know what that's called. And they'll just start crunching numbers for Johnny, for example, or the reverse, start crunching numbers for Amber. Anything's possible.
If they're sensible, the quick solution to damages is, find against Amber, find for Johnny, give him $1, and go home for the weekend.
Yep.
And in case there's confusion in the chat, I don't know. I haven't seen any confusion in the chat, but in case you don't know, like the jury instructions and the checklists and the yeses for all the blanks, those don't matter. Like those don't matter at all, because they could just write yes. I mean, they don't have to actually do like an analysis. There's no show your work. This isn't, 9th grade geometry class. They don't have to proof their verdict here. So
we'll never know.
They can all go back there and say, the foreman can literally go back and say, look, guys, pretty obviously a win for Johnny. Does anybody disagree with that? Or you'd say, that guy's a monster. Does anybody disagree with that? And if everybody says, no, we're all on the same page, done. You've done the liability portion for the jury. That's all they need to do. And then they go, okay, so what the hell did we give them? And then they decide.
I mean, any prudent foreman's first thing he's going to do is say, hey, all right, how about a quick show of hands? Where are we all at? And if all the hands are for Johnny, I mean, then I like to say, I mean, I always like the argument to the jury that, hey, if you find for my client, you guys could all be home for lunch.
Not in this case.
Oh, for dinner.
Dinner. And the judge doesn't serve dinner. She already said that.
Turd Herdison with a big chat says, Turd Herdison, it's a funny name. It is. Thank you very much. David Woodman says, Nick, here's a pledge of $3.5 million. Use it well and get some good scotch. Oh, I'm going to buy the best scotch with the pledge. Thank you so much for the pledge. I love that they're like, well, I mean, her pledge hasn't expired. I mean, she spent $6 million on this case, but her pledge hasn't expired, and she totally intends to pay it all off. It's like, but did she? You're telling these people that she paid it and that she didn't lie, but now you're saying that she hasn't paid it, and so she's got to pay it off later.
So weak. By the way, I wonder if Elaine and Rottenborn accepted a pledge in payment for their legal services.
Yeah,
you actually do kind of wonder, because when you look at this case from a business perspective, it's an opportunity to pitch your, whether they get in a public trial or not. They wanted no cameras in the courtroom, but the outcome was going to be public. So if they pitch, if it's pitched to them as represent Miss Heard, you're going to be the most watched law firms in the United States, and you win, you write a ticket. And if you win,
they didn't want cameras. Heard's team fought against cameras in the courtroom
vigorously. I mean, for obvious reasons.
Tell.
Yeah.
Alan Song says, thank you for all you do, enjoying the streams, even all the way out here in Hong Kong. Very cool. Thank you so much. Naughty 86, 1 a.m. in Australia, enjoying a spice rum, cannot look away. I have a plantation OFTD rum, which is 138 proof for 69%, which I'm going to have a shot of when the jury finds in favor of Johnny Depp. I keep imagining a Sweeney Todd scene with Amber going down the chute. There you go. Thank you.
That's abuse, sir.
That's a lot of liquor in that alcohol. This is from Grant. As one of those weirdos who used to watch court TV since at least OJ for fun, I am loving the Law Tubers coverage of this trial and others. Discovered you during Rittenhouse. Keep it up. Peace from Ramtucky, Minnesota. Look it up on Urban Dictionary. Why does the Minnesota town have an Urban Dictionary entry? Joe Johnson says, I only support who I believe in. Keep up the great work, Rackets. Tell my wife, Laura, to be safe coming home from Memphis. She is watching. Laura, be safe coming home from Memphis. first of all, you made it out of Memphis, which is
That's key right there.
You knowing is half the battle. But seriously, be safe in your travels. Of course, make good choices. VFX Jess, thanks for covering this trial, Nick. You are awesome. So is your panel. Thanks for always making me laugh and also bringing great takes and understanding of the law during the trial. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. Let's see. Tofu Poncho. She could totally redeem herself by leaving active court, shaving her head, putting on spiky biker leathers, and in a church screaming, "It's better to burn out than fade away." Full Kurgan. And
There
just
can
like
be
that,
only one.
all this PR is wind at her back. Miss Jake.
Solid take.
My son is graduating today after years of struggling with mental health and due to COVID lockdowns and the challenges of schooling during school closures. Can I get a toast for this exceptional young man? Sure. Let me pour some more of this private select Maker's Mark.
As will I.
That I've saved just for such an occasion. So here we go. To the son of Miss Jake, to young Jake, congratulations on your achievement, struggling through real issues, mental health issues, of course, but also compounded by COVID lockdowns and the decisions of others. For persevering and soldiering on, may you do so ever into the future, as that is your lot in life as a man. Cheers, brother. Good luck. Okay, next we've got Ron White's. Thank you, Nick, and all your friends for the best legal unbiased coverage I have ever seen. Cheers to you all. Please make a toast to Johnny Depp, his children, and his bright future. You just said unbiased coverage. To Johnny Depp, his children, and their futures, whatever the outcome of this trial may be, may the world see the evidence and choose their own outcomes. Cheers. All right, next we've got David Hayter. Says, so Johnny Depp text that's not addressed to Heard and wouldn't have been seen if it wasn't subpoenaed constitutes emotional violence now. We are screwed as a society, is that if that is the standard. Yes, his text to Paul Bettany were presented as abusive things he said to Amber Heard. Just one of the things that the jury had to be going, huh? And that was during Rottenborn. Next, we've got... Hold on. Trying to get these big ones, especially during the break. I really do appreciate people sending in all super chats, and all of them will be read throughout the course of the day. Jury Watch will have significant time to cover most of those, but I appreciate all of them. Darius Harvey, he's been going for over an hour, and it feels like 3 SMH. Yeah, his wasn't snappy, but I mean, I would choose Rottenborn over Elaine Bredehoft any day of the week to do my closing argument, my examinations, and my cross examinations.
Yeah, I mean, Rottenborn was at least, frankly, I don't think he has a strong case to work with, which always makes things challenging. But at least he was workmanlike in his closing. Elaine was just like, all right, who put the amphetamines in her coffee this morning?
Yeah.
Yeah. He was workmanlike, and he focused on something that he focused on in opening, which is he made the First Amendment argument. Now, they should have elicited testimony, much more testimony about the First Amendment. Amber Heard should have said frequently that she was exercising her First Amendment rights to speak out on public issues of domestic violence. And that, incidentally, Mr. Depp got wrapped up in that, but that's only because he domestic violenced me. And had he not punched me, there would be no implication of domestic violence against him, because I was just merely exercising my First Amendment right. But they didn't elicit that testimony.
No.
And you have the ACLU. You have the ACLU lawyer as a witness, and you don't have him talk about free speech issues. You don't have him talk about how the ACLU piece was an exercise of their free speech and their constant chain of advocacy going back 85 years on protecting the civil rights of all Americans. And civil rights today means not only free speech, but also includes domestic violence. And that's why they're doing this. Like, why don't you have that testimony if that's a core part of your case argument?
You know, it's such a weird thing because it feels orchestrated, but it's so this whole First Amendment stuff, but it's so stupid and off key that it almost feels like the lawyers couldn't be thinking this. It doesn't feel like something the lawyers would come up with. It feels like something that Amber Heard might have thought up and thought, yeah, hey, that sounds like a good idea. I'll say I'm an American when I take the stand on rebuttal, and then you guys talk about the First Amendment. That'll do it.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels ham-fisted. And I mean, First Amendment protections are strong, and that's why it's so hard to prove a defamation case, is because the court action against speech is an implication on your freedom. So you do have to make sure that there is no freedom of speech there, but it's not being done well. But at least he's doing it, and it's being done better than the other argument. So Maiden Iron says, I just want to thank you guys for the great commentary. Nick, I've been following since Rittenhouse, and I try to watch every night show. You're funny as shit, so please never change. I don't have any intention of changing. Oh my gosh, there's other. So I addressed yesterday, and I'll talk more about this later, but I addressed yesterday a top 10 YouTuber like award or LawTuber award. And I asked them to remove me from the list. They have now modified it to a top 100 award and created the Rekieta Commission on what happened.
Who are these people?
It's like trying to escape a group text. I just want out. Like, just leave me alone.
It's like trying to unsubscribe from a porn site.
It just can't be done. Why am I getting this in the actual mail now? Niku Yasha, are we sure Elaine is not Gail? Because she sure sounds like her. Oh, yeah. No, Gail's much clever, much more clever than Elaine.
Yeah, wait till you start getting FedEx envelopes about LawTube. Sign for this, sir. It's like, no, I am not Nick Rekieta.
I don't want them. I don't. I just want to get online and make jokes and tell stories. That's really it. Okay, well, hold on. We've cut to the helicopter view of the courthouse.
Sound like a bad alarm
Is that
clock.
the sound of the helicopter? Good Lord, I wouldn't want to be in that helicopter.
I thought somebody's alarm was going off there. Like,
wait a minute. Is this is the courthouse, I guess? Guy, it looks like the George R. Brown Convention Center in Houston. Is this active shooter? Because that's not the court. Yeah, this is the George R. Brown Convention Center in Houston. I know this place.
A lot of big hats.
It's Houston in the summer. Gotta block that sun.
It's
Killer.
the helicopter guy.
Baby killer.
I
I don't know what this is.
There's a protest going on.
Let me get this out of here.
I love the smell of napalm in the morning.
If they've got some like breaking news coverage, I can't imagine they'd
Oh, it might be the NRA convention. It's probably the NRA
that's what it is. Yeah.
I didn't go this year.
But I'm not interested in like potential breaking news coverage of the NRA convention.
No,
that might
Beto O'Rourke is supposed to be there doing a protest. I've seen these anti-gun protests at the NRA convention. It's invariably 12 or 14 people show up briefly and then go out for lunch and never come back.
Oh, it's going to be really bad this year because of the Uvalde thing, the Uvalde school shooting. So it's going to be like, you can imagine that thing's going to be juiced up and covered in completeness.
Oh, they always have plenty of media coverage. I'm just saying, and I've seen it after events like Uvalde. They have plenty of media. Often there's more media than there are protesters.
Yeah. But again, I'm not interested in whatever. I switched source feeds, so we'll have this ready to go when the court comes back. Hold on just a second. There we go. So remove that for now. Now it's ready. Well, now I've got it set up so that we'll hear the sound before the picture. Really now, says Elaine is going to be out of a job. I would never hire her watching this trial. Also appreciate you and LawTube been considering getting my JD. Well, I will give the same advice I give to everybody who says a statement like that. Do not watch Law YouTube and decide to get a JD because you like the Law YouTube thing, or because you like watching legal trial, like the specific high profile legal cases. Odds are the overwhelming majority of lawyers will never see a case like this. So if you want to practice law, however, if you want to do that, go get your JD.
And a little grift, if you'd like to get a taste of what law school is like, you can take one of the law self-defense law school courses, criminal procedure, criminal law, evidence, and constitutional law, right there in my URL, lawofselfdefense.com/law school. We got enough students signed up that it's a definite go. So
awesome. Congrats. Vladimir Tepes Dracul says, great work as always, panel. From Rittenhouse to now Depp Heard trial. Job well done, and cheers to you all. Raising a shot to you. Stay humble, stay true, and thank you for all that you do. Hey, cheers, man. All right, what do we got next? Lieutenant Heavy Metal says, love you, Nick. No homo. You got to keep legal vices around, but he needs a separate English bulldog cam. That's up to him. That's up to him. Okay, next we've got N. White. Can you please explain why Johnny has to prove that he didn't abuse Amber in order to prove defamation? Well, he doesn't. That's just the position that they're taking and trying to convince the jury. Remember, these are arguments. Closing arguments are it's very carefully chosen wording. This is a closing argument. This is where you take the evidence and you try to persuade the jury that the evidence means what you want it to mean. That's the whole point. So it seems like he has to produce evidence of, he has to produce evidence of something that didn't happen. Maybe I've misunderstood this one thing. So technically in defamation, under the law, you have to prove the falsity of the claim, which anybody who knows anything about logic and proof knows that you can't prove most negatives. How do you prove you've never punched someone? You can't prove you didn't punch someone, but you could easily prove if you did punch someone. If there's a picture or a video of you punching someone, easy to prove you punched someone. But if there's no evidence because nothing occurred, and the excuse is always, well, just because there's no evidence doesn't mean something didn't occur, and you have to somehow prove that it didn't. It's impossible.
Well, so, I think a lot of lay people get confused. They when we say prove a negative, they have in their head that you have to like disprove it to some certain degree of absoluteness. Right. That's not what's required. You have to convince the jury that it's more likely than not that it didn't happen, which is quite a different question. I mean, we disprove things to that standard every day in the law.
Right. And that's where I was going is the standard of proof in these things is 51%. Is it more likely one way or the other? And in this case, do you believe Johnny Depp abused Amber Heard? Now, David Rottenborn is trying to make it out into one instance of any kind of abuse, verbal, physical, mental, economic, I guess, any of these types of abuse. That's not actually that doesn't pass the spit test or whatever. The jury.
Well, it's not what the op-ed was about. And the op-ed is the basis for the defamation. The op-ed was not about he punched me once.
Right. And that's what I assume we're going to get that on the rebuttal is they want you to believe that one instance of Johnny Depp yelling at Amber Heard constitutes emotional abuse, and therefore her op-ed about being the face, the ambassador to Congress for domestic violence is not defamatory. That one word of unkindness in their entire relationship is enough. So you have to ask yourself, if you've ever said one unkind word to someone, does that make you an abuser? And more importantly, if you've said one unkind word to someone, does that qualify them to stand up in front of the world and say that they are representative of all victims? When you see a victim of abuse, in your mind, what do you see? And is it someone who an unkind word was spoken to once? Because that's what they want you to believe.
Yeah.
So you have to make the argument. You have to lay it out for the jury. That's what Rottenborn is trying to do. He's trying to convince them of this thing. But, they're reading this statement. They know what it says. They know what she meant. She didn't mean that Johnny Depp yelled at her. She hasn't testified that Johnny Depp yelled at her once. Their words and their presented evidence, whatever it may be, are incongruent. Her narrative is that he beat her consistently throughout their entire relationship, so thoroughly that she can't remember the instances between the abuse. So thoroughly that she confuses the one picture for two different incidents because it happened, quote unquote, so often. So this one-time nonsense is garbage, and they know it. So you got to make the argument, and that's, to his credit, that's what he's trying to do. They just need to go ahead and counter it. Raider fan Keith, I would have, as Johnny's team, made a point to show why her ex-friends all had a dog in the fight. They would all lose their lavish lifestyle on Johnny's dime once he left her. I don't know if I go there because that might encourage them to keep her in danger for their own self-serving needs. So
yeah, I wouldn't go there because it just frankly reinforces the counter argument that all of Johnny's witnesses were testifying in favor of him in person because they stood to gain.
Yeah. Just rehash what Camille said yet again. You heard every person in this case, except Amber Heard, is lying. They're all motivated to commit a criminal act of perjury under oath in front of you, all because they wanted to save Johnny Depp. All of them, without exception, were willing to do this.
Including Kate Moss.
Yeah. So
I did like the reference by, I guess it was by Chu, that Johnny's witnesses showed up in person.
Yep. No, I think that was good.
Physically showed up.
It hit home too, because on their argument, well, the only reason they showed up in person is because they're on the payroll. I mean, they either knew that line was coming or that line stung, and they needed to. Her team felt like they needed to address that. I think it's very good. It's very telling.
What do we have, about 10 minutes before they come back? Was it 10 after the hour? Is that what they said?
I haven't been keeping track. Maybe chat knows.
How did this lunch break go by 5 times faster than the hour that Elaine spent talking?
It wasn't as rambly. Bobbin says, how effective are closing arguments in convincing jury to weigh in on your side than the actual evidence and witness statements available to them to draw their own opinion? Well, I don't think they're so distinct. An effective closing argument takes that evidence and it puts it to your side.
It's a tapestry. You're weaving all that into a coherent narrative for the jury if you're doing it right.
I think that's why they call it a summation. You're just summarizing what you've said to put it in a compact little package all wrapped up for them to open up in the jury room.
And it's really important, especially because Johnny's team went first 5 weeks ago. Some of this testimony is five weeks ago. It was 6 weeks ago with the break.
6. Yep.
So they need to bring them back, for some of the stuff. They need to remind them what they've seen. You've seen a lot in this trial. You actually saw this. And the juror may have gone, I saw that. That's crazy. That happened in this case. Oh yeah, I kind of remember that person. So that's why all the recall to evidence is there, because you got to remind them there's too much that has happened. Ryu 8210 says, second ever super chat. First one was to yourself earlier. Thank you. I offer you a recommendation: Wolfburn, Northland, and Kilkeman Bourbon Sherry Oloroso cask. As a Scot, good whiskey deserves good whiskey. Maker's Mark ain't bad. Keep being a good lad. Look, I don't drink Makers generally. It's a little too sweet for me.
Yeah.
This one is not bad. This Private Select, it's 108 proof. I got it for the meme of the trial. Is the only reason.
I've had this on my shelf for like 2 years. Like you said, it's such a high corn content that it's really sweet.
Yeah. But last night I did polish off this Kilkeman. And this was a
Sanaig is a good whiskey. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm a fan. I'm a fan.
I'm still gonna be really, really nice to Andrew because I want that Pappy.
There's a really good. It's the Glenlivet Nadura
bastard.
The Glenlivet Nadura Oloroso is a fantastic. If you're talking about Olorosos, it's great.
Yeah, anything with the Oloroso casks are just, I mean, it's just wine in a whiskey bottle.
Yep. Actually, I think there were two, of the Glenlivet Naduras that are really, really good. One that was pretty good. Jolzy Barracuda says, lawyer during custody, quote, the law does not care what you or anyone thinks or feels. It's what can be proven. As a nurse, I've decided to go to law school, studying for the LSAT now to help nurses that are now able to be charged for murder for human errors. Yeah, that was a crazy case. That one, I can't remember the parties, but that one just resolved very recently. I think, was it Kurt who was covering that one pretty heavily? I feel like that was maybe Kurt, but maybe it was Nate. I can't remember.
That was a very, very, very good comment about it's not, it's what you can prove. I routinely tell that to clients we have meetings with. I'm like, I completely agree with you. You may have the best case in the world, but whether you're right or wrong does not matter one iota. It's what you can prove.
Yeah, and people misunderstand what proof, what we mean by proof, because there's something called evidence, which are like the building blocks of what you'll argue in court to a jury. Whether or not something's proven, that's 100% inside the head of the jury.
Mm-hmm.
It's what they decide is proven to whatever legal standard they're told to apply, whether they actually do that or not. But that's the difference between evidence and proof. Evidence are the building blocks you use to construct a narrative to convince the jury that something's been proven. But whether or not it's been proven, those are the people in the jury box who make that call.
Mm-hmm.
Restless Medic says, Amber Heard looks like she's going for the halo look with her hair today. She sickens me with her narcissism and entitlement.
It's the big Madonna painting with the big halo in the background there. Yeah.
Jonathan Sherwood, 45,000 watching and 4,000 likes on the video. Come on, guys, like the stream to boost those stats. Of course, we are at 67,900. Oh, wait, no, over 68,000 people watching right now. And there are considerably more likes. There are about 20,000 versus the time that was sent. But it is much appreciated. All your likes really do help. If you do like the stream and the coverage, please click the button. I know it seems weird, but YouTube's algorithm is how we live and die on the platform. And those clicks, they help us a lot. Roten says, I cried during Ben's closing because I felt like he was fighting for me. Watching this trial opened some severe mental and physical actual scars from abuse I received years ago.
And he has a very, very good voice because it kind of has that little quaver in it anyway. So you don't know if he's being emotional or not.
Yeah. I've got, people are asking if the Runkle's back in the courtroom, apparently. And they're asking if the court's back. It's not back just yet, but it will be probably momentarily. But I'm watching, and like I said, if any noise comes through their mics, you'll hear it before I switch over.
I saw someone in the comments ask about what's that case where the ruled that the police don't have a legal duty to protect the citizens, any particular individual citizen. That ironically is Castle Rock v. Gonzalez, a Supreme Court case, and I happen to live in Castle Rock. So that case originated right here. It was a woman who was a victim of domestic abuse, ironically enough, who called the police for help. They didn't provide it, and her abuser ended up killing her, and that's what gave genesis.
Killed their 3 kids. She wasn't.
Oh, okay, all right, fair enough.
And to be clear, the kids had a restraining order too. And she not only told the police what had happened, she reported where he purportedly was. They never once sent a squad car in a span of, I think, 12 to 13 hours. He was at an amusement park. He alleged he was at an amusement park. She told him they wouldn't even send a car to the parking lot of the amusement park to look for his license plate of his truck. When he said he was heading back to his apartment with the girls, they wouldn't send a car to the apartment. They told her to just wait. They went to lunch. The dispatcher went to lunch. They never dispatched anyone. She went to the apartment. The police never showed up. And then eventually the guy shows up in his truck at the police station and did suicide by cop. And the 3 girls were
ready for the jury?
Were deceased in the truck.
She's got the glasses off.
It's one of the Scalia decisions that I find most offensive, honestly. I like a lot of Scalia's decisions. That one, I get some of his points, but I just disagree with the principle. Specifically when it comes to restraining orders that say that they must enforce them.
Yeah.
That was a big one. Greg Thomas says, we will all remember this as the day that Amber almost defamed Captain Jack Sparrow. Awesome channel, Nick. Was never interested in law until finding your channel. Keep up the good work. Hey, thank you. Not-ins, no Tinsy says, thanks for the coverage, Nick. It's been great. Check out @Cowgirl on Twitch for a wholesome VTuber experience.
All right.
There is no such thing.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. All right, rebuttal arguments.
You okay, Camille?
She's trying to turn the mic on.
Oh, she's reaching behind her. Yeah. The gallery. Everyone in the gallery is looking at her butt.
Hello?
Everybody on YouTube is too. Well, speak for myself.
The tech guy was getting real excited. He was going to be able to help her with that switch for just a second, but then it worked.
Let me help
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Heard's counsel has mischaracterized the record multiple times.
Boom.
Lied to you. They've mischaracterized the testimony of police officer Symes and Haddon,
Nice.
who explicitly testified that they saw no signs of injury and no property damage. They mischaracterized the testimony of Walter Hamada,
That's a long
who
list.
testified clearly that there was no impact on Ms. Heard's career at Aquaman 2 from anything said by Adam Waldman or Johnny Depp. And Ms. Heard's casting was delayed because of creative issues. They've mischaracterized the testimony of Detective Zadaga. They mischaracterized the testimony of Ronald Michelle. You've been here. You've listened to the testimony. You know the record. Ms. Heard lied, and she lied again, and she kept lying. She lied 6 years ago on May 27th, 2016, when she walked into court in Los Angeles to publicly accuse Mr. Depp of abuse for the first time. She lied again when she told the world over and over again that she donated all of the $7 million divorce settlement to charity. You heard the evidence about what she donated, and you watched her. You watched her try to save her lie about that broken promise with more lies on this stand in this courtroom. She lied again when she told the world in her op-ed on December 18th, 2018, that she was a public figure representing domestic abuse, painting herself as a representative of abuse survivors everywhere, and painting Mr. Depp as a representative of perpetrators. She's come too far. She can't back down. She's lied too many times to too many people.
This is great.
When Mr. Depp finally decided to fight, to clear his name by filing this lawsuit, Ms. Heard responded by making up more and more stories of more and more extreme abuse. She came up with a new accusation that Mr. Depp had raped her with a bottle in Australia. And she keeps making new claims up even now. At this trial, for the very first time, she claimed that she had been sexually assaulted the night of her 30th birthday, even though she had testified repeatedly about her birthday prior and never mentioned it. And at this trial, she also claimed for the very first time that Mr. Depp was hitting her all the time during the first year of their relationship, even though this first year, she had testified previously, was magic and bliss with absolutely no violence. Her story is a constantly moving target. It never stays the same. Mr. Depp owns his mistake. He owns all of them. You saw him do it on the stand in a raw and powerful way. But in this trial, Ms. Heard has been confronted with her lies and the damage she has caused. And she cannot take any responsibility for what she has done. And you've seen the story, her story, it doesn't hold up. You've watched her performance on the stand. You saw her get caught in lie after lie. The time has come for those lies to come to an end. The time has come for you, the jury, to decide the truth. I started this trial giving you an opening statement, and I said to you that words matter. And this case is about Ms. Heard's words, the words she published in an op-ed about Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard and her attorneys have talked a lot about this in this trial about the First Amendment. They've talked about the importance of free speech, and we agree. I'm a lawyer. Of course I agree with that. But the First Amendment doesn't protect lies that hurt and defame people. And Ms. Heard has no right to tell the world that Mr. Depp physically or sexually assaulted her when that isn't true. That's not protected speech. Our US Constitution doesn't protect that speech. And it is a core value of American society that you are innocent until proven guilty. There is a presumption of innocence in this country. A person's life cannot and should not be destroyed by a baseless charge and no opportunity to defend yourself. That's why Mr. Depp had to bring this claim. Ms. Heard was never going to stop calling him an abuser. The only way to clear his name was to stand up in this court where both sides are bound by the same rules of American law. A jury would be tasked, you, ladies and gentlemen, would
Get
be
the
tasked
UK.
deciding once and for all
American law.
Ms. Heard's lies could be exposed in a fair and impartial process. When Mr. Depp sued her, Ms. Heard apparently decided she needed to sue him back. And because there were no statements made by Mr. Depp on which she could base the claim, she sued him based on statements made by one of his lawyers, Adam Waldman, calling Ms. Heard's accusations of abuse a hoax. Make no mistake though, they are a hoax. Ms. Heard made up claims of abuse, and then she gave a performance where she passionately repeated those made up claims of abuse on the stand in front of each of you. But ask yourselves, who's really the one alleging a hoax here? Who wants you to believe that everyone else is lying?
Yeah, good.
Solid.
Ms. Heard needs you to believe that all the people who showed up in this courtroom to testify on behalf of Mr. Depp, they're all lying. She needs you to believe that the witnesses you heard from, including security professionals, former cops, medical professionals, and police officers, they're all lying, covering up for Mr. Depp. She's asking you to believe that she's the one telling the truth and that the rest of the people in Mr. Depp's life are all part of a conspiracy of silence. This case is not just about whether you believe Mr. Depp or you believe Ms. Heard. This case is about whether you believe Ms. Heard or whether you believe Mr. Depp, Chrissy Dombrowski, who, yes, is here supporting her brother. Isaac Baruch, who wept in front of the world.
Wept.
Keenan Wyatt, who doesn't work for Mr. Depp. Sean Betts, a former LA Sheriff's Department. Malcolm Connolly, he worked in the prisons in the UK. Starling Jenkins, a former US Marine. Travis McGivern, also another former police officer. Ben King, he worked for the Queen of England. David Kipper, Dr. David Kipper. Ms. Heard's doctor. And yes, Mr. Depp's doctor. Debbie Lloyd, a nurse. Aaron Filati, Ms. Heard's personal nurse. Officer Sines.
Note to Elaine, argue 10th Amendment.
Training in domestic violence. Officer Haddon, her understudy, yes, in his first week, studying to pick up on these signs of domestic abuse. Officer Gatlin, Brandon Patterson, who worked at Eastern Columbia Building. Kate James, Ms. Heard's former personal assistant. Tara Roberts. Alejandro Romero. He took his deposition from his car because he had to go to work, but it didn't stop him from telling the truth. Edward White, Mr. Depp's business manager. Laura Wasser, one of the most famous divorce lawyers in California. Morgan Knight. Beverly Leonard. Morgan Tremaine. And Kate Moss. And all the other witnesses whose stories support Mr. Depp's description of what took place. These people have nothing to gain by coming forward. They have everything to lose. You have seen Mr. Waldman's statements and evidence in this case. When you look at them, you can tell that the key point Mr. Waldman was making in each of these statements was simply that Ms. Heard's accusations against Mr. Depp were lies. That's why he talks about an abuse hoax. Now, Ms. Heard has a burden of proof of proving that Mr. Waldman's statements are false. And that means that Ms. Heard has to do more than prove that Mr. Waldman got some details wrong. She has to prove that Mr. Waldman's statements are false in their essential meaning. In other words, she has to prove that her abuse claims are not a hoax. But as we've seen, the evidence is overwhelming that Ms. Heard's claims of abuse are false. We should also spend a bit of time talking about actual malice. It is Ms. Heard's burden to prove that Mr. Waldman's statements were made with actual malice. And actual malice means knowledge that the statements were false or reckless, and that's an important word, reckless disregard for the truth. But here, there's clear evidence that Mr. Waldman genuinely believed that Ms. Heard had committed a hoax. You watched him give the testimony by deposition in this case. He testified about the evidence he found persuasive, the numerous witnesses and the sworn depositions of the police officers who went to the penthouses that night and again saw no injuries. There is no evidence in this record, none, that Mr. Waldman acted with actual malice. He believed Mr. Depp. He believed the record. It's also important to understand that because Mr. Waldman's statements were not made by Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard needs to prove that Mr. Waldman was acting as Mr. Depp's agent. And within the scope of that agency, within the scope of the agency of the employment, when he made the statements, Mr. Waldman is a lawyer. Ms. Heard has not presented evidence that making those statements was part of Mr. Waldman's responsibilities as Mr. Depp's lawyer. There's nothing in the record.
Nothing.
Ms. Heard is also claiming to be suffering from PTSD and claims that she has something to do with Mr. Waldman's statements. Ms. Heard wants you to believe that she suffers from PTSD because Mr. Depp purportedly abused her. But as usual, Ms. Heard is not telling the truth. As you heard from Dr. Shannon Curry, Ms. Heard does not have PTSD, and she does not act like a person with PTSD.
She does not act like a person, period.
Involved in sommelier training. She just had a baby. Dr. Curry also found that Ms. Heard attempted to grossly exaggerate her symptoms during testing, which is a sign of malingering, or said differently,
a hoax.
Ms. Heard lying.
There it is.
Ms. Heard hired Dr. Don Hughes to help her with this narrative. Dr. Hughes did not catch Ms. Heard's exaggeration during testing because Dr. Hughes used an improper malingering screen test. She wasn't going to find it. One that is meant to identify an examinee's attempt to fake a severe mental illness or psychosis, not PTSD.
Try and hit all this in 6 minutes on rebuttal chat.
Dr. Hughes diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD without administering the gold standard diagnostic test used for PTSD. She diagnosed her, think about that. She diagnosed her with PTSD before administering the test she admitted.
He's going to stand up for 6 minutes to make that high-speed rewind sound of a
2
tape.
years after diagnosing Ms. Heard with PTSD, and shortly after Dr. Curry administered the gold standard diagnostic test in her evaluation of Ms. Heard, but before it was disclosed, Dr. Hughes decided to administer the gold standard. Finally, nevertheless, even after Dr. Hughes used the proper test, there were a number of deficiencies in her administration of that test. You saw them, including her failure to even follow the instructions that render her diagnoses unreliable. Ms. Heard's claim for monetary damages related to Mr. Waldman's statements, frankly, it's a fantasy. Ms. Heard speculates wildly that she has somehow been damaged by Mr. Waldman's statements. But in reality, Ms. Heard has not shown any damage at all that was because of or by Mr. Waldman's statements. There is evidence of a mountain of negative press coverage about Ms. Heard, including press reports about her defecating Mr. Depp's bed, cutting off his finger, and putting out a cigarette on his face. But none of that has anything to do with Mr. Waldman's statements. And Ms. Heard has presented no evidence, none, of any film or other project that she has lost because of the statements. In fact, you heard from Warner Brothers president, Walter Hamada, who explained that Ms. Heard suffered no loss, none. No loss of compensation or other adverse effect on her major film, Aquaman 2. You heard it straight from him. Ms. Heard's expert, Catherine Arnold, testified, but for the statements from Mr. Waldman, Ms. Heard would be a much more successful in her career. To form this opinion, Ms. Arnold compares Ms. Heard to actors such as Jason Momoa, the actual Aquaman, Chris Pine, Gal Gadot, and Zendaya. But as Richard Marx, who does deals every day, that's his job, not testifying here for a paycheck, does deals in Hollywood, and Doug Banya both testified that these actors are simply not comparable to Ms. Heard. After all, Jason Momoa, he was Aquaman. Chris Pine, he was Captain Kirk. Gal Gadot, Wonder Woman. Zendaya, she's been acting since she was 13 years old on the Disney Channel. And she's in every single Spider-Man movie. Further, the Q scores of these actors are not at all comparable with Ms. Heard's Q scores. As Mr. Banya testified, Ms. Heard's rating was less compared to these actors, and all of Ms. Heard's Q scores ratings were less favorable than the average of all performers. As you heard from Michael Spindler, because Ms. Arnold relies on the salaries of these comparable actors to calculate Ms. Heard's damages, Ms. Heard's claim for damages makes no sense. There's no connection. Further, and more fatally for Ms. Heard's damages claim, is that there's no connection to the Waldman statements, to Mr. Waldman's statements. Even if you find damage to her career, you have to connect it to the defamatory statements. There is no connection. Mr. Banya testified that all the negative tweets that Ms. Heard has entered into evidence have no causal connection to the statements underlying Ms. Heard's counterclaims.
Mr. Scratchy is thinking about his Memorial Day plans.
Sharon Shell presented a flawed methodology that included picking out hashtags at random, including justice for Johnny Depp. What does that have to do with the Waldman statements? And counting accompanying tweets, even though it had nothing to do with Mr. Waldman. Ms. Heard's counterclaim is based on statements by Mr. Waldman, not Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard knows perfectly well that she hasn't suffered any damages from those statements. Buried at the bottom of articles in a mere tabloid, the Daily Mail. And the statements are substantially true, since all they do really is point out that Ms. Heard's abuse allegations are false. Ms. Heard's counsel argued that Ms. Heard did not write the title of the online version of the op-ed, which stated, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change." It does not matter whether or not Ms. Heard wrote the title. You will recall from the court's instructions this morning that what matters is whether Ms. Heard republished the defamatory language. That instruction states in part that you should find Ms. Heard republished this article if she, quote, retransmitted the defamatory material with the goal of achieving a new audience.
Of course she did.
Another 20 full minutes.
Occurs when the speaker has affirmatively, that's important, affirmatively reiterated the statement. Ms. Heard affirmatively reiterated the statement. She posted it on her Twitter.
She said, "I just published this to talk about this subject." And also, of course, it's to reach a new audience because it's her Twitter audience.
This is the tweet Ms. Heard sent.
I want you to read this thing that you
She retweeted the
didn't
Washington
see.
Post tweet to a new audience, her own Twitter followers.
Yeah.
And she affirmatively reiterated the statement by proudly declaring, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post." She didn't quibble with the
You're
title.
muted, Legal Vices.
She said proudly, "Today I published."
Rottenborn's arguments in this
in the
regard made
Washington
no sense.
Post. The title of the op-ed was prominently displayed in the tweet. That is enough for you, members of the jury, to find that Ms. Heard republished the title of the op-ed and adopted the statement as her own. She can and should be held liable and responsible for that statement. Ms. Heard
Certainly
tries to
looks
make
like new
something out of
material
the
to
fact
me.
that Mr. Waldman reported her to law enforcement in Los Angeles for perjury after her allegations of abuse were made against Mr. Depp. But I'll submit to you that all this proves is that Mr. Waldman believes Ms. Heard has committed perjury. Mr. Ronborn argued that the lack of supporting evidence for Ms. Heard's allegations of horrendous, constant abuse is somehow not something to be considered, that it is shameful for you to consider the fact that she didn't document all the terrible injuries that she claims to have suffered. That is a twisted argument. First, you know, because you have seen and listened to Ms. Heard in action, that Ms. Heard is a woman who's documenting things throughout their relationship.
Yeah, good
And
point.
it is instructive that the things she chose to document had nothing to do with violence. She documented Mr. Depp sleeping. She documented lines of cocaine, featuring prominently Mr. Depp's loan out company or production company, Infinitum. Stage photographs. That's what she documented. Mr. Rottenborn's entire argument assumes that Mr. Depp, a man, should be disbelieved because despite the fact that Ms. Heard can't support her accusations with actual evidence. What we have put to you, the jury, is not that because Ms. Heard didn't take enough pictures or tell people about abuse that it didn't happen. What we have put to you is that given how brutal and constant the abuse Ms. Heard claims, she would have had serious injuries. That's a fact. She would have had serious injuries that would have been observable in the pictures we looked at and by the witnesses we heard from, and would have required medical attention. That's it. Ms. Heard testifies to injuries that multiple people didn't see. What you have in the end is Ms. Heard's word. Do you trust it?
Oh, good line.
Whoa.
We are not here.
Long pause.
I saw that.
Mr. Depp was verbally abusive. This is not about the words used by Mr. Depp. We are here because Ms. Heard told the world that Mr. Depp was physically and sexually abusive. That's what Ms. Heard was saying in the op-ed.
Here you go.
On May 27th, exactly 6 years ago today, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into court with a mark on her face to tell the world that her husband was abusive. She renewed that falsehood in her op-ed, describing herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. And she published the op-ed, including the title, claiming that she spoke up against sexual violence. Everyone knew who she was talking about when she used those words. She was alleging physical and sexual abuse. She was not alleging emotional or psychological abuse. She was alleging physical and sexual abuse. Ms. Heard cannot run away from her own allegations now. You have all heard the evidence of what she alleged against Mr. Depp in 2016.
And she testified about it at length in the trial.
Her incredibly dramatic, over-the-top story of physical and sexual abuse.
Here it is.
That story was a defamatory lie. Ms. Heard tried to argue that you only need to find that Mr. Depp might have touched Ms. Heard once in order to find in her favor, because that makes her a victim of abuse. But common sense should tell you that you can't pick and choose Ms. Heard's allegations.
Believe or don't believe.
Stand. We all did.
Very Yoda.
She gave the performance of her life, telling you story.
Performance again. God.
It's like
and not just any abuse, but extravagant, over-the-top allegations of abuse that would be truly brutal, horrific, if true. You either believe all of it,
permanent
or you believe
injury.
none of it.
Yep.
Either she's telling the truth, including in her most extreme allegations, or she's lying. Either she was raped by a bottle, or she's the sort of person
Go for the
who
kill.
will get on the stand in this courtroom and lie to you and the world about being raped. And if she would lie about that, what wouldn't she lie about?
Oh.
You can't find that Mr. Depp hit her once. Either he hit her countless times, or you can't believe a single word that comes out of her mouth.
Boom. That's it.
Oh, there you go. That's it right there. Exactly. Yeah.
And what is the actual meaning?
That's
of
the
Ms.
choice
Heard's
to make.
op-ed?
Yep.
It's an important question. It's not that Mr. Depp said a nasty
Look at that
word.
expression on her face.
It's not that Mr. Depp might have hit her once. It's that she is a representative of domestic abuse. And by extension, Mr. Depp is a representative of abuse perpetrators.
This is that narrative
Words
you're talking about.
matter.
Yep.
This is phenomenal.
The broader view of how to see this
I've
case.
shown you a lot of text messages from Mr. Depp. With
It's
some
not just two
very
people in the courtroom, it's a
vivid
larger issue.
language. As I told you at the start of this trial, Mr. Depp has a unique style of writing. He uses words I don't use. And you probably don't use either.
I do.
But as you also heard during this trial, Mr. Depp writes in that way, in part because he modeled his writings on literary giants like Hunter S. Thompson. And he's got a dark sense of humor. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but it's who he is.
And it's
Mr.
not
Depp
abuse.
calls text messages. He acknowledges that he said those things, and he said things that he shouldn't have. But using bad language and colorful humor does not mean that you are a violent abuser. And ironically, as much as Ms. Heard is trying to use Mr. Depp's words against him, it is Ms. Heard who repeatedly admitted to violence in her own words. You've heard the tapes. You've heard her admit to violence.
Maybe throw the First Amendment back in their face.
Ms. Heard will try to distract you with text messages
Sure he did.
showing that Mr. Depp uses bad language and has a dark sense of humor. But none of that, I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, none of that is evidence of abuse. Hitting your husband is evidence of abuse. Mr. Ronborn talked about the burden of proof. Let's talk about that for a minute. Mr. Depp only has to show that it is more likely than not, that the statements in the op-ed are false, that it is more likely than not that they have a defamatory implication, that it is more likely than not that Ms. Heard designed and intended the statements to refer to Mr. Depp. And the evidence on these points is clear. Ms. Heard made these allegations 6 years ago today, May 27th, 2016. She went out of her way to make them public, tipping off TMZ. When she published the op-ed, she was reminding everyone in Hollywood and the world of her abuse claims. And those claims are a lie. Consider what the true purpose of the article. Mr. Ronborn said it was to promote legislative reforms. But what was it actually? The evidence shows it was to promote Ms. Heard. It was timed to be released at the same time as Aquaman on December 21st, 2018. And it was timed to coincide with her announcement of her ambassadorship at the ACLU for women's rights. That's not a coincidence. It was designed that way. That was not a statement about legislative reforms. This was about burnishing Ms. Heard's reputation at the expense of Mr. Depp's. It was about Ms. Heard continuing to portray herself as a heroic survivor of abuse. And on the question of actual malice, that just means whether or not Ms. Heard knew the allegations were false. Ms. Heard knows perfectly well that she wasn't abused. She has direct knowledge of that. She was in that relationship. So actual malice is easily established.
Nice.
You may have noticed
The highest burden, she just, boom, knocked it out.
sister. Every other witness who traveled to Virginia for her was a paid expert. This is a woman who burns bridges. Her close friends don't show up for her.
Yes.
Oh,
no.
So Rottenborn
That's
tried
a
to
fucking
credit
burn.
Mr. Depp's
Made
witnesses
some Amica cream.
were all on Mr. Depp's payroll. So he doubled down on the hoax theory that everyone's just lying. First of all, it's not even true Keaton Wyatt is on his payroll. Ben King isn't on his payroll.
Why is she smiling?
Officer Melissa Stein
Look at her.
isn't on his payroll.
She
Morgan
doesn't
Freeman
smirk though.
isn't on his payroll. Officer Tyler Haddon, he's not on his payroll. Beverly Leonard, Alejandro Romero, Brandon Patterson,
Oh,
Morgan
gosh.
Knight. None of those people are on his payroll. And Kate Moss is most definitely not on Mr. Depp's payroll. Ms. Heard wants you to believe that all these people are
That's
lying.
like too bad.
Let's talk about the Boston plane.
Should have stuck with her.
Ms. Heard wants you to believe that the recording you heard is from the Boston plane flight. But that's quite telling. What did Ms. Heard capture of this supposed rampage? Mr. Depp moaning in distress? That's what she chose to record. What sort of person records something like that? What sort of person takes pictures of their husband or boyfriend or fiance who's struggling with sobriety, nodding off with ice cream dripping down his leg, his hand in his pocket, or asleep on the ground? What sort of person does that? Definitely not someone that's afraid of him. And Ms. Heard's attorney told a story of May 21 that was completely, utterly inconsistent with the testimonies of Officers Sines and Haddon, who testified clearly that they saw no signs of injury, no sign of property damage. And she told a story about how Officer Sadanaga's testimony was also wrong. She testified that the report was only required in case of a crime. Ms. Heard's attorneys tried to tell you that Mr. Depp apologized on May 22nd because he had hit Ms. Heard. Mr. Depp didn't apologize to Ms. Heard on May 22nd for hitting her. He apologized because he was leaving Ms. Heard. And this was a woman that, in spite of all her violence and all her rage, Mr. Depp, he loved her. He had been with her for years. Of course he apologized when he finally broke it off. Ms. Bredehoff also tried to tell you that Ms. Heard did everything in her power to keep the authorities away and to not get Mr. Depp in trouble on May 21st.
He almost looks like he's praying.
Take a minute and think back to what Ms. Heard did 6 days later, 6 years ago today. She walked into court with a visible mark on her face, not wearing makeup that day. She tipped off TMZ, she made it public, and she showed up on the cover of People magazine with a mark on her face. Was that protecting Mr. Depp? Or was she trying to destroy him? Mr. Ronborn asked you to consider why you're here. So why are you here? You're here because of a lie. And that was a lie that Ms. Heard repeated in the op-ed. At the start of this trial, we told you that this trial is about the evidence. The evidence overwhelmingly shows that Ms. Heard is an abuser and that she is a liar. She lied about Mr. Depp and took on the role of a lifetime as a public figure representing domestic abuse. What is her best evidence of that abuse? A video of Mr. Depp banging cabinets around, and text messages of Mr. Depp using bad words and dark, ugly humor, but never once admitting to abuse. Pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping. That's her best evidence.
About 6 more minutes.
Heard herself. Ms. Heard held herself out to the world as a representative of abuse survivors everywhere, the face of the Me Too movement. This is not a Me Too situation. There are no Me Toos, just not me's. Ms. Heard does not deserve to be known as a representative of survivors of abuse. And Mr. Depp does not deserve to be known as a representative of perpetrators of abuse. That is what this case is about. It's not about money. It's about giving Mr. Depp his life back 6 years ago when she took it away. While you deliberate, ask yourselves why Mr. Depp would put himself through this. Expose every embarrassing detail of his life on national television. If he was guilty of anything that Ms. Heard accuses him of. We ask you, we implore you, to render a verdict for Mr. Depp. We ask you to set the record straight, that he is not the abuser she described, and that she is not the heroic survivor she portrayed. And we ask you to tell Ms. Heard, that what she did was wrong. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, boy, I need a cigarette. That
6
was
minutes, right?
Oh, look at that hug.
brutal.
Yeah, great job.
Yep.
I mean, I have zero criticism of that. I mean, that was
Thank you.
Rotten Born.
Nothing comes to mind.
That was magnificent.
6 minutes.
On the clock.
Timer here. Yeah, look at your watch. It's confidence inspiring.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's interesting that in both their opening and their rebuttal closing, that you heard Mr. Depp's attorneys address none of Ms. Heard's witnesses. None of Ms. Heard's witnesses. They listed their own, who didn't see,
the jury
who
doesn't
were on his
remember him either.
payroll, weren't there behind closed doors with them, but they didn't address any of the witnesses. For example, Josh Drew, Rocky Pennington, Liz Mars, who were all there on May 21st, Melanie Iglesias, who covered Ms. Heard's bruises. They say that no one showed up for her. No one showed up for her, but then they say that these people aren't friends anymore. If they're not friends anymore, then why would they be doing what they would suggest are lying for?
Bro, their
Why would they
depositions
be
were 2 years ago.
corroborating everything that she says? It's this simple. If you believe that Depp was abusive to Amber one time ever, in any of the various forms of abuse, not only physical, verbal, emotional, psychological, sexual, any of the ways of abuse, then your job is very easy. And you can not only deny Mr. Depp's claim, but you can fine for Amber on her counterclaim. And it's interesting that Ms. Vasquez just changed their theory after 6 weeks. She said, oh, well, domestic abuse just means physical abuse. It's not what Mr. Depp said. It's not what Dr. Curry said. It's not what Dr. Hughes said. It's not what you know to be true.
Dr. Hughes
You
isn't
know
their
that the
theory of the
evidence
case, you
that
liar.
all sorts of abuse. And there's a reason that they're running as fast as they can from those sorts of abuse, because they know that he did it. Now, the suggestion that Amber's abuse allegations are a hoax is vicious and vile. Mr. Depp can say whatever he wants now, but he can't change the evidence that you've seen at the trial. The evidence shows that Ms. Heard did not commit abuse hoaxes, not about sexual violence, not about May 21st, 2016, and certainly not about Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman's catch-all, all-purpose statement that Ms. Heard's abuse hoax, which suggests that every one of her allegations are false, that's coming to an end. The evidence shows she did not commit any of those hoaxes. The evidence shows that she was abused exactly how not only she, but her witnesses supporting her claims say that she was, and their witnesses even, who claim that Mr. Depp abused her. Ms. Vasquez talked about actual malice. She says because Mr. Waldman was acting as Mr. Depp's agent, you have to look at Mr. Waldman. They're standing in the shoes of one another. And as Mr. Depp's agent, Mr. Depp's malice is Mr. Waldman's malice. Mr. Depp's malice is Mr. Waldman's malice. He acted with actual malice when he made these statements. Now, after years and years of Mr. Depp controlling the roles that Ms. Heard took, Ms. Heard had the biggest hit of her career 3 months before she was sued.
3 minutes.
He had withstood Mr. Depp's attempt to have her fired from Aquaman and his own jealousy as his career went down the drain before her op-ed for reasons having nothing to do with Ms. Heard. But once the lawsuit against Ms. Heard was filed, his campaign that he promised to destroy her entered a new phase. And then it reached a crescendo when Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman decided to meet with the Daily Mail together and decided to plant statements that were defamatory of Ms. Heard in the spring of 2020, leading up to the UK trial. You've heard Amber and her agent, Jessica Kovacevic, talk about the impact to Amber's career. She can't get hired because of the negative treatment she gets. Studios like her, co-stars like her, she tests well, but she can't get opportunities because of the negativity associated with Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman. You heard Amber Heard on the stand yesterday telling you exactly what she has experienced as a result of Mr. Depp's promise to bring her global humiliation. That promise, to paraphrase Catherine Arnold, Ms. Heard's damages expert, that promise was a spark. And that promise he kept because he had told her again and again, the only way out of this is death. And when she chose a different path out of it, he decided to make that promise.
But she's still alive.
To throw that spark. And when Mr. Waldman became involved, that spark became a forest fire. That forest fire has continued to this day. We ask, ladies and gentlemen, that you hold Mr. Depp accountable.
You mean Amber's dumpster fire?
Stand up for victims of domestic abuse everywhere who suffer in silence. Stand up for the freedom of speech, the freedom to speak about your life that the First Amendment protects. Give Amber Heard her voice back. Give Amber Heard her life back. Thank you so much for your service on this jury.
Thank you, Mr. Rottenborn. Members of the jury, this is an important case.
There's literally nothing he could do.
In order to reach a verdict, each of you must agree on that verdict.
Oh, now they
In other
pull.
words,
Now
your
they are
verdict
pulling
must be
too. Let's see who
unanimous.
they are.
The first thing you should do when you go back to the jury room is to select a presiding juror. The role of the presiding juror is to see to it that the deliberations are conducted in
I got rid of the foreman
manner.
terminology.
That they are conducted only in the jury room when all the members of the jury are present, and that each juror has the opportunity to fully and fairly express his or her views. It is rarely helpful for jurors upon first entering the jury room to take a straw vote, or for any juror to make an emphatic expression of his or her opinion in the case, or to announce a determination to stand for a certain verdict. To do so before all jurors have had an opportunity to consult with one another and exchange views and opinions might allow your sense of pride to prevent you from retreating from an announced position, even when shown that such position is unsound. You have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement, if it can be done without offending your individual judgment. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of deliberation, a juror should not hesitate to re-examine his or her views and change his or her opinion if convinced it is an error. However, none of you should surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. In the jury room, you will have the exhibits that were entered into evidence. You will also have the instructions of law that I just read to you, and you will have the verdict forms. You'll also have a laptop, and that laptop will have just 2 files on it, and Deputy Lusa will set it up for you in the jury room. One is the plaintiff's files for audio and video files, and one's the defendant's files for audio and video files, and you'll be able to hear and watch those as well, the ones that were submitted into evidence. During your deliberations until you are discharged from jury service, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone who is not a member of this jury by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media to conduct any independent research about this case, the legal or factual issues in the case, and the individuals or attorneys involved in the case. You are not permitted to consult dictionaries or reference materials, search the internet, visit websites or blogs, or use any other tools to obtain information about this case or to help you decide the case. Do not try to find out information from any source outside of the testimony and the exhibits received as evidence during the trial. You will also have, I know the attorneys discussed briefly about the verdict forms. You'll have 2 sets of verdict forms, one for Mr. Depp's case and one for Ms. Heard's case, okay? Now, when you have these verdict forms, the first 3 pages of both verdict forms have each of the statements separately.
Do we have to go back, Your Honor?
So when you're going through it, you're going to look at each statement separately and answer the questions that are on the page, okay? Now, if you decide yes for every question for a statement, then that's when you go to the last page of the verdict form, which is for damages. So for example, if you find yes for all of statement 1, then you could go to 4 and 5 for damages. If you find yes for all of statement 1 and statement 2, you still go to 4 and 5 for damages. If you say yes for statement 1, statement 2, and statement 3, you obviously go to 4 and 5 for damages. If you answer no on any of the pages for any of the statements, you don't go to 4 and 5. Okay, so that will be for all of them. And then when you do come to a verdict, make sure the foreperson signs it and dates it, and then just let the deputy know about that. Okay, all right. Now, for the tough part, you may remember at the beginning of
pledge damages.
I told you we would randomly select 4 people to be the alternates. Okay, we still have 2 alternates left. And the numbers were placed in an envelope from the very beginning. of the case. So let me just say before I release the alternates that I know that this trial has been a huge sacrifice for all of you.
If I were the alternates, I'd be pissed. You mean you knew from the beginning?
Away from your life for weeks on end.
Here we go.
And I know I speak for all of us associated with the case, and I want to thank you for your service in this matter.
Here we
I know
go.
how hard it is to come this far and then not get a chance to deliberate, but that does not lessen the respect and admiration that we have for you. As an alternate, you will not deliberate, but you are still under order of this court not to do any outside research in this case or to talk to anyone about this case at this time, and you're still under your oath as a juror. That is because if something happens to a juror during deliberations, I will call you back for service, and you will join the deliberations, and they'll start again, and you'll be part of the jury. So you are under these restrictions and your oath until a verdict is reached. We will contact you once this has occurred, and then you'll be free from your obligations, okay? But again, thank you for your service, all right? So in this matter, the alternate jurors are juror number 3 and 14, all right?
All right,
So,
DUI guy.
at this
Wait,
time,
3 and 14,
those
I don't know
jurors
who they
excused
are.
now, so the remaining jurors can retire now to the jury room to begin their deliberations.
3 and
okay?
14.
Thank you all. Okay.
3 and 14. 3 and 14. 3 and 14.
Did they screw you with a different numbering scheme?
Well, it's because they had well, Ian and Rob, just watch their tweets. They'll say who it was. 3.14, that's Pi Day. That's funny, actually. 3 and 14. I didn't even think about that. 3, like they have these little things that they wear around their
targets,
their necks, huh?
Targets? No, just kidding.
So it'll always be at the top of the hour. So for example, if I get the verdict at 10:20 in the morning, it wouldn't be read until noon. So it's always going to be at the top of the hour, at least 60 minutes later, if that makes sense. That gives you time. I would ask that at least one attorney is close enough within a 10-minute range for any questions. I'd appreciate that. Okay. And I know some of the attorneys are going to be leaving, so I just wanted to thank all of you for your professionalism and your hard work during this case. It's much easier being a judge when you have excellent trial attorneys in front of you. It does make it easier. And I also want to thank the attorneys
Nice how
for
inclusive she
kindness
is.
and the great demeanor you've shown to my staff and to the courthouse staff and to the deputies in the sheriff's department. I really appreciate it.
Number 8.
It's a great deal to me. Okay.
I think.
And I also appreciate Judy because she's a rock star. Okay. So, yes. Thank you. Oh. Well, that's a first. Okay.
That's a first.
Do you appreciate the gallery, Elaine?
That is one thing on which Ms. Petterhoff and we respectfully agree. Completely agree.
Oh.
Completely agree.
What did she say?
Well, good. I'm glad on the last day we finally have an agreement.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're very grateful. Thank you.
Okay, you want to approach? Sure.
She wants to get photographs. Oh.
All right,
Ron,
pay
we were just
attention
wondering why
to-
DUI guy's not here today.
I am here. I'm right here.
Welcome back, Legal Vices.
Hey.
Back in the. All right, so let's see. Pay attention to Ian Runkle and Rob.
Well, I got some beef with Ian Runkle.
What do you do?
Not actual beef. I just have a. He said this will be unpopular, but Heard's team did really well on their close, and I vehemently disagree.
Wait, where did he say that?
He tweeted about an hour ago. I full on disagree. I don't think they did very. I don't. I think Rottenborn started out okay, and then I think they completely lost the script.
Yeah,
but it's a legal argument. I think he's thinking like a lawyer and going, "Wow, that is a really polished legal argument." The jury is going like, "Yeah, I remember the First Amendment. It's something about religion, right?"
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think it's extremely ineffective to argue law to a jury. I've always found facts and emotion win the day, and Vasquez and what's it called? Chu. They had both.
And Camille, on that rebuttal was, I mean, damn near perfect. I don't know what you would have done differently than what she did. She established the narrative. She pointed out over and over and over again how ridiculous this is. Like how ridiculous you must be to entertain this notion that either Johnny Depp or that Amber Heard didn't defame Johnny Depp, or that he in turn defamed her. And she tried to put in there, she slipped in there the idea that if you find for Johnny Depp, you necessarily can't find for Amber Heard, because there is the idea that the jury could, of course, find for both of them. Both of them could win each of their respective claims. That's a possibility. But she pointed out the lunacy of doing that. Like, if you find for Johnny Depp, then Amber Heard's stuff was a hoax, which makes the statements true.
Yeah.
I mean, that was just I could not think of a better way to do that closing argument.
Great job. Great job.
Agreed.
Man.
Nothing from Law and Lumber in an hour.
Yeah, they're probably just getting out of the courtroom still.
They have to. So the problem with that courthouse is whatever brick it's made out of does not allow signal to get through. I'm dead serious.
Impermeable to Wi-Fi.
Get to an elevator. You have to go downstairs. You have to five flights, because you're on the 5th floor is where the trial is being held, courtroom 5J. Then you have to walk outside to the courtyard. You have to walk to the middle of the courtyard to where your phone, maybe turn on your phone till the signal comes back on. So you got to give them a little bit of time.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Man, yeah.
But I'm refreshing both of their Twitter feeds. I'm waiting because I want to know who the fuck number 14. So number 3 was the young chap, probably. And number 14 might be our island fellow, my favorite, who's by our count is number 9. That's why I said number 8 or 4 are going to be 4 persons. Probably number 8 by our count. But number 3, if it's 1, 2, 3, then it's obvious. But number 14, it has to be the last one. It has to be the last one because it's also, but it's okay. It's okay. The jury will survive without number 3. If it's the same 3 that I'm thinking about, if it's the young chap with the glasses and the mask, that's the one that I like. Number 6, I eventually started being able to get a read on, and I got some more intel from Chanley from Court TV. But number 3, I swear, is a fucking rock. And I think he's young, he's inexperienced, he doesn't know what he got himself into. And he's like, okay, but my job is to be fair. I need to listen to both sides. And he doesn't have enough life experience to separate the sheep from the herd. That's just my own personal opinion.
What do you mean by that?
Well, when you're young and you just are still learning about the world.
I'm still young, my friend, but continue.
Do you remember when you were young, Mr. Branca, several decades ago?
I don't remember.
So, I mean, are you suggesting he won't be able to tell lies from the truth, or?
No, it's just based on his reactions as he was watching witnesses from both sides. He is by far the number 1 most objective person I have ever met. Because even like 6, 7, 8, 9, 4, 2, 1, they all showed their bias. 5 was very hard to read, but eventually, if you pay attention long enough, even 5 gave away like signs here, signs in that direction. But 3, and it's even more more difficult by the fact that he's got a mask, he's got glasses, he's got long hair that kind of covers, it's
cousin
but he's gone, he's out, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see how it goes. I guess the place to watch for a verdict announcement would be Chanley Painter's Twitter. I think that's going to probably be one of the quickest ones. Court TV is going to report that right away. So I'm gonna pull up a Twitter page with just her feed open, not her feet. Shit. Just her feed.
That's going to be clipped. You do realize that, right, Nick?
Now that I've had my power nap, I'm all saucy and salty again.
Welcome back. The other day you had your head down, but you were like looking at something.
No, that time I was burying myself in the Hicksville Trailer Palace. Nah, this time I'm just copping it. I was full out sleeping.
Nice.
It was weird because like today in the office, I was really feeling the sleep deprivation effects of this trial. Because literally now it's 4:00 in the morning here. It's go till 4, sleep 2 hours, wake up at 6, go to the office, power out all day, come home, grab a bite to eat, get on Legal Mindset, do my stuff, come here. And today was like really, really muddled. And like it was taking me 3-4 times longer than normal to process things.
Oh, you've got slow processing. Okay. I'm sending Dr. Spiegel over right now to diagnose you with years of drug abuse.
You got the drug abuse going.
Chanley Painter says, so this is her assessment. Team Johnny Depp started closing arguments day strong, with the jury looking quite attentive, giving thoughtful and pensive expressions, taking in exhibits, taking in the jam-packed gallery, rare or no notes taken at all. And then she says, now it's Amber Heard's time to present this team's first closing. We know Camille Vasquez will be giving Johnny Depp's rebuttal closing. What do you think so far? And then she says, the next thread is overall jurors glued in early to Team Amber Heard closings, with Benjamin Rottenborn's dramatic opening remarks using a softer voice to repaint the narrative of who the abuser was in the relationship.
So all I'm commenting on is
shit.
behaviors and traits that are consistent with the diagnosis.
They ended their stream and it autoplayed. Sorry. Yeah, again, very few, if any, notes are taken so far. During Heard's first close, most jurors just watched and listened. I didn't denote anyone looking tired, even with the marathon morning. As Elaine Bredehoff started arguments, jurors number 2 and number 8 smiled at her. Juror number 8 jotted more notes during Heard's close than Depp's first close. She also looked quite a bit over towards Depp during observing his reactions, if any, to Rottenborn. During one of the many sidebars, juror number 2 chatted with juror number 1 and smiled. You realize, DUI Guy, that you and Rob and Runkle and James have caused this, right? Like you realize that you have done this to Chanley Painter.
Really? Huh.
These like jury notes that she's giving. Do you think that you guys did not cause that?
I don't know. Has anybody ever done that before I did it?
Man, I don't know. I'm pretty sure.
I've never heard of it, and it was my idea. So the way it went down was when Ian and Rob and I sat there last Monday. I didn't bring any notes with me, and that's when we met James, linked up with him the following day. But Ian and Rob were not there on Tuesday because they couldn't make it in, and I made it in. And I was like, well, they were taking notes yesterday. Maybe I should start taking notes. And as I'm taking notes, I'm like, wait a minute. What if I tweet this shit? Has anyone ever done that? And that's when it came to me. And I went from 800 subscribers or followers or whatever to almost 100,000 now.
Nice.
Yeah.
I think there's I would say that you forced Chanley Painter to do this job that she probably doesn't want to. Like she was like, oh, I'll go do this thing.
Well, we can easily verify. All you have to do is go back in time 2 weeks and see if she's done that. And if yes, then I didn't cause it. And if no, then I caused it. Bottom line.
Gosh, I hate scrolling back on Twitter.
Yeah, it's annoying.
What was 2 weeks ago? The 13th and earlier. Oh, here we go. So April 22nd, tune in today with her picture at the desk. Thank you, Kim. A retweet. Thank you, Emily Baker. Another one of her video. Legal Mindset. Her owning the green shirt thing. This is the beginning. Tune in. Yeah, the mystery continues. How do you think Johnny Depp did overall in the witness stand? I'm telling you.
I may have created a brand new thing. That's pretty cool.
No, you're framing it wrong. Like, I mean, I know it's good for you to frame it as I created this new thing that people are into. You have forced a woman to do something she didn't want to do. That's
In
what
what way?
actually. She didn't want to sit there fucking typing out jury reactions on her Twitter. This is Chanley Painter, former Miss America contestant who looks hot on camera, who went and got her damn JD so she could sit in front of that camera and talk about what happened. And now she's in there, tweet, 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 tweet. Oh, it's got to be so fucking
Oh,
irritating
I'm
for
making
her.
her work. I'm sorry, Chanley. That
Oh,
was an
my-
unintended consequence of my goodwill.
All hail DUI guy, the first man in history to do this.
I would be so
No good deed goes unpunished.
So fucking mad. So fucking mad if I was her. And now like the order comes down from Court TV corporate. Like these jackass YouTubers are in there tweeting away and people are following them and paying attention. Get your ass in there, Chanley, and start tweeting. You know that's what happened. Oh God, it's so funny. It's perfection.
But if I may make a little side comment, and this is what I'd like to know, because there's a difference between a smile and a whelp smile. I want to know if during Heard's first close, most jurors watched and listened. I didn't. As Elaine started arguments, jurors 2 and 8 smiled at her. Was it like a smile or was it like a smile? The categorization of the smile is extremely important, and you have to be able to read the difference. And I'm very dissatisfied that was not mentioned, but that's okay. It's a learning curve. She'll be better than me because she's gonna keep doing it.
It just makes me happy.
Yeah, that she's forced to work more than she did before.
Well, no, that I mean, yes, that's funny, but it's the idea that these media organizations. I mean, Court TV's been doing this since OJ, like 1992 or whatever. Court TV was doing this, right? And because you went into a courtroom and started tweeting, they now have to change what they do because you're just a guy, right? Like you went to a courtroom, you're like, oh, I'm gonna look at some jurors and start tweeting about it during these breaks. And now they're like, God,
I'm sorry. Have I been watching a different fucking trial? What is going on here? Why is Runkle Rottenborn did surprisingly well with his 6 minutes? They shouldn't have been hiding him under a rock for so much of this trial. Did Amber Heard like fucking convert Runkle into her camp all of a sudden? I don't understand what is happening here, Nick.
Is it compared to Elaine? He was doing good.
Well, I mean, to be fair to Rottenborn, he had 6 minutes and he did what he could do. It wasn't anything of substance, I don't think. But he didn't like come out and say Amber Heard did it. Like he didn't do that at least. But Camille threw 95 pitches, right? And he had 6 swings. And instead of, I think he chose the smart thing. Instead of swinging at any of them, he just turned and did his own thing, which is what you had to do. Because if he picked any 1 or 2 issues to speak into, the jurors got to be thinking, why didn't you speak about the other one though? Why didn't you talk about this? Why didn't you talk about that? So, I mean, I'll say with his 6 minutes, I think he did fine, but it doesn't make it like particularly helpful to the case. Let's see. So yeah, Runkle says Vasquez pounced on the openings. EB left with her misrepresentations, and this allowed her to basically suggest that not only is Amber Heard incredible, so is her counsel. Would not have been an opening but for Elaine Bredehoft. Major error on Amber Heard's team side. Well, Elaine Bredehoft is the major error on Amber Heard's side, other than Amber Heard. And I would gather it's because Amber Heard probably hired Elaine Bredehoft and Elaine assembled the team, is my guess as to what happened. Gentlemen, I wanted to throw it up to the panel. Popcorn
I'm sorry.
Planet. Oh,
Can I, before you get into that, Nick, just real quick on the topic we were just on. It's confirmed. I just checked. I scrolled back. May 25th was the first time she mentioned juror number whatever. That was literally Wednesday this week.
Oh, yeah.
Mine
Yeah,
was on the 17th or something. I can't remember.
Literally, of
Crazy.
course. of course, Court TV saw you, Runkle, and Rob getting tons of attention. I can't stress enough for the chat. This is the juice. This is the spice. Court TV is the media coordinator for this case. So what they get is they run the camera feeds. They facilitate the pool feed that everyone plugs into, which means they pay for all of that.
Yeah.
They, in exchange, they get Chanley Painter in the courtroom whenever she wants to go. I'm pretty sure she doesn't have to wait in line. She gets a badge to get in automatically. And they get a cameraman who has the exclusive license. This is the only place they have an exclusive license to take photos for Court TV. So that's in the order. That's what they get. No one else gets to bring a camera in. So that's the exchange. So they have to pay a lot of money for this because they have these cameras running. They have to pay the staff to be there. They have to pay Chanley to be there. They have to pay the cameraman, and they have to pay the guy working the thing. Plus, they have to pay for all the equipment and any upkeep and maintenance costs. What are they getting in return? Their live stream. I mean, what's it at right now? Well, I don't know if it's even up right now. Let me see. But they've been low 5 figures, 10, 12,000 people. That's the thanks Court TV has gotten.
I checked a couple of days ago and they were incredibly low. Like Entertainment Tonight Canada was higher than them.
Yeah, they're 11,000. 11,000 is what they got. Now, you look at Law and Crime, who made their smart purchase and gets 1 million concurrent viewers. Great. They got that. Emily Baker, just a YouTuber person, 200,000 viewers. Me today, 80,000. I think we hit 80,000 viewers at some point. Legal Bites, I don't know where she is today, but well in excess of 60,000 viewers, I'm sure. You have Asmongold, a non-lawyer over on Twitch, laughing at this thing. 150,000 live viewers over there. I mean, everybody's doing better than the people forking out the money to cover this damn thing. And it's the funniest thing on earth. So what they're watching in real time is that legacy media doesn't know how to capture anyone's attention at all. And they're looking for anything they've got. And so now they're paid in court correspondent, hot Chanley Painter, who's a lawyer and beautiful, right? Like this is a double whammy. Who's in there to be on-screen talent is now not tweeting about her on-screen appearances that were happening like 3 times per day. Now it's just her tweets about the jury reactions because that's what they found out people wanted to see. And it's because of guys like you, Runkle, Rob, and James from Court. You guys did it. They couldn't figure it out. That's the funniest shit in the world to me. Just wait.
Apparently because of DUI Guy, I got 1,000 subscriptions while I was taking a nap.
Nice. Nice.
I got a trail of love that follows me, and Nick too, by the way. You're gonna get a lot from his channel too. Go subscribe to these guys. Free book, Legal Vices, and of course Nick. You guys know.
Everybody,
free book. I love it.
That's what it says on your thing.
No,
yeah,
free book.
Everybody's YouTube channels are linked in the description. You click on their names, takes you right to their page. You click subscribe. That's how it goes, guys. This is how we network. This is how we network on YouTube, and it's I of course appreciate very much all the panel contributions, and so I would appreciate it if you would contribute back to them by giving them a subscription, checking out a video or two or all of them, and that'd be just swell.
Yeah, and I'm not at all defensive about free book. I am attorney free book. Don't worry about it.
I don't know your name and I don't know your channel, so I have to read.
Andrew,
I'm not going to read a lawofselfdefense.com / I'm like, subscribe to free book. He just got named.
He's Andrew is his name.
Andrew. Nice to meet you, Andrew. I've seen you before.
No, I mean, this is insane. I started this 2 weeks and 1 day ago, and I'm at 15,000 subscribers, and it's literally because of Legal Mindset, Nick, Legal Bites, and DUI Guy. That's I've done nothing but just like freeload and ride coattails. And this is an awesome community. Everybody's great.
That's how it goes. But my ultimate thing is, guys, it's like 1 or 2 bigger trials away, not bigger than this, but just generally like attended to trials. And there's going to be like a 3-lawyer panel who've gotten fucking paid their hourly rates to sit and watch these things on Court TV or Law and Crime or ABC. They're going to start doing it because they're bleeding money. And that's
I don't know why they haven't reached out to an Emily or Legal Bites or, well, Nick, I understand why, I guess, but some of the other law. I mean, these people are right there. Just bring them on board.
Oh wait, number 8 is gone. I'm sorry. So 14, so 15. So the Islander is still there. Okay, I just saw Ian's tweet. He wrote best info I have on jurors sent home is that it includes 8. She seemed sympathetic to Johnny Depp from many of her facial expressions. Okay, I'm officially unfollowing Runkle right now. I'm done. Are you kidding me? This guy did a full-on blown switcheroo in the whatever.
He was swayed, I guess,
Okay.
right? Like that's
All
the
right.
idea.
All right. I was not ready for that. No wonder why he couldn't talk to me yesterday. Like I tried to make conversation and he was just very aloof.
I just can't watching those closing arguments for me. I mean, the closing arguments were a clear win for Johnny Depp's team. I don't see any other way around it. However, Rottenborn opened, which I thought his opening was kind of okay. It was destroyed. Everything he did was destroyed when Elaine Bredehoff put on the microphone. And she spaghettied for an hour and 10 minutes or whatever of their time. I don't know if it was that long. I think Rottenborn might have gone over his budget, but she just spaghettied. And I forgot everything he said because I'm not sitting here taking notes.
Elaine was like one of those TikTok videos with the bungee jumper who forgets to hook on the bungee cord. I got this.
Yeah. It was a disaster. Oh, hey, we've got some wisdom coming in. Andrea, how are you?
Cheers, guys.
Oh, Andrea, welcome.
I am just so glad that finally the truth is out and the world sees what we have been seeing for years. It's a glorious day to celebrate.
How did you? I mean, I have a guess, but how do you think it went?
I was so pleased. Primarily with Camille's rebuttal.
Yeah.
What
Oh my God, it was
strong
perfect.
finish.
Poetic.
My God. That was a thing of beauty.
That was like Fairfax Police Department. I'd like to report a murder.
Well, she did what you need to do, which is just take the most effective points that your opponent was making and just systematically undermine them. I think that the problem with Ben Rottenborn's argument is that he simply doesn't have a coherent theme. He's trying to accomplish too much. He can't hang his hat on the First Amendment and also hang his hat on, Amber's version of events. So he doesn't know what to concede and what not to concede. And it just ends up, from my perspective, being a kind of shotgun approach of spitting facts and spitting law in a way that did not clearly lead to a reason to vote for his side. I thought that one of the most effective things that Camille did was disrobe him of that flag he was trying to drape his case in, say, no, that is my fucking flag, because you don't get to lie about people and you should be giving people their presumption of innocence. Loved it.
Yeah, oh, go ahead.
No, great stuff. That's all I had to say.
Yeah, it was. I thought the opening closing argument, Ben Chu and Camille Vasquez, I thought it was very good. I was a little surprised by the transition in the middle of that first argument. I thought they were going to split it off, argument, rebuttal, or closing and then rebuttal. But I was weirded out by it, but that doesn't matter. But I thought for me there was a big difference when Vasquez handed off the argument to Chu. It was like, here, I've set up the story. Now you make it stick. And then he went point by point through the jury instructions. Here's how this stuff matches up. They finish up. They have 40 minutes left. Very good. Rottenborn goes up and he starts with their basic defense. on this technical legal argument, which I think you're not in appellate court here, buddy. This isn't going to help you. And you've lost on this argument in front of the judge. I don't think you're going to convince the jury on the legal thing, but you got to try, because I think it's better than the facts. And so he tries to do it, and he sets up something. I'm still foggy on what he said, because what happens next is he transitions to Elaine, and I don't know what happens. Like she erased what he said to me, because I couldn't follow her like spastic approach to the argument.
Well, what's that old expression, right? If the law's on your side, you pound the law. If the facts are on your side, you pound the facts. And if neither are on your side, you vomit on the jury for 45 minutes.
Yeah.
And if Johnny Depp's on your side, he pounds Amber Heard in the fucking face. No, it's
in a way not to cause injury.
Yeah,
metaphorically.
Yeah.
But
she
she
took the
starts,
rings off to hide the marks.
With total respect.
She reminded me of when my younger kids will tell me a story, and then this, and then this, and then this, and then this, and I'm like, I don't need 90% of these details, and I'm not sure how any of this logically. I don't even know if this is the same month you're talking about. So it's and this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and I was like, it was so disjointed, and there was no cohesion between them, and then we find out you got 6 minutes left. Oh, and they get blown out on, I think, every objection, which looked bad to me. I don't know if the jury saw it bad, but for me, I was like, you're getting your asses kicked on objections in close.
Well, major line skirting by Elaine repeatedly, with the asking them to draw inferences from the evidence they are not supposed to draw. And that specifically with like the Bonnie Jacobs texts, you don't get to accept those as substantive evidence. We're not even supposed to hear about them as substantive evidence. Oh, she's just crossing lines at any opportunity that she could get.
Yeah. She flat out misrepresented testimony, and she misrepresented the law on multiple occasions. That blew my mind.
Thank you for that comparison to children telling stories. That was absolutely a perfect corollary.
Yeah.
Well, Nick, I just forwarded you a tweet I saw from the Court TV gal about the jurors. I don't know if you guys have already discussed that or not, but
where'd you send that?
Twitter DM. I think I did.
All right, Ronkel just confirmed it's 2 and 8 on the list that we have created on Twitter with the help of Lumber Law. When he wasn't able to get in, I think Tuesday, he created a flow chart that's been circulating the internet. 2 was the young, what we believe to be mildly either autistic or something. He's got some sort of deficiency. We don't know what it is, but he seems to be very cogent. He's paying attention. He knows his stuff. He laughs at the right time. So it may just be very, very mild. And then number 8 was the one that I like to refer to as our Irish Catholic lady. She was very sweet. She was very sympathetic towards Johnny Depp. And again, you got to remember, they all have to be unanimous. They all have to be unanimous. So numbers 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9, they all have to agree in one voice. This is the verdict. And we have at least what I think to be like, again, you can never be certain of these things. This is literally a guessing game at best, but human reaction, when it's natural and if it's captured by the human eye and relayed properly, you will be able to give a better assessment than somebody who is not in the room watching all this stuff. So I'm in a very unique position, and I know it's like, trust me, you guys, like, I got this. Like, it's like the stupidest thing ever to say. I know I don't, but from the intel that I have gathered, and I just tweeted it, I think we're still in a very good position. I'm really, really going to miss 8, because 8 had, like, I think, potential swaying powers. 8 is the kind of woman that could maybe convince you to, like, if you're Jewish, to be like, change religions potentially. Like, she just has that type. She seems really sweet.
Pretty sure that's a Meatloaf song, isn't it?
Is it?
I'm just saying. Is it? I have no idea.
The Jewish woman who got me to change my religion.
It sounds like it to me, man.
Whatever. I don't know. Anyway, she's the kind of person who could convince you to join her religion. That's basically what I'm trying to say. Because she's like, she looks very sweet. She'll make you like an apple pie and sit you down at her table and tell you about, you know,
Her cult.
or whatever cult it is. Yeah.
There's a good REM song, "Losing My Religion."
There you
Man,
go.
it just sounds like that. I won't do that song. Like to me,
I won't do
I would
that.
do anything for love.
I would do. Yeah.
Whew.
Good to see you, Andrea. And I have a
Good to
this is
see
like this is a totally irrelevant question, but it's been a curiosity point for me. The fish, explain.
The fish are, so this is not really my story to tell because this is an artist friend of mine who made these fish. She's a metal worker and a painter. She makes amazing and cool things. If you go follow her on Instagram, she's at Heidi Elkington. Really amazing girl. So she's a little slip of a woman who is my boxing partner. She's my sister in spirit. We have shed blood of each other. She has kicked my ass for years. I love her more than anybody in the world. And these are just part of having her here with me in this process.
Cool.
Very cool. Very cool. I see a new series of videos in your future. Getting my ass kicked by my best friend. Here we go. Check this out. Someone sent me this. This is honestly exactly how it felt. Like, what is this? And I think Camille really hammered this concept home. To buy their story, and whatever anybody thinks, this is something that's not taught in law schools very effectively, unless you get a special teacher or a special school. Storytelling. We communicate to people by telling stories. And if you want to communicate an entire relationship that is years long and complicated of these people with lives that are not like these jurors' lives in any way. I mean, every fact they hear, they're like, well, shit, I want an island. Well, shit, I wish I owned 18 houses. I wish I didn't have to drive because I had Joe's wife to drive me. This is what they're thinking every time, is every fact they hear. So you have to be able to communicate to this group of people, and you don't know any of their background specifically. I mean, you might have a couple voir dire questions that help you out. You have to communicate just on the human level, this story of this couple. And if you can't tell that story, if you can't develop that narrative, what are you doing? Like, you can spew facts at them, but they've just sat through 6 weeks of facts. And if they just hear more facts, they're going to be bored. So you've got to craft a narrative that they can listen to, that they can relate to, and that they can believe. And whoever crafts a better story, it goes a long way towards getting a result.
Hey, Nick, I'm going to go live on my
100%.
channel. Thanks for having me. I've been here for like, 6.5 hours now. So I really appreciate it, my friend.
Yeah, buddy. All right, man. Thanks for hanging out.
Vices. It was great meeting you, my friend. Congrats on all your
appreciate
new
it.
success. Andrea, good to see you again. And
Very good
free
to
book.
see you.
Free
Next
book.
time. Bye, guys.
See you later. But yeah, it's telling that story. Oh, hey, 2 minutes ago, several motorcycle officers rushed to the front of the Johnny Depp Amber Heard courthouse, jumped off their bike, and ran inside. No word on what this is about. Being monitored.
Free donuts.
So that's new. But no, you've got to tell the story. And I think they had a real problem telling the story on Amber Heard's side. It was just, it just didn't flow. And if there's no narrative flow, what's the jury supposed to be following? But yeah, any other observations that you had, Andrea, since you were not here with us the whole time?
I just think overall, coherence in that narrative, both sides are, I think, a little bit more deficient on the narrative than they could have been. This did not end up being a real clear storytelling trial. But overall, I do think that the coherence of the message that's being sent was much clearer from Team Depp than it was from Team Heard. They're very clear. Amber Heard is lying about all of this, and that damaged Johnny. It damages people who are real survivors of domestic violence, and you need to punish her for doing this. That's
Coherent
very clear
and credible.
and
right?
credible and easy
Yeah.
to understand, easy to relate to. What we got from Team Heard was just much more of a mishmash. Is she actually the abuser? Is she not? You haven't addressed these audio recordings. Like, how am I supposed to reconcile what I can hear for myself with my own ears with you
Yep.
trying to tell me, this story of Amber Heard that just doesn't mesh. So it's not clear if this is a First Amendment case, if this is a justice for domestic violence survivors, if this is a, Chicken Little sky will fall on DV reporting. If you vote against Amber Heard, it just was all over the place, and that's what I think is ultimately its biggest deficiency.
Yeah, and you made a tweet earlier that I fully agree with, and have offered a similar sentiment that the biggest mistake that they made in this case was filing the counterclaim. The counterclaim, and to then come out today and effectively neuter your own counterclaim by saying, well, we sent
We
a
didn't really mean
message, but it's not actually, please give us $350,000 or whatever they asked for. It's like that's it. Cause
that was bad.
You've
Yeah.
now put your client's mental health at issue when 5 minutes of conversation should have convinced you that she's in the loony bin.
Yeah.
And you weren't going to get anywhere with it. And I think they know that claim is just fucking bonkers.
I mean, the worst thing that happened to the Amber Heard defense was Amber Heard. I mean,
yes.
I think
Yes.
Camille, one of the many great points Camille made was, look, she didn't call her a lying liar who's lying to all of us, but she made the point. I mean, listen, when her first claim of abuse is not sufficient, there's an elevated claim, and then there's an elevated claim, and then there's an elevated claim. Things that any normal person would have claimed from the start if they were true.
Yes.
So apparently they're increasing degrees of fabrication that she feels compelled to make because her first series of lies are falling flat.
Yeah.
Imagine if they hadn't filed the counterclaim and there's no diagnoses and there's no mental health at issue.
Yes.
And
No
the
Dr.
only
Muffins.
no
Imagine
Dr.
that
Muffins,
world.
no Dr. Hughes, no Dr. Spiegel, but instead the only witness that they call for Amber Heard, they make their opening arguments. They're like, Amber Heard stood up against domestic violence. We know she did. She got a protective order against Johnny Depp. This happened. She was named as an ambassador for domestic violence by the ACLU, and she was invited to speak to Congress. Then, so these are true statements that she made. This is the truth. And they're going to try and make this about everything except the truth. But this is the truth. What was said here. And then the only witness you call is that makeup artist to come in and say, yeah, I had to come in. She had 2 black eyes. She had a bruising and swelling on her nose. I had to apply an anti-swelling ointment we call Arnica cream. It helps to alleviate immediate swelling. I got ice on that thing right away. And then I started working magic. I started doing what I was paid to do. I had to offset the color. First, we laid foundation on her face, and then I had to start offsetting the colors that were left over showing through on the bruise. And these are the ways that we do it. I applied shadowing to her cheeks to draw away from her from the potential shadows under her eyes. So I shadowed heavily on her cheeks because it focuses the attention away. And I had to put a heavy waxy lipstick on over her mouth because she had a cut on her lip from getting punched. I'm witness to Johnny Depp's abuse, to the results of Johnny Depp's abuse. And if that's the only witness you've got, and the only statement is she stood up against domestic abuse and then she got a restraining order, like, done. The case is over. You win. And then you ask for fees like that. If that's what you're going to end up doing anyway, I mean, what they did, making this about everything, because then like Johnny Depp could try and parade person after person after person, and you get to say they're desperately trying to show you that none of these people witnessed the domestic abuse. And we can agree, none of these people witnessed any domestic abuse. Of course, they're not motivated to lie. These are honest people. But here's the person who did witness the domestic abuse and the effects of it. And there was more domestic abuse behind the scenes. He was controlling. He yelled. He financially controlled her. He dominated her. He didn't let her leave, didn't want to let her leave the relationship. But this is what happened. And she had to get out, and she had to wait for him to go to Europe to do so because she was so scared. If that's your case, I mean, I think they would have won that case 10 times out of 10. Would have taken a week. But yeah, they couldn't do it. She had to get that last bit in.
I've said consistently throughout this trial, Amber Heard is her own worst enemy in this. We see it with the counterclaim. We see it with this very misguided decision to testify on her part. We know that she pathologically can't help herself from doing that. And so that's, in some ways, that's just the beauty of karma. You know, it builds in its own outcome. You are going to get, you're going to get what you ask for in this life. But had she simply taken a lesson from what every criminal defense practitioner knows, which is that often the best thing you can do when you have a client that may not come off so well with a jury, you rest on the state's burden of proof. The law has always been her biggest advantage in this case, that actual malice requirement, the prove that it was false requirement. And had she not torpedoed her own credibility by choosing to get on the stand and behave as she did, it would have been a very easy sell that relationships are complicated. People have different perspectives on things. Maybe she did misbehave in some ways like we hear on these audios, but that doesn't necessarily discount her perspective that she was also an abuse victim when you have, as you suggested, Melanie Iglesias's testimony, things that can be spun as, you know, abusive or, you know, rude behavior by Johnny Depp. I think she could have won it on actual malice easily, that, you know, this was her legitimate perspective. And even if other people might disagree with that, that doesn't rise to the level of actual malice.
But this is who Amber Heard. She is, right? That's who Amber Heard is. She can't let good enough lay, right? If you make her angry, she will strike at you.
She's incapable of acting in her own strategic interests. She's just a very short-term reactive type of personality. And this is something we have observed for years now with how she engages in the litigation, how she engages on social media. It's just consistent with everything Johnny and Dr. Curry have told us. And it's why she is the author of her own destruction.
Well, I was likening it to, police officers falsifying evidence when they know they've got the guy. They know that this person did the crime, but they just want to be extra sure. So they put a couple of extra nails in the coffin that makes you go, okay, now that's just absurd.
It's actually much the same thing. In my experience, when officers are doing that, they're not doing it for that particular case. They're doing that. This is what they always do. It's actually their normal practice. And so they end up doing it even at times when they don't need to do it. Amber Heard, frankly, I mean, Amber Heard has met the enemy. Amber Heard has met the actual abuser, her own abuser. And it turns out it's Amber Heard.
Yes.
Just an update from Runkle. He says about the police thing, hearing reports of a disturbance in the courthouse. It's not at the courtroom. So it's somewhere outside of the courtroom, whatever it is. This is lunatic day. This is Super Bowl, baby. This is what everybody's been waiting for. It's the final day. There's a shocking possibility of a verdict today. I didn't think there was at all until the arguments happened. And I'm like, this is nasty. Like this is potential. Like I can see a juror coming in and going, no, I 100% see this Johnny Depp's way. I think it's harder if it's Amber Heard's side. I think they have to really consider legal arguments that they might not be fully prepared to make. But I think if there is a general sentiment of Team Johnny, I think they could hammer this thing out this afternoon without much issue. So, Kevin Hooker sent a sticker. Thank you for that, Kevin. And High Grit says, thank you for all the awesome coverage of this case. You guys did a great job. I just had to say, I noticed Camille break down a little at the end of her argument and have to admit, I almost cried. Ben Chu did too. And this is one of the things that I've been seeing the past couple days, especially. Johnny Depp's team seems to care a lot about Johnny Depp. And it really came through on Camille's cross-exam of Amber Heard on rebuttal, because she tore her apart and she looked happy to do it. like you would, I don't know, peel the skin off your enemy in the Middle Ages or something, right? Like
bring in the justice.
Like you found the person who kidnapped your kid and you've got a hammer and you caught him off guard.
She
Like
has
that's
a
what
special set of skills.
Yeah. It looked like she was happy to do it. And then when it was done, you got this feeling around the Johnny Depp table that they like him. I haven't gotten that impression from Amber Heard's team.
I mean, it's an unusual case in many respects, right? Because often when you have this kind of civil litigation, the truth is somewhere in between what each side is arguing, right?
Exactly.
But that's not what we have here. Either you believe Amber Heard and Johnny Depp is an unbelievable monster, or she's utterly lying about everything. And obviously Depp's team has drawn their conclusion. They believe that's her, in which case she's a horrific monster trying to just destroy an innocent man's life.
Yeah. And I think that was it's kind of a gutsy thing to do on the client reputation front, because in the abstract, if Johnny Depp loses this case, one could infer that the jury determined that they believe every salacious allegation against Johnny Depp.
High stakes. Yep.
Yeah.
So it is that high stakes move, but if it's also a smart move, because they're trying to latch onto this bullshitty theory that one shove amounts to what Amber Heard is talking about in her statements. And they came out and they just basically put it on the table and they said, no, we're not saying this at all. We're saying that literally zero things that she said are true. And you can't trust a single word of what she said. Not one. There was no punch, no slap, no push, no kick, no bottles, no choking, no hair pulling, nothing.
I mean, it's akin to a criminal defense arguing against lesser included, right? Your Honor, we want the murder or acquittal. That's
All or
it.
nothing.
We're in all the way.
Yeah.
Well, I have an interesting thing. This is something I've thought about for the past week or so. If we remember back to almost day one, they had the safe word, the couch thing.
Couch.
Yeah.
Couch.
But so, I mean, if they have a safe word for when they're fighting, and that means we stop and we go to our corners, does that mean everything up to the point someone says couch is a consensual part of their relationship?
Mutual combat.
Yeah. Are they agreeing to this? Are they into this? If they agreed to fight physically or verbally until someone says couch? That's just what I've been thinking about for a week now. It's been irritating me.
Legitimate. Very legitimate.
Well, that's maybe again, this, I think Camille's rebuttal was based on what was offered at close, what was offered by the other party's close. I think her rebuttal was literally perfect for what she had done. One of the things I could have maybe seen at the beginning of close is kind of an allusion to that sort of idea of a tumultuous mutual relationship, and saying, they're going to try, maybe anticipating the argument because it was kind of obvious. They're going to try and tell you that any instance of emotional or physical abuse, any one little thing, any touch, any yelling, any nasty word amounts to abuse.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about that for a second. You need to listen to what you've heard in evidence here. That means that Amber was a frequent abuser of Johnny Depp. If that's the standard we're going by what you've heard in audio recordings, not words of someone else, not spoken through the grapevine, not some rumor or self-serving comment, but actual words on a recording. You can hear her talk about hitting him, hear her talk about pursuing him, controlling him, and calling him nasty names. So if that's their theory, then she's as much of an abuser as him. And if that's the case, can she stand up and call herself a victim? Can she stand on the bruised bodies of women throughout history and say that she is the representative of abuse? And when you picture abuse, do you picture Amber Heard? Because I don't.
And that could have been a theoretical defense here for Depp, right? They could have basically conceded, abusive behavior on his point and argued, look, all right, so he punched her once, but he was provoked, or it was mutual combat, or it was, the nature of their relationship, and try to wave it away. But they didn't take that approach.
Yeah, they didn't.
He is adamant. He has never
happened.
struck a woman. And I think that is something, quite frankly, that resonates with a lot of men. This is something that I have talked about a lot as a woman who gets in a boxing ring where there are not a lot of other women. You spar with men, and there are so many men who are so inhibited against hitting a woman. It is so hard to get good sparring as a woman. This is not the world that Amber Heard seems to believe that I think most people live in. Most of us know that men are our protectors. Men are there they want us to love them. They don't want us to be afraid of them. It's just not consistent with how most of us, I think, live in the real world. And so Johnny Depp, insistent, he is not that guy. We know that guy is an aberration. That is clearly not him. I think that is something that any man on that jury who is not himself an abuser is going to be able to relate to.
Yeah. Well, and I think, frankly, in a weird way, even the abuser, because I think a lot of abusers don't consider themselves abusers, right? No, I just lost my temper.
Point.
I just lost my temper. But
she made me do it.
Yeah,
she made
there's
me
something.
Do it.
So I think it plays either way. But no, it's such a good point that this men are monsters narrative that works really well on Twitter. It works really well in social media campaigns or in even mass media campaigns, right? Yeah, it's a meme, either again on the small scale or on the corporate scale. But a whole bunch of women are married to a whole bunch of men who don't hit them. And they may fight and they may scream at each other and they may hell even throw things or slam a door, but they know that person's not going to come up and actually punch them, throw a bottle at them, violate them with a Maker's Mark bottle. None of that is actually on the menu for most people. And this idea that this is kind of within someone to do is kind of foreign to the average person, I think. Certainly there are people who suffer abuse. Obviously, it happens, and it happens way too much. But even the people who are in abusive relationships, I'm guessing, find that that's the minority of relationships that they've experienced in one way or another. They find themselves in this situation and they may have trouble getting out, but they're horrified that they got in the first place.
Well, I'm not a psychologist. I'm not a psychiatrist, but I mean,
are you a biologist?
I don't know what your definition of biologist is. But I mean, if we accept everything that Amber says is true, why is this the only woman in 58 years of this man's life has he done this to? Yeah. Has he done 1/10 of this to?
100%.
Yeah, that just doesn't make any sense.
There is one person in that courtroom with a history of chronic domestic violence, and that is Amber Heard.
And the other aspect of it is with that, this is the first person. So what their argument against it is what? Well,
look at those bags of weed.
Yeah, his substance abuse, and it's like,
because weed makes everybody aggressive and violent.
But you've heard
testimony. Here he is sleeping. Here he is sleeping. Here he is sleeping.
And you've got testimony that this dude has been on those substances since he was 13. And he's 58. Yeah, he's like he's popping mom's pills at 11.
And the justification that how Amber treated him that you can hear on those fucking audios because he's got an addict problem and that she's therefore justified in treating him because it's somehow benevolent on her. What a bunch of self-serving, disgusting horse shit. I'm sorry. Anybody who has suffered with addiction, with people that they love suffering from addiction, it's just disgusting to hear that a person that you love is struggling. Her position is kick them while they're down and
Take photos of them
that
at their
somehow
worst.
is justified and admirable. Yes, take photos of him, embarrass him. I loved that comment that Camille made. What person does this? Great question, Camille. Who fucking captures somebody at their worst so that they can text it to their friends and then share it to the world? That tells us all we need to know.
Yeah, my wife takes pictures of me falling asleep because I'm a narcoleptic, and it's funny that because like for a while, especially when I was working a 9 to 5, it was every family gathering, every single one. Sit down in a chair. Even if we're in direct sunlight, I'd sit down in a chair and get cooked, get sunburned. She'd walk up. She's like, where the hell's Nick? And then oh, there he is. Oh shit. Take a picture. But it was always in jest. She would never, ever take an embarrassing picture of me sleeping. Never with like ice cream dripping down or like laying in some kind of pseudo unconsciousness on the floor. Next to the bed or covered in vomit. She would never do that because who does that? That's awful. But Amber seems to do that a lot.
It would
Well,
be
apparently the whole Twitter
seems
seems to think me sleeping is funny.
I bet.
It would have been funny if Camille got up on rebuttal and started by saying, well, there's our example of vomitus.
Yeah.
Oh, what a disaster. Ms. Jake says, I showed my son your eloquent graduation toast and he was touched. He wanted to make sure it meant a lot to him, even if I wasn't already. This proud mom is a Rackets fan for life. Hey, thank you, Ms. Jake. And you should be a proud mom. That's fantastic. The fact that you've got a little person into a big person through high school and they're still alive, I think you should get a fucking medal every time it happens. So
yeah, no, my son's 21 and he just got in his first car accident last week.
Oh, Jesus.
And I'm here in Korea. He's been living with my sister since high school. And she was like, you got in an accident? I'm like, come on, sister and I, how old were we when we got in our first car accident? He made it 5 years without an accident. I take that as a big effing win.
Yeah. No, it's just, it's like, well, one, you didn't kill him. Right? Yeah. Like that's the first hurdle.
Oh no. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, your kids
little
are still
scumbags
are still relatively young. Like I look at the thing that my kid doesn't have. If he would have done half the shit I did as a kid, I just would have killed him and started over again.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Jonathan Diaz says, how come when Amber goes pee pee poo poo on the bed sheets, she's hailed as a hero, but when I do that, I get sent to the loony bin? Don't do that. Poo in the loo. Yo, poo in the loo. Okay. More. There are many super chats. I will be trying to get to all of them. I mean, we're basically here for jury watch. I've pledged to be here until the jury goes home, whatever that is.
And I'm looking over here and watching the sun come up over here on my right here.
See, we're in opposite corners. I'm celebrating with champagne at 12:59 p.m. over here on the West Coast, and when we're done, I'm just going to sleep till Sunday. So.
Oh yeah.
This is what I'm drinking.
Knocking back those Topo Chicos like it's.
We're doing the same, bro.
Oh, private select. Perfect. Yeah, so appropriate.
Yep.
I'm matching Nick.
To be fair, I look, I can't stomach the square bottle makers. So, I have a mild amount of respect. Just
Amber can't stomach it, but she never mind.
Oh, come on now. We don't need to go there. Etienne de Gaulle says, sweet baby Jesus, I think Camille's sweater trumps Dr. Muffin's glasses. No simp, chat. No simp. Sonia Hems, The only real star of the show, credible and authentic in white, a vision of truth and purity in this pantomime. I cannot applaud this perfection enough. Impeccable evacuation. Evacuation.
Evacuation.
The immaculate
Don't use that word in
evacuation.
a third case.
Yeah, I'm maybe they had an impeccable evacuation. I don't know. I don't want to know about that. Like, look,
She didn't appear bloated. I'll give her that.
her suit was very nice today. It was good. The white's an interesting choice, like in general, but it worked really well. I thought it kind of, with the cameras, white does this weird thing with cameras where it kind of glows a little bit. It's awkward, but
I would say never wear white on camera, but
no,
she seemed to be okay.
She did just fine. No, it was a good outfit today. Sonia Hems, wait, I just read that one. Philip Sola, during Camille's closing, Amber's mouth is the same shape as Judge Dredd. Someone should put his helmet over her face.
Oh, no. Harsh.
Damn. Sonia Hems also says, execution, not evacuation, in regard to my previous super chat. Oh, that makes way more sense. Running on 3 hours of sleep a night due to living in New Zealand with this trial running at the same time. And then some laughy faces.
Cheers to you, my friend. You're a true warrior.
Yeah, that goes just from being a finishing move to just a movement.
Sonia Hems follows up with, did a major super chat that changed and didn't register, or that charged and didn't register. So sometimes YouTube does that. Sorry about that. I think putting the true star of the show in white as a messenger of purity and truth is impeccable perfection. This is fabulous. Okay, there you go. Thank you. Lily Phoenix. Hi, DUI Guy. Hi, everyone. Excited for today and your commentary. Let's finally watch Camille the Vampire Slayer finally stake the heart of this blood-sucking #end it, #end the curse. Damn. Jimmy the Hand says, Amber Heard as Magenta. I ask for nothing. The jury as Frankenfurter, and you shall receive it in abundance.
Nice. Nice Rocky Horror blast there.
That was a good one.
I've never watched it. Never watched it.
Oh, come on.
Ralph T says, Amber with glasses looks like the girl that was tossed by her pigtails in Matilda. Yeah, the gym teacher.
He hasn't seen Rocky Horror, but he's seen Matilda.
No, we read, to be very clear, we read the book in elementary school. So I remember the story, and I know the movie was made, but I didn't see it. Don't put that on me. The only movie I care about right now is getting some time to go watch Top Gun. It's all I want to watch.
It starts here in Korea Wednesday, and Wednesday's a holiday, so sweet. I'm seeing the first show Wednesday morning.
I'm like everybody who like Critical Drinker is saying it's great. Chrissy Mayer's saying it's great. I'm like, okay, I've got to see this because I was worried they were going to screw it up, and it sounds like they didn't. Oh, I can't wait. Leah Weber says, let's go to 500,000 subscribers. Love from the Philippines. Hey, thank you. Speaking of subscribers, I rarely ask, but if you are watching the show and you're not subscribed and you like this channel, I would appreciate it if you do. But if you don't want to, that's cool. If you're just here for Johnny Depp and it's going to go away at some point, you don't have to. But if you like it, maybe if you subscribe, you'll find something else you like, because I got all kinds of options. Hey Jamawaz says, remind me to never get on Camille's bad side. She's killing it. 11 Bravo Crunchy. Mommy Camille can represent me any day. She's looking fine today. By the way, my actually moment, the piece of furniture she's standing at is a lectern, not a podium. Sorry, I shall endeavor to be less of a basement-dwelling nerd.
He is correct.
You shall endeavor, but you shall not succeed. Timothy Reaper, Heard, you're not running from this fight. You're running from the solution, the final solution. Nash McGraw, someone did send me a Hitler Heard meme the other day. So that was when she was in one of her
She was looking very Eva Braun a couple days ago.
Yeah, that's when they did it.
she has gone a little SS with her attire on more than one
she did
occasion.
the Kim Jong-un day and
yes.
Yeah. Kai VR, hi to the panel from Germany. Hello, Kai. Mr. Ikeda, I saw you first on Friday Night Tights and have been following your live streams from time to time, especially now for this trial. only know the U.S. law system from TV shows, so it was great to see it play out in reality. Well, I'm guessing it played out a little different than the TV shows that all end in an hour, but
yeah.
But thank you. Welcome.
That's what I always love about Suits. They have some intensely involved commercial litigation thing, and they go to trial in like 2 weeks.
Nash McGraw, should these two closing arguments have been swapped? Elaine and Rottenborn's? Yes. Elaine should have spaghettied first.
Yeah.
If you're going to have her do it, first of all,
yeah.
After opening argument, they should have kept her dumbass far away from the jury.
Well, that's what we said at the beginning of this stream. Is I said she needs to go first so that he can wash the taste of Elaine out of everybody's mouth by the end of this thing.
Yeah,
I feel bad for Rottenborn. He's a decent lawyer. He's a good guy. He's just lashed to her and baby Rottenborn.
No, he was by far the superior lawyer on this team, and has been from day one. There's something, in Amber Heard, I think, that can't let her have a man as her lead attorney. So she had to choose this woman, again, unable to act in her own interests because ego drives everything for her. But I think you started to see that crack with her recall on the stand during her rebuttal case, where she let Rottenborn handle that rather than Elaine. That might have been just a little acknowledgement of the reality of that situation.
And again, to me, this just reinforces that Amber Heard's worst enemy is Amber Heard. I mean, she's strikes me of the personality type where no one ever substantively disagrees with her. Either they want to get her in bed or they want to be her friend, and she's gorgeous and they want to be in her social circle. So when she says inane things, they just nod their heads and they pretend it's true. And anyone who can't deal with her like that leaves her social circle. So she's not exposed to people like that. I expect when she was dealing with Elaine did not challenge her on anything. Elaine was nothing but 150% sympathetic, you poor thing. And Rottenbottom might have said, well, that might be tough to argue in court. And Amber Heard would not want to hear that at all.
Yeah, I got that impression too. To me, it looked like Elaine was hired by Amber Heard, and then Elaine put together subsequently the team that would be built up. However she did that. But that she was lead counsel, so to speak, that she was the client advocate and the client liaison. And that I think maybe based on the relationship that they developed, whatever that may be, Amber Heard wanted her to run some of this stuff, probably because if she is an advocate in the way that advocate can mean, that she would be heavily motivated to play the cards dirty, not dirty, but heavily favoring Amber, but not give into that measured approach of this might not be the best move for you. And I feel like maybe Rottenborn's free speech arguments to some extent, but technical defamation arguments, I feel like maybe those were a compromise, that's how he would have run the case. And he advocated for it hard. And they said, no, we're going on this other stuff. And he's like, well, we got to throw this in too. It just all felt very, very, it didn't feel cohesive at all. It felt ham-fisted and there was no clear vision going on. So,
yeah, I mean, there's some point you have to make, you have to try to get your client to have that come to Jesus moment when you're like, you have to admit you're wrong. You have to let us control the narrative. You have to let us or you're going to go down in flames. And I don't think they had that with her.
Yeah. You have to realize that we're the ones who do it. Sorry, go ahead.
And you have to look at this client as well. This is the classic nightmare client. She's a lawyer shopper. She has done this consistently. We saw how her divorce lawyer was different from Eric George, who was her first lawyer in this case, who was different from Roberta Kaplan, who was different from Elaine and this team that she's eventually settled on. This is a woman who shops for somebody who will do it the way she wants and tell her what she wants to hear. She is paying for validation, not for legal advice. It's great for their bottom line, but not the best from a soul and integrity standpoint.
Yeah. I mean, and the reason why people end up being attorney shoppers is because they don't like the advice that they're given.
Exactly.
Or the lawyers don't like the client and say, hey, we're not a good fit. You just move on.
Yeah.
And we've just seen nothing but projection from Amber. I mean, it's become trite to point that out, you know, how often she accuses other people of that. And so this accusation of Johnny of surrounding herself by enablers, to me, is Amber Heard telling on herself 100%. She will not tolerate anyone around her who won't accept her bullshit unquestioningly. That's why her friends have abandoned her.
Right.
That's
Because no
why
one
she
can
has to
accept it
continually-
indefinitely, right? People's patience gets
Absolutely.
exhausted and they move on.
Yep.
And I love, that's what I loved about Melanie Iglesias's testimony, that she literally told her, I'm done with you. She's, you know, just couldn't take it anymore. And I just have a feeling that is a very, very common story in Amber's life.
Well, everybody has that feeling right now because literally no one showed up for her except her sister. Like her sister,
the kicked dog. Her sister, the kicked dog, as
Right.
Kate James called her, showed up for her.
And by the way, the fact that people respond to Amber that way, reasonably enough, would only positively reinforce this psychological issue she has about hating people leaving. Everyone's always leaving because she's driving them away, but then she's alone again, and because
But she
everyone
can't
left, and
accept
she can't
any
take it.
blame for that.
No.
She cannot accept her responsibility, her karma in
Right.
her outcomes in life. And that is
Yeah,
suffering.
everyone else
I
is
mean,
the
sorry,
problem.
that's my Buddhist message right there. I mean, if you want an illustration of suffering, there you have it. That's karma in action.
Do you think
Can't
she
argue.
was she trying to cry today?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you think?
But all the tears are on the outside of the courthouse.
Andrea,
In the rain.
I didn't talk to you yesterday during her annihilation on rebuttal in the rebuttal case when they called her. Was one of her worst statements not that I'm not up here snickering and chuckling or whatever? And it's like, lady, you have no connection to reality. Everybody's watching you. The jury is watching you when you come up and you lie to them like that. Like, oh God. She reminds me of the guy in Chicago, right? Like who's cheating on Lucy Liu, and Lucy Liu comes in and he's got the women in bed. He's like, "What are you gonna believe? What do you see or what I tell you?"
Right, me
Right? Like-
or your lying eyes?
It's the Shaggy defense. Wasn't me.
Yeah. God, it was bad.
Well, but look, it makes sense if you understand Amber and her pathology and her personality is essentially seeing herself and her perspective as infallible. In Amber Heard's eyes, she is a god, and that means reality is what she decides it is. It's what she says it is. And how dare you fucking peasants question her, you know, with your own petty interpretations and experiences of things. I don't think it's so complicated when you're looking at this type of personality to really understand, like, is she actually delusional, or does she know on some level that she's full of it? And it's such a difficult question to answer. I personally think she knows it, you know, on a very deep soul level. Yes, she is aware, and that's what drives her anger and her rage and her fury when people don't accept it, because she knows all she has is her manipulation, and so when it doesn't work, it infuriates her.
But people can know, they know and don't know at the same time. They know, but they're like in a constant state of denial, except for rare exception. You know, we all know what we look like naked, right? But we put clothes on when we go outside. So it's like that. I mean, much of the time she's living the clothed, false, you know, how I present myself to the world life. And it's not until she has these occasional, usually triggered breakdowns by people not doing what she wants them to do in the way she wants them to do it, that, to put it the way she described Johnny Depp, the monster comes out. Her monster comes out.
Yes.
Yeah,
Well, that's very interesting. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just waiting for the defense to all of this being, you've heard testimony in this case that our client is fucking insane. And so she actually
How could she
isn't,
know?
she couldn't be acting with knowledge of the falsity because she literally has no grasp on reality.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, she honestly believes this bullshit. Okay, like, I'm right here with you, but
can't be malice, right? Can't be malice. She's crazy.
Yeah, I think Andrea's point is very interesting, because to me, I look at her as someone who is fully involved with her pathology. I mean, that's just my thing. She just doesn't.
She is.
Yeah.
But I think you're right. I think you hit it on the point with its denial that characterizes it. She's not schizophrenic. She's not hallucinating this stuff. She's not behaving like that. She knows, and that's why she engages in this attack and defensive behavior, this denial behavior, because she simply will not admit it. She will insist that you accept it, and she will fight that until her dying day.
Yeah.
Well, and I don't know what I mean, it's not like a Munchausen's by proxy because there's no proxy involved. Is there just like a separate Munchausen where, I mean, I think that like the telling thing was yesterday when Dr. Mommy went off and said she has answered higher on the fake questions for PTSD than 98% of people that have ever taken this fucking test.
Right. But from Amber's perspective, it's less important whether or not Amber believes the bullshit than that you believe the bullshit.
Yes,
you have to convince her that you believe her bullshit. That's how you bend the knee to Amber Heard.
Yes.
Good point.
All right. Well, that's why Nick has the big YouTube channel, because
and Law of Self-Defense has a free book to tell you about right now.
Hey, I even have a law school now of sorts at lawofselfdefense.com/law school.
Yeah, as soon as I can like work my schedule around that, I'll drop in.
Oh, it's not for lawyers. If you're a lawyer, it's specifically for non. So I don't know if you know Andrea, but I decided to start a series of law school like courses. So criminal law, criminal procedure, evidence,
Awesome.
Constitutional law, just like I was taught it when I was in law school, for people who are interested in that experience without actually going to law school and making that kind of insane commitment. So
Well, see,
that's
now
what
you need to
law
write yourself
I love
a
it.
textbook.
Great
school is.
idea.
I did.
You
If
need to
people
write
ask me, do I need to be a lawyer to attend? And actually, it's intended explicitly for non-lawyers. Lawyers have taken all these courses, folks. They did it in law school.
But to give them the true law school experience, you need to take your book and charge them $435 for it.
Right. It's not the true law school experience. It's law school.
And then read 15% of it.
Yeah. Yeah. That was always like we had my evidence professor was Professor Boyce, and it's like, and coincidentally the book was Boyce on Evidence for $450.
Yeah, it's funny, right? Yeah. Well, we already give the book away for free, as some people have noted. So I will say all the certifications we do in our courses are exam based. So you actually have to pass an exam. We don't.
Oh,
just
never mind. I'm not going to. I'm not going to audit it then.
So if someone has a certification from Law of Self-Defense, they learned something at least up to the point they took the exam.
I just swear to God that after the bar exam, I'm not taking a blood test if I don't have to. Tests are gone.
Yeah, I remember when I took the bar, I took the New York bar and the Massachusetts bar back to back. So I did New York in Albany, drove across Massachusetts to Albany in the middle of the night. Took the
same
New York,
weekend?
Same Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So I don't know how they do it these days, but we had the state specific, then we had the multi-state exam on Wednesday, and then I had Massachusetts on Thursday. So I'm driving down Route 2 across Massachusetts because I went to law school in New York, so I didn't know any Massachusetts law. So I just applied New York law to the Massachusetts test, and I guess it worked, and I passed both of them.
Yeah.
Well, that's the time to take them.
That's insane, though.
To me, I mean, when you've just studied for one and you're ready, like you're primed to pump. I mean, if you would have turned my 2-day exam into a 3-day exam and it been
Not
similar
that big a
to,
difference.
I would have taken that rather. Like Kurt, uncivil law, he's working on the Texas bar right now, and it's like, man, I would not want to be even as far removed, and he's farther removed from the bar than I am because he's been practicing longer, but. In my like 6 years, I'm like, I would not want to go back and do it again now.
Maybe I'm the anti-establishment guy, but 3 years of law school was bullshit. The only way I passed the test was taking the Barbary and the other, whatever the other one is.
Kaplan.
Yeah, the Kaplan. With
Yeah.
I didn't learn anything in 3 years, so I'm going to take these courses and learn how to take the test, not learn how to pass law school.
Dude, I screwed up so bad on Barbary. I got done with law school, and then I'm just like, fucking great. Here we go. got some time. Barbie's going to start up in a little while. And then like I checked one of my group DMs with my friends from law school, and they're like complaining all the time about the Barbie class. And they're like talking about, I'm like, when's this Barbie thing start? I thought it was like,
Oops.
and they're like, we've been doing this for 4 weeks. I'm like, 4 weeks?
No.
Shit. So I only had like, I think 2.5 or 3 weeks of Barbie. And so I tried to do the classes and I was like, well, this isn't going to work. So I just took all of their multiple choice exams over and over and over and over until I was getting consistently 85%, because I figured 85% plus bar nerves, plus, you know, just accounting for some variance, that I would be, that would get me past the multi-state. And then I looked at, I stopped doing any of the research on the essay questions, because I found out that the total essay points you could get on the Minnesota specific day was 36 points. And the multi-state is 185 for reference, chat. And so I was like, wait, and I get it's 6 questions, 36 points total. It's your whole day of exams. And I said, wait, I get 1 point for putting my name on each question. So I get 6 out of 36 for just writing my name 6 times. I get 2 points on each question if I write without drool. It's like, that's it. And so I was like, oh, this is stupid. Why even? I didn't even focus on the essays. And then they ended up being really easy anyway. But it was like, yeah, I just drilled down the multi-state. That's whenever people ask me about the bar, I'm just like, just drill the damn multi-state, get it so you're getting 85% or higher. Because if you get a 70, I think it's 70 or 75% on it, you're going to pass the bar. Like, you're just
always a
going
good
to pass.
strategy. Any standardized multiple choice, fill in the circle with a number 2 pencil type if you still use pencils. I don't know. Maybe I'm aging myself, but that's all I've ever done is just take the practice exams over and over and over again. And you kind of begin to get a feel for what they're looking for and how they ask questions and what tricks they try to use. And it's always worked for me.
Well, and
And
that's
the best part,
you go ahead.
the best part about Barbary or Kaplan is that when you do that, and then you know, if you get a question wrong, they give you a very detailed explanation of what you got wrong. So that that's what you're paying for, because those, you know, they cost a couple grand to do those tests. But
well, and that's kind of why, and that's what I was going to go off of what you were saying is that for me, I would always overthink the questions. And the Barbary course and the Kaplan taught you not to overthink. Just look at exactly what they're asking. Don't ask any question that they don't specifically ask. It's like, well, what if? But why not? Don't do that.
Okay, so some updates from Rob, Law and Lumber. Says, my biggest takeaway from closing was that Rottenborn's First Amendment argument hit home with a lot of jurors. Regardless of how you feel, that was his best effort all trial. Camille did wonderful on rebuttal with some very strong rapid fire statements, highlight of the closing. And I think that would probably be where I would agree on their closing, that his idea of First Amendment and just this isn't defamatory would be kind of effective. I think Camille kind of unseated that pretty effectively, though. You don't have the right to lie and hurt someone. Like, you don't have that right. And I think intuitively, like, you'll find dumbass lawyers on Twitter and stuff who will disagree with this statement. They'll be like, no, free speech means you could just say whatever you want about someone. It's like, no, it's never been contemplated throughout human history that you have the right to use words, especially knowingly false words, but to use words to destroy someone's economic ability or their reputation. You have a property right in this country. You have a property right in your reputation. It's yours. If the government trashed your reputation, you would have a claim against them for infringing upon your rights. And so this idea that free speech involves necessarily defamatory comments, like, no, that's why we have the truth as a defense. But if they're not true, you don't get to do it.
No,
And,
free speech just means I can come on Nick's channel and say fuck as much as I want.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
That's what our founding fathers fought for. God damn it.
That's right.
Exactly.
That's right.
Yeah. Sabrina says, just want to say thank you for your great trial coverage. Curious, which witness would you all most want to grab a beer or whiskey with? Mine would be Richard Marx.
The singer or the lawyer guy?
The lawyer guy was what they picked. They did not spell it with an X. He's a good pick. Any different picks from the panel?
Oh, I'm going with Isaac all the way. Isaac.
Oh, yeah,
Isaac
yeah.
is my spirit animal. He is the world's spirit animal now.
Yeah.
He seems like as much as I want to hear Richard Marx, like I don't want to grab a beer with Richard Marx. I want to sit with 15 people around a campfire listening to him.
Yeah.
I want him to give me a job.
Well, yeah, you probably make a fortune doing what he does. But Isaac Baruch, that guy just seems like he probably gets along with literally everybody on earth. And seems like just the nicest dude. I bet it would be the funniest night of your entire life too, as he just tells you all of these crazy antics he's gotten up to, not having to have a job other than painting weird nude pictures of celebrities. God, that'd be great.
Love his Star Wars. I love his his Star Trek art.
I like all of it. Like well, except for the one weird one with the cast of with Alfalfa and that one. What I can't remember. What
the Little Rascals.
Yeah, that one was a little much. That one was a bit much for me.
What? Like Captain Kirk taking it from Spock wasn't too much for you?
No, that one's fine because I'm pretty sure that happened.
We all know that happened.
Captain, it's only logical that I get in that booty. Well, if you say so, Spock. Oh my! Oh my! Oh my! Christine Miller says, "Hey Nick, been following since Sophie's story. Oh yeah, thank you to all you brilliant legal minds for what you do. I'm a survivor of domestic violence with physical scars 30 years later. Amber is a lying piece of shit. She's hurting real survivors with this BS. Hope the jury sees it."
But how do you really feel?
Yeah. Please don't mitigate your words next time. No. Yeah, and I can't help but imagine that anybody who's been through like legitimate domestic violence, seeing anything but just rage when she talks about her story, because to me it just feels so hollow, and a lot of people have echoed that sentiment that I've seen. So
on my small, insignificant little newbie channel, the vast majority of people that are incredibly angry about this are women who have been in these situations.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Actual survivors of domestic violence are very upset at Amber Heard purporting to be their standard bearer.
One is, especially when you get into the stories that she tells, because I not so much with adults, but I've seen the results of violent hair pulling on children as doing foster parent training. Like they show you what it looks like. You have to look at picture after picture of kids who are abused. It's awful.
Have you done the foster parent thing?
Yeah, for a little while.
Because my mother, we did foster kids for like 50 years. I think like 35 years. Yeah, exactly. You're spot on there. Yeah.
We did for several years. And when you see what happens when someone's hair is pulled violently and the wounds that it causes, and then to have her come up and talk about how he's ripping out clumps of her hair with the blood and then showing the pictures, all I can hear is like a Scotsman saying, "Oh, you fucking cunt." Like, that's it. That's all I can hear in my head. Cause I'm like, that's not what this looks like. And know that's not what this
looks like. A scalping.
Yeah.
You're exactly right, Nick. I mean, that was when they showed that little clump of hair. I'm sure this has to do with my parents having done foster care for so long and seeing this kind of stuff you're talking about. My first thought when I saw that picture is there's not a hair follicle in any one of those.
Yeah.
It has not been ripped out by the roots.
Yes.
It's been cut.
Yes.
And it's sick and it's fucking horrific that's where my thoughts went. I was like, I don't see any hair follicles.
Right.
No, you're absolutely right. That was the instant reaction everybody had watching the UK trial. When that photo came into evidence, where the fuck are the hair follicles?
No, and I paid zero attention to the English proceedings because it has nothing to do with what happens here. So I purposely, now I want to go back and watch it because there's a lot of interesting things that I want to connect some dots.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you, you're not alone.
So there's the hair follicle thing, but also like the scalp. And when it's the picture of the scalp and it's like, see my missing hair. And I'm like, actually, I see hairs going into all the little pores that I can see. And I don't see any blood. And most importantly, your skin isn't purple. Your skin doesn't look, there's not like a pouch of fluid where the hair has been removed. None of that is happening. You don't have any scabbing. You don't have anything there. And I can only imagine that that a woman who's had a husband like grab her by the hair, rip her across the room and slam her into a wall, looks at her and goes, "You fucking bitch." Like that's not even an injury.
The thing that is so transparent, I mean, even beyond the injuries that are just ridiculous and so completely unsubstantiated by what she's trying to gaslight you into saying are photographs of her with a broken nose and black eyes and stuff, is her co-opting of this idea of survivorship, because the whole reason they call it survivors of domestic violence is because there is an adaptation that people must go through to survive an experience like that. And this is very well known, very well understood. The people that have gone through this understand it so well. And that's what we've seen described with the placating, the apologizing, the trying not to rock the boat, the walking on eggshells. These are a series of strategies that are ingrained into people. Here is Amber Heard out there acting like she's fucking better than everybody else who has survived domestic violence because she's doing it in this brave, heroic way. No, she hasn't been beaten down. She hasn't had to go through these adaptations. She would look her abuser in the eye and even hit him back sometimes. It's just
like a superhero.
So disgusting, just like a superhero. And it's speaks so strongly to how not only she doesn't actually relate to that experience, she doesn't understand that experience, but she has actual contempt for that experience. She said in her deposition that she didn't want to be a doormat. That's what she thinks of people who go through domestic violence and survive it. And that's why it's so freaking gross for her to be out there pretending to be their leader.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well said. Nothing else. Nothing else to add to that one.
All right. Good night. See you, everybody.
Sam says, I'm legally qualified in the UK, but I don't like this country. Plus, the Labor Party destroyed our legal system. It's relatively easy to practice in Texas if you have any common law degree. Any objections on moving to the USA to be a shyster lawyer? Well, what I will say is Texas's answer to anyone who wants to move there from anywhere else is don't. That's what Texas will say. But look, if you can be Texas and not try to bring your system there, I think after a little bit of time, they'll welcome you with open arms.
Do you want to be a Texan? If so,
because
you'll be welcome.
You'll be a Texan and then an American. And it's look from someone whose home in the heart is always in Texas. It is a great place to be. And the people there are the funniest people on earth. But yeah, don't go there to be not Texan.
Yeah. I will tell you that Texas is the fallback position for plenty of Americans living in other states. It's my fallback position. If Colorado completely loses its mind, Texas is my safe harbor.
See, I was thinking.
Feel free to come help us keep Idaho safe. Okay, we've had a.
Oh, you're in Idaho. What part of Idaho?
I am not in Idaho, but my brother is in Idaho. Idaho is well known now as kind of the refuge for the fleeing folks from Seattle.
Yep.
And so Boise.
So he's like
has
northern
been,
Idaho.
No, he's down in Boise. And so Boise is kind of, it's been a purple area for a long time. Please come help us keep it sane.
Yeah, my aunt lives in Boise. We're off in like southern Idaho. She's like the farthest north one, but yeah, no. For me, it was like Minnesota was kind of that was sort of the refugee. That was my refugee point. But now I'm kind of thinking Wyoming because there's like literally nowhere there.
Why would you want to come
Wyoming
to
is
this
beautiful.
communist shithole that is Minnesota?
Frozen communist shithole.
I was kind of going like Minnesota, then like Montana, but then Ted Turner bought like Montana.
Yeah.
Well, you have to stay. You have to stay on the east side of the state. You have to stay near Yellowstone. Missoula got taken over by Friends of the Earth a long time ago.
I mean, I had a friend that was from Bemidji, so I kind of wanted to go there.
Yeah, Minnesota is so nice, except for the taxes and the government. Like everything else about it is so
Other
great.
than that,
but we have we're the only state that voted blue during Ronald Reagan, and they have kept that. Whatever you think about the rest of it, because I live in outstate Minnesota, it's pro life, pro gun, and all that stuff. It's the taxes. It's the taxes.
Yeah.
Our tax situation is as bad as California, and it's brutal.
But Andrew lives in darn near God's country, though.
Yeah.
Well, I think I'm in the most conservative county in Colorado, which is fine. I like being here. But just north of me is Denver.
Yeah.
They have their own. They've decided to enact their own gun laws, despite the state constitution prohibiting them doing it. But the state Supreme Court said, never mind. We'll let you go ahead and do that.
Well, I mean, Utah just went constitutional carry, and that is such a good thing.
Yeah. But so far, Colorado's been good. But my wife grew up here, which is why we moved here. She's got family here, and as long as the gun laws don't go crazy, we'll stay. But if they go crazy, we're out. So, I will say the taxes here. I mean, like our property taxes, we pay less in a year than I used to pay for a month in Massachusetts.
Oh, you're from Massachusetts? Wow, so you just like seriously gone west.
Yep.
Yeah, we have our property taxes out in the country here are around 1%, which is actually pretty good. But we have the income tax is just brutal. It's like, oh, you just paid the federal government 30% of your money. Here, tack 9 more on, or 10, or 11, or maybe even 12, depending on what you did.
And then go pay your gas tax.
Yeah. And and registration for cars are just stupid. Okay, anyway, Missy Lania says Elaine's thoughts during close. I want chicken. I want liver. Meow mix, please deliver. Timothy Reaper says the look on Elaine's face is, hello, darkness, my old friend.
She just looks like Lady Elaine Fairchild to me, and I don't care. Nobody will ever change my view.
Skyray, are you allowed to object in closing arguments? Yes, you are allowed to object in closing arguments. It is generally considered bad form.
Bad form.
And juries are presumed to not really like it because this is your time to tell the story. And so you have to reserve those objections for what is actually objectionable. So you better win them. Like you better win those objections. And I think that was a disparity we saw in the two teams. There were 2 objections during closing arguments for Johnny Depp, and it looked like Amber Heard's team lost both of those objections, and they were at these inflection points, and it kind of, in my opinion, kind of focused the jury right there, especially the second one where it was Ben Chu had said testified to this thing. And then they said, objection, she didn't say that. And he turned around, he said, that's exactly what she said. And then the judge overruled the objection. It was like, damn, like that's the one thing you definitely don't want.
Yeah.
The way that played out was bad. But then,
I mean, generally you'll find if there's an objection on closing, it's the party being objected to that overreached because the other party doesn't want to be objecting to them on closing.
Right. And yeah, the objections that Johnny's team did today seemed to go very well for them. And they were where they didn't object during Rottenborn at all because he delivered a legally sound argument. I mean, agree or disagree with his conclusions. There wasn't any particular misrepresentation of what happened. Elaine clearly misrepresented evidence and law, and they objected to both of those. So that was good. William Gorgiotis says, is it appropriate for the turd to be sending notes like it is high school homeroom? Yes, she can send notes around to her counsel. Certainly, it's better than her talking.
Well, that's an interesting thing. I mean, usually it's like the researchers in the back and the leads in the front that are sending messages back and forth, but the clients like making these little, memo things is not very usual in my experience anyway.
Well, I think it goes to
certainly
show
not to this volume. I mean, she's passing notes incessantly.
who's running the show. I mean, that's been the thing about this. Our speculation is that she is directing the show with lawyers to file papers. And some clients are like that. Maybe clients with histrionic personality disorder.
Yeah.
Kyle Ferry, what's the point of perjury laws? What's the point of perjury laws if Heard can so blatantly lie on the stand and doesn't get charged for it? Do you want the cynical answer for what's the point of perjury laws? It's so the government can leverage against a citizen to force them into testifying in a way that they want.
Thank you. It's to deprive people of their constitutional right to a trial by threatening them with a perjury prosecution if they dare to challenge the state's case and lose.
Yeah, I mean that where you see the overwhelming majority of perjury charges are lying to the FBI in the scope of some sort of massive investigation, usually involving a large company or a political party, which was what we've seen recently on these major ones. Or, you could get perjury lying to local police, but perjury in civil suits or even perjury for testimony in criminal trials, when you're not lying directly to a cop or a federal agent of some sort, you're really not going to see it that much.
Yeah, uncommon. Very uncommon.
Yeah.
I've never seen it in a civil case. I have seen perjury coming out of testimony in criminal cases. Never seen it coming out of a civil case.
Yeah. And the reality is, Branka said earlier, the truth in civil cases often lies in the middle of the two parties. And the court's job, the court's goal is to get people to come in and tell enough stories so they can find that middle spot, wherever that is, and find where that falls. If it falls on one side or the other, great. If it falls directly in the middle, nobody wins. And so that's what the court's trying to fix. If you start perjury charging everybody who gets a fact, who lies first, and then it expands to gets a fact wrong, and then it expands to whatever, someone just disagrees. If you start doing these perjury charges, then everyone will come into court in a civil case and say, I don't know anything. I don't remember nothing.
Plus,
I don't
there's a
remember my name.
disconnect. I mean, in civil court, there's a disconnect between who's aggrieved by the perjury and who has the power to enforce the perjury. I mean, it's private parties in a civil case. In criminal court,
Right.
if you lie and screw up the prosecutor's case and they can prove it, they may be pissed off enough to bring a perjury charge against you, but they don't give a shit about what's happening in civil cases.
The ultimate bottom line is it's a prosecutor who has to decide
Right.
to pursue this, right? So they not only have to think they can win it, right? Because prosecutors do not like to lose, but they have to have some motivation to pursue it in the first place. And by and large, they think they're more important than civil cases. I think the only thing that makes it even within the realm of possibility in this case is just the fact that it's so obviously egregious, and this has happened on it's happened before a global audience, that she has made this court look like a chump for tolerating this. And that threat to that prosecutor's ego is the only hope that we have for some type of justice being done.
Yep. And I agree that this case, there's a possibility. It's still remote, but there's a possibility because of the publicity of the court. But yeah, that point about the prosecutor is great for one reason. This is civil court and the prosecutor's not involved, so they don't care. But for two, if the prosecutor is the one who has to charge the perjury, what happens when someone perjures themselves on behalf of the state?
Yeah, not much.
Yeah.
That would never happen.
Never.
Yeah.
You got
Never
a
have I heard
confidential
of this.
informant, they only tell the truth, those guys.
Yeah. Oh.
That $200 so that they can go buy meth without getting busted, it really means nothing to them. They're definitely not going to lie for it. Let's see. Shermo, I wonder, with LawTube's meteoric rise, If a fair but
Cough, cough.
concerted Twitter campaign might result in the ACLU shedding light on its heinous role in this whole ordeal. Not a chance.
Well, they're down $3.5 million, so they're busy right now.
Yeah, but no, there's not going to be, the ACLU is not going to admit any wrongdoing. They were just taken in by, worst case, they were taken in. What reason did we have to disbelieve Miss Heard, who had a domestic violence restraining order, and when we talked to her about it, insisted that she was horrifically abused at the hands of this monster? I mean, we didn't know that she lied. How could we have?
No, it's like Amber Heard invited the ACLU out to dinner, and then when it comes time to pay for dinner, Heard's paying with an apparently fake $20 bill. They're not going to say anything. They just had the dinner. You know, they can just let it go, and there won't be any trouble for them. They're hoping.
Well, I assign much more nefarious purposes to the ACLU. I think they were full into this, and they knew it. They orchestrated this whole thing. And I'm in this weird nebulous point where it's like too bright for my light and too dark for the sun. So I look kind of purpley here now. I'm kind of freaking myself out.
Well, you're just getting choked by the bed sheets with Johnny Depp. That's what you're doing. So don't worry, though. After being choked and smothered and bludgeoned in the back of the head repeatedly, you'll wake up in the morning. That's how those things normally go. People who are strangling and punching dramatically. What the hell is this?
And I'm just left with the question of whether the bottle was broken or not.
Yeah. Again, I feel like you'd know.
Yeah.
Wazapalooza the drunk says Ben should end it saying, "Today is your breakout role in the story." Today you. To the jury. Today is your breakout role in this story. Today you all are the heroes. Today you all are the Justice League. Restless Medic says, well, that pretty much does it. In her own words, she said she published it. It's hers. And if I was a jury member, that's the final nail in the coffin for me. There was a lot of this going around yesterday and today. Amber Heard admitted she wrote it. To me, that was never really at issue. The question is, the legal question is, would a reasonable person with reasonable public knowledge understand who the defamatory statement was about? Yes, that's true. But then the ultimate question about this was her main defense is truth. Like it was always truth. She said, no, this is true. That's why we got all this testimony about the abuse, which I think they took way too far. But the testimony was that it was true, or what other parts there were protected opinion that could not be proven true or false by anybody, even with objective knowledge. So that was their defense for it. So just the mere admission of publication was never that big for me. I know it got really popular on YouTube and Twitter, but I guess, with the law, it just doesn't work out that way. Beatty says, thank you for all the hours of coverage and fun. Appreciate every minute of your efforts. Your remarks last night about LawTube were really wise and are good advice for all. I agree that I am eminently wise. So thank you. I do agree to that. So, but thank you for watching last night. And occasionally you have to kind of talk about some things that are uncomfortable. Oh, and again, I have to just reiterate that top 10 LawTuber article, all I want to do is leave the group text. Can I please leave the group text for that thing? Man. Mm-hmm. Brian Alleman says, and if people aren't, let me be clear on this. That award that they gave out, or whatever, this internet award that they gave people, was then weaponized against someone to exclude them from a group. That is my problem with it. Flattered by the award, sure, but if it's used to exclude someone from a group, I will exclude me and hand the award back happily. I'm flattered, but no thank you. I don't want to be in a thing that involves that decision, because that's not whatever other people want to do is fine. That's not how I do anything. So that's my statement on it. Brian Alleman, shout out to the paralegal or junior associate that's been working the computer for team audio cues and zooming in on the exhibits. Warp Factor, a beautiful closing, and I have to believe the death knell for Amber's career. Thank you for your excellent analysis and commentary so far, and what is yet to come.
Well, she's got no career, regardless of what happens in this trial.
Yeah. Well,
Acting career.
that should have been evident from
Mhm.
Warner Brothers' willingness to provide a high-level executive to testify. Notice the difference. For Johnny Depp, they provided a corporate designee whose job is to literally have a title that says executive, but not seem to understand a single thing about how the company works. And with major corporations, corporate designees often are just in a position to not know enough about anything.
Yes,
And
they're
so-
deliberately kept in the dark about anything except where the papers are.
Right. And I mean, it played through. What about Johnny's hiring? Oh, that's above my thing. It's like, you're an executive and you have no idea about hiring for one of your biggest productions with the title role. Like you don't have any knowledge. Nope. I don't know about that. Maybe you should ask Jerry Bruckheimer or whatever. He's not even a Disney employee. What? Yeah. So, but notice for Amber Heard, Warner Brothers sent the actual executive, the executive in charge of DC films at Warner Brother comes down, the guy who makes the hiring decision, the guy who you'd be renegotiating the contract with. He's the guy that sits down and says, yeah, we weren't going to do it. We weren't going to renegotiate it. In fact, we considered not exercising our option for this film at all. He's doing that. I have a feeling Aquaman 3 is off the table for Miss Heard. If I just had to wager.
Well, I mean, she's been excluded from number 2 apparently at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen the official reporting that she's actually gone, but I have heard that. But yeah, just there's no interest for Warner Brothers or any studio to make a definitive statement or to make any statement about what would have happened in negotiations. Like that was complete out of this world that Warner Brothers agreed to come talk about it at all. So I think you can draw a healthy inference that they're not happy with her and don't want any of this drama. Kroisk says Cold Steel Camille.
I like it.
I like it. Tarkina Meyer says Aloha from Oahu. Vacation Part 2. Great coverage for the trial. Oh, dang. Tarkina, your vacation sounds pretty awesome. Have fun with that. Next, we've got CS. Could use the same manipulation that is brought her thus far. Are you going to risk imposing further punishment on this woman who could have been brutally abused and humiliated by this man? Can you risk not believing her?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
We got something close to that argument, but they didn't go that far. Adam McFadden says, as someone who knows nothing about the law, thanks from Scotland for covering this. Oh, thank you, Adam. Forgive my Scottish accent earlier. Too many clamps. During Camille's closing, Elaine looking back at Amber like, damn, you did all that? Dragon's Treasure says, final week of trial. Head to the Dragon's Treasure. Pick up your tea and use the code before it's gone. So if you are a tea lover, like loose leaf tea, thedragonstreasure.com, or if you're an anime degenerate, either one, thedragonstreasure.com.
But how did those two come together?
Because the guy who runs it's a weirdo. I don't know.
And it's good tea. You've had the tea.
It's very good tea. Oh yeah. It's hand picked loose leaf tea, hand blended or whatever. My favorite blend is Elixir of the Gods. I think it's great. And I could drink that shit all day. But yeah, go to dragonstreasure.com and type in promo code Amber Poops in Beds. That will get you a nice little discount on it. So there you go. Dean008, thoughts on an objection during a closing? I think I've shared them a couple times now. Light B, hey Nick, I'm listening in while I work, so I'll need you to do all the drinking for me so I can live vicariously through you. Love the stream and the work you all do for us. Oh, thank you. Paraboy 925, Ugh, Maker's Mark is my absolute favorite bourbon that I can afford, but I'm 30 weeks pregnant and can't participate. Please toast one for me. to Paraboy, who is bringing a child in the world and conscious enough of that child to avoid something that they like, that delay of gratification for the long-term benefit. Cheers to you. You're already momming it up.
Wow, this is like the least purple I can look with this weird, like bright red sunrise coming up over here, and my light's on full, and I'm on a pure white light filter. I look like that guy.
It's your opposite color wheel behind you is your enemy.
I need a bruise kit.
You need some peach tone concealer.
Yeah.
You call it the makeup artist. What do we need to do?
Normal.
Just throw the bruise kit at my entire body.
I look like that guy that was like drinking mercury every day. Blue guy.
Oh yeah. The colloidal silver.
Yeah,
guy.
the colloidal silver guy, not mercury. Yeah, it was colloidal silver. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Daniel Chapman says, what, if any, are the chances of Camille's dress being the hottest thing you've seen in this case?
It was a good dress. We can't lie.
It was a good dress, but I gotta say, when Dr. Muffins put on the glasses the first time was, I think the chat broke immediately.
We all got caught out. We all got caught out, just kind of admiring God's handiwork.
It was Malcolm Connolly's testimony the whole time. I didn't need the words; the voice was enough.
Malcolm Connolly, who was he?
He was the British guy.
Was the Scottish guy.
Oh, yeah.
The Scottish guy.
Yeah,
he was groundskeeper Willie.
Hilarious.
He wasn't Fraser's
Willie. Yes.
Yeah.
He was good.
Yeah, he wasn't the British guy that testified near the end. Yeah.
My favorite Dr. Muffins meme though is Aussie Man Reviews, and it's that short clip of her putting on the glasses and like she puts them on. He just looks at the camera and goes, "Fuck." It's like, no.
This is like a legitimate thing. Aussie Man Reviews did her.
Yeah, he
I gotta watch this. Yeah,
he did a short video of her putting on the glass. It was very funny. Kelly Bell. I wish they'd mentioned that Amber Heard could have taken the private underground exit at the courthouse in California that all celebrities are offered to avoid paparazzi. She would have been offered it and knowingly declined, wanting paparazzi photos. Yeah, I had been told that was the case, but I couldn't. I can't verify that. I don't know.
Well, I'm assuming it's the LA County Courthouse, and I'm assuming they have more than one door.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming if she goes, holy fuck, there's a shit ton of reporters out here. I don't want to have anything to do with this because I want to protect Johnny Depp. She could probably use the back door or the service entrance or something like that.
Well, the other thing you do is you brought a publicist. Send your publicist out to manage the paparazzi. Get them out there. It's their job to go tell them to fuck off.
Yeah.
Like get out there, wrangle them. Oh, hey, we've got another guest.
And all you have is her going,
hey.
Oh, it's the Runkle. Hey. This is like one of the last people I have never actually been on a stream with.
What's up, Runkle?
Yes. Good to meet you. So it's been a hell of a day.
I bet.
Yeah, no kidding.
How many hours sleep you on?
Are we counting sleep that took place on the street?
Yes.
Oh crap! I think I forgot my notebook at the. Oh well.
At the courthouse?
It is what it is. No, at the restaurant we were just at. So we'll have to send them a message and go, hey, what the hell? That was wild. What was with Elaine today?
Today?
It was with Elaine for the last 6
Where
weeks.
have you been?
Yeah, no, that's fair.
What was with Elaine today is it's a day that ends in Y.
Well, this was especially bad. I have rarely seen somebody's contribution to a closing where they would have been better just sitting down.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, that was my impression. I saw you gave some praise to Rottenborn's closing, which I can certainly identify with. I thought he did a pretty competent job. I don't think it was stellar, but I thought it was competent. But then Elaine comes in and erases it from the memory of everybody listening.
Yeah, it was. I'm sitting there and I'm listening to Rottenborn going, he's making a pretty good legalistic argument. the facts aren't on his side, but he's really pounding on the law to try to carve out a path to zero. And I'm going.
Then Elaine has the aneurysm.
And then Elaine just, at times I was like, where is she going with this? Like, it was just wandering all over the place. I was wondering if she or I was having a stroke.
I mean, she was a plate of spaghetti, man. You have no idea what noodles touching what and where you were going next. And everything's covered in a sloppy sauce. It's like an Applebee's spaghetti. It's terrible.
It was bad. I was just sitting there going, why? And she ran out the clock so badly that Rottenborn is left with a 6-minute rebuttal. And to be fair, that was a pretty good 6 minutes. But he's up against 40 minutes. It was so bad. And she's like, well, we have 6 minutes left. Well, what about those sidebars? And the judge is like, I already gave you the sidebars. I wasn't counting those. So still 6 minutes.
Yeah, that had to be the most demoralizing thing. What about those sidebars? That had to be counted. Nope. Shit.
Yeah, you're in a bad place where you're sitting there like desperate for a couple of minutes back.
Yeah.
So I thought Rottenborn did pretty good with those 6 minutes. It's hard to plan a rebuttal for 6 minutes of time.
And Camille,
but I felt like he had quite a precision strike campaign to have to come back from. I just don't know if there was any recovering from what Camille delivered.
No, that's the thing is Camille had 40 minutes, so she was able to shut down all of his previous arguments and then spin up a bunch of new arguments that he couldn't deal with in time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what I really appreciated about what she did was she laid a bunch of traps. Like it's like if there's a kid playing t-ball and you set up like 9 different tees, because she thoroughly hit all of these subjects, and any one of them would have taken all 6 minutes to really get into. And so I think he took the right path. He just kind of turned away from the t-ball mound and went over to a batting cage. He's like, I'm going to try and hit over here. And I think that's what made his thing the most effective, because if he would have stepped into any of those subjects that she hit on her rebuttal, he would have burned up all his time. And I think the jury would have been left going, well, why'd you pick that one and not the other ones? And so I think he kind of deftly navigated the shit sandwich he was left with.
Yeah. Elaine really spiked them there.
Yeah.
Did she switch sides midway through? Did we not notice that?
Well, I have to say that of all the Elon Musk is paying for her legal attorneys, her legal fees, conspiracy theories, the idea that he is paying Elaine to just be Elaine and to be incompetent is the most persuasive of all of these to me, just in terms of being consistent with what we can actually see happening on the ground. Like, of all the lawyers Elon could pay, why the hell would you choose this one? Why would you choose this one if you wanted to win? It's probably better for Elon if she does have some blackmail on him, that she gets exposed to the world as a lying hoaxer who fabricates evidence. So I see no inconsistency here.
Yeah, I don't know what was with that, but I mean, I was getting a little nervous after Rottenborn's response. I was like, if you get a really legalistic jury who's going to follow that path, he's provided them with a path to no money. And they could still find that, like they could still go that direction, but Camille did a hell of a job.
But I think that argument was undercut by the statement that, we claimed $100 million, but we really didn't mean it.
Well, and the other
bad.
Oh, that was so damaging.
Well, and the other thing is that, she made several misrepresentations of the facts. So Camille gets to launch off her rebuttal with, oh, right, here's all the things that they got wrong and that you will remember from the evidence, and you can check. And, she's putting them in a position where it's like, not only is your client is Amber Heard a lying, but you can't trust the lawyers to give you the straight details either. And it was I think it was really effective. And the jury, sadly, the jurors who were easiest to read are also the ones who didn't make it to deliberation.
Ah, yeah, that's annoying.
So it's like the poker championship in there. It's all of the people who are the best at, showing no emotion are on to the jury. I still feel that they're probably pretty pro-Depp, but those are just from little micro expressions as opposed to jurors H and B who got kicked, who were at times pretty obvious.
Was the jury exclusion random, or how did she decide who was not going into the jury room?
It was random, but it's kind of unusual because it's apparently random at the beginning of the trial and then placed into a sealed envelope so that nobody knows who it is.
She picks out 4, puts them into a sealed envelope, and then only opens it at the end of the trial.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
That works. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, it was. And so juror H, when she, who was juror 14 on their, thing, when she heard her number being called, like that she's one of the alternates, she was visibly disappointed. And my read on her, in terms of her expressions, was that she was really looking forward to delivering on the Justice for Johnny Depp hashtag.
Hey, Nick, I got an inside person who just said that they're going back into courtroom now. They have locked us out. They have locked us out, so the guards are not letting us back in no matter what. But everyone that's inside the courthouse is going back in the courtroom now, so pull up the feed if you can.
No.
Yeah, I will. I've got one of them up, but it's just it's playing reruns, so I'll grab another one just in case. That would be devastating, I think, if they're back and not for like a jury question.
It's a mutual dismissal.
Yeah.
It's probably no money for anybody, or it's
a question,
or it's we're coming back on Tuesday.
Yeah, there's no dinner.
Well, it's only 5 o'clock. 4 or 5 there?
Oh, 5 there, yeah.
Yeah, but if you're not going to have a verdict in the next hour or two, then there's no point staying. May as well go home for Memorial Day weekend.
Have your long vacation, exactly.
Yeah,
and they were planning to Rehoboth.
Yeah, they were planning. I mean, normally they've been ending at 5:30 or so each day. So this is right along the lines. If they're saying, "Hey, we're not going to get to it tonight," I think that
bring them in, just do the last instruction. Figure that'll take 30 minutes to give them the instruction and get them out of there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys are going to be going home. Please don't watch Rekieta's stream. You people at home should watch Rekieta's stream, but the jurors should not. It's it's. But if they've actually got a verdict, it'll be a no money, like 90% no money, or $1.
Or they just go, no, give Johnny Depp whatever he wants, right?
Well, the other number that would be an easy number for them to come to in a very short time is 7 million.
That's one I thought might be a good one.
With this jury, that's too fast.
Well, the problem is that this jury is made up of people who are hard to read. And so they could all have the same opinions as the ones who got bounced. I don't think it's going to be anything for, Juror I is really, really anti-Amber. He makes visible faces of disgust when she is testifying. He sleeps when Amber's counsel is presenting arguments. He is openly, he is not shy about basically saying, I have made my decision and I know where I stand. Question is this a strong held belief, or is this just what I think and I really want to go home now? Because if it's I really want to go home now, he might agree to just okay, nobody gets any money, let's go.
Well, I think the jury comes back and awards Johnny Depp his $50 million and pledges $100 million to Amber Heard.
There you go.
Well, here's the result I would love to see, just from a purely trolling value. So the jury gives Johnny Depp $1, and he donates the entirety of the balance of his verdict to the ACLU, and then like $250,000 to children's hospitals. Just here you go, ACLU. You get $1.
I would like that.
Court TV
That'd
just
be a
ended.
good
The live stream that was
after
running all
tax.
day. Looks like they might be starting one up.
No. So court TV is up to something.
Okay. I haven't seen their feed. I'm
They ended
looking.
the live that was running all day. So I'm wondering if they're starting a new one.
Okay, I've got Law and Crime up, and I've got Fox 5 New York. Fox 5 has the in courtroom feed. Law and Crime is still outside of the courtroom doing some weird looking guys doing commentary. So so I've got them pulled up. Here I'll just show people what we've got. There's nothing happening in particular yet, but I do
And
have
see,
them.
this is why we're better than Law and Crime, because we've got 4 weird looking guys. And also Andrea Burkhart, who is not weird looking. So
and not a guy. I've just learned that you don't live stream.
They're releasing the jury.
You don't live stream at 6:10 a.m. here because you're either purple, black, or totally washed out.
You just gotta get some lighting in front of you.
It's the smart factor.
I do. This is my lighting in front of me. It turns me
What's
purple.
Hey, a deputy just walked past us on the phone, and he just indicated that they were releasing the jury.
Okay.
Yeah, they're going home for the weekend.
Shit.
Not surprising.
Yeah.
I mean, really, I'm not surprised at all.
Oh no, I figured that's what it would be, but
yeah.
Now I've got damn it. I have an interview on Tuesday because I thought they were going to be going through the weekend. It's not. I have to maybe reschedule it, and it's the interview I've wanted to do for so long. But
You're not doing the 24-hour juror watch over the long weekend?
No, the juror's not coming back till Tuesday. So
yeah.
Which would make it extra funny to be doing juror watch.
Yeah. Well, that's why I completely changed. When she said that yesterday, I was like, oh, well, shit, I'm not doing the 24-hour thing. Then I'll just stay until the jury leaves. I mean, and I read the super chats, but Law and Crime just updated their timer to 40 seconds. And it was a minute or an hour and 51 minutes a second ago. So I think we might have the judge coming back in just a minute.
What does the weird looking guy that's reporting for them look like?
He was a black guy. I don't know. He wasn't on scene. He was at a place. He's at a desk somewhere.
At a place.
Yeah. But
I mean,
he's no longer there. Now there's just a timer.
We're out front of the courthouse, which is a bit of a circus, although the petting zoo has left. There were alpacas dressed in costume. It's quite a thing.
Like the alpacas you photographed yourself with previously, or
with the pirate hats. I love that.
I think it's the same alpacas, but it was a different costume today.
I said this was a black guy, but I don't think it is.
Right.
Well, he's either light skinned or he's tan. I don't know which one.
Well, I'm Thanos at the moment, so I can't.
More like Papa Smurf.
God,
Yeah.
I feel like you haven't taken a breath in 8 years.
It's the autoerotic asphyxiation thing I've got.
Okay, Tubin, calm down.
Court TV has just tweeted out that the jurors are being sent home for the weekend. So yeah, that doesn't surprise me a whole lot. They're going to have some arguing to do.
We'll see.
So they've got the long weekend to look at the internet, talk to their friends at the picnics and their families, and deal with all this and find out how everyone actually feels about Amber Heard, and come back and let us out by noon on Tuesday.
I mean, it's going to be really hard for them to avoid things. You know, you turn on any television, and this is going to be what's on coverage anywhere.
They're going to walk out the fucking door.
Oh, yeah. Plus, they're going to walk out the front door, which they've been doing on many occasions, and into this giant morass of people who are like 99%, Johnny Depp supporters. Although I do see one guy with an I stand with Amber sign.
One guy.
Yeah. Although she did wave it at Depp.
Did she wave at Depp? I think she was pro Amber though.
Oh, she was pro Amber 100%. She was actually falling asleep. This person next to us, she was falling asleep during.
We saw her, yeah. Or I
was
saw her.
falling asleep too, so I can't say anything.
she was making like sad noises during Rottenborn's cross. She let out this heavy sigh during the Camille's rebuttal. It's like, okay, we get it. I actually thought she was going to get booted at one point because she fell asleep several points during Camille's initial close. And yeah, the bailiffs noticed and told her to wake up or get out. So
wow. I'm afraid I can't criticize her as someone who Twitter is alarmingly alert to the fact that I was asleep for about 20 minutes.
As long as you weren't dead, man. That's what we were worried about. Like, oh, crap.
I didn't have the excuse of researching the Hicksville trailer palace this time. I was just out.
Either asleep, dead, or tying his shoes for a really long time.
Yeah.
Well, as a guy who's been sleeping, outside and on concrete, hashtag me too on the tired.
Yeah, no kidding. That's wild. Let me see. Court TV.
But I mean, that's what it takes to get in. It's all done, so I can sort of reveal secrets, I guess.
Runkle, I'm in the Pacific Northwest. I'm here for real men sleep outside.
Yeah.
Well, it's been brutal getting in. There's been times we got tipped off that so initially they've been saying nobody can go onto the courthouse property before 1 a.m. So people sort of have been having to sort of stage in places that are away from the courthouse, and then they move up to near the courthouse for like 12:50. And then there was this big charge of people toward the courthouse, which of course the bailiffs didn't appreciate, because the night before there was a charge and several people had fallen down and been stepped on. Thankfully, nobody went to the hospital or anything, but there was like trampling going on, and somebody could have been seriously hurt.
People are actually going to be lining up next week for jury deliberating.
Wow. But they actually had people line up into 5 separate lines, and they were going, hey, pick a line, any line, and everybody was in the line right next to sort of the front of what would eventually be the final line. And I actually got stuck in that line because I was wedged in by people. I had to sort of I had to sort of elbow my way out to get out of that. And but Rob got a message saying, hey, they're going to be taking like people off the front of each line. Get here. Okay. This line is empty.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second, Runkle.
Oh.
Yeah, just discharging him.
Judge is like, well, I'm rather surprised it took you, haven't reached a verdict yet. Rather disappointing.
Are you guys not able to judge credibility or what?
Oh, shit. Sorry. Yes.
Electronic means. This includes
no wonder y'all couldn't hear.
Co-workers, acquaintances, and strangers. And I also instruct you that you cannot do any research or make any inquiries about this case, whether online or by any other means. All right. So have a good weekend and peaceful weekend for 3 days. And you're coming back at 9 o'clock. Is that correct? All right. We'll see you 9 a.m. At that time. You'll have to go straight to deliberations at that point. I won't bring you in here for that time. Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right.
So Amber won't know she's lost for 3 more days.
Yeah.
No.
John and Amber have both already fucked off. So wow.
They just issued a press release as well, basically saying that they're going to continue lining up
and just be close by at 9 o'clock on Tuesday, right? All right, thank you. All right, you too. Thank you.
Okay. What now? Sorry, Rob.
They're going to continue doing lineups every day for deliberations until a verdict is reached. They're going to put them in an overflow courtroom, and when a verdict is reached, they're going to clear Judge Ascarati's courtroom, bring the people who stood in line at 7 a.m. or 5 a.m. or whatever it is into that courtroom to bring the jury in to read the verdict.
Oh my God!
Which you guys are staying for that, right? You're going to have people who lined up at like 10 p.m. and slept outside the courthouse all night, and Yeah, they may have slept outside the courthouse all night to watch an entire day of nothing happening and then get sent home based on jury has no verdict yet.
Are you
That is
going
a
to be one
hilarious
of those?
goal.
Are you going to be one of those?
I am not. I'm going to be going back to a place where I have a bed. And
a wise man.
I've got people, like, we've got people randomly shouting out, "Hey, Rob, hey, Runkle." It is a weird circus. I'm not used to people shouting at me and waving and so forth, and on occasion wanting pictures or autographs. It is, but there's a ton of people watching the coverage out here, and it's something else.
Runkle will be the best-selling Halloween costume for 2022.
Yeah.
Probably not. Nobody's going to want to look like this unless they want to scare the children.
That's the whole point of Halloween, though.
Fair. I haven't decided yet whether I'm going to lean into Witcher or Elf for my Halloween costume, but
Elric of Melnibone. That's what you need to lean into.
Fair.
Well, kudos, Runkle, to you and Rob and everyone else, DUI guy who did all the hard work, sleeping on that sidewalk and standing in line so the rest of us could benefit from your insight. We really appreciate it.
And especially Runkle flying halfway across a freaking continent again to do this.
Well, and we almost ended up needing your services because there were several points where it was looking like it was going to turn into violence and like we might need law of self-defense. So.
I believe it.
Yeah,
I'm not allowed to
Andrea can help you out when you say that, you know, it's like you're navigating on the roads and you don't consent to any joinder.
No joinder. I do not consent to joinder.
I'm an Article 4 free inhabitant, and I am traveling
on the land. I'm having it on the land.
Oh my gosh. Well, I guess that's I don't know. That's a letdown. I thought they'd stay till at least 7, and do some like actual work. What are these lazy ass jurors even doing?
I kind of got the sense that the judge was giving a very strong, we're probably not going to get to a decision today, so we're not going to even bother trying all that hard. When she says, "Hey, we're not serving dinner," that was kind of a, it was a go home, people.
Get it?
Yep.
Leave. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
Yeah, she wasn't quite allowed to play closing time.
What could the jury have done in that time other than like say, "Hi, my name is," and "What is your name?"
Yeah.
Well, they all know each other by now.
Yeah.
I frankly cannot fathom that this jury is not being sequestered for at least deliberations in this case. Like, it is. I would have suggested a high-profile case like this with so much social media coverage anticipated that they should have been sequestered in the first place for the whole time. I know it sucks, but then at least during deliberations. I mean, what the hell are we doing? Well, of course, over a 3-day weekend, Memorial Day, they're definitely going to see something. It's a 100% chance that one juror will watch something.
But it's just a civil case. That's what it comes down to for me. They're not.
Your best friend Eve Barlow has been so well behaved until now.
Yeah, right.
Well, I mean, the other thing is they haven't really had much juror control on anything. You know, there have been times I've had to shut off streams because I was about to accidentally capture a juror in them. And I'm just like, that's not happening. You know, even if I don't identify him, it's just, that's not happening.
Well, so I've heard like reports there was like free range jurors until about yesterday when they sort of grouped them together to move around.
Nope, still free range.
Okay.
But I mean, I missed it, but the other day there was a woman in court who apparently held up her baby and said, you know, we are soul connected, and this is, you know, when will you acknowledge that this is your baby?
To you?
No, to Johnny Depp.
Johnny Depp.
You know, nobody's going to say that to me. They'd be trying to hide the parentage if it was mine. But
This
you know,
is not
it's
the father
so,
you're looking for. Move along.
yeah. No, they were yelling that to Johnny Depp, and when you've got that level of mental illness wandering around, you know, you've got to imagine somebody might, you know, go up to a juror and be like, "Hey, you really need to give this to Johnny Depp, and suddenly you got a mistrial going down. Like, or a juror who's, getting bounced, or some possibility. It's,
Yeah, the fact that they let them just wander around like a courtyard during lunch was, again, baffling to me. I'm like, put them on a bus, take them to a cleared out Wendy's or whatever, or just bring in, Subway, like one of those Subway platters that sits there warm for like 2 hours, and they come in and the mayonnaise is like seeped through the bread, and everybody.
I was gonna say,
it's
every
green from
sandwich
the
has fresh
avocado.
mayo. Yeah.
Was it Judge Borowski?
You're definitely in mayo country.
Telling the jurors, hey, if you go to lunch, but if you eat in the cafeteria, don't eat the tuna salad.
Yeah. The edges and trial. Oh, you all survived lunch today. That's good.
So he's like, listen, I know you got to go to the cafeteria to get lunch, but I need you to all come back. So don't eat the fish. I'm always suspicious.
Go with God.
Remember, we're in Wisconsin. We're nowhere near the coast. There's no fish.
We don't grow ahi tuna here.
I mean, my local cafeteria, or my local courthouse cafeteria, has chicken strips you can shave with. So, yeah.
Well, in
Actually,
Utah, we had like the place where everybody, because you had the federal court and the state court right next to each other, and between the two you had the judge cafe.
There you go.
And it sounds was stereotyped.
Actually, I have to give props. The cafeteria here is pretty solid.
Wow.
To the extent that I actually trusted them on like a package of sushi, and I'm not dead yet.
Wow, that is very trusting.
Like, cafeteria sushi is a bold step.
That you're a brave man.
Well, I don't know what sushi fish would be caught on the West Coast, but if you're on the East Coast, but if you're on the West Coast, it might be okay.
Blue crab is all I'm coming up with off the top of my head.
I'm pretty sure it was imitation crab.
K-Rab.
Yeah.
Got a Wisconsin roll.
Crusty bird.
Oh, Wisconsin roll. It's just cheese and sadness.
Cheese rolled in rice, seaweed paper.
Someone asked me if the next case I'm covering is Runkle's child support case for the lady in court. Sleeping on the streets, are we, Runkle? Oh, okay. I've heard that one before. Is your name Candy now?
Working those streets.
Yeah, no, I gotta say, it was.
See Runkle leaning into a car window.
It was way less pleasant than that.
1 foot kicked up behind him.
It was way less pleasant than that.
Looking for a party.
I guess I should probably start. There's a copious amount of super chats, which is awesome. And I should probably start reading the rest of them. So since the jury's actually going home, we've seen them dismissed by the court. There's nothing else to do today as far as Johnny Depp is concerned. To all of my panelists, you are welcome to stay as long as you desire, but I will be reading many chats. So
I'll probably wish you luck for now, and head out. Super chats will probably take a while. Legal Vices. This is the first time I've been on a stream with you. Pleasure to meet you. Hopefully it's not. Hopefully that happens again soon.
I echo that sentiment.
All right. See you guys later.
See you, Runkle. Get some rest. See you, Rob.
See you guys.
All right. I think I got to make sure I get Runkle and Rob in the description.
Man, I can't wait till I'm powerful enough to have an editor to do this for me.
Law and Lumber. There it is. Goodness gracious. For the longest time, I could not tag him on YouTube. It just wouldn't ever find it, but now it finally does. So that was nice, man. Those people who are insane enough to go down to the courthouse and sleep on the mean streets of Fairfax County. That's beyond me. I'd be like, yeah, can I get a hotel? I don't want to be out here at all. I won't wait outside for anything. Like waiting in line is the thing that I hate so much. And they go down there just hours and hours. I guess if you're live streaming, it's kind of cool. Like you could do some stuff, but you can only do that for so long, and then you got to get exhausted. So big props to them. It's a fantastic service for all of us. Let's see. Christina Pirosco. Oh, get wrecked, Christina. I say the jury will have their verdict by the end of the day, but Tuesday, Wednesday for the financial decisions. Oh, okay. You're not wrecked yet. I also think that they will determine she has perjured herself if there is one veteran sitting in the jury. Well, that won't be up to them. That question is not going before the jury. They can make that determination, but it's not something that they will be deciding officially. Charlie Gordon, can experts in the case be charged with perjury? Julian Ackert testified under oath that he found the original pics and validated and authenticated them. He testified they are original from an iPhone X, which is not available until 2017. The Ken question is always yes. Actually, you can be charged with perjury too. In this case, the question is the validity and will it happen? The likely outcome is no. WMMA scene. Now, Nick, as the Pope of LawTube, excommunicate everyone. No people left in the group. No group. Problem solved. Oh, that's a good idea. Found you through Flashcast during COVID. Bored with the circle jerk, but sticking with you. Stay unbreaded. Hey, thank you. Pork Flashcast. DA4DA. Hey, this is Danielle on Salt Lake County DA candidate. I would still love to discuss the value of a good district attorney with you live. Legal
Utah
vices,
in the house.
Legal vices. I speak Korean fluently. Check me out at da4da.uno.
That was a former missionary here in Korea. No doubt about it.
Mike the Bike says, hey, been watching since Vic. I sent you a parody I made of Amber Heard through a Twitter account called Gray Street, and it will be live at 5 p.m. Eastern tonight. I also did one on Ethan Ralph a while back. Wink. Oh, God. Elizabeth White, thank you for the donation. Let's see. Next, we've got this one. Keaton IR says, hope the family is well. They are. Here since the lawsuit. Dang. Who do you think Maddox believes in this case? Maybe Amber should have hired Landau. Well, since Maddox is always wrong, I believe he believes Elaine. I think he thinks Elaine was subject to abuse by Johnny Depp. That's Maddox's most likely take. Literally does, right? Like you've seen the video, I'm sure, of her getting his autograph or whatever. Years and years ago. Whoever found that video, like how did you find that is really what I want to know.
Now, in fairness, there's like 100,000 women in Virginia that look like Elaine.
But she's not. Was that in Virginia?
I'm not sure where it was.
I think it was like an older meetup of Johnny Depp. Like she wasn't getting the autograph now.
It was a meetup, yeah.
Yeah.
But that was pretty spot on, though. There's like an Elaine doppelganger out there in the world.
There really are a lot of Elaine doppelgangers out there.
You can find them at every Petco. In the corners, though, you can't. Yeah. You can never look directly at them. You have to look off to the side and catch them in your peripheral vision,
so you don't turn into kitty litter.
Yeah.
Michelle C says, "Great coverage as always. I would love to see Johnny Depp become an advocate for cameras in more courtrooms. Thoughts? That'd be great. That's what I want to see. I want a camera
in the
in every
federal
court.
Courts. Let's get the cameras
should
in the federal
be.
courts.
Yes.
I mean, the more the public is exposed to exactly what happens, the more knowledge you have of how some of the injustices occur.
Exactly.
The fact that we can't watch the Sussman trial is frankly offensive. The idea that there is potential high level influence on an election that was knowingly false, and
Did
then
you say potential?
This is YouTube.
Allegedly, yeah.
That was knowingly false and lied at the highest levels to the federal authorities, and we can't see the testimony, should bother people. Like there's all this nonsense talk about the integrity of our election system over 2020, and here you go. Here you have an actual legal case in a federal court about election tampering in some practical ways, and we can't even listen to it. You could go in, I guess, and sit into the court maybe, but that should be broadcast and available in every single home in the country, in my opinion. Stardust Bama. Wow, Nick, didn't know you had enough pull now to get Dr. Robotnik on a show. Could you ask him to give us his best I hate that hedgehog?
If you go to my channel and watch, that's my intro. It's the original Sonic the Hedgehog Dr. Robotnik boss fight theme song.
Nice.
That's my intro music.
You know what I hate from this trial? I just scratched my neck, and every time I do, I get self-conscious that it's that other male attorney on Amber Heard's side. He's like doing this number all the time. Like I can't. Like I actually itched for a second. Oh God. Brian
Try
Miller.
falling asleep on stream and see what happens to Twitter.
Oh, I am very surprised I have not been caught, because not in this trial so much, but I think in Rittenhouse maybe once or twice, but on some late streams I have done the nod, the narco nod, and I'm surprised I've not been memed into oblivion. Brian Miller. Amber Heard is using Eve's Twitter. If you watch the tweets, some are posted from iPhone, then the next is from Twitter web. I mean, that doesn't automatically prove anything. She could just have a laptop. Mandy B, RN working from home here. Thanks for all how do you nurse someone from home? Thanks for all you do. Been here since Rittenhouse and looking forward to more. His hand smashed his finger. I'm guessing my husband smashed his finger with 50-pound weight, and it looked just like Johnny Depp's. Oh, God, that would hurt.
That sounds awful.
No, thank you. Whenever they showed that, the X-ray for me is like, I can see that, like the bloody severed part of it, and I'm like, whatever. But the X-ray of the bone, like splintered,
The bone fragments.
Oh, God, that hurt. Raising Rollers. Dennison is the cool grandpa that put Amber Turd in the annals of court history. By the way, my name is Amber, and we do not claim Heard. Very good.
It's the Heard mentality.
Odd Awful. Oh, Christ. He says, as the legal attorney for Jesse from Pod Awful, I want everyone here to sub to Pod Awful on YouTube. I love you, Jesse. Marilyn Manson trial is next, and Manson is Jesse's best friend. So there you go. Marilyn Manson just had a big victory too.
Yeah, he said one dismissal yesterday.
He did.
Yep.
Yes, he did. Well deserved. I don't know if you guys know much about that bullshit, but Ashley Walters was trying to claim she had repressed her memories of abuse that she had sued him over to get past the statute of limitations. Absolute complete horse shit, and I'm so glad that the judge saw through that.
Yeah, that one's ramping up. That's going to be I don't think it'll be a spectacle like this because Manson's such an enigmatic figure, but I think it'll be a pretty big show, and it has potential for all sorts of weirdness because Manson's an enigmatic.
It's a wild ride of a case, and Brian Warner himself. I mean, for folks that didn't get to know him back during Columbine. I mean, he's been around for a while. He is one of the most intelligent, articulate people that you will ever meet. Very, very impressive person. Once you look behind this character of this Marilyn Manson that he created for a specific purpose. But this case is also on California time. I mean, we're on Evan Rachel Wood and Ilma Gore have both filed anti-SLAPP motions, which basically stays the discovery, and it means the case is not going to move forward until that gets decided. And because it's California, those aren't going to get decided. They're not even going to be heard until December and January of next year. And then, who knows how long after that to get an actual decision from them. So if we have trial in that case before 2024, I'd be shocked.
Yeah, well, if anti-SLAPP's not being heard till December and January, then you got to figure if it's resolved in his favor, you've got 6 months at least of discovery time. and before a trial date's set. I can't imagine that. Yeah, I would think Christmas next year, maybe.
Yeah.
That's a long way away.
Being extremely optimistic.
Martin O'Malley says, I am the personal attorney for Pod Awful, and he is Marilyn Manson's best friend. I love you, Jesse. Wow. Justin Wright says, legal vices. Jeff, drink water, need to offset the liquor and anger from rotten born. Let's see. Cool says, Heard is going with the Randy Marsh. I'm sorry. I thought this is America. Defense. Bold strategy. It's, again, I know the free speech thing is like a good clarion call, but when your free speech is, I'm calling this other private citizen a rapist, people have to just go, is that what we mean? Like, this isn't a government employee. It's not like, that, like, you could say Madison Cawthorn likes to have staffers touch his pee-pee or whatever. Like, that's a different thing, right? Like, well, I think he just lost his primary or whatever, but he's a government official. He's a congressman. And there's something to, there's videos and stuff of this weird activity. So that's one thing. You're criticizing your government. This is just another person. And it's like, I should have the free speech to call this person a rapist when they didn't do it. I don't know if it works. Stand for something. Thank you guys for making common sense of the circus. What's your opinion on the jury having short deliberation and coming back with a verdict tonight? I predict that's not going to happen.
Wow. Okay, Nostradamus.
Girl by the numbers says, new audience, that's key on retweet. Yeah. And they said retweet, but it actually was just a tweet. It wasn't a retweet, and I kept saying it too, because they did. It bothered me. But it was actually just a fresh tweet that she went and proactively, and they should have said this. She proactively grabbed the link and added it to a tweet. It's a republication, but it's an original tweet. And she added that block of text that says, I published this, I did this thing. And further, it solidifies that this is about domestic violence. I mean, I thought that, that ad was really important. Real RJ Smith says, you got this. Thank you. Thank you. I do. Recovered Alcoholic says, now I have two favorite quotes, Aquaman and 'cause you're a fucking gunt. Prince Vibe says, toast HBD to my whiskey loving husband, a superb father, husband, but most important, a phenomenal human, selfless, helping me back to health after back-to-back babies, and the best stepfather I could ever dream of. Happy 43 to Kevin. To Kevin, who sounds like an all-around decent chap, for husbanding your wife through some important life changes, and for being a great parent to your children, as well as to children that you chose to be the parent of. Cheers to you, buddy. Happy 43rd birthday. All right. Lancelot, if Amber didn't give it to TMZ, then how did they get it, Rottenborn? Look, I think I have to have faith that the jury saw right through all of that stuff. Like, the TMZ testimony was legally, it was devastating.
Yes.
The question is just, did the jury pick up on the fact that she had to be the one, or her agent had to be the one who transferred that thing? There's no way around it. Someone mentioned that I think that the copyright has been transferred to what's that shitty website?
Oh, that narrows it down.
Twitter.
No. It's not like Vice, but like a Vice.
Legal Vices.
I can't remember.
Vice.
Anyway, it's one of the who did Hulk Hogan sue? Gawker. Not Gawker, but a publication like that. I can't remember.
BuzzFeed. It was BuzzFeed, wasn't it?
BuzzFeed. No. Yes, thank you. Yeah. That's the one. BuzzFeed. So yeah, like right after TMZ claimed it and got just completely owned by the fact that they called out a bunch of lawyers who were like, wait, TMZ owns the copyright on this, that means they had to buy the copyright on this.
Yes.
Otherwise, they're perjuring themselves. I don't think TMZ is going to do that. Yeah, I got transferred to BuzzFeed. Flappy's Fish Market says that Amber Heard has tarnished the good name of fishmongers everywhere. Do we have a case? Nick Rekieta psychologically abuses me every night at 11 p.m.
I hereby reclaim the fish on behalf of all of the fish lovers.
Gethralkin says, so Rotten claims that Depp ruins the careers of women who leave him. It just doesn't hold up. What about Winona or anybody else? I mean, yeah, that kind of defeats his argument, doesn't it? Yeah, he doesn't ruin the careers that we've seen of anyone who leaves him, except if you count his business his business managers whom he had to sue and successfully settled with a $10 million settlement from. I mean, maybe them. Did he kill the career of his agent who left him? I don't think so.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the past 30 years were very hard on Kate either.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, she doesn't have any furniture.
Oh yeah,
That is
that's
true.
true. She couldn't. She couldn't afford the furniture.
IKEA is still out of reach.
It's hard times. MB says, I'm American us. Love it. Thanks, guys. I have never been so absorbed in a case until this one. Thanks for all your diligence and humor and lightheartedness and knowledge. To you all, a million alpacas. That's a lot of alpacas. Jazaric says, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Mr. Depp's counsel have painted Miss Heard as a monster, but maybe we should take time to recognize that 2 years have passed since the murder of George Floyd under the knee of a police officer. That was the most tone-deaf tweet of Barack Obama. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Yeah.
Again,
not his best moment.
Regardless of your political persuasion, like as we remember a bunch of dead children, it's important to remember right now that 2 years ago today, it's like, bro, 2 tweets. 2 tweets. That's what you need to do. You need 1 tweet about the kids. You can have a separate tweet unrelated to the kids about George Floyd, and that'd be okay. Not in the same one. Zero says one side has a cohesive narrative laid out, supported by facts and testimony. The other has a pieced together house of cards based on a foundation of poorly argued technicalities and semantics. Yeah, that's accurate.
Well said.
That sounds like half the letters I wrote at work yesterday.
Lancelot 652, being grabbed by the neck would leave a mark. Where is the proof? Well, it depends on if you like being grabbed by the neck or not, because one leaves a mark and the other one doesn't. Gary Herman, those phone alerts are tornado warnings. How appropriate would it be if the courthouse was wiped out during Amber's closing? Casey, what kind of makers did you get? I was only able to find cask strength. I've never seen this before. This is the private select maker's mark. It's very good.
It's
very good.
Is that just like a straight, or is that like the local shop's barrel pick thing?
Oak Stave selection by Sutherland Select.
Yeah, that sounds like a local barrel pick.
Yeah, it's not my local liquor store's barrel pick, but probably some distributor grabbed them. They picked a barrel and then did it. But it's 108 proof, so fairly spicy.
Yeah, that's like the weird thing about like the Maker's 46 bottles. You can like go there and choose which sort of French oak stave you want, how harsh you want the charring on it to be, and it's kind of a fascinating little process they go through.
That's cool. Let's see. Septic Brain Fluid says, dude, I have tried to make big bucks $50 super chats, but you have obviously banned me from super chats. Why? Why is a good question. I am a man who loves money, and I certainly would not ban anyone or anything from super chats. However, YouTube has algorithmic moderation of super chats. It depends what you want to say, and it doesn't always make sense. The word subscribe, for example, can be occasionally banned from super chats. It's not me. Believe me, if there's a path for you to give me money, it is open, baby. I would never stop it. Never in my life. I don't ban people. I don't ban words, but YouTube does some stuff that I can't control. So if it's not working out for you, I will take your money all day. Drax says, Nick, saw your statements on DUI Guy situation. You hit it spot on. We need to stand as individuals, not as high school cliques, if we want to be better than the whiny leftists we oppose. Yeah, even on that, I just do me always, and I'm, as stated, an admitted colossal asshole. And I would never want someone, because I'm in some group, to be associated with my actions or words. Because I know that if there is a rule for any particular group, I have already violated it and will probably again tonight. So I don't want anybody to have to ever make a decision about that, have to ever worry about that. I will do me, and I will be friendly with everybody else involved as long as, they'll have me. That's great. But I don't want to force anybody into an association with me because of that stuff. Legatus Rex, if this decelerated baboon seriously trying to say all of Depp's evidence is fake, yes. Meanwhile, parading a bunch of easily staged photographs, which they moronically entered multiple edits of in evidence. What is this, a circus? That I wish they would have hit that the two wine photos again. Just remind the jury from yesterday. They didn't have to, but it would have just been a nice little FU. Which date's it from? Do you remember? Because Amber Heard doesn't.
I'm not sure of the specific incident and the ramifications of the.
So why did you testify at the time then?
Yeah.
That you
to
did.
both of them under oath on different days. Igor, and if they set that trap, hats off to them.
Yeah.
But I think the evidence was entered by her team, so
Yes, it was.
they just didn't object. Whether they caught it or not, they didn't object. If they caught it and didn't object because they're like, oh, we'll bury them on this. This will be funny. That's great. I hope they did that. Igor Slagathor says, who is the lady on the bench behind Depp's team that's sitting next to the aisle? Is that Depp's sister? Probably. I sincerely hope Depp wins. Heartfelt. I know it's more than likely impossible for him to get 60 million, but it would sure be nice. Well, he won't get it because she doesn't have it, no matter what he's awarded. John DM, bold move, making your close a referendum on Amber's credibility. Cannons to the left, right, and front of them. Volley and thunder. Restless Medic confirmed. Rottenborn thinks she is the dumbest person in the world.
Yes. What kind of comment was that? Oh my God. She'd have to be the dumbest person in the world to use these shitty photos to perpetrate an abuse hoax. Yes. Say the quiet part out loud. Just a little bit louder, Ben.
She would have to be the dumbest person in the world to use these pictures that we just used in this trial.
Here's a couple things. We were talking about this earlier. It's the liar would have lied better. Idea is one, but the practicality of hoaxing someone, there's different types of hoaxes. There is the one where you premeditate a hoax for a long period of time, the long con. And then there's the, oh shit, this went south. Now I need ammunition. And you go back and you ham fist in whatever evidence you have. So yeah, I mean, if you were premeditating a hoax, you probably would take better pictures. You probably would have a professional bruise artist come in and make like a very convincing bruise. You might actually get, you might get some happy drugs from the doctors you have on call, and then actually get some real damage done to you, some service level damage to make better looking injury photos. You would probably do a better job if it was the long con. But if it's the short con, you work with what you got. You maybe color saturate a photo or two. Like maybe that's how you do it, because that's all you can do. So that like it's a weird defense, and they really should have stayed away from it.
And I think it's definitely the short con brought on by a pathological liar for a client.
Yep, yeah, I agree 100%.
Burbo Fade says Rottenborn keeps saying that Depp's mom calling him one eye was worse than physical abuse. Big difference between a parent cruelly mocking their child and name calling in a heated marital dispute with an insane woman. Well, yeah. And look, Amber Heard is a little lady who doesn't appear to have done a bunch of action scenes, or like Andrea here trained in boxing. I'm not so convinced that Amber Heard's punches have any physical heft to them at all that Johnny Depp is concerned about. It's the humiliation and the control and the domination. It's the symbol of the punch. Whereas with some people, the abuse is the physicality of it. That certainly is the problem for many, many people. But when you're a smaller person, and she was rail thin for a lot of this relationship, I mean, if she punches you in the face, you probably don't even care. Like you've probably been punched harder by a cat. So, but it wasn't about the punch. It's about the fact that she's punching him as he is trying to leave the fight entirely. He's trying to get away from the encounter, and she cannot have it. So she must engage him in physical violence. That's the thing. But yeah, so with that, yeah, his mother berating his physical appearance and some minor disability would definitely hurt more than a random punch. God, yeah. Anyway, Tina Lewis says apparently Amber Turd wrote this closing argument. Kind of seemed like it for Elaine anyway.
Yeah.
Peter, my God, this trial has been so crazy. I forgot it was a civil trial. There is no beyond a reasonable doubt here. Johnny will win everything. Senshi roll, regardless of the facts they find, Rottenborn is asking for jury nullification. I could see that.
Kind of strike a blow for the survivors of domestic violence. I mean, that's classic argument. I sure as shit am not allowed to make.
In civil trial, we don't call it jury nullification. We call it public policy argument. The public policy would be to support, victims of domestic violence. And if there's any ambiguity, you need to default here.
Right. If you find against my client, it will mean that women can never get justice against their abusers ever. I mean, we heard that argument on closing today.
Mm-hmm. Cubus SC7, Elaine, question a woman's allegations. That is abuse. What the fuck? D what? Jennifer Lopez, enough. We fight back. I did the scratch again. TOX1C Bacon, Mommy Vasquez shooting daggers at Meow Mix. Lancelot, Tug must haunt Elaine's dreams. She can't stop talking about him. Look, Elaine, I've met Tug a couple times, hung out with him. Nice guy. If you want an introduction, kind of chat him up, get a few drinks in him, just hit me up, girl. I'll wingman it for you. He's married, but I think we can do it. I think we can get you in. Marco Street says, when does the jury rule on this trial? As soon
Tuesday.
as probably, yeah, it might be Tuesday. It might be Friday. We won't have any idea how long it will take. Hello World says, I love the work y'all do. Thank you very much. Isaac Kozic, it wouldn't surprise me at all if Cat Lady was speedballing during her closing. Sounds like stim talk without being able to think clearly.
You guys know she lives on Mountain Dew, right? Her nickname on Twitter is Mountain Dew, because there's one of those old, super lawyer type bio things that's out there about her that mentions how she's addicted to Diet Mountain Dew, and so it was one of the strategies that people had talked about in the Justice for Johnny Depp community is get to Fairfax a week ahead of time, buy out all of the Diet Mountain Dew. And see
watch her go through DTs.
So many of my questions were answered with that explanation.
Yeah.
Shy Guy Tyler. Elaine is going for the world record for longest run-on sentence. Someone get this crazy ranting woman some help. It's like she had a birtation and just kept going. I'm going to just power through this thing. Jess says, the dichotomy, laughing, smiling, rolling her eyes when Depp's team closes, then somber and faking emotion and acting sad during her team's close. How could the jury not notice how inauthentic she is? They probably do.
Yeah. Well, you saw it even just during her examination. It was the same thing. She's all teary-eyed and trying to cry with her own lawyers. And then as soon as Camille is up there, she's in attack mode.
Yeah. Oh, it was amazing. The transition, it was like that. And then right back to it for redirect, right back to quavering voice. And it's like, okay, but I think they're the biggest mistake was her bringing it up to the jury and saying, "I'm not up here snickering." It's like, dude, they're
we have eyes, Amber.
Well, and especially, I mean, yesterday was open laughter.
Yeah.
Burdened Reb, as an independent insurance adjuster, the legal standard is most certainly if you don't have a picture, it didn't happen. I mean, frankly, yeah. Like, what's the evidence? If you don't have a picture, you better have a very credible witness who's there with you to tell you exactly what happened. Okay, so there's Popcorn Planet proffered, I guess, the idea that Amber Heard's house insurance is paying for her trial. Now, homeowners' policies, in many cases, will pay defamation suits. Typically speaking, you've got a couple issues, though. They cap out around $2 million. If you have like an umbrella policy, you're not getting, maybe she has a higher umbrella policy than $2 million, possibly, but she's already said she's out $6 million on this thing. The other problem with defamation suits is that if she loses the defamation suit, they have a claim against her, and it's likely that their payment is contingent upon the victory of the claim. And so that the law firm would be working with maybe some sort of down payment, probably paid by Amber Heard, and then on a promise to pay from either Amber Heard or from the insurance company in the event that she prevails. But in this case, if she loses, it would necessarily require a finding of actual malice. And while homeowners' claims will often pay for torts, intentional or wanton torts are not covered by that. You can't intentionally harm someone and then claim homeowners insurance. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, they often won't cover self-defense situations, for example, because the use of force in self-defense is intentional.
Right.
I mean, it gets murky because sometimes they'll say, well, it was the use of force because it was self-defense was compelled, right, by the other parties.
Yeah, justifiable.
But I've seen it go both ways on homeowners insurance policies.
Yeah, and so there's a couple possibilities. Either they had a contingent payment plan and her lawyers are working with a pledge to pay, or it's possible that she put the money into an IOLTA account, that the lawyers are drawing off of that IOLTA account. And then in the event that she does prevail, the insurance company would reimburse her up to the policy limit for the litigation. Those are the types of arrangements that may exist. And I say may. I don't even know that Amber Heard has a homeowner's insurance policy. I don't know if she owns a home anywhere that she can take out a homeowner's policy. Rental policies don't have this stuff. So yeah, someone mentioned that to me, and I wanted to kind of address some of the legal potential issues with that. But know that if you have a homeowner's policy and you look, it does cover torts a lot of times, and that includes defamation. But if you lose on it and they have a finding of malice or intentionality, you will not get paid by your insurance company. They will refuse payment.
I have a really hard time imagining that even Elaine is dumb enough to take this case on a promise to pay. Although I have to say, if she did, it does make that bite from Morgan Tremaine about her getting her 15 minutes of fame by taking Amber Heard as a client even more delicious.
Well, what do we think the fee arrangement is? I mean, I would guess it was a retainer plus a contingency on the back end.
No way, it is not an evergreen retainer, in my opinion. You don't put up with that bullshit. We know what a terrible freaking client she is. I am sorry. You have a balance in the funds I can draw on for me to put up with your shit and get this thing through a trial.
God, Andrea, how do you really feel about this?
I could see a little possibility, though, of a mix because of the publicity of the trial. If this is a big if they genuinely believed that they could easily win this case and win a judgment, you're not defending defamation on contingency unless there's a slap with a guaranteed fee shift, and you think you'll collect. I don't think Virginia's slap has an automatic fee shift, does it? I think that it's permissive.
It's only fee shift is all that the Virginia anti-slap accomplishes. But there are those conditions that they have to satisfy to be able to get that, even if it is a speech case. So it's not by any means one of the more protective slaps in the country.
Right, because if you're in Texas, although they may have rewritten this, if you're in California and you win on an anti-slap, I believe you're entitled under statute to an award of attorney's fees. If you show it's a slap and you win on that motion, the motion to strike, then you make a further subsequent motion to recover fees. But you'd only take the contingent fee, and that contingent fee would be 30% of your expected fees. So that doesn't make sense for the entire amount. Because
I was thinking this was filed when Me Too was at its height. And I'm wondering if they didn't expect this Me Too wave to continue, where they thought this was going to be an easy slam dunk case.
Well, but bear in mind, she is the third attorney on this case. Okay, they had already lost 2 motions to dismiss. They had lost the venue. They had lost the, this is protected activity arguments. So Elaine brought this on only just before the counterclaim. That's the part that to me is just incomprehensible. How on earth would you take on this outlandish, ridiculous counterclaim on a contingency?
Yeah, because they had to know the counter.
I can't do that math.
Very good.
They had to know that the counterclaim had basically 0 chance of winning.
Yeah.
And we know that they know that now because they said we made a statement. Like they flat out admitted that the $100 million thing, it's a statement. It was for the press. And that's it. This is not a strategic counterclaim. It doesn't appear to be meritorious. It's only sustained under the thinnest veil of potential legal theory.
If that.
I'm being generous. I'm being very generous.
Read on this for me, but Elaine is a classic attorney whore. She will do anything that her client will pay her to do. That to me means evergreen retainer, but who knows?
So President-elect says, and I wanted to speak to this. That's why I'm reading this one. He says, hear me out. They took it on contingency thinking they could get the judge to enact the anti-slap and have a swift counterclaim. The thing with the anti-slap, hypothetically, if that's true, the anti-slap, the other attorney's team is expected to pay what you're paying. So never mind. I'm thinking of this backwards. But yeah, I guess if you assume you're going to get the immediate counterclaim and then just have the fees paid by Johnny, I don't know. I think your argument is much more compelling. This being the third attorney, I think this is paid out. Maybe Elon Musk is paying some. Maybe the ACLU has an indemnity that she's, or at least something she's threatening them with, that they've agreed to pay. Because I mean, hell, she could just say stuff about the ACLU, right? Like she could talk about all of their communications rather than just what was disclosed and burn them. So there's some potential payments there, and it could be part of homeowner's claim. They may put forth some initial money, or again, promise something in escrow that if she prevails, it gets reimbursed. Camtech, I'm doing my best to follow Cat Lady, but she is jumping from point to point with no continuation between them. She's continuously changing definitions. I do not understand the basis of her argument on a foundational level.
Neither do we.
Neither did she. Sonia Johnson, Amber said her lawyer told her not to talk to the police. What lawyer would say that to their client if she was, quote, just beat up? I know it's bull, but is there any way, shape, or form that a lawyer would advise this? Look, if your client calls you up and says, hey, I just got in a fight with my spouse and I really don't want, it's a messy situation. We're working it out. And I really just I don't want either of us arrested. Then that's what you'd say. Like, that's actually kind of reasonable.
Yeah, but that premise is a pretty specific premise to base that argument on.
And it doesn't seem to be, it doesn't kind of jive with me with the nature of their relationship at that time in their relationship with those people around. Like, you can't talk to the cops and also somehow convince Captain White Knight there, who would have definitely beat up Johnny Depp and his bodyguards if just given the chance, that he shouldn't tell the police that you've been beat.
If only he wasn't in New York at the time.
Jonathan and Elena. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
The best part about Captain White Knight there and that story that Josh Drew had to tell about himself is the body cam of the second officers coming down the scene and him trying so weakly to keep them out of the apartment and just rolling like a little bitch at the tiniest little display of authority by these police officers. I'm sorry. We don't
So
believe
Josh
for
Drew is a
second.
Captain White Knight. I thought the IO dude was the Captain White Knight.
No, it was Josh Drew. He was the guy who said, if I would have known, we would be having a different kind of deposition right now. It's like implying that he would have beat up or killed Johnny Depp. And sure, buddy.
I thought it was Io who's in New York going, my friend in Los Angeles needs the police.
Oh God, Io, the fucking grifter who shows up out of nowhere and suddenly is Johnny's relationship confidant, tells him things that he doesn't tell his friends of 40 years. Yeah, everyone bought that.
You know, Johnny Depp, I don't know what it is, but I think I'm in love with you. And Johnny Depp looked back and winked and said, me too. I feel the same way. Fuck off.
Quit you, Io.
Jonathan and Elena Statham said, thank you for the donation.
I can't quit you, Io.
Ryu 8210, love from Scotland. Proud of you as a whiskey man. Great work for making this entertaining and educational. For me, how bad is this closing? If I remember right, very bad.
If you remember right.
Welland Art says, you look sad and concerned, Nick. I love that your true nature shines through on the screen. Despite your brashness, your true nature always shines through. I love and thoroughly appreciate your authenticity. Thank you. I don't know what I was sad and concerned about, but it was true. Whatever it was. Kate smiles. Elaine's closing is a hot mess. I've watched the whole trial and cannot follow this regurgitation. Holy cow.
Welcome
Dirty
to the club.
Dan. Good morning. Has Elaine's closing gone up in smoke yet, or is it the same spaghetti as the opening? No,
It
same
never
spaghetti.
caught fire. Okay.
Yeah.
It smoldered.
Spaghetti does not burn
and stunk
well.
up the room and kind of made people's eyes water.
She was the like 200 priests of Baal or whatever from the Bible story. Palmyra Productions. There is no court in the land that would prosecute a juror if they jumped out of the box and strangled Elaine. Jason Semedru says that umbrella guy is greater than the Rain Man. Jonathan and Elena Statham. I'm no lawyer, but what I find interesting is Johnny was such a bad guy. How come most of his team have been there for decades? But all Amber's people have nothing to do with her now, but he's the bad guy. It was telling. It was probably telling for the jury. Sandy King. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
No, I was gonna say, I mean, that is such a telling sign when you have a personal assistant or some random just like gopher dude that has been with you for 17 years.
Yes.
Yeah, remembering that these people, their jobs are to clean up after Johnny Depp, take care of his dogs when he's gone, drive him around, and pick him up when he vomits on himself after a bender. Like, that's not the greatest gig in the world.
Yeah, and that was groundskeeper Willie when he was doing the $8,500. He's giving me a lot more than $8,500.
Yeah, that was so beautiful. Impeachment by generosity. Let's keep doing more of that.
Yeah. Please tell me how nice of a guy this is to everyone around him.
Shipping for groundskeeper Willie.
Sandy King says this word salad is from Amber Heard's sticky notes. Elaine will probably have PTSD after having to work with her. Devin Walker, I think Elaine had a mega pint of coffee this morning. She puts the Energizer Bunny to shame. Trashy saying, Nick, when an objection is lodged, does the time each party has pauses until they hash out the objection? Yeah, no one was charged the time. I believe throughout the entire trial on objections, for very brief ones that happened at the, at their tables, I think that the objections might have just been charged to the party who is on testimony, because they take 20 seconds. For the long ones at sidebar, she said she deducted minutes neutrally from the overall time of the case, not from any individual person. So, and then today was completely different because they had a separate 2-hour limit, and objections took no time from anyone. Etienne de Gaulle says, I watched most of Elaine's blathering on mute for a work meeting. She looks like a spastic rabid turkey performing an interpretive dance of the trial proceedings.
Nice.
Max Seisho says, Cat Lady sounds like Ed Bassmaster character Mumbles. The Supreme Pete, I really want to Amazon Prime a microwave to Amber now. Oh, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Twin Blaster says, to celebrate closing arguments, here's a list of comical names the automated subtitles give to Johnny Depp. There are lots, and they need their own super chat to fit. Make sure there's a pause to read them. They're as follows.
My favorite is Mr. Death, and for her, it always comes out as misheard.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Was the one I saw, Miss Hurt. I thought that was pretty apt.
These are just
me.
I found it. These are just the ones for Johnny Depp. Mr. Dobbs, Mr. Dibbs, Mr. David, Mr. Dot, Mr. Dowd, Mr. Dad, Mr. Duff, Mr. Dap, Mr. Duck, Mr. Down, Mr. Depended, Mr. Dick Dab, Mr. Dobson, Mr. Dustfinger, Mr. Dat, Mr. Det, Mr. Death, Mr. Depth, Mr. Joplin, Mr. Gap, Mr. Dagby, Mr. Dempsey, Mr. Decker, Mr. Deb, and Mr. Dubs. So there you go. Thank you for compiling the names of Johnny Depp as interpreted by the AI bot that was doing the subtitles.
I must admit, I like Mr. Dustfinger for some reason.
That was good. Great. I like Mr. Dick Dab though.
That's too easy. It's like stepping on a bee,
Tankrat says 6 minutes left with a bunch of laughing emojis. Lineman 60, what's the over under on Heard throwing stuff / attacking someone in court if she loses?
Oh, but
also,
here's the question. Here's the question. Up or down, chat, up or down. Does Amber Heard show up for the verdict?
Oh, here we go. I can do a poll. We'll do an actual poll.
No.
Well, logic would say no.
I am a solid no. The only way
logic
I
would say no.
It happening is just the craving for attention, the last dance in the limelight type of motivation. But I don't think she can handle the ego shot of taking the L and on a scale like that. So
and she can't just punch a negative verdict in the face.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so I would say
exactly.
logic says what you two are saying, but I think she's such a narcissist that she's going to show up and she's going to capture the, well, Johnny didn't show up, but I did.
Yeah,
and be unbothered. Do put on her unbothered face.
Yeah.
The only hesitation I have is that the media reporting on it was that since Vasquez or whatever asked about who was going to be there on that motion hearing, or if they needed to be there, the Johnny Depp so disrespectful he won't even be at his own verdict or whatever. So if they play that like 4D chess, they are planning on doing it.
Well, so the word on Johnny Depp is he is booked to play for like 2 weeks over in the UK with Beck. And I think it's starting in Sheffield on the 29th. So that is why Johnny Depp is potentially not going to be there. He actually has a job. And
he's something productive to do this time.
Needs to go take care of that. So not necessarily expecting him back.
Look, you got to understand, I'm very disappointed in your bigotry. Amber Heard also has very important projects that are unnamed at this time with a director on a movie. I could look it up. I could look up the title of the movie if you want. I have it somewhere with a director
there have
and
been discussions, Nick, many discussions.
Right. And with a prominent actor who really wanted her on the project. But then that, it just lost the phone number. So that's why she's gone. Also the over under that Elena or I think Elaine watched South Park Chewbacca defense episode last night. Oh God. Bald Eagle says, the judge
that was good.
The judge was pissed. I'm certain that is going to come back and bite Heard's team big time. Can a judge shut down a closing or rebuttal if they keep misrepresenting facts, law, or testimony? In theory, they could. I mean, they're probably not gonna. And I don't know that she was that mad. Jason McQuiston, where are each of you from? From or where do I live? I'm from the mean streets of Houston, Texas.
I was born a poor black child. From Utah, living in Korea.
There you go. Do you two want to
I
share?
am from the fine place of the world that is known as the Channeled Scab Lands.
The Scab
Look it up.
Lands. Okay.
Yes, it's
Channeled
exactly
Scablands.
what it sounds like.
Sounds like an
Mostly
STD.
Metro New York City. Went to PS 139.
There you go.
Oh, this is like a legit thing.
Oh yes, absolutely. Fascinating geology.
The
if you're into that
coolies.
kind of thing.
Wow.
Joshua
Yeah, the
says that
coolies.
the closing and rebuttal from both sides will be dissected and studied by student lawyers for decades to come. Maybe. Skeleton, they only pledged to sue Johnny Depp for $100 million. That's why they are fine with a much smaller amount of money. Like attorney, like client, SMH. Keep up the good work, Nikki. Enjoying my $20 billion pledge for your whiskey fund. Thank you. I will. Ray Marshall, Elaine seems like the type that would defend you from a speeding ticket and end up getting you convicted for vehicular manslaughter in an incident that happened 3 states away. Renaissance Girl 456. I'm a law student interested in litigation. Since both teams portrayed malice differently, my question is, why do we leave explanations of applicable law to the attorneys instead of the judge who could explain it impartially? Well, I guess I will say because we're in an adversarial system. And the best way to suss out what the reality is to have each person present their side's version of it. And if one person gets too far, you would object and hope that the judge backs you up. I think that didn't happen in the Kim Potter case. And I think that's one of the reasons that she ate a conviction is that Matthew Frank, I will represent, misrepresented the law of recklessness involved in her criminal negligent homicide, and that they objected, but the judge did not actually clarify the explanation. And I think it allowed the jury to come to an improper conclusion, but that's the adversarial system.
I concur.
Oh.
Yeah.
So, plus like getting the judge to explain it in an impartial manner. I mean, you're either going to have the fight over it before the judge, and then you're going to have to hammer out a ruling like jury instructions, or the judge is going to say it and then it'll be reversible error because they mischaracterize it in some way. Yeah. I don't know. It's a mess. Talent Sears says nominating Elaine Bredehoff for early onset dementia. Gad Babaganoush, do you think the jury will even care about the UK case? No, but maybe.
I mean, they shouldn't, but it's hard to know what's going to influence a jury, and some of them won't really distinguish and might assume the same rules apply. And if Johnny Depp lost there, he should lose here. I mean, it's a hot mess.
Yeah, that's why
I think the big risk is the Fairfax County being resentful of these people who don't have any ties to their community coming in and using their resources for what they may see as a vanity type of legal project, a PR rehab, on the dime of their taxpayers. I can absolutely see a juror potentially having that type of impression. So I do think that's a risk of the strategy of pursuing this in Virginia.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying earlier, I think Johnny Depp's got this clearly on the legal merits and the facts and the law. But if I were sitting on that jury for 6 weeks, so these millionaires could have this tiff, I would be burn everything down angry.
At $30 a day.
Yeah.
I mean, I support my family. I got 4 kids. We all eat because I work every day. If I'm sitting for 6 weeks in a court making $30 a day, that doesn't work for me.
Yeah. Yeah, unless you're an amateur Twitch streamer, then it's an upgrade. Wired Kamikaze says, my wife and I are watching together. When the Amber Alert went off, she said, I wouldn't have put it past Amber Heard to have staged a kidnapping of her own child at this point.
Maybe like a legit Amber Alert.
Like somebody in a Captain Jack costume running away with the baby. Even though Johnny Depp's sitting in court.
I got the baby.
Burnt Umbrage. I bet when that jury verdict is returned, and I think that's today. Wrong. Amber Heard faints for the camera. P.S. Personally insulted as a rational human by the whole case with each player, but especially the closing.
I want to see Amber Heard punch Elaine right there in open court.
That'd be great.
Oh, I want you to do like the opposite. Go, oh Lord, I got the vapors on. You know, like you do like the Greta Garbo thing. You know,
I want to see.
Am
her
I the only one rooting
go
for
ahead.
the psychotic break and the being dragged out bodily by the sheriffs into the into the
Amber tries to
straitjacket? That's what I'm
tries to
rooting
come
for.
into
Jack
court with
Nicholson.
with the
Full
Edward Scissorhands
instability.
hands.
Let's see it.
That would
say
be so
hello
funny.
to my little friend.
God, that would be funny. I want Amber to take a swing at Elaine. No, I want Amber to take a swing at Rottenborn, to have Elaine jump in, block it, and deck her in the
punch.
I think, no, don't push her down. I was so concerned about Amber pushing him down the stairs that I jumped between them.
Figbat says, British Drexel here. Hey, what's up, Figbat? How you doing? Thought I would say what?
British Drexel. Wow.
Yeah, he's great. Thought I would say fantastic coverage across this case, across the board. I felt it was only correct to make a donation to the snack drawer before Drexel empties it over the weekend. Always does. Very embarrassing. Although I don't think he's actually going to come out this weekend since I'm not doing the 24-hour stream. Pork Chop Express 355. You all are great in making court the best entertainment since People's Court. Question for you. Do you think Amber Heard's legal team are the only ones that take her case because it's such a poor case, or are they just poor lawyers?
They're poor lawyers that like
Yes. The answer to that is yes.
Yeah, they're not the first stop on the Amber Heard lawyer train.
And to the extent that they're not poor lawyers, whatever that may be, they also have bad facts.
I mean, listen, any lawyer who took this case is going to have a difficult case. They don't have good facts. They got a lunatic for a client, but that doesn't excuse Elaine's closing.
No.
I mean, that verbal diarrhea she poured all over the jury.
No, as somebody who often deals with bad facts and with very unlikable clients, I am just here to say that there is a way to approach this type of case that maintains integrity, that maintains respect for the process and for all of the participants. And what you see coming from Elaine is not that.
Well, how would you deal with it, Andrea?
Number one, I would not take the fucking case. Okay.
That's respect for the process right there. How about some self-respect?
They deserve representation, just not from fucking me.
They don't need it. They don't need it from me. I mean, but look, this is why I'm not a civil lawyer, right? This is why I'm a public defender. I'm like, just assign them to me, and then I don't have to get caught up in the moral quandaries of, cashing in my soul for money. I've just chosen to defend a principle, and that principle has many faces and many aspects. If Amber Heard landed on my client list as a criminal client,
which she might.
I mean, not out of the realm of possibility. I would treat her like everybody else. I would try to treat her with respect. I would do my best to counsel her, but she is ultimately the captain of her own ship. And so if she wants to sail that ship into an iceberg, I will take her to trial, and I will argue strongly for the principles of due process and the burden of proof. And I will counsel her on what her stay in prison is going to be like. Sometimes that's all you can do as a defense lawyer.
I mean, every lawyer has crazy clients from time to time. It doesn't mean you don't conduct yourself within what you believe are the reasonable bounds for professional conduct. And if you have a client who, makes you choose between staying within what you think are the reasonable bounds of professional conduct or satisfying them, that's someone who's not your client anymore.
Yep.
Well,
Yeah,
that's what I say. if you know your client is full of it and they're probably guilty or liable for whatever it is you're accused of, you don't.
I don't care if they're guilty.
Yeah,
I
you
couldn't
don't
care
ask
less
them if
they're
they're guilty or liable for what they're accused of, because then you can't argue it.
No, I don't care if they're guilty. That's not important to me.
Yeah.
Well, with the case like Amber Heard's, you just because you have a shit case doesn't mean you conduct yourself like a lunatic on closing and opening statements. Like you still deliver a cogent argument, and you work to deliver a much better cogent argument. But the thing that one of you said was that if you and your client are at such odds, then they're not your client anymore, and that's true, because that is the way that you actually get out of cases with clients, is an essential breakdown of the attorney-client relationship.
Right.
I am advising my
Noisy
client,
withdrawal.
Yes.
and they will not.
If you're going to insist on lying,
it.
I'm not going to be there for it. That's just the bottom line. It is my job to be the adult in the room with a lot of my clients, and I take that very seriously. Not everybody does.
And I see a lot of feedback here in the chat. Folks, when I say I don't care that the client's guilty, what I mean is it's not up to me to decide. I don't determine whether or not the client's guilty. It's my job to defend them and compel the state to prove them guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And a jury or a bench judge will decide whether or not they're guilty. That's not up to me to decide. I don't know if they're guilty.
The issue with a case like Amber Heard's, and it has very much in common with most criminal cases, is frankly, it's all about counseling them. This is what the jury is going to see. This is what the evidence is. Yeah, you have words that can come out of your mouth, but that is just one piece of evidence. And the jury is going to weigh that against all this other stuff. And if you want to roll the dice and think that's going to come out in your favor, that's your right to do that. And I will support them in doing that. But we're not here to be delusional and pretend that, you've got something to work with that you don't. I am a freaking lawyer. I am not a magician. I cannot wave the magic wand and make your mistakes and all of the evidence and stuff go away. So,
and by the way,
deal with
sometimes
what you can.
Sometimes apparently innocent people get convicted. I mean, there's noise in the system.
Absolutely.
And that's kind of where the tragedy, or I guess we'll call it injustice, is when you have someone who's guilty / liable, and then you have the ones that are truly innocent or not liable for what they do, but they can't prove it. And that's what I mean. That's the real tough conversations with the clients. When you go, okay, I understand you and I believe you and I think you're right, but you have zero evidence. It's not who. That's the sad thing about the justice system, even in any country. It's not who's right or wrong. It's who can prove what.
We often conflate justice with fairness, but they're not the same things. I mean, fairness is like a child's value. That
Fairness
doesn't exist in the real adult word. Justice, when it's working correctly, it merely means the same rules and processes are being applied to similarly situated people to have a just system and have an administration, a bureaucratic administration of justice. It doesn't have anything to do with true outcomes per se. No one knows what the true outcome is supposed to be.
Yeah, because the truth lies in that nebulous middle most of the time in most encounters. And there may be liability, but there also may not. And, we try and peg it down the best we can. AJ says, if you four fine gentlemen, well, this is a while ago, we're the jury, who are you siding with, Depp or Amber, and why? Well, I'm siding with Johnny Depp. I think Amber Heard's story is so over the top that I can't believe it.
Right. I mean, I think Camille's right. Either you have to believe all of it or none of it. And I can't believe the worst of it, so I can't believe any of it.
I can't even believe the least worst of it.
No,
because
I don't either.
The least worst of it involves rings hitting skulls with no results, or with no consequence. Timothy Reaper, do you think Amber would have been better off hiring a jar of cocaine instead of Crazy Cat Lawyer?
Well, maybe she did.
Well, apparently Crazy Cat Lawyer was on cocaine during the closing.
Embrace the power of both.
Christine M. Hi, all. Just wanted to say I love watching this case with you and everyone you have on the panel. Now I have a lot more lawyers to watch. Keep up the awesome work, Nick. Hey, thank you. Branca, I felt your statement in my bones. You gentlemen are fantastic today. I'm so glad I found this channel and equally glad that I got family and friends to tune in.
Doesn't say what statement, huh? I make a lot of statements.
It's a good one.
I like the fashion statement that you've actually managed to wear a tie for 10 hours.
I wear a tie every show, man. If I'm not wearing a tie,
I know.
one, I'm probably drunk, and two, call the police.
It's so great. They're the funniest things on the planet when No Tie Bronca comes on. It's like, it's like, hey Nick,
The
what's
chat
up?
flies.
That's like the blue-faced Joe.
Oh no, that was a different level of unreasonable intoxication.
I was watching that from my bed, like madly texting Andrew, going, "Holy crap! Someone cut him off." He's like, "We're trying, bro.
We can't shut the stream down." Angela Chung says, "Oh my God, that hair sitting on Amber Heard. She looks like Carol Baskin from Tiger King." She did. How embarrassing. She would be her twin if she was wearing a flower leaf crown. Lol. Well, I mean,
and lots of leopard print.
and probably another 60 to 70 pounds.
I wasn't going to go there, but yeah.
Well, I mean, just being real. And also minus, well, no, I mean, technically, I think on balance, since Carol Baskin's probably lost about 200 pounds when her husband was fed to her lions, she might be she might be net lower than Amber Heard. That maybe Amber. Gethralkin says Amber Heard likes countersuits. Remember 2016, 10 million suit for her making script changes and not finishing her work. She sued back claiming nudity violation and both parties settled. She thought she'd silence Johnny Depp with a countersuit. Comments?
The whole London Fields litigation is its own level of shit show. I mean, that is a deep rabbit hole you can get into if you want. That is where Amber Heard solidified her willingness to, I mean, be sanctioned by multiple levels of courts rather than sit for a deposition. The fear that she had of that confrontation. My personal opinion, I don't believe for a fucking second that there was a body double. Okay, I think this is just another situation of she's caught in lies. She told Johnny there wasn't going to be nudity. She told them she would be happy to do it, and turned into a whole big thing where she has to now accuse the producers of being pervs, and you end up in a big lawsuit.
Yeah, I think
it's what Amber does, right? I mean, Johnny shows up late for her birthday, so she becomes physically violent, right? If someone hurts her, she hits back twice as hard physically if she can. Johnny hurt her with this defamation suit. She hits back twice as hard, literally. Just pick the number out of the air to be twice as hard as the damages he was seeking. It's a purely emotional reaction. I mean, even her counsel, Elaine, is saying in closing, no, we don't really have a factual basis for this claim for $100 million. We just wanted to make a point. Well, clearly that's exactly what it was. An emotional, angry, despotic point.
Groove Vandal says, great streams, great guests. Quick question. Is there a scenario here where both plaintiffs can have a win? And are the claims 100% independent of each fact? Hypothetically, yes. But
a draw is not, it's more complicated than that. I mean, say the jury says, hey, we don't find for anybody no money in theory, right? But Johnny wins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing is, even if they find for
a
both,
lose-lose, I think is way more probable than a win-win.
Yeah.
But a win-win is not a loss for Johnny Depp either. So when she lied about all of the domestic abuse, but also my lawyer lied about her. Okay. Like, I guess I'd probably take that if I were him. But there was a very good argument on close that you logically can't hold the same things.
Yes, I agree with that.
If he wins, then all of the abuse was a lie, and therefore the hoax theory is correct, at least in the gist. And I didn't talk about this, but when you have a larger or broader publication or multiple statements within the same publication, the gist of the publication is more important than the specifics. And this is a jury instruction that they have, that you can't look at a particular piece in isolation. So they can't say, well, maybe all of this stuff happened, but he was wrong about who made the phone call, therefore he defamed them. They did all of the rest of the hoax, but he said they made the phone call and it was actually IO. So therefore, that's defamatory. No, that's not how it works. If the overall thrust of the statements taken as a whole is more likely to be true rather than false, then it's true. If it's more likely to be false and damaging, then it's false. This is how we allow newspapers to even exist, because otherwise they would get picked apart on individual mistakes in fact when the overall thrust of an article is correct. So,
and we've all seen this. I mean, lived it in social media, right? You send a tweet with some point you're trying to make, and it has a typo in it, and the response is, you have a typo in your argument. As if
Learn to spell, motherfucker.
Yeah. I mean, it's insane.
Yep.
It's just because social media is trash.
True. Tails says, agree or disagree? The most believable thing about Amber's testimony was that she organized her own birthday. I can't imagine anyone in her life who would care enough about her to do that. And she loves good press. Yeah, I think so. Angry Healer, dumb question, but if Amber Heard continues to defame Johnny Depp after the trial, can he sue for defamation again? It has to be a novel. Oh, it depends.
I don't know.
It
New
depends.
statement. Has to be a new statement.
New statement, right?
If he wins, there could be some order against republication of old statements, or if she made another publication of an old statement, a republication, then he could try and bring the claim again and say, we know this is defamatory. We've been through this. But yeah, typically in any case, you need some new statement. But if he loses and she just keeps rehashing the same thing, which, by the way, if he loses, she will say everywhere on earth that he is a domestic abuser and a wife beater and all of those things.
Raped her with a bottle forever.
Yeah.
No matter what happens,
already done
she's
that.
doing it. Yeah.
She did that after the UK. She made a big statement about how now it's okay for everybody to call Johnny Depp a wife beater.
And if she loses, it's going to be the same thing. You know, we can't get justice. There is no justice. She's not quiet no matter what happens.
Yeah.
And all of these people do this. I've in some of my solo coverage and talks about this, I've talked about it a little more, but the Johnny Depp coverage, what's been most remarkable to me is watching other bogus Me Too allegations, some litigated, some not litigated, and noticing the distinct patterns that go on, how they borrow stories from other people, identifiable stories from people that are relatively close to the situation. They'll borrow those stories, how they'll do this thing. And one of the consistent patterns I have seen is that they will all say the same shit. I just want to be left alone. After I've destroyed your entire life, I just want to be left alone.
Yeah.
Classic
And
tribally.
at the same time, they will persist in trying to get them removed from every single thing that they do. And they will consistently call them an abuser, a beater, a molester, whatever it is. They will say out of one side of their mouth, I just want to be left alone. I just want to go home. He's an abuser. He's the worst person ever. He's a murderer. And they will run both of those narratives. And so if she wins, you bet your ass she will tell the whole world she is pissed about this thing.
Look what they put me through. After all that trauma, they put me through this terrible trial too. I mean, Elaine actually made that argument.
Catherine Hall, abuse victims tend to be isolated by their abusers, not inviting their family and friends to live with them. Surprised no one brought this up. The question is how you get that statement in. You'd have to get it in through one of the experts. Cold Beer, there should be an award for each of these high-profile trials for least convincing attorney, called the Elaine. Jonathan Sherwood says Amber's closing wasn't fire, but it was certainly on fire. Rick Nikita, remember when you refused to curse on stream? Pepperidge Farms remembers. I fucking remember. I do.
I'm pretty sure Elaine put her closing into the microwave.
Derek Crow. Well, I don't have a baby, but I have a cat. Thanks for covering the trial. Are there no significant consequences for Amber Heard's liars submitting edited and duplicate photos into evidence? That seems like an enormous ethical violation. Only if they knew that they were duplicated and edited. I mean, it seems hard that to figure out that they wouldn't, but if the client on discovery dumps a bunch of photos in their thing. One thing, by the way, like, okay, let's take that picture with the bruised arm. Sure, there's 3 different versions of different file sizes, but those looked largely the same. Do the attorneys know that there's 3 different photos there? Yes. But does that photo accurately represent the situation? Is it an accurate photo? I mean, yeah, it is. Now, if you have direct evidence, if the attorneys know that she has clearly manipulated a photo, you've got a different issue. But if she just data dumps some 10,000 photos and they're going through and they're like, oh, this one works, they may not know that it's particularly edited.
I mean, listen, mistakes can happen. I mean, I would think she would have the legal resources for that. So I've never done personal injury work, right? But I have friends who do personal injury work, big tens of millions of dollar cases, and they have a war room that looks like something out of World War II Battle of the Bulge, with a table where they're shoving ships and planes around. It's a giant room with whiteboards everywhere, and you can see all the evidence at once, no matter how many thousands of pieces you have. They keep everything in order because there's a lot of money at stake. You'd think a case like this with similar amounts of money at stake, they would have taken similar care, but I guess not.
Yeah.
Yep. That's but it always comes down to, can you prove that they knew? And here, both sides had to hire an expert to tell them, and even the experts disagreed on whether or not they were edited, right? So there's a lot of deniability into this.
Oh, and let's be real. This is not a system in which the lawyers as participants are particularly held accountable for their role in it. I mean, find me a prosecutorial misconduct case where there is a name identified. There is one Mike Nifong in the world, okay?
Yeah,
and
right.
it is Mike Nifong, becomes a scapegoat for everyone. So
maybe once every 30 years. Maybe
there is an implicit understanding between the members of the cabal that we call the Bar Association that you go along to get along. It is a boys' club. Nobody challenges unless they absolutely have to.
I mean, I've seen cases like in the George Zimmerman case, for example. The prosecution hid exculpatory evidence, intentionally hid it. And yes. the young kid who was in charge of, producing the reports that summarize the evidence, he saw a discrepancy and got so scared, he thought he was going to go to prison. He retained his own attorney, and they came in the court and said, no, this is what they told me to do. Basically doctored the documents that we were giving the defense. And it was obviously part of the effort to frame George Zimmerman. And you know what happened to that prosecutor, Angela Corey? Not a goddamn thing.
She got a promotion, didn't she?
Well, she got reelected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But she was never held accountable.
Yeah, par for
and
the
she
course.
tried to keep in mind, George Zimmerman would have gone to prison for the rest of his life with no possibility of early release, and he was in his 20s.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Canis Dingus, could Amber Heard be charged to make a public admittance to lying with malicious intent, assuming that the jury does find her guilty? No. Juror does not have a power to compel someone to speech, nor does the court typically. Like when a court demands someone to write a letter, that's usually part of a settlement agreement or something like that. They can't. I don't know that a court can sentence you into a compelled speech.
Well, they can hold you in contempt. I mean, if you're in a situation where you're immunized, or the court otherwise feels it has authority to compel speech, they'll hold you in contempt. I mean,
as a verdict, like you're guilty, you must write an apology letter. That comes with
that would be very weird.
Yeah, that's a settlement agreement. So when you hear about stuff like that, it's someone settling with something else.
Yeah.
Juries either put people in jail or don't, or they award money or they don't. That's what juries do. That's how courts resolve issues. And if it can't be resolved by money in some way, then it's actually not a proper issue before the court most of the time. They don't do declaratory judgments.
Yeah. And letters, by the way, apology letters are not uncommon in settlements. And usually it's explicit in the agreement. It has to be to the satisfaction of the other party. So usually it's a pretty humiliating letter, but they're writing it because it saves them money.
Yep. Black Hat Meow. Thanks, Nick, for your coverage of this trial. I love your show. Been watching since Rittenhouse. I learned so much. Can't imagine watching a trial without your commentary and education. Keep on rocking on. Enjoy your guests too. Me too. Tiffany Taupe, if Johnny Depp wins, he should publicly pledge all the money to the ACLU and LA Children's Hospital and then actually donate it because it's not about the money.
But
I disagree.
Pledge and donation are the same thing, though, aren't they?
But like, I disagree. Like, I'm vindictive and I'm a salty bastard. I don't think that he should pledge any single dollar to any single, like, people get wrapped up in this. Oh, you should do this. Other person should do this charity thing if they do whatever. It's like, no, Johnny Depp can win an award because his life was destroyed by this person. And if he wants to separately make charitable donations, I would imagine he would probably want to do them anonymously, as he has claimed he has done in the past. That's just the way for me. I think people get wrapped up in this person should publicly state that they're going to do this for this charity. It's like, well, then at some level, why are you doing it? I don't like it. It feels dirty to me, and certainly not to the ACLU. He should pledge a fist to the ACLU. That's what he should pledge to them. Say it's coming someday. Watching says, when will we know what juror numbers get sent home? Yes, we will. I don't remember what they are. It also doesn't matter to me. Melissa Shelton just subbed to Legal Vices. He reminds me of Chong. By the way, when I referenced Amber Heard's stage name, I meant stripper name was Molly McQueef. Lol, I enjoy listening to your group of legal eagles. Elaine stresses me out. Her and everyone else. Bell M. Anyone else notice Elaine wasn't prepared and was highlighting during judge giving juror instructions? She only read off highlighted part of whatever she thought of. It was unorganized gibberish. Judith Taylor, so glad Legal Vices monetized this AM. As a lawyer by education, not occupation, I am enjoying listening to the perspectives. For a second, I almost want to practice again. Then I stopped being Amber Heard crazy.
Yeah. It was like before, it was like getting the subscribers, then it was getting the hours. Now apparently I've got the hours. Now it's like, now I have to wait for 3 days for them to update the hours.
Oh yeah. Yep. That's how it goes. And then you have to wait for them to approve the monetization.
How long does that take?
Well, it could be 20 minutes. It could be 8 weeks. You never know. Depends on what's going on. None your business. Damn, Nick, you got me to order Maker's Mark to drink with you after closing arguments. Cheers, and here's hoping for a Johnny win.
So, by the way, I see that Andrea already has almost as many subscribers as I do, but I'm sure, like anybody on YouTube, could certainly use more. So if you're not subscribed to Andrea Burkhart how do I say it? At Burkhart Law on YouTube.com, I would urge you to do so.
The easiest way to find it is to go in the description and click on her name. And it will take you right there. It'll take you right to her page.
And I would also encourage you to watch the welcome video she's posted. Or whatever they call that first video that people see.
Thank you. Yes, my intro or
Yes.
whatever.
AJ Arguello, great panelist choices at all trial. Gatekeep your hobbies. Sam says, what case was it where the Supreme Court said police have no duty to protect? Oh, we talked about this one earlier. Any chance that gets overturned following the shooting in Texas? No, I don't think you're going to have an overturning of Castle Rock v. Gonzalez. Oh, God. David Woodmansey says, I recommend Bunnahabhain, aged 28 years in a bourbon hogshed barrel. It's an Isla single malt. It's hard for me to find a 28-year anything, much less Bunnahabhain around here, but I would. Sergrin, what are the odds Rottenborn intentionally went long because he knew Elaine would burn their time in a dumpster fire? Also, thanks for your hard work the past 6 weeks. Yeah, maybe. I do think he went a little long. I mean, criticizing Elaine for her spaghetti argument, but I think Rottenborn may have gone long on his close because he went for over an hour, I believe. And then she got up
Yeah, he
and
did.
she looked like she knew she was going to be short on time.
Yep.
And she went motor mouth.
Yep.
Dark Van 20, if Amber Heard is to be believed, then all the hocus pocus out of focus photo of Bigfoot, UFO, and Loch Ness must be true. Wait, they're not?
That's
Joshua,
like Mitch Hedberg, great comedian. His deal is Bigfoot is actually blurry, which I like. It's just a blurry photo.
Yeah. Joshua Unseth just did the math. Amber got the equivalent of about 15 million, greater than 50% owed in California. No. You didn't do the math right. I'm betting the difference is because Johnny had contracts in place before the marriage that showed up as earnings later. No, because you just went off the 7 million, but you also have to factor in this, I believe, 7.5 million of liabilities that Johnny had to take on post-tax. So he had to take on $7.5 million of her debt because it's shared debt. And he had to he had to do it with post-tax dollars. So he had to effectively pay the taxes on an additional $7.5 million of income.
And it was worth it. By the way, for people interested in that Supreme Court case, Castle Rock v. Gonzalez, I changed my little title here on the screen, lawofselfdefense.com/Gonzalez. It'll bring you to that decision if you'd care to read it. But make a note quickly because I'm not going to leave this up for long.
What the hell is your website?
It's amazing. It's a powerhouse.
Seriously.
Yeah, do Marbury next.
You got it, brother. You think I don't have that one?
CME Gaming says, hey, Nick, great marathon coverage of this trial. Very enjoyable and educational. Just saw the new Unbreaded song, by the way. You're a total rock star in that video. Fan appreciation like that says a lot about how you inspire others. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's good. Wait, is there a new one? Chris Solheim, does Johnny's team still get to address the jury again? Or are they now deliberating? I don't. You sent this at 2:18? No, they were coming back for rebuttal. The Ogre of Gormley says Sanig is nice, but Kilkeman Makir Bay is where it's at. That they have that at my liquor store. I'll grab one. I recommend.
The Makir Bay is good.
I recommend Balvenie Doublewood. Everybody recommends Balvenie Doublewood. It's like a quitter's whiskey. Stop it. And and Balmore 21 year. That's good. Sadly, that was a limited run, so good luck getting a hold of it. I had it before. It was in this weird independent shop in the Mall of America, and it was great. I only got a sample of it though. Nika coffee malt is heaven. What I like the Bowmore 15 or Bowmore 15 year darkest. Very good bottle of whiskey. And not too expensive. Zadok attack. Oh no, Johnny has Coke in front of him. He should have. Johnny Depp should have put a tampon applicator in his bottle of Coke and drank through it. I mean, he should have just done it. It's like, all right, we're doing this. Chibi Peach, did you see Elaine's eyes during Depp's lawyer's words? I'd thruple with Camille any day. Wow, amazing woman. Might need some consent on that one. Eagles Talon, DUI guy, I believe Depp said he has ADD as I do. If the chair rocks, I will rock it using that as a mechanism to keep focused on what's being said. It's that or my leg starts to bounce or like sketching. Yeah, my leg bounces the whole show. Kira Perez, so by Rotten Cuck's defense, just believe her if you're smart. Yeah, that's kind of what he said. Romo Drummer, is Legal Vices okay? What happened? A little bit of sleep incident. It's okay.
You should just write on the top of your skull there. Call 911. So when the head goes down, we'll know.
T-Rex says, I'm watching this on Ketchup in Australia. I could not sit through Rotten and Elaine's closing statement. Skip most of it. I was watching in the chat. People were muting the stream because they were just muting the stream, reading the chat until it was over because they were so pissed off. Yeah, Rottenborn and Elaine's closing. Wow. They're so pissed off at what they were saying that they just muted the stream and were waiting for the chat to let them know that it was done.
Well, that's too bad. I mean, Elaine's closing was worth watching, not for any substantive reason, but just for the experience and to say you've done it.
Yeah.
I survived Elaine Braidhoff's closing argument.
I wonder if that's a shirt. I wonder if the jury felt the same way. I've appreciated your stream for the last 2 weeks, by the way. Hey, thank you. I've appreciated you being here. I mean, I have to imagine it was, again, I know that academically these jurors could go one way or the other. You don't know. But I mean, when you just see bullshit, you figure that everybody around you seeing bullshit, that probably the jurors are seeing it too.
Yeah.
Jackie Taylor, thanks for the donation. Wait, I'll do that like the judge. Jackie Taylor, thank you for the donation. She would always trail off her words. It creeps me out. Like, are we here to bring the jury back?
Yeah, she does do that.
She was like, why are you doing that?
Honey, I Shrunk the Kid.
My favorite Rick Moranis movie, I think, is My Blue Heaven, though.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's
Highly
such a good
recommended. Underrated
Very
movie.
good one.
Marugan R. Johnny Depp closing argument addresses for the fact that they all have to agree unanimously for him to win. Am I right or wrong?
The funniest part of My Blue Heaven may be the very first scene where Rick Moranis' wife leaves him for a Russian gymnast. Oh my God. It still makes me LOL.
Charlie Sailor, thank you again for the donation. I think your donations might have been sent to my Discord, so I'll check those in a minute. Base says, obviously Amber Heard pledged a lifetime's OnlyFans membership to Runkle for his elven patronage. Trilo says, Asmongold had 230,000 viewers today. Insane. It's crazy, man. This is a once in a generation trial. You don't see stuff like this very often. Crystal Williams, Elaine reminds me of Michael Pena in Ant-Man explaining the events of what happened. Chicken Nooble, since DUI Guy is telling people to sub to people, he forgot to tell you to sub to me on YouTube and Twitch for gaming content with kiddos. Nick, shield for me, baby. Let's play video games, broski. Let's go. That's Chicken Ooble, OOBLE. There you go. Chris Clement says Court TV says 2 and 8. That's the jurors being let go. Liberty, Nick, I'm betting you $20 that the jury will reach a verdict by 7 p.m. because they don't want to come back on Tuesday. I will take it.
Pay up. Pay up.
Yeah.
Easy money.
Mark Dudding, thank you for the donation. Jensen Zeiger, Bronca, if Amber had pulled a gun on Vasquez, would that have been self-defense? After all, that was a brutal evisceration. Mark Dudding, thank you again for the donation. I'm guessing your chat also got sent to my Discord. Mad Matt 20, did you notice Amber was the only one not to clap for Judy at the end? What a turd. DCV Titan, the counterclaim amount and then saying it's not what they want, but it was to send a message. Sounds like it was more to draw eyes to the case because it's such a large amount. Goes against Amber not wanting it to be public. Yep.
Yeah.
And the jury heard that. Again, the fact that she said that
out loud.
So terrible. So terrible. Just disregard what we say because we don't actually mean it. I mean, that is what you have just communicated.
I'd be concerned that opposing counsel would make that argument to the jury that this 100 million is bullshit. They're just doing it to get attention and to strike back and to be vindictive. But then she said it herself.
English Peanut, thank you, Ricada, for covering the trial. Loving the stream. Go Johnny Depp. Thank you. Das Pooch, just wanted to say thanks to Nick and everyone else for showing up for the great commentary along the way. However it ends, you guys all rock. Also, Legal Vices, glad you showed up a few weeks ago. You've been great.
Aw.
Robin,
unfortunately, I've reached the point now where it's like 8 a.m., so I have to switch from booze to Pepsi because I've got to actually drive in 2 hours from now.
What are you doing awake
Oh my God.
still?
You're a madman.
Hey, man, I got to get the pre-grift going.
So how long have you been a commercial airline pilot?
Yeah. That's like 8 a.m. That's when you go to the bar and start drinking.
Robin Kellum, so glad I'm ending our trial with my 4 favorite commentaries of a whole experience. Kudos, Nick, unbreaded. Thank you. Next, we've got, where are we? Here we go. Principled Potato. Oh, great lawyers of YouTube. On a lighter note, freedom of speech question. As a Discord owner, do you have the right to limit someone's freedom of speech,
Yes.
i.e. you can't spam N words in the chat? Is there case law on this? Yes, you have. Well, I mean, I don't know that it's a right to limit their freedom of speech, but you're not implicating their right to freedom of speech.
You're not obligated to provide a forum for other people to speak.
You are not a traditional public forum. Don't be a sidewalk and you'll be okay.
Yes. And is there case law on this? I would say actually probably something similar. Yes. That there effectively that the First Amendment protections of the United States Constitution do not extend to private parties. Is the
State
case
actor.
law.
State
Yeah.
actor law.
What I wonder is why do you care about whoever's trying to make you think that's not true and just ignore them? Just block them and ignore them. It'll be fine.
Yeah, I have no idea. Let's see. 11. It might be related to my Discord or something. Who knows? Sometimes someone will
Fair
get
enough.
salty about like some moderator action in my Discord and then say something. I don't know if that's it or not.
Okay.
But it might
See,
be like
Goody,
that.
we're looking at you.
Well, no, he's not a Discord mod. To his credit, there's one redeeming quality of C. Goody in the entirety of his life, and it's that he recognized that Discord is a pile of shit. So he does know that. So that's
I'm so boomer. I figured out Reddit like 2 months ago.
Oh,
Discord
get off of Reddit.
Is still
immediately.
beyond me.
Well, I've actually made C. Goody a moderator on my YouTube channel as well, and I appreciate his assistance very much.
Yeah,
I've got to like figure out all this mod crap, and I got to deal with all this now.
Just find someone who hates
That's
you.
the whole thing.
How it works. All moderators eventually hate the person they moderate for, so just find them early. It's the best
Then
way.
I get like an editor to do all this crap for me, so I don't have to spend 3 hours a day doing mediocre crap.
11 Bravo Crunchy. The one piece of evidence that puts me firmly with Johnny Depp is the lack of medical records showing absolute proof of the Maker's Mark incident. She would have been dead without a hospital. Camille, as a woman, should have hammered that. I want to correct this. I see a lot of people saying she would have been dead. She only would have been dead if the bottle was broken. If the bottle wasn't broken, she would sustain probably serious injury. But I think the bleeding out thing would have come with an actual broken bottle with lacerations.
Well, I don't know, because maybe you have this like extra hard plastic ridge.
Yeah. It's
I was just about to say, so many jokes come to mind, and I'm not going to tell any of them. But then Legal Dice has jumped in, so that's good.
Yeah,
very safe.
Well, I had talked about that too. That wax ridge. One that was the tell was that thing wasn't damaged at all because it's not that sturdy. But two, that would tear up soft tissue very quickly.
Coming out next month, Maker's Mark condoms. They're both your pleasure.
If the bottle fits. Captain Redbeard, Andrea, I'll spar with you. You'll probably kick my butt, but I can accept that.
So is this straight boxing or is this MMA?
No, straight boxing. Straight
Awesome.
boxing. Hit and not get hit.
Sweet.
Chase.
Sweet
says,
science.
Andrea's
Sweet
statement
science.
about men is why she fits so well on this channel. So many women in this country do not understand men and their desires. No simp.
Cheers to men. As a fan of them, we salute you.
I noticed Branca didn't drink.
Oh, sorry. I also love men.
He's a misandrist.
Brandon.
Wait a minute. Someone clip him saying, I also love men, please.
Make it
Gotcha. Saman P says, thanks for the fantastic coverage. You're welcome. Olaf, son of Rasmus, says, how would self-defense law apply to a schizo unaliving a neighbor's dog if he thought the dog was going to unalive his family?
Who's claiming self-defense in that scenario?
Yeah, is it the dog? Is it?
So-
It's got to be the schizo, right? Like if a dog is, if a reasonable person.
First of all, there's only one human in the hypothetical, so who's claiming self-defense against whom? The dog's not claiming self-defense.
So, I guess if you shot the person before they issued some dog order,
Well, now there's
they're about to
a
whistle at
person-
it.
Yeah.
That's a deadly whistle. Blam, blam, blam.
Would you hear the deadly whistle?
See, they would fall to the ground with the bullet holes, and then the last thing they do is, and then the dog kills you anyway. Outlaw Josiah, I'm right there with Andrea, West Coast, and sipping a double of bourbon. It's supposed to be working.
Cheers.
Ms. Jake says, wouldn't it be great to get hashtag justice for Johnny on his daughter's birthday? It's probably already trending, I'm guessing. Nick Afifi says, from my boomer mom, Kim, who doesn't know how to super chat, if Amber Heard was actually abused, no way would she record Johnny Depp's cabinet tantrum. I was abused, and when that behavior would start, I'd already be out of the house and in a safe place. So the quickest way to get hit is to record someone who's an abuser and has hit you trashing something else. Like if you have a fear that Johnny Depp's ire will turn on you in the slightest, then you wouldn't sit there and record him being angry at the cabinet because you're the cabinet next.
I can tell you this, as someone who's not an abuser, a pretty good way to get me to punch you in the face is to punch me in the face.
Yeah.
So the idea that Amber Heard is afraid of Johnny Depp while she's punching him in the face on recorded, right? We all heard that on audio. Is ridiculous. If he was a vicious abuser, when she punched him in the face, guess what would be coming back?
Or even on the video where he was abusing the cabinet, she's egging him on, trying to get him to do something. And then it comes down to the, well, weren't you afraid? Well, why should I be afraid of my abuser?
That was transparently a filming opportunity for her.
Yeah.
He's obviously upset about something. He's banging on stuff. I'm going to record him, and I can use this as I think best later on.
Yep. Frankly, it's gross. And you can tell from the gaslighting comments in there as well. Like, what happened? Nothing happened this morning. You were so sweet.
I was sleeping.
She was egging him on, trying to get him to hit her on film.
Yeah,
that's my opinion.
That's my 100%.
Which I would call provocation with intent.
Which I would call ex-wife.
Which I would call cold bitch. Chris A says,
Same
"Hey
thing.
Nick."
I'm sorry, ex-wife, if you see this, I forgive you.
Chris A says, "Hey Nick, been sub since Rittenhouse. Love you and your panel's input and coverage. Keep up the excellent work. Makes long days of pipe fitting go like a breeze." I won't say it. The troll formerly known as I Can Taste Fried Food. I was going to say try bottle fitting, but I shouldn't. The troll formerly known as I Can Taste Fried Food says, "Mommy, Camille, stop. They're already dead. Save some of that for me." Mother of Death says, "I love your rant against communism. As a person who scrapes a narco-communist dictatorship and is now, or who escaped a narco-communist dictatorship, is now in a country with a communist party. Your rant is my spirit animal." Ooh, good luck. Orion's X-Rage, huge misstep by Heard team not bringing in ADA Kraus for closing to state everybody has to take a beating sometime. This time it was Johnny's turn.
He could have been an expert witness.
That's good.
Next witness. Yes. Prosecuting attorney Kraus as an expert. We'd like him.
What are you an expert in, sir? Don't I look like I beat women? Rister crap.
Certainly not photo modification. Definitely not that.
What are you an expert in? Pixels and interpolation. I've been studying. Do you think Amber is liked in Germany? Come on. Hashtag Amber Heard. Pay no attention to my name, please. I was drunk when I joined YouTube. Thanks. Nancy Focus. Andrea is dead on. Girl crushing on her and Camille today. Timothy Keaton. Thank you for the donation. Next we have Stephen Cooper. Shout out to my favorite YouTuber, the Commander Farsight of the Legal Dimension. Who's that? Is that me? Or maybe it's someone else. Habeas Corpus. Crazy cat ladies closing argument style. Andrea's wearing a blue tank top. The fish painted on her wall. Color coordinate with the tank top. Fish go in tanks. Coincidence? I think not.
Tinfoil hat.
Drew says the shame of this trial is after Johnny wins, Amber will use the loss as a justification of her op-ed regarding powerful men getting away with abuse, and certain media outlets and organizations will echo that message. Yeah, but I hope so, because I think at that point, everybody says, who fucking cares? You lied about they're sure Mother Jones will do a piece on it, right? Like that'll happen. Jezebel will do a piece on it, and everybody else and all of the people who hire people will go, yeah, piss off. You were proven to be a liar.
This isn't get over it, because there was always going to be an excuse and there's always going to be a million other people to blame. Amber can be nothing but the victim here.
Absolutely. Yep. I was going to say, Andrea, as a criminal defense attorney in an adversarial process, you might want to encourage people to believe the fish behind you are piranha.
Well,
I wouldn't know the difference. Oh, there we go. That's the truth. They're piranha.
No, they are. I followed the link and I've already reached out to get some piranha in my life.
Perfect. Perfect. You won't regret it for a second.
Marion Brandon says, heard of you via Rittenhouse, started watching your Depp versus Heard coverage. Now I'm obsessed. My husband asks for updates every evening. Please accept my pledge of $7 million for your entertainment and insight. Well, I'm happy to do so. I will now go buy my yacht. I've been pledged so much money that I've effectively gotten that I can't wait to buy a yacht. Anna P. As someone with borderline personality disorder who's benefited from therapy, I can assure everyone she truly believes she's a victim. She will find any excuse to convince herself of her motives and intentions. It gets hard to tell the objective reality at a point. There you go.
Makes sense.
Kenneth Sorrell says, where would y'all advise a non-lawyer to do free legal research? Oh, I was going to plug your class.
Free? You can get the free book, lawselfdefense.com/free book. The word free is right in there.
I want to not sound stupid when I ask an attorney for legal help. Okay, well, like free. I mean, you can do free legal research on some tools, I guess, on like case text or something. But you really got to know what you're looking for.
In all seriousness, I can tell you, if you get that stupid free book that I'm talking about, at least you'll be an informed consumer talking to an attorney about a self-defense incident, not divorce law or buying a house or anything else. But you will be well informed on self-defense law. That's why we make the book available, so you can be an informed consumer.
Are free consultations kind of a thing in the States these days?
You can often get free consultations.
But it's a sales pitch is the problem. It's,
a loss leader. Can I just say that the ignorant client, the happily ignorant client is the best client. The one nobody wants is the one that already knows everything. Okay. Don't come to the lawyer having already figured it all out. That will not go as well.
What you want to look for in a lawyer, you don't want to like try and do amateur legal research and then go and see if you can figure out what the lawyer's talking about, because chances are you won't have enough specialized knowledge in whatever field that might come up for you that you'll be able to know anyway. The thing you want to do is you want to find someone who you work well with, jive with, who has some sort of action plan for your type of situation, and who you think will fight for you. I mean, that's what you want. And check some reviews, check some word of mouth, see if they're competent or if they have a reputation of incompetence. But other than that, like, you know, most stuff is going to be handled competently by most lawyers so long as they practice in that field. So go ask them, do you practice in this field?
Hey, Andrea, and Legal Vices, I can't remember now if I've previously offered you individually free copies, hardcover copies of my book. But if you'd like one, I just put a comment in the private chat with my email address. Just send me an email. I'll be happy. Oh crap! Legal Vices. I can't send one to Korea. Is there?
I have a freight forwarder in Oregon.
Send me that address, then I'll send it to you. I would send it to Korea, but they charge me like $150 to send a book to Korea. So whatever address would work. Same for you, Andrea. I'd be happy to send it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Fubar again says, as someone who is not a lawyer and does not play one on YouTube, the First Amendment says I can say what I want, but my right to do that stops when they infringe on someone else's rights. Yeah. I mean, effectively, again, think of defamation as an assault claim or a destruction of property claim. Like you don't have, you have the right to, you have the right to walk around or drive a car. You don't have a right to drive your car through your neighbor's yard and tear it all up. Like you just, it stops somewhere. So, you know, you have a right to swing your arms around, but when it hits someone, that's where your right ends.
Well, and having said that, we are not a nation of snowflakes. Okay, you are not entitled to walk through life with no conflict whatsoever. And there is an understanding in any type of society that you may encounter conflict. You probably will encounter assholes, and that is just part of the reality of being a mature and functioning human being. So that is why the bar is as high as it is with defamation, because
really
what your rights.
Go ahead.
Yes,
I'm sorry, Andrea.
you need to have a legitimate injury that is a bit above and beyond just, my feelings were hurt, or I was vaguely insulted, I was offended, is not going to cut it in this context. You have an obligation to yourself and to your communities to learn how to cope with moderate harms.
I couldn't agree more. And I was going to say, I mean, I don't do defamation law, but I think a good way to think about it is whatever you're being falsely accused of, it needs to be something that really shocks the conscience. So it's something that makes you repulsive to other people. It's not your neighbor saying you cut your lawn too high, or you didn't put the garbage cans in the right place, or nobody cares about any of that. But your neighbor accuses you falsely of being a pedophile. Yes, obviously that would be actionable.
Sure.
Well, I wouldn't say obviously, because courts get weird about the word pedophile and what that means. If they accuse you of being a child molester specifically, that gets close.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least if you're Elon Musk.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. If your opponent's Elon Musk, just sue him anyway. Who cares what he says? Elon Musk says hi to you. Be like, hi, I don't do drugs. You're sued. Defamation. Settle for $2 million.
For $100 million, I'll walk away.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, it is after 6:00 my time, and I've been informed by my wife that I have to go. I didn't know. I have a grad party that I'm supposed to be at. There are many, many chats left, like a ridiculous amount of them, and there are 3 break days over the weekend that I will be doing some. I know I said this the one weekend and it didn't work out, but I will be working very hard to do some streaming with the intention of getting through these chats. I did not know I would be time limited today, but I have to go like now. This is what I'm finding out. And I love my wife, and she is not an Amber Heard. So I will have to say good evening to all of you. But if any of you want to say one last thing before we go, I appreciate you all so much for coming on and sitting with me.
Thanks for having me, Nick. As always, appreciate the opportunity to be here. Andrea, Legal Vices, great to see you.
It's a good day for justice.
Have a great weekend, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys.
Bye.
And bye. All right. And to the chat, thank you so much for everything. I have the spreadsheet of chats here. I will be trying to get through them. There were a lot of chats today. We had a lot of people throughout the stream and a lot of contributions. I will be working to get through them over the weekend. We'll do some stuff here, and I will announce if I will have a show tonight or not. I'm not 100% sure, but we'll get to. I intend to, but we'll be getting to this stuff as we are able. Thank you for hanging out with me tonight, and we'll talk very soon, I guess. Okay. Hope you have a good night, guys. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitter and Erland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lubrook, the spirits glow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, From Dante to Drexel, they bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. So pour out an odd bag of Balmore at Lethbrook. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the team post on Twitter as we hear Lost Blaming tonight. From the wide shores of Nan to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the wrong better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law more